Lin Mew, stop lazing around. We still have a lot of trees left to harvest in today's quota. We barely filled our quota yesterday, and I don't want to anger the supervisor again. He will definitely cut our wages this time. Hearing the voice calling him, a youthful-looking boy of about 16 years of age and having short hair turned around towards the man that had just called him. Seeing the man's tense look, the boy gulped and answered. I'm not lazing around, Uncle Yuan too. I'm just trying to be careful not to damage the spirit apples while plucking them from the trees. The man named Yuan too, upon hearing the boy's reply, had a tint of annoyance in his eyes as he thought that the boy was merely giving excuses for his slow pace in harvesting the spirit apples from the trees. Remembering yesterday's scolding that he got from the supervisor for being the group leader of the slowest harvesting group out of 100 this week, he knew that if his group did not exceed their quota that day, they will definitely never be able to receive their bonus wages of that week. Hasten your pace and stop giving excuses, or you will be the one to bear the penalty that will receive for incomplete work. Not giving the boy another chance to reply, the man walked away to another tree to work. The boy heard Yuan Tu's threat and quickened his pace of plucking the spirit apples from the tree. After that, he placed them in his basket, and then when the basket was full, he carefully transferred them to the wheelbarrow, which would then be sent to the main collection cart. Spirit apples were the main produce of the northern town, which was rather lucrative, and were sent to Wu Lim City, which was the main city. Wu Lim City had 4 satellite towns, each named according to their locations, and each having their own specialty. Spirit apples were very expensive for common peasants, with each apple costing a gold coin, which only the people from the city could afford to buy. While the peasants that harvested them only received 4 silver coins every day, it would take them nearly a whole month's wages to buy just one. Thus they had to be careful not to damage, bruise, or scratch the apples, as this resulted in the spirit apples slowly losing their spirit chi, making them lose value. 2 hours later, Lin Mew had done 4 trips to the cart, emptying his basket along with the others. The wheelbarrow was nearly full when Yuan Tu walked towards the cart and emptied his basket that ended up completely filling the wheelbarrow. Looking at the filled wheelbarrow, Yuan Tu took a breath of relief as the day's quota was finally completed 2 hours before sundown, which gave them plenty of time to harvest more spirit apples that day. He thought that they may at last get their bonus wages this week. Thinking of this made a slight smile appear on Yuan Tu's face, and he looked towards Lin Mew. Looks like you finally picked up the pace. Now that we have finished today's quota, you can go and send the wheelbarrow to the main collecting cart. The rest of us will continue harvesting. Looking at the heavy-looking wheelbarrow, Lin Mew furrowed his brows and knew that it would be difficult for him to move it all the way to the collecting cart, and would take him at least 45 minutes to come back, during which the rest of the 5 people of the group would be the only ones receiving the higher bonus pay, with him not having much time to earn his. Uncle Yuan Tu, this wheelbarrow is very heavy for me. Can't you bring it to the main cart? Yuan Tu had the greed of higher wages in his mind, and hence definitely did not want to waste his time in sending the wheelbarrow back. Can't you just do as I asked, Lin Mew? If you keep on shirking from hard work, you'll never get strong. In the time you spent talking, you could have very well been on your way to the collecting cart. Yuan Tu spoke, feeling annoyed. Looking at the annoyed look in Yuan Tu's eyes, Lin Mew knew it would be useless to argue any further, and that he would just have to rush back as fast as possible so that he could work more. Having thought of that, Lin Mew started pushing the wheelbarrow towards the location of the collecting cart. 5 minutes later, Lin Mew started getting tired and was about to slow down his pace when a stone came under the wheelbarrow, making it start to tilt. Lin Mew was unable to handle the heavy wheelbarrow and lost control of it, making it fall with a loud noise. With a horrified expression on his face, Lin Mew was left standing, while the other workers heard the voice and gathered around, feeling shocked at the sight of a fallen wheelbarrow. All the spirit apples that were in it were now scattered around in the dirt, with many scratched and damaged. As more and more people gathered, the supervisor, seeing the commotion, also came over to see what happened and why the peasants were not working. Seeing the supervisor approach made the people quiet down, and they gave way for the supervisor to come. Looking at the debacle in front of him, the supervisor Li Peng was shocked at first, but then anger started to seethe within him. Who is responsible for this mess? Come out now. The surrounding people did not want to get involved, thus they quickly pointed towards the frozen Lin Mew. Lin Mew was now even more horrified seeing the supervisor and started to fall in despair. You imbecile, do you know what you have done? How big of a loss you've caused? Where is your group leader? Call him. The supervisor shouted with spittle flying all over, which only made the people quickly call over Yuan Tu quickly. Yuan Tu, who was already on his way to see what had happened, looked at the supervisor's now angry red face and became pale with fear. He hesitated in approaching him. Look what your group member has done. A whole wheelbarrow's worth of spirit apples are now useless. This is more than a 1,000 gold coins worth of loss. What do you have to say about this? How will this loss be compensated? Upon hearing the supervisor's shout about compensation, Yuan too became even more frightened, and his ears were already ringing from the shouting, which made it even more difficult for him to talk. My lord, not all apples are damaged. We can still sell the rest of them. Please spare us just this once. We'll never make such a mistake ever again. Li Peng now calmed down a little bit and glanced at the spirit apples. He saw that some were indeed still redeemable, but the rest were still damaged apples that were worth at least 700 gold coins. With a stern expression he spoke, "Even if you exclude the apples that are undamaged, the loss is still more than 700 gold coins. When the mayor hears about this, he will not be happy. You cannot be spared." Li Peng thought about how to compensate for the over 700 gold coins worth of damage. He knew that he'll probably have to dock a whole month's wages from every peasant working here, but it still wouldn't be enough. At this point, he looked at Lin Mu. Every peasant working here will lose 1 month's worth of wages in compensation for the loss, and for the rest of it, as the boy caused this mistake, all his property will be seized and sold off to pay for it. Hearing the supervisor's order, each and every person turned pale with despair, and then started to feel angry against Lin Mu, as it was his mistake, which had just caused them to lose everything they worked for that entire month. Lin Mu, now having heard the order, had tears in his eyes, as he knew he would be losing everything he had, even the house that his parents had left him when they died last year. Guards seize this boy and his group leader, go to the boy's property and seize all valuables in the house, then throw the boy out of the town, then bring the group leader to the square for 10 lashes. One of the guards seized Lin Mu and others restrained Yuan Tu and then took them away for their punishments. Yuan Tu had a hateful look on his face as he looked at Lin Mu and gritted his teeth, swearing to have revenge on the kid. The other peasants also looked at Lin Mu with hateful gazes. Lin Mu tried to struggle, but there was no way he would be able to overpower a guard having the strength of 6th stage of body tempering. He himself was only at the 2nd stage of body tempering, as he had never actually trained properly before with a tempering technique. The guards dragged Lin Mu to his house and ransacked the house, taking everything of value in there. Though there was not much there to begin with, as most of the valuables had been sold off in exchange for medicine when Lin Mu's mother fell sick during the last year's plague. The only thing worth something was the house itself and the land that it was built on. Lin Mu watched as his whole world was ripped apart and started tearing up and sniffling. After checking that all valuables had been taken, the guard sealed the courtyard entrance of the house and went back to report to the supervisor, while one guard brought Lin Mu to the edge of the town and threw him away and then turned back to head to his post. Lin Mu lied there on the ground for hours before he got up, no longer crying. He had a dull look in his eyes and walked aimlessly out of the town towards the forest. After walking for an hour, he found himself in front of the apple tree he used to play at when he was a child. There was a small stream nearby where he would catch fish and play in the water with his friends. Now tired and exhausted, he sat below the tree with his back to the tree and fell asleep under the night sky and the moon hiding in the clouds. In space millions of kilometers away from the world Lin Mu lived in, a gray orb of light was traveling at a great speed. It was as if it was fading in and out from reality itself, passing through obstacles like asteroids as if they were air. After an unknown amount of time, it approached a blue planet, eventually falling into its atmosphere. The ground was becoming closer and closer. Small continents expanded to a vast length. Mountains rose to a great height. In the end, the gray orb collided with an insignificant tree, somehow only shaking it entirely. The orb then faded away, leaving behind a rusty gray ring embedded halfway through the trunk. In his sleep, Lin Mu found himself in a dark place. He could not see anything at all. Strangely, he could feel his arms and legs, even touch them, but he still could not see them. Where am I? Is this a dream? I've never had a dream like this ever before. He walked around in the darkness for what could be a few minutes or possibly days, having no method to measure the time. Eventually, he woke up because of a sharp pain at the top of his head. Looking around, he found himself lying below a familiar apple tree, where a small apple had fallen beside him. The sky was slowly getting brighter, and the sun hidden below the horizon had not risen yet. Looks like this apple fell on my head and woke me up. That's strange though, this apple is still unripe. Why did it fall? Standing up, Lin Mu stretched his arms and looked up at the sky, estimating that it's likely around 5 am. He went up to the small stream to drink some water and quenched his thirst. After quenching his thirst, he felt his stomach groan with hunger. I have to find something to eat. It would be no use going back to the town as I don't have any money left. The guards took away the last of which I had. Guess I'll head back to the tree and get some apples. Walking back to the apple tree, Lin Mu looked for a ripe apple to eat. Spotting a few with his eyes, he began to climb the tree. Pulling himself up on a branch, Lin Mu then plucked some apples. While getting down, Lin Mu spotted a glint on the trunk of the tree. Getting closer to inspect what it was, he found a curved, rusty metallic piece stuck to the bark. He tried pulling it out, but it seemed it was not only stuck, but very stuck. Putting his whole strength into pulling it out, it finally worked, with the consequence of falling off the tree from loss of balance. Looking at the object in his hands, he found that it was actually a rusty gray ring like one could find in a flea market. The ring had a peculiar design, having 5 small spurs equidistant from each other rising from one side of the ring. I don't think I've ever seen this before here on the tree. Did someone put it there? I may as well keep it. Maybe I can sell it in the town later on. Unaware of its origins, Lin Mu decided to put the ring on his right middle finger. As soon as he put on the ring, a chill went through him, followed by a warmth spreading from the ring to all over his body. As the warmth spread, Lin Mu felt energized and every cell in his body filled with strength. The process lasted for 10 minutes, after which Lin Mu opened his eyes and analyzed his body. What was that? I feel stronger, much more than ever before. Did I just break through to the 3rd stage of the body tempering realm? Wanting to test out his strength, Lin Mu found a rock the size of 2 fists. He put down the rock and punched it with all his strength. Only a slight chip fell off the rock, leaving some cuts on Lin Mu's fist. Arghhh, DAMMN, that hurt like hell. Why did I think this would be a good idea to test out my strength? But how did I break through and increase my strength? Is it due to the ring? Could it be a treasure? Observing the ring, Lin Mu still thought that it looked the same as before, a rusty gray color, except that the ring now fitted him more snugly, as if it was made for him. Lin Mu's stomach grumbled again, reminding him of his hunger. He had already plucked the apples from the tree, so he got some dried twigs and branches to cook the apples, knowing that eating them straight as they are, even if they are ripe, is not an option as they were very tart to eat. It would just leave him with his teeth hurting. Still, to cook the apples, Lin Mu required a pot, so he decided to go to his father's old hunting shack to find one. Perhaps he could also use it to solve his current homeless situation. He could not always sleep under a tree in the open sky, could he? Winter would be arriving in a month, thus he would definitely need a roof over his head and some warm clothes. Walking a few hundred meters towards the forest, Lin Mu found the old abandoned hunting shack. The shack was small and looked old and damaged by the elements. Walking in, Lin Mu saw a few pieces of furniture, a couple of planks used to sit and also used as a bed, a small table, and a shelf. At the edge, he saw a small stove built with stone, and beside it was a small pot. He placed the branches and twigs that he collected and started a fire. He added water to the pot and placed the apples in it, which he broke into chunks, after which he let it cook. 10 minutes later, the apples were cooked and palatable, no longer as sour as before. Lin Mu let the pot cool down before eating the cooked apples. After filling his belly, he felt satisfied and focused his thoughts back on the mysterious ring. As Lin Mu focused on the ring, he felt a similar chill going through his body again and found his vision fading into darkness. Lin Mu found himself in a dark place once again, but this time he can see his body clearly even though there was no source of light present there. Lin Mu, clearly having no idea how he ended up there, felt scared and couldn't help but ask himself if he was back in a dream. How do I get out of here? Should I just wait till I wake up naturally? Since I'm here, I may as well walk around and check this place out. After being in the dark place for a couple of minutes now, Lin Mu's eyes start to adapt to the darkness and could see things more clearly. Looking around in all directions, he found a pale glow of lights coming from one position and decided to walk towards it, trying to find out what it was. While walking towards the pale glow, Lin Mu observed some changes to the dark sky. What are those faint streaks of light in the sky? I've never heard of phenomena like this before. Guess I'm definitely in a dream. There were silver and gray faint streaks of light in the sky, which would fade away into darkness and then appear again. Thousands of them could be seen, as if they were dancing in a mysterious harmonic pattern. After a few minutes, Lin Mu reached the source of the pale glow that he observed from far. Finally seeing the object, he found it to be an altar, but it was made up of faint glowing runes and mysterious scripts which were floating in the air, forming the shape of an altar, not having a physical presence itself. Those runes and scriptures look similar to the ones that were carved on the outside of the ancestral temple of Wu Lim City. But aren't they used by cultivators to make chi formations? Why would they appear in my dream? Lin Mu still remembered when he visited Wu Lim City with his father during the New Year's festival 2 years ago. His father brought him to the ancestral temple to pay their respects, but commoners could not go inside the temple, so they paid their obeisance from outside. He remembered his father finding him staring at the carvings on the ancestral temple. His father explained that those carvings were used to create chi formation by chi cultivators, which were used for various things such as fortifying, strengthening, offense, defense, and many more. As Lin Mu approached the altar, the various runes and scriptures became more vibrant. Feeling an urge to touch it, Lin Mu placed his hand upon the altar and found it to be solid even though it had no physical body. A moment later, he felt a sharp pain in his head, then felt a rush of information in his brain. Mysterious chants filled his mind, creating an imprint in it. The 9 Divine Heart Sutras assimilate the essence of the 9 paths, understand a million hearts as one, and ascend the path of the great cosmos. As soon as the chant stopped in his mind, Lin Mu found himself back in the old hunting shack. For a moment, his eyes lost focus, and he remembered where he was. Checking his body and finding everything normal, he tried to remember the chants that filled his mind, only able to remember one part of them. He tried to remember the rest of the chants, but felt as if there was a fog obscuring his memories. I can only remember the first part, the Calming Heart Sutra. Should I recite it? There should be no harm in trying. Lin Mu started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. At first he felt nothing, but after completing the first chant, he felt a calming wave spreading all over his body as if all his worries were washed away. This incredible feeling lasted a couple of minutes before fading away, and the normal sense of self returned to Lin Mu. What an incredible feeling. I felt as if I could sense every part of my body clearly, the blood flowing and the small waves of energy in my muscles. I need to try this again. Reciting the chant once again, Lin Mu felt the calming feeling washing over his body. This time he tried to sense the waves of energy that were moving in his muscles. As he focused on the waves of energy, they intensified, and then he felt a great feeling of strength filling his body even more than this morning when he put on the mysterious ring. Haha, I broke through to the 4th stage of body tempering. What luck, 2 breakthroughs in one day. This chant is definitely a body tempering technique, and sensing the similar wave of energy when I put on the ring, I guess that is where it originated. This ring is definitely a treasure, or could it be a spatial storage ring that chi cultivators use? Now, Lin Mu did not want to sell the ring at all. Only a fool would let go of an opportunity like this which he knew would only bring benefit to him. As for whether the ring was a spatial storage ring, he could not verify it as he was not a chi cultivator, yet nor did he know how he ended up in the dark place with the altar made of glowing runes and scriptures. Thinking that he may be able to fulfill his long-lost dream of becoming a chi cultivator one day, he felt excitement he had not felt ever before, and all the feelings of sadness and despair from yesterday's events washed away. If I become a cultivator, I'll be able to buy back my house, and I will no longer have to live with my head down. I'll be able to walk proudly with my head held high, and the townsmen will have to treat me with respect. Now knowing the direction in life that he was supposed to walk, Lin Mu was filled with determination. Still, he knew that if he wanted to become a chi cultivator, he would need a lot of resources like herbs and fierce beast meat rich in vital energy. He could not hunt beasts which had rich vitality in the forest as he was not strong enough and would simply be courting death. He could trap smaller beasts, but they will only fill his belly and would not be of much use in tempering it. I guess I'll just have to make some traps and catch some small fierce beasts like the black-horned rabbits and thorn-tailed rats. Even though they don't sell for much, I can still exchange them in town. I'll need to start somewhere so I can save at least until I have enough coins to buy a weapon sturdy enough to kill stronger beasts. Lin Mu went in search of small animal trails where he could set up some traps. Upon finding one, he used the vines growing nearby and some slender, flexible trees to set up snare traps. Now he just had to wait until something was caught. Feeling hungry again, Lin Mu saw the position of the sun in the sky and felt that he had 2 hours until sunset. Walking back to the apple tree, he plucked a few more apples for his dinner as he doubted whether he would be able to catch anything in the traps, and even if he did, going to the forest at night time would be dangerous even in the outskirts. If a stronger, fiercer beast decided to wander off, it could mean his death, so he thought it would be better to just eat the apples again. Walking back to the shack, he once again filled the pot with water, put the chunks of apples in them, and set it on the stone stove to cook. While waiting for the apples to cook, Lin Mu decided to chant the Calming Heart Sutra once again. He felt the feeling of calmness spreading through his body, but did not feel the waves of energy that flowed through his muscles increasing no matter how much he focused. They stayed the same. I guess the Calming Heart Sutra only helps if I have the necessary vital energy in my body. It only helped me break through because I had the surge of energy that was released from the ring in the morning. Now that it's depleted, I'll have to train and eat more food to slowly accumulate vital energy. Thinking about the mysterious ring, he lifted his right hand to look more closely at the ring and its peculiar design. As Lin Mu focused on the ring, he suddenly felt a force pulling his hand. Shocked at this, his right hand was pulled towards a direction, forcing him to walk towards there. Finally, Lin Mu's eyes went wide as his hand was pulled up in the air where a rift opened, and his hand was pulled in. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wu Lim City stood a sky-piercing mountain surrounded by hundreds of smaller mountains. Hidden within a mystifying fog, a paradise exists filled with the cries of beasts, enchanting fragrance of spirit herbs, and dense clouds of spirit chi. On the smaller mountains, one could see thousands of disciples moving about. Some were training on the fields, some selling precious materials, pills, and weapons in the market, and some silently cultivating in their pavilions. This place was the biggest sect in the Great Zhou Empire, having millions of disciples, and an area bigger than that of any country in the empire, even the grand capital being 10 times smaller than it. It was also one of the only few sects in the Great Zhou Empire that had Tao-treading realm elders cultivating within, and was also rumored to have an immortal ascension stage ancestor living in seclusion. On the tallest peak of the sect stood an elegant palace decorated with auspicious statues, gilded gates, and beautiful ponds filled with charming carps dancing within them. This was the grand palace of the sect, where the sect patriarch and the top elders lived and pondered upon the matters of the sect. Within an enormous hall sat a middle-aged man clad in a white Taoist robe. His long hair was held up with a silver pin, beard well-groomed and straight. The man had a calm demeanor, yet his eyes held an imposing presence. Within his left hand he held a jade seal, while in his right he held a scroll. This man was engrossed in reading when the doors of the hall opened, and a black-robed elder walked in. The black-robed elder was old, having long white hair and a similarly long white beard, yet not a single wrinkle present on his face. The sleeves of his black robe had gold etchings denoting his rank of a head elder. The elder walked towards the sect patriarch, who was reading a scroll, and waited for 15 minutes until the patriarch finished reading it. Once the patriarch finished reading the scroll, he held up the jade seal and waves of intense spirit chi erupted from it. Then the patriarch pressed the jade seal upon the scroll, whereupon the waves stopped, and on the scroll was left with a golden seal mark made of pure condensed chi. The sect patriarch rolled the scroll and placed it on a table beside him, where 6 more scrolls lied. Looking towards the black-robed elder, he asked, "What did you have to report, Elder Han? Something important, I presume. Otherwise you would have just sent the regular report with a disciple instead of coming in person." The black-robed elder named Han with a slight smile on his face replied, "The patriarch is as perceptive as always. Indeed, I do have something to report, which I believe you may find intriguing. The common reports are within the scroll, while I wanted to tell you about 2 matters. The first being the crown prince breaking through to the core condensation realm at the age of 20 years old, becoming the youngest person to break through to the core condensation realm in all the countries of the Great Zhou Empire, of course, not counting the core disciples of the top 3 sects. In celebration of this, the emperor is organizing a grand festival and has sent invitations to all the noble families and the top sects of the empire. With an unimpressed look, the patriarch spoke. That is indeed a cause for celebration for the emperor, especially after the first prince gave up his claim to the title of the crown prince all those years ago, letting the second prince become the crown prince instead. Now that the second prince has achieved this, his position as the crown prince is more secure. I wonder what price the empress paid to let her son reach the core condensation realm this fast." Elder Han gazed at the middle-aged patriarch, thinking to himself, it's been over 30 years since he became the sect patriarch, and yet he still has his youthful inquisitiveness left. It was a right decision the previous sect patriarch made in choosing him over the other candidates. Then spoke. The disciples from the Shadow Pavilion reported that the empress had some dealings with the Rainbow Pill sect, the exact nature of which is unknown. If you would like, I could ask the Shadow Pavilion disciples to investigate more into it. Also, there's going to be a tournament held during the festival for the youths to demonstrate their skills. The sect patriarch, now looking slightly interested, said, "Yes, ask the Shadow Pavilion to investigate more into it. Also, choose some suitable disciples and send an elder as the representative of our sect to take part in the festival as well as the tournament." Taking a momentary pause, the patriarch continued, "And the second matter, what about it?" Now Elder Han had a serious look in his eyes, and with a stern face replied, "The star-catching peak detected spatial disturbances coming from the empire." Having a calm look, the patriarch replied, "That is indeed uncommon, but I don't understand how it's a cause for concern. Meteors fall every year randomly all over the empire. Even when the star-catching formation is active, it can't attract all of them with the formation." Elder Han answered, "It would not matter if it was just a meteor, but we do not know what or who this was. It caused a spatial disturbance, but it never even touched the world boundary, just passing through it as if it did not even exist. We also could not detect where it fell." The sect patriarch now had a shocked look in his eyes, as he knew what it meant if the world boundary was never breached, yet there were still spatial disturbances detected. It would be fine if it was just a precious material or perhaps even a treasure, but if it was a person, then the situation would become 100 times more complex. Elder Han, you know what this could mean, right? If it does turn out to be as serious as we're thinking, we will have to inform the other sects and the emperor. Things have only become calm in recent years. We do not want the unrest this could bring, or we would have to cancel a lot of our long-term plans. The patriarch spoke. The black-robed elder heard him with an understanding look and then continued, "That would be true. Let's hope it does not come to that. In the meantime, I'll ask some elders from the star-catching peak to personally investigate the spatial disturbance, as we still do not know where it fell to." Just as Elder Han spoke this, he felt the communication jade hanging on his waist buzz. Holding it in his hand, he listened to the message and then spoke to the patriarch. The disciples at the star-catching peak just detected another spatial disturbance. It was much fainter than previously, and we don't know if it was caused by the same thing as before, but we now know that it came from the northern lands. After listening to what Elder Han had to say, the sect patriarch pondered for a minute before answering. Send an elder and some disciples to the northern lands to investigate the disturbance. Also send a report about this to the external elders, located in all the regions, and ask them to keep an eye out for such a disturbance in their designated areas, in case the spatial disturbance in the northern lands was an isolated incident, and the actual anomaly that caused it is located somewhere else. Cupping his hands, Elder Han replied, "As you command, Patriarch." Should I also issue a common mission to all the disciples of the sect to inform us about any spatial disturbance or anomaly they hear about or observe? Yes, do that too. We may find information about it from some mundane or obscure lead that a disciple may find while they are out of the sect. Still cupping his hands, Elder Han continued, maybe we should also inform our allied sects to keep an ear out for any rumors they may hear. Now with a tired look, the sect patriarch said, no, don't inform them just yet. Not at least until we have some more substantial information about it. We must not muddy the waters when there is nothing to gain from it. Elder Han nodded and turned around to leave when the patriarch spoke once more with a gloomy tone, just in case. Tell all the disciples that are going for investigation to leave a wisp of their chi in the Hall of Souls, and issue all the disciples with 2 distress talismans, one a common distress talisman, while the other the sect alerting talisman. If it comes to it, at least we will know what kind of situation we are up against. Elder Han had an understanding look in his eyes, knowing that if a situation as bad as they thought occurs, these measures may be the only way of knowing it, as it could be likely that the disciples and the elders may never return. As you wish, Patriarch. It will be done as you said. Elder Han strode out of the hall towards the mission's pavilion to select which disciples to send for investigations, and also inform the star-catching peak on how to proceed. As the doors of the great hall closed, the sect patriarch placed his hand upon his chin and closed his eyes to think of all possibilities that he could, for he knew that even the smallest of events could bring about a great change. Change could harm his sect, which he wished to avoid, so could keep his promise to the previous patriarch when he was appointed. Lin Mu's hand was pulled into the rift. He felt as if it was dipped in water, yet it did not feel right. It was neither cold nor warm, leaving him unable to tell what kind of substance it was. He moved his hand around, trying to pull it back out, but it felt like it was stuck. Lin Mu could move it around inside the rift with no restrictions, but could not pull it backwards. His mind was going crazy at not understanding the situation he was in. Never having seen or heard about such a thing, he thought his hand may become stuck there permanently if he did not pull it out quickly. He tried shouting for help, but was very far from the town and there were no people nearby. He could only hope that a hunter passes nearby and hears his cries. How do I pull my hand out? I can't just keep it like this, and it doesn't look like anyone will come help me anytime soon. I'm much too far from the town and hunters don't come to this section of the outskirts to hunt either, since there aren't any beasts worth their time here. I'll just have to keep trying. Lin Mu was unaware that if any other cultivator saw his condition, they would be even more shocked than him. The spatial rift that was swallowing his hand could have barely even been opened by a Dao Shell Realm cultivator with the help of a spirit treasure and all their strength. Yet here he was not even a cultivator, and had barely just reached the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. Neither did he know that tens of thousands of kilometers away from where he was, in the Sky Precept sect, the star-catching peak's disciples were in an uproar trying to find the location of the spatial disturbance they were detecting, since it had already been 10 minutes after they detected it, and it had not disappeared yet. Lin Mu kept on moving around his hand in the rift, struggling to pull it out, when he felt his fingers touch something, being the first time he felt something solid in the rift. He tried to touch the object again, but could not find it. It had now been 15 minutes since his hand had been stuck inside the spatial rift, and now he could see that the rift was getting narrower as if it was closing. Getting even more worried, he thought if he did not pull his hand out now it may be severed. Frantically struggling, Lin Mu did all he could to try to save his hand when he felt his hand touch something once again. This time he gripped the object firmly. As he held the object in his hand, he felt the hold of the spatial rift on his hand getting loose. Taking the initiative, he pulled violently one last time with all the strength of his body, and finally his hand was pulled out. Looking at his hand, Lin Mu ensured that it was fine and not harmed at all. Scrunching his eyebrows, he looked at the source of his current trouble, the spatial rift, and found it to be closing. The black tear in the spatial fabric slowly mended itself and closed, leaving no trace that it ever existed. Sighing with relief, Lin Mu slumped down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest, for this 15-minute-long struggle had thoroughly tired him out. Standing up after 10 minutes, Lin Mu dragged himself back to the hunting shack to eat and then sleep. The sun had already started to set, and it would not be long until it would be dark. Reaching the shack, Lin Mu picked up the pot that was cooking the apples and started to eat, gulping down every last morsel in the pot. He lied down on the bench thinking about all the things he had experienced today. The day had been full of ups and downs. First, he found himself in a black space where an ethereal altar existed, then received the calming Heart Sutra, which allowed him to break through to the fourth stage of the body tempering stage. He became excited over the prospect of him becoming a cultivator and fulfilling his dreams, when he suddenly found his hand dragging him away and then being swallowed by a spatial rift. He then felt the terror of his hand getting stuck inside the rift and the potential of it getting severed until he felt an object inside it, up until he could finally pull his hand out. Speaking about the object, he did not find it in his hand when he pulled it out. It had somehow disappeared with him, not understanding where it went. Pushing the thoughts to the back of his mind, he decided to sleep and deal with everything tomorrow. Sky Precept's sect star-catching peak. The disciples were working tirelessly to find the location of the spatial disturbance. Even after 15 minutes, they were not able to narrow down to an approximate location. There were 25 disciples sitting at their respective positions on the formation array, controlling it to trace the spatial disturbance, all with sweat on their foreheads after trying their hardest, especially after Elderhan personally asked them to do their best in finding the location. That too at the behest of the sect patriarch himself. All of the disciples were the cream of the crop in the sect, having been chosen for their position after rigorous tests. A gray-robed disciple sat at the helm of the array. He had a crest sewed on the left side of his chest, showing a mountain with a flat disk above it and a meteor striking it. This was the crest of the star-catching peak. Every disciple had it sewed on their robes, with the head disciple having it in silver thread, while all other disciples had it in black thread. Suddenly, the formation array started to dim down, prompting all the disciples sitting on the array to put all their chi into the formation to make it last just a few minutes longer. Alas, it completely vanished and the spatial fluctuations disappeared. The head disciple took a lengthy sigh, looking at all the disciples who were now tired and drained of their chi. A junior disciple stood up from the array and walked toward the head disciple, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Senior Li Jing, we were unable to find even an approximate location of the spatial disturbance. Please punish us for this failure." The head disciple, having a look of disappointment, let out a sigh again and said, "You all are not at fault here. This was a very difficult task. Whatever the anomaly was, it could evade the world border. It's already a miracle we were even able to keep the formation active for 15 minutes. I'll report everything to Elder Han myself. I'm sure he'll understand our circumstances." The other disciples also stood up and cupped their hands in gratitude to the head disciple Li Jing. Li Jing pulled out his communication jade and contacted Elder Han about their failure in determining the location of the spatial disturbance, and also informed him of the approximate area in which the disturbance may have originated. At this time, Elder Han was in the mission pavilion, talking to the pavilion elder in charge about issuing the new mission to the disciples, and also to select suitable disciples who would be going to investigate the spatial anomaly. Elder Han felt the communication jade hanging on his waist buzz again. He held it and listened to the report from the star-catching peak's head disciple Li Jing and his apology for not being able to find the exact location. Honestly, he was surprised they could even keep the formation active for as long as 15 minutes and still be able to detect the fluctuations. Although all the disciples of the star-catching peak were at core condensation, with the head disciple being at the peak of core condensation realm, controlling the star-catching peak formation array for so long would have completely drained all the disciples of Qi. He told Li Jing not to worry about any punishment and told him that they did well. Even though the approximate area they narrowed down was still 3/4 the size of the northern lands, it would still reduce the time required to investigate the anomaly. Neither Elder Han nor the star-catching peak disciples knew that the formation stayed active for over 15 minutes, not because of the disciples' effort, but because the spatial rift that tore open lasted for that long. Otherwise, they may have found nothing at all. Lin Mu, completely oblivious to the machinations happening tens of thousands of kilometers away from him at the top-tier sect of the Great Zhou Empire, was currently deep in sleep. As Lin Mu slipped into deep sleep, he once again found himself in a familiar dark space. "Why am I here again?" Lin Mu looked around, but all he could see was darkness. He could not see his arms or legs either. This differed from when he went to the other dark place where the altar existed. At least there he could see his body, and even the sky had silver and gray streaks of light moving around, but here nothing existed, only emptiness. "Looks like I'll just have to wait till I wake up, same as yesterday." Lin Mu decided to just sit down and wait. While sitting, he felt the ground. It was a plain, flat surface, possessing no bumps or grooves. Having no idea whether minutes went by or hours, Lin Mu eventually woke up. Somehow feeling well rested, he stretched and heard a grumble coming from his stomach. Knowing it must have been quite late in the morning, he stood up. Walking out of the shack, he looked up at the sun glaring at the top of his head. He had indeed been late waking up since it was already noon. Deciding to check on the snare traps he set yesterday, he walked towards the forest. Following the same animal trails as before, he found his traps. Out of the 6 that he set, 2 were never triggered, 3 were broken probably by a bigger beast, and the last one was the only one which was successful. Lin Mew found a black-horned rabbit hanging upside down from the snare. Pulling on the snare, he found the rabbit to be still alive and moving. With familiarity, he twisted the black-horned rabbit's neck, careful not to cut himself on the horn, and ended its life. Before going back to the hunting shack, he reset the snares so that he could catch some more beasts till evening if he's lucky. Now that I have caught a black-horned rabbit, how am I going to skin it? I don't have a knife or blade with me. I'll need to figure something out quickly, or the meat will spoil fast if I don't drain the blood. While walking back to the hunting shack, he picked up a fallen branch and broke it from one end so that there was a sharp edge left. Deciding to drain the blood near the stream and also pick up some apples, he instead changed directions and walked towards the stream. Reaching the stream, he knelt down at the edge of the water and used the sharp edge of the broken branch to stab the neck of the now dead black-horned rabbit, letting the blood drain in the water, careful not to stain the fur with blood. After no more blood came out from the neck of the rabbit, he pushed his fingers inside the hole and used both his hands to pull it apart. Slowly applying force, he ripped away the pelt, turning it inside out in the process. In the end, he was left with a full pelt, leaving behind some fur on the rabbit's head and the bloodied, but hairless body. Washing the pelt in the water, he left it aside to dry out while he gutted and cleaned the insides of the rabbit. Lin Mew walked to the apple tree and plucked some more apples, then picked up the skinned rabbit and its pelt and walked back to the hunting shack. He hung the pelt outside the shack from a nail and walked inside. Feeling a pang of his growing hunger, he lit the stove and skewered the raw rabbit over it with the same sharp branch he used before to roast it, then sat down to wait for it to cook. He looked at the ring on his right hand and thought about all the events that happened yesterday and wondered whether they occurred because of the ring. Seems like the idiom, misfortune accompanies fortune, is indeed true. I was able to break through, but I also experienced the scary rift and almost got my hand severed. Probably. Then he thought about the object he caught in his hand while it was in the rift and how it disappeared when he pulled it out. As soon as he thought about that object, suddenly, a wooden slip appeared in his hand. Surprised about where the wooden slip came from, he got a similar texture feeling to that of the object in the rift and determined that it was most likely the same. Is this the object I felt in the rift? How did it suddenly appear in my hand? The only way it would be possible is if this ring is a spatial storage ring. Lin Mew tried to understand how the ring worked. He thought of putting the wooden slip inside the ring and it once again disappeared. Now wanting to bring it back to his hand, he thought of it appearing in his hand and it did. Yes, it's indeed a spatial storage ring. Can I store other things in it? I should try. Lin Mew tried storing various objects and then withdrawing them and found that he could do it effortlessly. Experimenting with the ring as if he had found a new toy, time passed quickly until the rabbit was finally cooked. Putting a stop to playing with the ring, he started to eat the rabbit, feeling a much greater appetite than ever before. He finished the whole rabbit, only leaving behind bones. With his hunger sated, he withdrew the wooden slip from before and opened it to take a look. But when he opened it, he found it to be blank with nothing written on it. Confused with this discovery, he flipped around the wooden slip but found nothing there either. Feeling the texture of the wooden slip, he found it to be of an exquisite quality, like the ones used by high officials and imperial scholars. Having satisfied most of his curiosity about the wooden slip, he stored it back in the ring. Now that there were only bones left of the rabbit, Lin Mew was able to easily break off the black horn from the skull of the rabbit. He stored it in the ring, intending to sell it in the town along with the pelt. He would not get much for it, probably 40 or 50 copper coins, but he would be able to save up enough to buy a small knife or dagger so that he can hunt bigger beasts. It had been about 4 hours since he set up the snare traps. It would take him an hour to walk there and another to come back, but it should still leave him enough time to come back before becoming completely dark. Walking out of the shack, he stored the black-horned rabbit's pelt in the ring and made his way towards the traps. Halfway to the traps, he felt a buzzing coming from the ring and had a grim feeling of what was about to come. Cursing his luck that he was right, he felt his hand being dragged. Not again. Nuo. This time he was not dragged far, only a couple of feet before the fabric of space tore and a pitch-dark rift appeared. As his hand was sucked inside, he braced his legs ready for whatever was to come. This time he got a significantly different feeling than before. Where before it felt like his hand entered still water, this time it felt like he had dipped it in a fast-flowing river. His hand felt the strong force, yet it stayed steady and did not move. I don't know how long I'll have to struggle before I will be able to pull my hand out. Heck, I don't even know if I'll be able to pull it out in the first place. But before Lin Mew could start pulling his hand, he felt a rectangular object slam into it. As soon as he felt the object, it got loose and he was able to easily pull it out. It had not even been a minute, and he could pull his hand so quick out this time. Thinking of the object that slammed his hand, a rectangular box, slightly larger than the size of his palm, appeared in his hand. As I thought, whenever I touch or hold something in the rift, it is stored in the ring. But it wasn't exactly the same with the wooden slip. I wonder why. I guess I'll figure it out eventually. Still, my understanding of the ring is better than before. Lin Mu looked at the closing rift and decided to test something. He picked a stone and a stick off the ground. He threw the stone inside the rift with the finesse of a toddler and held half of the stick inside the rift and half outside. After a few seconds, the rift closed, but right before it completely closed, the stick that he was holding was pushed out. So if I'm holding something, it would not be harmed. I guess that solves one of my fears. At least I won't have my hand severed if it's pulled into another rift. He looked around to see if the stone was anywhere, but could not find it, convincing Lin Mu that it was lost in the rift. Now finally done with all that, he put his attention on the rectangular box he pulled out. It was made of brown wood and had a faint fragrance. There were 3 cauldrons and a peony carved on the lid of the box. He didn't know what kind of wood it was, but any fragrant wood was usually expensive. He thought he had seen the symbol of cauldrons and a peony before, but could not remember where. I can sell this box during next week's market when the traders come. It should sell for a good amount. If I'm lucky, I may even be able to buy a sword or axe with the coins I get. Content with his thoughts, Lin Mu opened the lid of the box and found a small glass bottle placed in the box. He opened the glass bottle and smelled a powerful aroma of herbs wafting out of it. Tilting the bottle on his palm, 3 yellow pills fell out. The pills had swirls of different shades of yellow on its surface. Lin Mu's pupils went wide, for he knew what he held in his hand. These are alchemical pills. Aren't these used by chi cultivators? How did they end up in that rift? A new question popped in Lin Mu's mind. How did these things end up in the spatial rift, and how was the mysterious ring able to open them? Putting the pills back in the bottle, he stored it in the ring along with the wooden box. I don't know what these pills do. If I can find out, I'll be able to use them for my own cultivation. I absolutely cannot reveal these to people. There will always be people who will be greedy and will want to snatch them from me. I must find out what these pills do without alerting others or exposing them. Feeling both excited and slightly worried about his prospects now, Lin Mu walked towards the traps to check for any prey that may have been caught. Lin Mu reached the trail where he had set up the traps. He checked the first 3 traps, which were not triggered, then moved ahead to check the other traps when he heard the sound of leaves rustling, and then a loud screech echoed. Lin Mu rushed to check and found it to be his trap, which was triggered. The snare trap had caught a thorn-tailed rat. Thorn-tailed rats were the size of a person's arm, gray or black in color, and had a characteristic ash-colored tail with short thorns made up of hardened skin on it. They were a common beast found nearly everywhere in the forest and made up the lower part of the food chain. Though they were low-tiered beasts, the sharp thorns on their tails could give nasty cuts to anyone who was careless in handling them. Lin Mu picked up a large rock and slowly lowered the snare from which the squirming thorn-tailed rat was hanging. Careful not to get hurt from the whipping tail of the rat, Lin Mu put his foot down on the tail and used the rock to crush the rat's skull. Picking up the carcass, Lin Mu went on to check the remaining traps. He found another trap which was not triggered, but the last trap was a surprise to Lin Mu. The trap and its surrounding area was utterly destroyed. Looking around, Lin Mu found the larger trees to have claw marks on them, while the smaller and thinner trees were directly snapped at the base. There were paw prints which were much larger than an adult male's hands everywhere. Darting his eyes around, Lin Mu searched for any beast that could be lurking, waiting to pounce on him. Not finding any signs of a beast, Lin Mu backed away and ran back to his shack. That was terrifying. Those paw prints were definitely from a middle-tiered beast at least. What is a beast of that level doing here in the outskirts of the forest? They rarely wander this far out. Lin Mu thanked his stars, feeling lucky that he did not encounter a mid-tiered beast, as that would most likely end in his demise. Lin Mu then headed back to the stream to skin the thorn-tailed rat. He used his previous method of poking a hole with a sharp stick to drain the blood, and then ripped the skin from its carcass. The flesh of the thorn-tailed rat was tough and had an unpleasant taste, so Lin Mu discarded it and only took the pelt. The pelt would not sell for much, at least not as much as the black-horned rabbit's. It could only be used to make some hard leather, unlike the black-horned rabbit's pelt, which could be used to make pouches or soft gloves. Lin Mu stored the pelt in the ring and walked back to the hunting shack to rest and eat his supper. He cooked the apples and ate them while planning for the next day. Lin Mu decided that he would go to the town to sell the pelts and buy some rice, as he did not want to eat the sour apples for his every meal. He would also inquire when exactly the merchants would be coming next week, so that he could sell the fragrant wooden box. There was still the question of how he would find out more about the alchemical pills he found in the spatial rift. He could not exactly just show the pill to people, nor would describing the appearance of the pill to people work, unless they themselves were cultivators or were of a prominent position. From what he knew, there were only a handful of chief cultivators in the northern town, namely the town head, the captain, the two vice-captains of the town's guard, and also the two top hunters of northern town, all of whom he could not come in contact with. The only other way he could think of was to try his luck in Wulim City and find an itinerant cultivator who would be willing to trade for information, but even that would be expensive, not to mention the tax he would have to pay upon entering Wulim City. Thinking about all the expenses he would have to incur made him sigh with helplessness. Selling the fragrant wood box is the only way of getting a significant amount of money for now. I hope I get a good enough price. Till then, I can only slowly accumulate money by selling the pelts I get from trapping some small, low-tier beasts. Having sorted his plans for tomorrow, Lin Mu decided to practice chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. As he chanted the sutra, a calming feeling washed over his body and mind, making him able to sense the flow of blood in his veins and the faint waves of energy in his muscles. Focusing his mind on the waves of energy, he could feel them slowly increase and then decrease, softly pulsating back and forth. Eventually, Lin Mu fell asleep and found himself back in the familiar dark place. Am I going to come to this place every time I sleep now? What exactly is this place? I may as well just explore and see if this place has an end. Lin Mu started walking straight in a random direction, while counting so he could get an idea of how much time he spends in this place. He walked for a count of 15,000 before he got bored from it. Everywhere he looked was the same dark. At one point he thought whether he was even moving or just walking in the same place. The only other thing he noticed was that his thoughts were more clear than normal. He felt his mind being less cluttered than normal, his thoughts much faster than usual, and he did not know why. As he kept on walking, he felt his consciousness fade for a moment, and when it came back, he found himself awake. I guess I should get ready to go to the town since it will take me an hour. I don't feel as hungry, so I'll just eat something in the town after I get some money. It would be good to eat something different from sour apples, even though I had the rabbit, but it did not have any spices on it, so it tasted a little bland. I definitely need to buy some spices as well while I'm there. Lin Mu walked towards the stream to wash up and then continued on towards the town. On the way, he saw some carriages on which armed men were sitting and a few which were walking along guarding it. Getting closer to the carriages, Lin Mu could see what was inside one of the carriages, but not the rest as they were covered. Beast corpses. Wait, those are steelback wolves. But they're mid-tiered beasts. Average hunters would not be able to hunt those easily even if they're in a group, since steelback wolves hunt in packs of 20 or more. That means they have a cultivator in their group. Lin Mu looked at all the hunters, but could not spot any particular person who looked like a chi cultivator. Even the hunters themselves were unfamiliar to him. If they were from the northern town, he would be able to identify at least one person amongst them, as most hunters were well known. That could only mean that they were from another town or were from a completely different county. Looking at their weapons and armor, he leaned towards the latter. Lin Mu decided to talk to one of the hunters. He had walked just a little closer when one of the hunters shouted at him, "Don't come closer, kid, you've no business here." Lin Mu abruptly halted in place and replied, "I just wanted to ask, what hunter group are you all from? I don't think I've seen your group hunting in these parts." The hunter, with a hint of annoyance, answered, "Does it look like we're hunters to you, kid? We are the Crimson Fang mercenaries. Now move along before I make you." Walking away from mercenaries, Lin Mu furrowed his brows and wondered who would be able to employ a mercenary group to come to northern town and hunt steelback wolves. It would be much cheaper to employ a local group of hunters, even though multiple groups of them would be required to hunt the wolves. It would still be cheaper than employing a whole mercenary company. Unless it was something other than the steelback wolves, they were hunting something much stronger. As Lin Mu could not see into the other carriages, he could not verify his claim. However, looking at the mercenaries which were guarding the covered carriages, who looked much stronger and had better weapons and armor than the mercenaries from the last carriage, he figured they were transporting something much more valuable than the steelback wolves' carcasses. Continuing on to his journey 20 minutes later, he spotted the spirit apple orchards, and along with it the hundreds of peasants that were harvesting the spirit apples. As he got closer, he spotted a familiar face looking at him. Looking at the person, Lin Mu's face became pale. Yuan too had been in pain for 3 days now, ever since he got flogged because of the spirit apples that were damaged by Lin Mu. Not only did he get physical punishment, but all the wages of the peasants for this month were cut to compensate for the damages. He had been watched with eyes of dislike by a lot of the peasants because of that. At least I did not have to pay it from my own savings, or worse, having to use my property to compensate for it. It was a saving grace that only Lin Mu had his property seized, though now each and every peasant hates Lin Mu. The key harvest period for spirit apples was a major part of the peasants' earnings for the year. During this period, most of the peasants, and even their children, would help out to earn more for their families. The mayor allowed any willing person to be employed for the harvest, and at least one person from each family worked in the orchards during this period. Even though spirit apples grew all throughout the year, they were most abundant a few months before winter and usually started at the end of summer. It was one of the chief exports of Wu Lim City and brought a large revenue for the city mayor each year. But at present there were fewer people because of the plague that spread last year, delaying the process. The supervisor was under pressure from the city mayor to speed up the harvest and complete it before winter comes, so that the spirit apples could be exported to other cities in the south. The supervisor, Li Peng, in turn put pressure on the peasants to hasten the speed of harvest, especially since from the incident 3 days ago, he wanted no more accidents. Yuan too was working in the orchards, along with his group, in the morning. They were assigned the area at the very end of the orchard along the transport road. He was working when he saw carriages, and a lot of armed men coming from the forest, not recognizing either carriages nor the men having gone into the forest. The only other way for them to come to this part of the forest would be to go through the other route, which passes from inside the western part of the forest. The route from the western forest was dangerous, and the area was populated with mid-tier beasts. Even hunters would not take the risk if they could just use the safe route from northern town. Yuan too looked at the men, trying to find anyone familiar when he spotted a boy walking behind the carriages. As soon as he saw him clearly, his eyes filled with hatred as it was the same boy who was the reason for his punishment and suffering. Lin Mu had come close to the orchards when he heard the man who was glaring at him shout, "How dare you show your face here, Lin Mu, after all that you've done?" Before Lin Mu could reply, the man spoke again. "After the supervisor confiscated your property, why would you come here? You're not welcome to stay here anymore." By this time, the other nearby peasants had heard Yuan Tu's shouting, and some had come to check what was happening. Lin Mu was getting nervous as more and more people gathered. He looked at their faces, and every person was looking at him with a repulsive look. Lin Mu gathered his courage to reply, "Uncle Yuan Tu, I'm not here to stay. I'm just visiting the town to sell and buy some things." Yuan Tu answered disparagingly, "What would you even sell after all your property was confiscated? And if you still have money, you should compensate us instead." The other peasants all agreed in an irritated melody, "Yeah, if you have anything to sell, you better compensate us first." Lin Mu did not even know what to reply, as he had no way to compensate them anyway. Looking at the silent Lin Mu, the peasants kept on rambling, knowing there was no practical chance that Lin Mu could compensate them. They were simply venting their anger. Lin Mu decided to just walk away as he could not listen to the peasants anymore and wanted to do nothing with them. Lin Mu took a step back and turned around when someone grabbed his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going? Today we will settle our debts." Yuan too was gripping his shoulder hard. If Lin Mu had not broken through to the 4th stage of body tempering, his shoulder bones would be broken. Yuan Tu, who himself was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm, was a little surprised seeing that Lin Mu was not hurt at all. Lin Mu squirmed and pushed away Yuan Tu's hand. "Let go of me, Yuan Tu. I've already paid by getting my property seized. You've no right to stop me." Yuan Tu, now furious, rushed to hold him once again while shouting, "Grab this kid. He'll compensate us with his bones and blood." The other peasants who were standing there also attempted to catch Lin Mu. He had been surrounded at this point on 3 sides by the indignant peasants. Lin Mu started running around, while all the peasants chased him. By this time, the town's guards had noticed the commotion and informed the supervisor, Li Peng. Hearing that the peasants were creating a commotion and had stopped working even when they were already behind in terms of completing the harvest, Li Peng's face turned red with anger, and he ran towards the location the guards had mentioned. The guards were following behind Li Peng, unable to keep up with his speed. Li Peng was in the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. If he could learn a qi cultivation technique, Li Peng would have already become a qi cultivator, since the minimum level at which one could become one was the 8th stage of body tempering. Only at the 8th stage was the body strong and durable enough to handle spirit qi. If anyone attempted to use a qi cultivation technique before the 8th stage, they would, in the best case, cripple themselves or possibly end up dying. Lin Mu and the peasants who were chasing him heard a thundering voice coming from behind them. "Stop right this second. What is this stupidity? Why have you imbeciles all stopped working?" The thundering shout startled Lin Mu and the peasants, stopping them dead in their tracks. Turning around, they saw the supervisor sprinting towards them with the guards in tow. In a few seconds, Li Peng was right in front of them. "Explain to me right this instant why you are all not working before I sentence everyone to be flogged." The peasants were frozen with fear and could not speak. Yuan Tu was gritting his teeth as he was the one who wanted to take revenge on Lin Mu the most, but now that the supervisor had shown up, he did not know what would happen. The supervisor looked at the silent peasants with a grim look and said, "What are you waiting for, omens? Speak." Before any peasant could utter a word, Lin Mu cried, "The peasants attacked me when I was passing by the orchard. I did nothing to provoke them." Looking at the boy, Li Peng found him to be familiar and then remembered him to be the same boy who caused the loss 3 days ago. Knowing that he could not let Lin Mu talk anymore, Yuan Tu spoke up. "He's lying, Sir Supervisor. He has come here with ill intentions. He has no reason to be here, yet here he is." With slight panic in his voice, Lin Mu shouted, "That's completely false, sir. I was just visiting the town to sell and buy some things. I had no intention to interact with these people. Yuan Tu was the first one to shout and attack me." "Lies," Yuan Tu yelled. "Silence," the supervisor shouted, looking at them with an irritated face. Li Peng felt something wrong with their statements. Someone was definitely lying. Thinking about the boy's situation, he did not think the boy would be courageous enough to attempt something like provoking these peasants. He switched his gaze over to Yuan Tu's eyes and found him staring at Lin Mu with eyes filled with animosity. Yuan Tu sensed the supervisor looking at him, thus averted his gaze from Lin Mu and said, "The boy is clearly lying, sir. He says he is going to sell and buy things from the town, yet I don't see him carrying anything to sell, and I don't think he has any money left after the punishment." With a sinister look in his eyes, Yuan Tu continued, "Sir Supervisor, I suspect he is here to take revenge by stealing the spirit apples from the orchard. I was just trying to stop him from attempting anything." At this point, Yuan Tu was just saying whatever that could get Lin Mu incriminated. Li Peng scanned the boy from top to bottom, and indeed found him to be carrying nothing that could be sold. The dread within Lin Mu was increasing second by second, thus he did the only thing he could think of. He started to chant the calming Heart Sutra in a silent voice. The fear and dread within Lin Mu was washed away by the calming waves, and his mind stilled, no stray thought arising. In Lin Mu's mind, minutes may have passed, yet for others it had been just a few seconds. With his mind free from fear, Lin Mu thought about how to find a solution to his current predicament. With lightning-quick thoughts, he found a solution that may work if he played his cards right. Lin Mu put his hand inside the empty, small money pouch that was tied to his waist and withdrew the black horned rabbit's horn from the ring. Pulling his hand out from the pouch, Lin Mu showed the small horn in his hand to the supervisor and spoke, "Sir, I wanted to sell this horn in the town so that I could buy some grain or rice to eat." Looking at the small black horn Lin Mu was holding, Yuan Tu was stumped, as he was sure that the boy was not carrying anything in the pouch. During the chase, his hand had also grazed the money pouch tied to his waist, and he definitely felt nothing in it. The reason Yuan Tu was sure that he could incriminate Lin Mu was that he had felt like he had verified the boy had nothing to sell. This had put Yuan Tu in a quandary. Li Peng stayed silent while looking at the horn in Lin Mu's hand, then spoke. Li Peng had pondered over the matter, yet could not determine which party was speaking the truth. The small horn in the boy's hand meant that he was not lying and was intending to sell it, but the horn would not have enough value to be sold alone. In the matter of Yuan Tu, he had been wrong when he said the boy had nothing to sell. However, considering the value of the horn, he may have had ill intentions, as Yuan Tu was implying. The only other way he could determine the truth would be to have a witness verify their claims, but looking at the peasants, they all seemed like they would side with Yuan Tu. Li Peng had looked around, and the only other people that would have witnessed the incident would be the mercenaries. He knew they were mercenaries from Zhouhua City. The mayor had employed 3 mercenary companies last month for completing some secret tasks that he was not informed about. This was probably the first group coming back after completing their task. Snapping out of his thoughts, Li Peng spoke, "Guards, call the mercenaries over here. They will testify about who is telling the truth." Hearing the decision the supervisor made, Yuan Tu felt uneasy. If the mercenaries really witnessed everything and told the truth, I would be in much, much greater trouble. No, I cannot be punished. All us peasants know Li Peng is an impartial man, and if he found out that I deliberately accused Lin Mu of theft, the consequence would not be as simple as flogging. Even though the supervisor had confiscated Lin Mu's property and thrown him out of the town, Lin Mu was not legally exiled from the town. Rather, it was Li Peng's method of ensuring that the other peasants would vent their displeasure from losing all their wages onto Lin Mu. Li Peng had thought the boy would stay away from the town long enough for the peasants' anger to fade or move to Eastern Town. Eastern Town was 8 hours away from Northern Town if one walked there. The boy could have easily found work in its grain fields, since the peasants in Northern Town would most likely avoid him. Yet the boy had come back after 3 days and had even been noticed by the peasants. If the peasants had not seen him, it would be fine, but now he had this problem to solve, which was taking up the already limited harvest time they had left. Lin Mu was a little relieved that his method had worked, and the supervisor had not directly declared him guilty. He was still unsure whether the mercenaries would help him or not, though. Observing the mercenaries, one could tell they were unsociable kinds of people. He saw 3 mercenaries being brought over by the guards, one of them being the mercenary he had talked to before. The 3 mercenaries had a slight look of annoyance from being called over by the guards. They would have directly rejected them had it not been that they could not be rude, as they still had to pass the security checks in this town. Moreover, their employer was the very mayor of the city this town came under, and since it was a rather high-paying job, they would not like to lose it. The 3 mercenaries that were brought were all well armed, but the man standing at the front of the trio was equipped in better quality armor than the other 2, who was obviously the leader. The 3 mercenaries followed behind the guards and approached the supervisor Li Peng. All the peasants turned their sights at the mercenaries, along with Lin Mu. The lead mercenary glanced his eyes over all the people that were standing around, finally settling his eyes on the well-dressed middle-aged man. The mercenary who had talked with Lin Mu looked at him with a curious gaze. He had seen the whole incident, yet did not know what the boy had done that would invite the anger of all these peasants. From what he could see, the boy had barely spoken a sentence before the man standing opposite him started yelling and attacking him. Li Peng looked at the leading mercenary with a stern gaze before speaking. "You 3 mercenaries, tell us what happened here clearly between this boy and the peasants." "You all should have witnessed it," the lead mercenary then replied. "We are from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company. We only do the work we are paid to do and don't want to be involved in this matter." The lead mercenary clearly stated his stance. Mercenaries seldom involve themselves with matters between commoners and officials unless it directly involved them. Li Peng was unfazed by the mercenaries' response, fully knowing the workings of a mercenary company and their unwillingness in being involved in such matters. Knowing that he would not be able to convince them easily, Li Peng pulled out a small metal plate from his pocket and held it out for the trio of mercenaries to see. The leading mercenary was taken aback on seeing the metal plate in the supervisor's hand. The plate had the symbols of Wu Lim on it. This was the insignia of authority issued by the mayor of Wu Lim City to the officials. The presence of an official who bore the insignia meant that they could not reject them and now had to cooperate. Li Peng, looking a little satisfied upon seeing the mercenary's upset expression, and declared, "You should know what this insignia means. Now tell us what occurred here honestly." The mercenary leading the trio spoke first. "We saw the boy walking on the road towards the town when this man standing opposite him started yelling at him. The boy said something to the man before turning away when the man held his shoulder. The boy struggled and got free, but soon the other peasants gathered and started hurling abuses at him and then started chasing him around." Li Peng, still having a poker face, answered, "Is that so? Did anyone see what the boy was doing before this?" The mercenary who had spoken to Lin Mu before said, "The boy had approached our carriage before I stopped him. He asked us whether we were hunters, and I told him we were from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company. I told the boy to stay away as he had no business being near the carriage. This boy then walked behind us for about 20 minutes before we reached here, when the incident started." The supervisor nodded his head, thinking that his guess earlier may have been right. "So you mean to say this man attacked the boy unprovoked?" We could not clearly hear what he said, but it did look like the man attacked him unprovoked. Hearing the whole conversation, Yuan Tu's forehead was covered in a cold sweat from fear of what was about to come. Li Peng looked at Lin Mu for a moment before glaring at Yuan Tu with a hint of anger in his eyes before declaring. Yuan Tu had many thoughts about what would happen today, but being imprisoned was not one of them. Looking at the direction the day was heading, it seemed like that would become reality soon enough. Yuan Tu had been holding his breath in dread of the judgment that was about to come. Li Peng declared, "Yuan Tu, you have falsely accused Lin Mu of theft and have attacked him along with other peasants which were also incited by you. You have but one chance to speak in your defense." I'm innocent, Sir Supervisor. I was only trying to protect the mayor's property and not let the boy steal any spirit apples. I yelled at him because he came back to the town when you exiled him, sir, and attacked him so he would learn his lesson and not come back." Li Peng raised his eyebrows and stated, "I never said I exiled him, did I? I had him thrown out of the town, but he was not explicitly exiled. His punishment was for his property to be confiscated and be thrown out of the town by the guards, not exile. But Sir Supervisor, I thought you meant to exile the boy when you threw him out. I just assumed." With an amused tone, Li Peng spoke, "Oh, since when can mere peasants assume the judgments of officials? Have you lost sight of your standing?" Yuan Tu's back was covered in a cold sweat, once again, upon hearing the supervisor's words. Yuan Tu could not speak, feeling as if there was a lump stuck inside his throat. Looking at the frozen face of Yuan Tu, Li Peng continued, "Well then that settles it, now hear your crime." Yuan Tu was found to be guilty of falsely accusing Lin Mu of theft, inciting a crowd to attack Lin Mu, and delaying the process of harvest, which was of the utmost importance. I order Yuan Tu to receive 20 lashes and to be imprisoned for a month. Guards, take him away." Upon hearing the supervisor's orders, the guards promptly held Yuan Tu, who had a dumbstruck expression, and then pulled him away to receive his punishment. Lin Mu was a little surprised at hearing the supervisor's judgment. He had intended to only save himself from false accusations, but did not expect for Yuan Tu to be punished instead. He turned to the three mercenaries, not knowing why they would change their stance so fast on seeing the plate which Li Peng had shown them. Still, he was joyful that they had acted as the witnesses and told the truth. After declaring his judgment, Li Peng shifted his gaze towards the peasants that were standing around. Gathering strength in his voice, the supervisor shouted, "What are you all still doing standing around? Get back to work if you don't want to be punished as well." With frightful expressions, the peasants rushed back to their work, no longer having any intention of bullying Lin Mu. "Tell the village head to speed up the mercenaries' security checks and let them pass. They're disturbing the work here," Li Peng said to a guard, who then dashed in the direction of the town to let the village head know the supervisor's orders. Once everyone was gone, the supervisor looked at the boy who was dressed in brown hemp robes with patches all over showing the age of the garment. The boy had a skinny physique, seemingly because of a lack of proper nutrition, and his hair short and messy. "Go away now, your presence will only further disturb the peasants working here." The supervisor spoke with a hint of impatience in his voice. Hearing Li Peng's voice, Lin Mu, who was looking at the mercenaries, turned back and cupped his hands in salute. Bowing his head, Lin Mu spoke. Li Peng nodded his head in response and went back to his work, not wanting to linger here anymore. Seeing the supervisor walking away, Lin Mu thanked his stars for surviving this conflict. He took a moment to think before walking towards the trio of mercenaries. Seeing the boy approaching them, the mercenaries had puzzled expressions. Lin Mu faced the three mercenaries who were standing beside the carriage, which had the steel-back wolf carcasses in it. On hearing the boy's words, their puzzled expression resolved, and the mercenary who had talked to Lin Mu before spoke. "We only did what was asked of us by that official, no need to thank us." The mercenary waved his hand, intending for Lin Mu to leave. Understanding the gesture, Lin Mu nodded his head and walked away. He did not want to waste any more time before selling the pelts and horn, as well as searching for information about the alchemical pills. Li Peng had reached his office and was sitting on a wooden chair, reading a ledger that was placed upon the desk. A sigh escaped his lips as he closed the ledger. Reaching for the teapot that was kept on the side table, he poured himself a cup. He downed the tea in one go. Finding it to be cold, he realized it had been sitting there since before he went to solve the conflict in the orchards. He massaged his forehead with his hand, feeling tired from work as another sigh escaped his lips. Thinking about completing the harvest in time gave him a headache. "I wonder if I should have asked for people from other towns and villages to help out in harvesting. Even if we increase the work hours, we would be cutting it close to the deadline, and that's hoping that there is no other accident." Thinking about the accident caused by the boy named Lin Mu made him feel even more helpless. The loss had been more than he expected. Once he received the actual invoice for the loss of the spirit apples, he had almost lost his temper. He had wanted to find the peasants even more, but knew that he could not, as some peasants may not have enough money left to survive the winter. The town could not afford any more reduction in population. The plague last year had already hit them hard, making them lose around 20% of their entire population to it. If any more people died, the harvest next year would be even poorer than this year's, as there would not be enough people to harvest. Li Peng clapped his hands to call a servant. No sooner than a few seconds did the door open as a servant walked in and cupped his fist in greeting. "What do you need of this servant, Sir Supervisor? How is the harvest progressing?" "The peasants have been diligently working. The quota for today should be completed almost certainly and may even exceed it by a little." Li Peng hummed in response before speaking. "Tell the other servants to set up torches in the orchards. The working hours will be extended by 3 hours from today so as to speed up the harvest. It shall be done as you say. Anything else you require of this servant?" "What about the man Yuan too?" "I do not know, sir. I'll call the guards, they'll know better." "Yes, do that," Li Peng said while closing his eyes, intending to rest them for a bit. The servant walked out of the office and returned 10 minutes later with 2 guards who had taken Yuan Tu away. The 2 guards greeted Li Peng and waited for his orders. "Has Yuan Tu been punished yet?" "Yes, sir," chimed the guards in unison. Yuan Tu was given 20 lashes as Sir ordered and then put in the jail, located in the basement of the guard barracks. Tomorrow he'll be sent to the prison of Southern Town along with the other criminals to serve his sentence. That will be all. With his eyes still closed, Li Peng dismissed the guards. The 2 guards saluted the supervisor and then turned around to leave, but before they could step out the door, Li Peng opened his eyes and spoke once more. "That boy Lin Mu. What do you know about his strength?" The guards stopped in their tracks and turned back to reply upon hearing Li Peng's question. "When we seized the boy 3 days ago, he seemed to be in the 2nd stage of the body tempering realm, Sir Supervisor. And what of the man Yuan Tu? He should be in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm," the guards replied. Li Peng felt intrigued upon hearing this. A boy in the 2nd stage of the body tempering realm could resist the attack of a man in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. This was definitely uncommon, to say the least. Not to mention that he was able to run even when a whole mob of peasants was chasing him. If it was any other person of his level of training, they would have probably been crippled by the mob, if not killed. Observing the intrigue in the supervisor's eyes, one guard hesitantly asked, "Should we keep an eye on this boy called Lin Mu, sir?" "No, that would not be necessary." "All right, you're dismissed," said Li Peng upon hearing the guard's question. The door of the office closed as the guards and the servant went away, leaving behind Li Peng, who had one hand on his chin, while he tapped the desk with the finger of his other hand, immersed in his thoughts. Lin Mu had just entered the northern town, completely unaware of the events that had happened, and that he had unknowingly piqued the interest of the supervisor Li Peng. Northern Town was one of the 4 satellite towns of Wulim City. Each town was named according to the cardinal direction they were in, with respect to Wulim City. The different towns also had their different characteristics. The northern town had spirit apple orchards, which were the chief export of Wulim City and reaped large profits for the mayor each year. Eastern town had grain fields and was the major source of grain for the other 3 towns and Wulim City. Grains such as wheat, rice, and some millets were grown there. It also had the largest population of all the 4 towns, with most of its townsmen being farmers. The western town was originally a checkpoint for the raw materials brought by merchants and traders from the different counties, but later had become a complete trade center, with most of the townsmen catering to the needs of the merchants that came to do business. The first thing Lin Mu noticed upon entering the town was the unusually high amount of guards. Looking closer at the guards, one could see that they were not just from the town's guard, but also from the city guard. Why are there guards from Wulim City here? What could have made them come here? Lin Mu followed the road while checking out the various sights of the town. He was looking for a shop that would buy his pelts and the horn. He could not go to the shops he used to go before, as the shopkeepers would definitely decline buying them after the incident. He had to look for a shop he had not been to before. Thinking over it more, he instead decided to go to the tannery, and if they did not buy the pelts, then he would go search for other shops. Switching his path, he made his way to the tannery. The pungent smell of rotten flesh and carrion could be felt from far, and as one got closer, you could also smell the odor of various chemicals mixed with it. Lin Mu covered his mouth and nose with his hand to prevent the vile stench of the tannery from making him vomit. Eventually, he reached the entrance of the tannery, where hunters and trades could be seen standing. He saw a man writing down something in a register after talking to those hunters and traders. Lin Mu approached the clerk. "I would like to sell some pelts." The clerk, who was busy writing in the register, turned his eyes up and looked at Lin Mu, who had just spoken. "How many?" "2 pelts." The clerk raised his brows and questioned. "Just 2? What kind of pelts are you looking to sell?" "1 pelt of the black-horned rabbit and 1 of the thorn-tailed rat." The clerk's face had a look of annoyance after hearing what Lin Mu had come to sell. With an annoyed tone he spoke. "Make trouble somewhere else, boy. Do not bother me. What use are the pelts that you are selling? We only buy pelts from bigger beasts, not ones such as that you are trying to sell." Some of the hunters who had heard the conversation started laughing. "Ha ha ha, look what people are calling pelts these days. Those pelts are useless, boy. Come back when you have the pelt of a bigger beast." "Look at the boy, with how scrawny he is. I doubt he can even hunt a common deer, not to mention a beast." Hearing the mocking tones the hunters made, Lin Mu felt embarrassed. Not wanting to bother trying to sell the pelts here, he decided to try his luck someplace else. As the stench of the tannery faded, Lin Mu felt better as he breathed in the fresh air. He wondered which shop would buy his pelts if the people at tannery said they were useless. He walked through the streets looking at shops such as tailors, shoemakers, and blacksmiths. There were few blacksmiths in Northern Town, and the ones he'd been to before would not buy from him, so his choices were rather slim. He visited multiple shops, but all of them rejected him, not wanting to buy his pelts. All of them had the same response, that the pelts were not of much use and to look elsewhere. Eventually, it was afternoon, and Lin Mu heard his stomach rumble from hunger. He had expected that he would have sold the pelts before the afternoon and would be able to have a meal from the coins he would get, but luck was not in his favor today. Sweeping through the streets, he found an old sign hanging at the entrance of an alley that branched from the street. He went closer to check it out, but could not make out what was written on it. The sign was mottled and abused by the elements over the years it had hung there. The only thing barely visible on it was the pattern of an anvil. "I guess I can check out this place, not like I have many other options left anyway." Lin Mu entered the alley and looked around. Most of the shops were closed with their doors and windows barred, which undoubtedly had been for a long time judging from the conditions. He finally found the shop, which had the same sign as that was hung on the entrance of the alley. The name on the sign read, "Jing Wei's Emporium," and there were more patterns on the sign than just the anvil. There was a pattern of a dagger, a small flower, and a gauntlet along with the anvil. Lin Mu held the handle of the shop's door and pushed, but it did not budge. He put more force into it, and the door moved with a loud creak. One could see the dust floating in the air, which induced a sneeze as they walked through it. Lin Mu looked at the wide array of objects in the shop, some placed on the shelves, some hanging on the wall, and some just simply laying on the floor. There was dust on every object in the shop, thus Lin Mu thought about whether or not the shop even operated. There were so many different objects that Lin Mu wondered if this was simply a pawn shop. There were weapons like rusty old swords, spears, daggers, bows, random pieces of armors, books, dried herbs, boots, and a wide assortment of miscellaneous items, such that it would probably take many days to go through them all. Another thing that made Lin Mu confused was that the shop was much bigger than it looked from the outside. He wondered if the other shops in the alley were as such. There was no shopkeeper or clerk at the counter that Lin Mu could talk to. He rang the small bell that was kept on the counter, but no one answered. Lin Mu tried ringing it a few times until he heard the voice of a woman coming from a closed door that was behind the counter. "Have some patience, I'm coming." As soon as he heard the voice, he withdrew the pelts and horn from the ring, or it would be hard to explain to the shopkeeper where he got them from when he was not holding anything in his hands before. He watched the door, anticipating for it to open, but it was not until 5 minutes later that it did. The door behind the counter opened, and out walked a woman that looked to be in her early 30s. She was dressed in a blue robe and had a wooden hairpin holding up her hair in a bun. She was not outright beautiful, but had a subtle charm to her. Her face had no wrinkles, but one could see a tinge of rouge on her cheeks. "What do you want?" the woman said in a rather curt tone. "I would like to sell some goods. Do you buy them here?" Lin Mu asked, as he was not even sure if the shop bought goods from people or just sold them, because if they did not, then he would have wasted his time coming here. "Show me what you want to sell." Upon getting a positive response from the woman, Lin Mu felt a tinge of joy. At least someone was willing to buy from him, unlike the other shops rejecting him straight away. Lin Mu placed the pelts on the counter towards one side and the small black horn on the other. The woman eyed the items, flipping the pelts to see both the sides and checking for any damage, cuts, or stains, then turned her gaze towards Lin Mu. "This is a rather weird way to skin a beast, but the pelts are fine and don't have any tears." A smile appeared on Lin Mu's face upon hearing the woman's assessment, but then turned bitter on hearing her next words. "The pelts are small, so they are not worth much. I can give you 20 copper coins for the black-horned rabbit's pelt and 10 copper coins for the thorn-tailed rat's." And the horn?" Lin Mu asked upon not hearing a price for the horn. "Nothing. Excuse me." "The horn has no use. I won't buy it," the woman replied with a rather straight face. With a pleading tone, Lin Mu spoke, "But can't you make weapons with it, or some other equipment? The effort in making it would not be enough compared to how much such a piece of equipment would sell for." Taking a pause, she added, "Rather than selling it, you may as well just keep it as a small trinket. No one else would buy it, but seeing as you've come to this shop, I reckon you have tried to sell these things before." Lin Mu felt a slight pinch in his heart upon hearing the words of the woman. He nodded his head and said, "Okay, I accept the price. Also, if I bring more such pelts or goods, would you be willing to buy them?" Still having a straight face, the woman replied, "I must see them first before deciding, but it would be better if you bring something more substantial than this." Lin Mu thought in his mind, "If I could, I would have sold them in the shops I had visited before and not in a place such as this," but did not show any change of expression on his face as he did not want the woman to get offended. The woman removed a pouch from the counter and counted 30 coins before placing them before Lin Mu, who picked them up and put them in the small pouch he had tied to his waist. He walked out of the old and dusty shop, closing the door upon his exit. Now that he had some coins, the first thing he wanted to do was to satisfy his hunger, thus he made his way towards the street where food stalls were located. Once Lin Mu was gone from the shop, the woman, who was still standing at the counter, heard an old voice coming from the door behind her. "Who was it, Care?" the woman replied, but with a more affectionate voice this time, completely unlike how she talked with Lin Mu, "Just some boy." Lin Mu could smell the tantalizing aromas arising from the various food stalls. The owners of the stalls roared out their prices, with many people standing around and sitting at the benches set up near the stalls eating their food. There were various dishes being sold by the stands. There were buckwheat noodles, skewered barbecued meat, fried chicken drumsticks, big buns filled with meat, soups and vegetable filling, stir-fried rice, braised meat soup, and many more. There were also some tea houses along the street, where people could be seen relaxing and enjoying some tea with some light snacks. Lin Mu decided to buy some buns, as they would be cheap and very filling. He had to save some money to buy rice as well as some spices, so that he would not have to eat the sour apples every day. He did not even have any salt with him to season anything he caught to eat, thus he especially wanted to buy a set of spices. Lin Mu walked up to a stall that was selling buns, and spent 3 coppers coins to buy 2 meat-filled buns for his meal. He sat down on a bench nearby to eat the buns, and take in the sights of the people in the town. He had been missing the town after 3 days, even though his days had been relatively exciting due to all the events that had happened ever since acquiring the mysterious rusty ring. After finishing the buns, he wanted to find out when the merchants would be coming to the town next week so that he could sell the fragrant wood box. "I should head to a tea house to find out when the merchants would be coming next week. Most people like to go to tea houses to drink some tea and gossip with the other patrons. It would be the best place to find out information, as most people would answer questions rather easily and without any suspicion. If one was lucky, one could even hear about events happening in the city, gossip about what schemes the officials were planning, or which merchant was getting punished for cheating people. Such things people talked about to satisfy their need for entertainment and drama. Lin Mu walked into a relatively popular tea house and looked around for an empty chair to sit. The place was packed with people. Looking around for a moment, he found a table that had one empty chair left. He spent 2 copper coins to order a cup of tea for him from the waiter. There were 3 people already sitting on the table talking with each other. The people that were sitting on the table gave him a momentary glance before going back to talking amongst themselves. The waiter soon brought with him a tray on which there were 4 cups and a pot of tea. He placed a cup in front of each person and then poured them some tea before walking away to serve other patrons of the tea house. The tea in the cup was steaming and gave off a faint fragrance that gave one a sense of calm. Lin Mu picked up the cup and blew at it before taking a sip of the light green liquid. Most of the patrons were talking with each other, while some sat in silence, some talking out loud, and their voices could be heard on the other side of the tea house, yet no one minded it. The people sitting on the table with Lin Mu were talking in a normal voice, and he was listening to all that they were saying. Most of it was just about how their days were going, how was their work or family, most topics being pretty mundane, until he heard something that made his ears perk up. Did you know that the city mayor was in an outrage yesterday? What? Why, what happened? Apparently the mayor lost something important, and in a fit of rage broke and destroyed a lot of things in his mansion. All the servants and the officials in the mansion could hear it, and it was not until the mayor's wife went in to calm him down that he stopped. The third person who was sitting on the table opposite to Lin Mu then asked in a doubtful voice, "And how do you know this?" "My wife's brother works as a servant in the mayor's mansion, so I can vouch that it's true." The man still had a doubtful look but allowed him to continue. "The Lord must have lost something precious for him to break into a fit of rage, as he is a rather composed man. Did he just lose it somewhere, or was it stolen?" "I think it was stolen, as if it was lost inside the mansion it would have been found." The 3 men conversed without giving a mind to how the surrounding tables were now also paying attention to them, as the information they revealed was a rather juicy piece of news. Not much gossip came out of the mayor's mansion, and now that some had come, everyone wanted to hear it. Even Lin Mu was listening attentively, without missing a word. "Is that why there are city guards in the town? Because he got something stolen and ordered them to find it? That could be it, but they won't reveal the information so easily." One of the persons sitting on a table next to Lin Mu spoke up. Apparently the mayor also sent out a group of officials, along with a detachment of guards, to the south yesterday evening. Yesterday evening? That should be just after he had the outrage. Could those 2 be related? The conversation continued about the topic until it eventually changed to something else. Lin Mu had finished his cup of tea when he finally decided to do what he came here for. He turned to the people sitting on the table and asked, "Does anyone know when the merchants will come next week?" The men paused for a moment to turn their attention towards Lin Mu and then answered, "They should be coming early this week, as the mayor has been buying a lot of rare materials lately, and will also sell the first shipment of the spirit apples. I think they should be here in 5 days at least, if not earlier." Hearing the answer he wanted, Lin Mu was pleased and thanked the men for the information and stood up to go buy the supplies he wanted. He walked out onto the street and went towards a shop that sold grains. He spent 10 copper coins to buy a kilogram of rice before going to a shop that sold spices. He bought a set of spices that included black pepper, cinnamon, cumin, cloves, allspice, nutmeg, and salt. That was all he could buy for 10 copper coins, as he wanted to save the remaining 5 copper coins to buy a gourd to store water. He didn't want to keep on making trips to the stream from the hunting shack again and again just to get some water. He easily found a shop that sold sundries and bought a gourd from there. It was a little later than 2 p.m. now, and he wanted to go back to the hunting shack before sundown so that he could check up on the traps he had set. At least he now had some rice to eat for dinner, and if he could find some bird nests in the forest, he'll be able to eat some eggs with it. He slung the sack containing the rice on his back for now, as he did not want to put it in the ring here and risk others seeing it. He walked out of the town gate towards the outskirts. He passed by the spirit apple orchards, where the peasants were still working as hard as ever. The line of carriages that was standing along with the mercenaries was no longer there, already having crossed the town and headed towards Wu Lim City. Lin Mu kept his head down when he was passing by the orchards, as he did not want the peasants to notice him. Thankfully, no one noticed him, and he was able to cross the orchards and onto the path leading to the forest. He had been walking for about half an hour when he felt the mysterious ring on his right hand buzz. This time he knew what was going to happen, thus he was prepared and no longer surprised. He braced himself, but was not pulled anywhere this time. He looked around and saw no people except for him nearby. He then looked at the ring on his finger when a familiar feeling went through his body, and he saw a rift open up in front of him. He did not feel a pull that was as strong as before on his hand. Still curious to know what he will find this time, he extended his hand inside the spatial rift. The spatial rift was as dark as ever, and his hand felt like it had entered still water. He felt around but found nothing. Moving his hand around every corner of the spatial rift, he then found something hard and rough near the lower right corner of the rift. He touched it and tried to get a guess of its size, but could not move his hand much, as it was already at the very edge of the rift. He willed for it to be stored into the ring and then pulled back his hand out of the spatial rift. The spatial rift closed as soon as he pulled his hand out. Lin Mu wanted to see what he had found this time, but waited till he reached the hunting shack as he did not want the chance of a passing traveler to discover him. He reached the hunting shack in another half hour. Thinking about withdrawing the object he found in the spatial rift, it appeared in his hand. This time, though, the object was much bigger than he had imagined, and as soon as he felt the weight of the object in his hand, it fell down with a loud thud, nearly crushing his toes. He looked at it and found it to be a large rock, nearly half as big as him. He was lucky that his legs were not close to the place where the rock fell. Just an inch more and his toes would definitely be crushed. He looked at the large rock and found it to be nothing unusual. He touched it and examined all its sides, but found it to be just a common rock one could find anywhere except for its large size. Still, he kept it back in the ring as he thought that since it came from the rift, it should be something special, just that he could not find what it was for now. In the Sky Precept sect, Head Elder Han was cultivating in his residence in silence when his communication jade hummed. He opened his eyes and touched the jade to know what message he received. The message was from the head disciple of Star Catching Peak. More spatial disturbances were detected in the northern lands, and they appear every day. This is more common than I thought. Even though spatial disturbances also occur naturally, they don't occur this often. We need to be faster in the investigation. We don't know how bad this could get. Done with his thoughts, Head Elder Han stood up and walked out of his residence. Looking up in the sky, he took a step and disappeared from sight. A minute later, he appeared in front of the mission pavilion. There were hundreds of disciples moving in and out of the mission's pavilion. As soon as the disciples saw Head Elder Han, they all cupped their hands in salute. Greetings to the Head Elder. This disciple greets Head Elder. May the Head Elder's cultivation be unobstructed and smooth. All the disciples erupted in praises and greetings, trying to bootlick the Head Elder and gain his favor. The Head Elder was used to such occurrences for decades now. In fact, the same thing would occur if any other high-ranking elder would appear in public. Elder Han paid no attention to the disciples and walked into the mission's pavilion. Once inside, he made his way towards the location of the elder at the pavilion. He reached a hall, the door of which was already opened, and a young man looking to be in his late 20s was standing. He was similarly dressed in a black robe, but had the symbols for Mission's Pavilion on the left side of his chest. The young man had a gentle smile on his face as he cupped his hands in greetings. What brings you here, Head Elder Han? How's the process for the mission to the northern lands going? Elder Han said with a straight face. The selection for the disciples has been completed, and they will be departing for the northern lands in a week. Why do they still need a week? Elder Han asked while raising an eyebrow. Some of the selected disciples are in seclusion and should be out within the week. Considering the severity of the missions, I had to select some senior disciples who had been cultivating in seclusion for more than a year now, the young man calmly explained. Elder Han nodded his head in agreement and continued. More spatial disturbances have been detected. The Star Catching Peak reports one every day. Ask the disciples to be careful and more thorough in their investigation. The young man's smile stiffened upon hearing the news from Elder Han. Yes, I'll inform the disciples of this. Not wasting a moment more, Elder Han sped out of the mission's pavilion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young elder was left standing in the hall with a smile, which soon turned to a frown as soon as the head elder disappeared. He turned his left palm upward, and a small disc appeared on it. The young man placed his finger on top of the disc, which glowed, and runes started floating around it, forming a small screen on which details of all the missions can be seen. Using his spirit sense, he made some changes to the mission, raising its danger level one level higher. After doing this, the young-looking elder placed the disc away and closed the door of the hall with a wave of his hand. He had many more tasks to do, tasks which were very important, which he had delayed as soon as he detected the head elder entering the mission's pavilion. Back in the outskirts of northern town, Lin Mu was searching for some bird nests to snatch a couple of eggs for his dinner. He spent half an hour and found 4 small eggs the size of a quail's egg. After finding them, he no longer wanted to spend any more time searching for eggs and went back to the hunting shack. He placed the eggs in the pot to boil and withdrew the sack of rice he had put in his ring. He placed the sack in one corner and waited for the eggs to boil so that he could cook the rice. While he waited, he chanted the calming Heart Sutra and embraced the calm waves that spread throughout his body. Finishing the chant, he did not feel any increase in his strength. How do I increase my strength with the calming Heart Sutra? Just chanting it no longer works. What else does it need more to work? While he thought about the calming heart sutra, the eggs were done boiling. Lin Mu removed the eggs from the pot and added some rice to let it cook. He pondered on what else he could do to make the calming sutra work. I should do physical training and then try reciting the calming heart sutra and see if that's any better. Even though I don't have any physical training manual, just normal exercises should work too. The body tempering realm was considered to be the easiest realm in cultivation, not only because it was the first realm, but because it required little to no resources to progress. In fact, even a common peasant would reach the fourth stage of the body tempering realm by the age of 30 just by doing manual labor. Even if one did not have a training manual, the person could just exercise and train themselves normally and they would reach higher stages, though this was only until the seventh stage of the body tempering realm. Progressing any further without a proper training manual was not impossible but was exponentially more difficult. Having planned his next approach, Lin Mu waited for the rice to cook. As soon as the rice was cooked, he ate it all, along with the 4 eggs he had boiled. With his stomach now filled and hunger sated, Lin Mu walked out to train. He first decided to do a run and then try other exercises. Lin Mu ran a lap all the way to the apple tree, at the end of which he was gasping for his breath. He rested for a few minutes and then started to do push-ups. He did as many push-ups as he could until his arms felt sore and he could no more. Resting for a few more minutes, he stood in a horse stance and practiced his punches. He performed rhythmic punches until his legs felt like jelly and he collapsed. This was the most intense physical training Lin Mu had ever done. Fueled with the desire to become a chi cultivator, Lin Mu had solidified his resolve and had decided to push his body to its limits. Lin Mu forced himself to sit cross-legged and chanted the calming heart sutra. The experience that he had this time differed completely from before. The calming waves were the same, but he still felt the aching of his muscles. In the pain of his muscles, he felt faint waves of energy flowing. As he kept on chanting the calming heart sutra, his mind was stilled and he was able to focus on the faint waves of energy. The more he focused, the more they intensified until they reached a crescendo and dispersed all over his body. He felt his fatigue reducing and the waves of energy disappearing. A glint appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. "Ha, this is indeed the right method to practice the calming heart sutra," Lin Mu shouted out loud. "If the calming heart sutra has such a profound effect even without a proper training manual, I can only imagine what kind of effect it would have with one." Lin Mu decided to wash up before going back to sleep in the hunting shack, as he was covered in sweat from all the training he did. Lin Mu removed his clothes and jumped into the stream nearby. The water was chilly and helped reduce the soreness of his muscles. Lin Mu also washed his clothes and wrung them out to remove as much water from them that he could. "I need to buy another set of clothes on my next trip to the town. I can't just make do with only one set." Adding a new task to his mental note, Lin Mu wore the slightly wet clothes and walked back to the hunting shack. By the time he reached the shack, his clothes were completely dry. Having had a successful day, Lin Mu was satisfied with himself and slipped into a deep sleep. Same as before, he found himself in the dark place. Now used to the phenomenon, Lin Mu just spent his time in planning for the future until he woke up from sleep. After waking up, the first thing Lin Mu sensed was that the air was much colder than normal in the shack. He opened the door of the shack and felt a gust of chilly air hit his face. Looking around, he took a breath of relief at the absence of any snow in the surroundings. It's good that it did not snow in the night, though the temperature has fallen even more. I probably have at most a month till winter sets in. Once winter came, it would be much more difficult for Lin Mu to catch beasts with traps. If he wanted to hunt beasts, he would have to go much deeper in the forest, and that would be dangerous. Lin Mu had to get enough money within this 1 month to rent a place so he could stay in the town and have enough left to tide over the winter. If he could not, it would be harrowing to stay in the hunting shack since there was no way it could provide adequate protection from the cold. I should go check the traps and see if there's anything caught in them. I hope there's no stronger beast near the traps like before. Lin Mu made his way towards the trails where he had set the snare traps, trying to make as little noise as possible. This time the heavens seemed to be happy with Lin Mu, as he found that the first snare had caught something. He walked closer to take a look, and thanked the heavens on spotting what was caught in the snare. It was a snow-veiled hare. Snow-veiled hares were quite a rare beast in the northern forests. Even though they were only low-tiered beasts, having the strength equivalent to that of the second-stage body tempering realm, they were incredibly fast and could camouflage in snow, not to mention they would only come out once the snow was knee-deep. Finding one this early before winter was very unusual. Even veteran hunters would only be able to catch one every few years. The flawless white fur was prized by the women of affluent families in the city and would sell for a small fortune. Lin Mu grasped the squirming snow-veiled hare firmly, finding it a little difficult because of the strength of the beast. Lin Mu wanted to keep the snow-veiled hare in the ring and not skin the pelt by himself. He did not think he had the skills good enough to avoid damaging such a precious pelt, and he did not have the right tools either. He would rather just sell the whole beast alive. Lin Mu did not know whether he could actually keep the beast alive in the ring, as he had never tried that before. Not wanting to experiment it on the snow-veiled hare, he tied its limbs tightly with some vines he found nearby, coiling them multiple times around the limbs to make sure it does not snap them. He slung the beast on his back and went ahead to check on the other snares. The second snare was triggered and the noose of the snare was ripped, most likely from a bigger or stronger beast. He examined the footprints and found them to be hoof prints. Seems like a deer passed through here. That's strange as well. They don't usually wander out here either. First the snow-veiled hare and now a deer. Is something scaring the low-tiered beasts and animals here? Wait, could it be the same beast that destroyed the surrounding area of my traps? Lin Mu did not want to go near that area, but his curiosity won in the end. Lin Mu silently approached the destroyed place, keeping his eyes wide open and legs ready to run at the first sight of danger. The area looked the same as before, with broken trees lying around and claw marks and paw prints everywhere. He examined further and there were no new beast tracks there either. The other beasts were most likely avoiding the area because of the scent of the beast which destroyed the area. He saw the path on which the beast retreated deep towards the forest. Having satisfied his curiosity, Lin Mu checked upon the remaining 4 traps. 2 of them were not triggered again. These were the same ones that were not triggered the last time he had checked. The last 2 traps were successful. There was a black-horned rabbit caught in one and in another a thorn-tailed rat. Lin Mu wanted to experiment whether he could keep beasts alive in the ring, thus these 2 would become his subjects. He held the black-horned rabbit and stored it in the ring. Lin Mu then pulled it out from the ring after 10 seconds. The black-horned rabbit was still alive and squirmed in his hands. He put the rabbit back in the ring and waited for 5 minutes to see if it was still alive after that. 5 minutes passed and he withdrew the beast from his ring. This time it was dead. Why did the rabbit die after 5 minutes and not before? Could there not be any air in the ring for the rabbit to breathe? Lin Mu did not know if he could store air into the ring. He tried imagining it storing air into the ring. After that, he put the thorn-tailed rat into the ring and once again waited 5 minutes to see if it would work. He pulled the thorn-tailed rat out after 5 minutes and found it to be dead as well. Guess I'll just have to make a trip to the town today to sell the snow-veiled hare. I should hurry then. Lin Mu ran to the stream to skin the beasts. Using the method he used before, Lin Mu swiftly skinned and cleaned the carcasses, storing the pelts in the ring. He reached the shack and set the black-horned rabbit's meat on the stove. Now that he had spices with him, Lin Mu generously sprinkled them on the meat. A few minutes later, the aroma of the spices in the meat made his mouth water. Picking up the well-roasted rabbit from the stove, Lin Mu put it aside to cool down enough for him to be able to eat it. Once it cooled down, Lin Mu ravenously ate it, unable to control his hunger. Picking the bones clean, Lin Mu licked his fingers, which were covered in the oil from the rabbit. With his hunger sated, Lin Mu slung the snow-veiled rabbit on his back and ran towards the direction of northern town. He ran in short bursts of speed, slowing down when he felt tired. Lin Mu did not feel as winded as he felt after yesterday's run. He reached the town in 40 minutes, much faster than before. Lin Mu looked at the sun and estimated it to be around 11 a.m., leaving him with more than enough time to complete his tasks and return to train. He rushed on the path passing by the orchards, avoiding the looks of everyone. He entered the town and made his way towards the tannery, as that would probably be the place that will pay the most. Covering his nose and mouth to avoid the disgusting stench coming from the tannery, Lin Mu entered through the gate and saw the same clerk as before standing there writing in his register. He could feel the gazes of the people turn towards him as he got closer, and when they saw the beast that was slung on his back, some even gasped. The clerk saw him and scrunched his face in annoyance. "What do you want this time, kid? I told you we don't buy pelts of low-tiered beasts." Before the clerk could continue talking, Lin Mu thrust the tied-up snow-veiled hare forward. "This, I wish to sell it." The clerk's eyes went wide once he saw the snow-veiled hare. The clerk had not seen a snow-veiled hare in 2 years now, as fewer hunters went out to hunt during the winter. He knew that the beast's pelt could be sold for a fortune, and if they auctioned it in Wulim City, they could make even more. The clerk's eyes darted around and saw that the hunters were having the same ideas as him. 70 silver coins for the snow-veiled hare, the clerk loudly said, dousing any desire of the hunters to buy it from Lin Mu before he could. He could have offered less but did not want to take any chance and miss out on the opportunity here. It's good that the boy did not kill and skin the beast himself. He definitely would have damaged it. Lin Mu's eyes lit up in joy upon hearing the price offered by the clerk. "I'll take it, give me the money." The clerk went inside the building for a minute and came back with a pouch. Passing it to Lin Mu, he asked him to count it as he took the snow-veiled hare from him. While Lin Mu counted the coins, the clerk checked the hare for any stains on its fur. Satisfied with the condition of the snow-veiled hare, he called for a servant to take it away to be skinned. After counting, Lin Mu pretended to put the coins in his own pouch, but instead transferred them to the ring and gave the clerk's pouch back to him. Lin Mu turned around to leave the tannery, but as soon as he walked a few steps away from the gate, he heard someone call him from the back. "Stop right there, brat." Lin Mu stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voice. He hoped that things would not progress as he was imagining them. He turned back to see four men standing behind him. He had seen them standing in the tannery when he was selling the snow-veiled hare. As many people were staring at Lin Mu when he was carrying the snow-veiled hare, he had not noticed that these four men had a greedy look in their eyes when he sold the snow-veiled hare for 70 silver coins. "Hey brat, answer us, where did you find the snow-veiled hare?" said the man who had called Lin Mu. "And tell us truthfully or you'll have to face the consequences," added another man. All four men looked rugged and gave off vibes that they were up to no good. Lin Mu had not seen these guys ever before, so did not know whether they were hunters. If they were hunters, Lin Mu would not worry as much, as they would not do anything rash, but if they were not, then it would be a different situation. "I found and caught the snow-veiled hare in the western edge of the forest," said Lin Mu, lying through his teeth. Lin Mu did not want to expose the location of the hunting shack where he was living in. These men did not look like they were decent, and would definitely come to Lin Mu if they did not find the snow-veiled hare, not to mention all the secrets of the ring which he did not want others to find out about. "Is that so, huh? So you wouldn't mind showing us the place yourself?" The man standing at the front asked with an evil smile on his face. The other men already looked like they were already getting impatient and would attack Lin Mu if he did not agree. Okay, I'll show you guys," spoke Lin Mu. Lin Mu had no intention of following through with the intentions of the men. He would find a suitable opportunity and run away at the first sight of danger. Lin Mu even wondered that if he did not get an opportunity to run, he would just take them to the area which was destroyed by the unknown beast and try to hoodwink his way out from there. But before he could continue his train of thought, the man spoke again. "If you're sure of it, then you should have no problem handing over the silver coins you got from the clerk to us. We'll give it back once we catch a snow-veiled hare, and besides there are many thieves these days, the money will stay safe with us." Another man spoke with an obvious threat in his voice. Lin Mu now understood that these men never wanted to get the location of snow-veiled hare, but rather just wanted to get their hands on his money. Knowing that talking anymore would be useless, a plan quickly formulated within Lin Mu's mind. He would have to take a certain risk, but would be able to save his money and get away from these men. Lin Mu took a few steps backward, and in the blink of an eye broke into a sprint before those men could grab him. "Where are you going, brat? Stop, catch him." Lin Mu put all his strength in running from the men. The training he did increased his endurance and allowed him to run for a longer time. Even still, Lin Mu was only in the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm, and there was no way he could keep up this pace. The thieves who were after him were in a higher stage than him. 2 of them were in the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm, and the other 2 in the 6th stage of the body-tempering stage. The thieves would eventually catch up with Lin Mu, so he could only hope his plan works. Lin Mu kept on running towards the main part of the town. Once he reached there, the presence of the guards should be able to dissuade the men from pursuing him. Halfway to the town, Lin Mu's legs grew tired and revolted in pain, but he kept on running. He realized that he had overestimated himself after yesterday's training. "That brat will not be able to run for much longer. Speed up. He's just a weak twerp. I'll show him a taste of what it's like to offend me." The thieves were yelling at the top of their voices, trying to intimidate Lin Mu. Then the worst thing that Lin Mu feared for happened. He started to lose feeling in his legs, and they had grown too sore after running for 10 minutes straight. Lin Mu was still 5 minutes away from the town, and the thieves had reduced the distance between them. In this desperate time, Lin Mu had a sudden moment of enlightenment. He chanted the calming Heart Sutra, and its waves started to spread through his body. Even though his legs still felt sore and he was out of breath, Lin Mu was able to pull through and sped up once again, putting more distance between him and the thieves. The thieves finally noticed that not only Lin Mu was not slowing down, he actually increased his speed. "How's this brat still running? Keep on running. He should be on his last legs." Lin Mu finally entered the town, but he was still away from the area where there were more guards. There were some people around who noticed the madly running Lin Mu and then saw the men chasing him. Seeing the people around and no guards, Lin Mu started the next part of his plan. Lin Mu pulled on the coin pouch tied to his waist and shouted with all his mouth, "Thieves! Thieves want to steal my money, HELP." The people around heard Lin Mu's cries and became alert. Some people clutched their coin pouches while others pulled out their weapons. Thieves were not uncommon in the town, but it was rare to see them trying to rob from people in broad daylight, that too while chasing their victim through the open streets where people would notice. The thieves chasing Lin Mu gritted their teeth in rage. They knew that even if they catch Lin Mu and get his money, they will have to leave the town or the guards would definitely imprison them. Now that even Wu Lim City's guards were here in the northern town, the town's own guards seemed to be on edge, punishing crooks for the slightest grievance. "I'm gonna split that brat's legs once I catch him," one of the thieves furiously spoke. Seeing that he had caught the notice of people and alerted them, Lin Mu did something that surprised the thieves. He threw his coin pouch in a small crowd of people and shouted, "Leave me, I don't want the money anymore." The coin pouch hit one of the persons standing in the crowd but did not hurt him and just plopped down, not exactly how a pouch heavy with coins would. The thieves gawked at this action of Lin Mu. "Haha, looks like that boy finally gave up. That's a shame, I was itching to break his bones." The thieves stopped chasing Lin Mu and went towards the crowd. The man that was hit with the pouch was now holding it in his hand and had a confused look on his face. The thieves approached the man holding the pouch and pulled out their daggers and clubs. "Give us the coin pouch and no one has to get hurt." The man leading the thieves spoke. To their surprise, the man straight up held out the coin pouch for them to take. The thieves had expected some resistance or negotiation, but this was completely different. "Can't believe thieves have such low standards now." The man who was holding the coin pouch spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. The thieves were a little confused by the man's statement, but did not mind it as they had heard much worse before and did not want to get into a conflict if they were getting the easy way out. Once the leader of the thieves held the coin pouch in his hand and felt its weight, he understood the man's statement and his face fell. He peered into the coin pouch and found a meager sum of 5 copper coins in it. "Goddamit, that brat fooled us." The other thieves looked at the leader with a puzzled look until he emptied the pouch in his hand and showed them the loot. All the thieves felt anger rise by a few notches at being fooled by Lin Mu, and their eyes turned red. By the time the thieves got the coin pouch, Lin Mu had already ran far ahead and reached an area where there were plenty of guards around. Though just as an extra precaution, he still kept on running and turned towards a desolate alley. When he stopped to catch his breath and rest his legs, he found himself in front of a familiar shop. Lin Mu looked up and saw the familiar Jingwei's Emporium written on the signboard. With his legs sore from all the running, Lin Mu wanted to plop down right then and there on the floor but then decided against it. He pulled out the rolled-up pelts of the black-horned rabbit and thorn-tailed rat before walking into the shop. Everything was the same as yesterday, dust everywhere and no person at the counter. Wanting to rest, Lin Mu found an old stool in the corner and sat on it, not minding the dust on it. He rested his legs till they did not feel as sore as before and he could walk again normally. Lin Mu must have rested for more than 30 minutes, yet no one came to check on him. There seemed to be no sign of the woman from before. It's been so long, yet no one is bothering to check the shop. Are they not afraid of getting anything stolen? I guess no one even comes to the alley itself, not to mention this shop. Lin Mu wondered how the shop owner even survived considering the situation of the business. Pushing his thoughts aside, he walked up to the counter and rang the small bell kept on it. Unlike before, he did not even have to wait for 10 seconds before the woman walked out of the door behind the counter. "What are you here for today?" the woman questioned with an expressionless face. "I brought more pelts to sell," Lin Mu said with a little pep in his voice. The woman unrolled the pelts and checked them. Not finding anything wrong with them, she put them on the side and pulled out a coin pouch from under the counter. "I'll give you the same price as before, 30 coppers, the woman stated. "That's fine, but I also need a few more things," replied Lin Mu. He had originally thought of buying a weapon and some things from other shops, but decided to try his luck here instead, hoping to get a better deal. "What else do you need?" "I want 2 pouches, a large sack, and a weapon." The woman raised an eyebrow in question but did not speak. She walked out from behind the counter and went towards a shelf on the left. The woman gestured for Lin Mu to follow her, which he did. "Pick whatever sized pouch you want from here." Lin Mu eyed the haphazardly placed pouches on the shelf. They were mixed together, and it was a little difficult to find the size he wanted. Lin Mu searched around and found 2 suitable pouches and asked for the price. "How much for these 2 pouches?" 10 coins for the smaller one and 15 for the bigger one, the woman said with a straight face, to which Lin Mu nodded. She then moved again towards a corner where a pile of sacks was kept and gestured for Lin Mu to pick, clearly not wanting to touch the dusty sacks herself. Lin Mu picked a sack that was big enough to cover half of him if he stretched it out. "That sack will cost 25 copper coins. I'll take it," said Lin Mu. The woman looked at Lin Mu and then spoke with a stern tone. "What kind of weapon do you want and how much is your budget?" The woman seemed to be questioning whether Lin Mu would be able to afford a weapon after paying for the sack and pouches. Lin Mu understood the woman's tone and put his right hand inside his robe and pulled out 15 silver coins, pretending as if they were kept in there all this while. The boy clearly was not carrying those coins with him. "I'm sure of my senses. Seems there's more to him than I thought," the woman said inwardly, concealing her shock. "I would like a suitable sword for hunting," stated Lin Mu, unaware of the woman's thoughts. She went back to the counter with Lin Mu following behind. "You don't have any specific idea of what kind of sword you want?" asked the woman. "To be honest, I've never used a sword before. That's why I asked you to suggest a suitable one," replied Lin Mu with an embarrassed face. She was not bothered by the boy's embarrassment and spoke. "What stage of the body tempering realm are you at?" "I reached the 4th stage of body tempering recently," said Lin Mu. The woman stood and thought for a minute, after which she opened the door at the back of the counter and walked inside. The woman stayed inside for 10 minutes while Lin Mu waited patiently, fiddling with the coins in his hands. The door opened and out walked the woman along with an old man. The man looked ancient, and it seemed as if he already had one foot in the grave. The man had shoulder-length white hair and a long, messy beard. His face was full of wrinkles, yet his eyes seemed to be full of vigor. He was dressed in a spotless white robe and was wearing a black beaded bracelet on his left arm. The old man's gaze sent a chill down Lin Mu's spine and left him unable to breathe. Seconds felt like an eternity to him, and just when he was about to faint, Lin Mu felt a rumble in his mind. He felt as if thousands of monks were chanting in unison, their voices turning into an unyielding force in his mind. When the chants reached the highest volume, a stream of energy spread out from the ring on his right hand and spread throughout his body. All of this seemed as if it took a long time, but happened in an instant. Then, in the next moment, everything returned to normal. The old man's gaze no longer felt as imposing as before to Lin Mu. He took a deep breath and was about to speak when the old man interrupted him. "I'm the owner of this shop, Jing Wei. You can call me Old Man Jing." The man spoke with a hoarse voice. "I've been told you want a sword that's suitable for you." The old man continued upon seeing the silence of the boy. "Yes, I want a sword that I can easily learn to use." Lin Mu spoke with a little difficulty, to which the old man nodded. "What's your dominant hand?" Jing Wei asked. "The right one." "And you say you are at the 4th stage of body tempering?" "Yes," said the old man while stroking his beard. "Yes, I am," answered Lin Mu, who was now feeling uncomfortable in the presence of the old man. Jing Wei turned his sight to the woman, which she understood, and went back inside. She came back a minute later with 7 different swords in her hands. She placed them on the counter and then stood at the side, not speaking a single word the whole time. "Try lifting the first sword," said the old man, pointing towards a sword. Lin Mu walked up to the counter and picked up the sword effortlessly. The sword was very mundane, not having any special features. Such a sword could be found anywhere in the world. Lin Mu felt the grip of the handle, finding it a little uncomfortable. The old man seemed to have noticed this and said, "Try the next one." Lin Mu picked up the next sword and felt as if the weight of the sword was not balanced. It seemed to be a little more on one side than the other. This also did not escape the old man's sight either, and he ordered Lin Mu to keep on trying the other swords. Lin Mu tried all the swords but did not feel comfortable with any of them. As Lin Mu kept on trying the swords one after another, the old man's interest kept on increasing. Finally, he asked Lin Mu to stop and whispered something to the woman. The woman broke her composure, and a surprised expression manifested on her usual deadpan face upon hearing what the old man whispered. Lin Mu did not notice this as he was engrossed in the sword in his hand. The woman walked up to a shelf far to the right and pulled off the sheet that was covering it. That was the only shelf that was covered with a sheet in the entire shop. From it she took out a sword that was completely wrapped with a cloth. She brought the sword to the old man and handed it to him. The old man unwrapped the sword and revealed it. It was a dull silver-colored short sword about the length of a forearm. Its handle was simple, made of wood, while its blade was straight and double-edged with 2 short grooves on its sides. Lin Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing the simple yet elegant sword. But as soon as the old man held it by its handle, Lin Mu once again felt an imposing presence emanate out of him. For a moment there Lin Mu saw a giant standing behind the old man, holding a blade that seemed to have gone through countless years of slaughter, giving off an aura that could only be described as death. Sensing what was happening, the woman panicked a little and placed her hand on the shoulder of the old man. Jing Wei understood what he did and let out a sigh, after which the phenomenon disappeared. Lin Mu could not believe what he saw and wondered if he hallucinated all that, due to still being tired from all the running he did today. Lin Mu was able to gather his wits eventually in the end, and wisely chose to ignore the phenomenon that had occurred, not questioning the old man or the woman. He understood that there were some secrets that need not be exposed. If it was the Lin Mu of the past, he would have definitely questioned the old man, but now that he had experienced the wonders of the mysterious ring, he did not want to take any chance that may create needless conflict. After the phenomenon disappeared, the old man scrutinized Lin Mu, but did not find anything suspicious with him except for having an unfocused gaze. Determining that Lin Mu did not seem to have noticed the phenomena, Jing Wei dropped his guard. "Come, lift this sword, see how you feel," the old man said with an expectant gaze. The woman standing behind Jing Wei was looking on with bated breath, ready to act in case anything unusual happened. But it was all for naught as Lin Mu casually lifted the short sword. Seeing that nothing happened, the woman let out a sigh of relief. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Mu felt as if it was the perfect sword for him. All the other swords he tried before were always lacking in some aspect, yet this sword felt perfect. Even a complete novice like Lin Mu could tell the sword was unusual, that an expert craftsman had created it. The old man was closely observing Lin Mu's every action, and with his years of experience, he could tell that Lin Mu liked the sword. "Now try swinging the sword and tell me how it feels," said Jing Wei. Lin Mu nodded to Jing Wei, as both the old man and the woman stepped back to give him some space. Lin Mu had never used a sword before, so the way he swung the sword was clumsy and full of flaws, yet it still incited a glimmer of approval in the eyes of Jing Wei. Having tried the short sword a few times, Lin Mu liked it even more and had decided on buying it. "I would like to buy this sword," Lin Mu affirmed. "It will be 50. Before the woman could complete her sentence, the old man interrupted her and spoke. "The total cost is 30 silver coins." The old man had a teasing smile when he spoke. Lin Mu was stunned upon hearing the voice and then protested. But I specified my budget was 15 silver coins. The price includes the cost for other items, and also for appraising and choosing a suitable sword for you. And you have more than 30 silver coins with you, don't you?" Jing Wei asked with a mocking tone, yet his face was expressionless. Listening to the old man's tone, Lin Mu was about to object, but then swallowed his words upon seeing the man's face. He understood that he had seen something he should not have: the old man's aura, and this was the price he had to pay. Considering the quality of the sword, it was not that overbearing either, thus Lin Mu decided to grit his teeth and just pay for it. Same as before, Lin Mu pretended to pull out the silver coins from his robe and passed them to the woman. The woman then gave Lin Mu 30 copper coins back as change, which made him feel a little helpless. After putting the coins away, the woman also gave Lin Mu a sheath for the sword. The sheath was the same size as the sword, but did not match its style. "Why does the sheath not match it?" Lin Mu questioned the woman, to which the old man replied that short sword does not have its own sheath. It was always meant to be kept unsheathed. Seeing that Lin Mu was about to talk again, the old man continued, "Besides, that sheath will help you to hide the sword's appearance. You don't want any strong hunters or thieves to snatch it from you, right?" "My name is Duanqi," said the woman curtly. Lin Mu sheathed the sword and tied it to his waist. With the light weight and short length of the sword, it was easy for Lin Mu to carry it on his waist. Having completed the transaction, Lin Mu took the sack and pouches before walking out of the shop and headed towards an area where he could buy some sets of clothes and more food ingredients since he had more money now. After Lin Mu had left the dusty old shop, the old man was still standing there, lost in his thoughts, when the woman named Duanqi spoke. "Grandfather, why did you give your old sword to that boy? And you even did a proper appraisal for him, using the testing swords." Duanqi seemed to have a little confusion and worry in her eyes as she asked Jing Wei. The old man stayed silent for a while, during which Duanqi waited patiently. After an incense stick's worth of time, Jing Wei let out a sigh before answering. "You said that the boy was not carrying any coins on him when he came in, yet he was able to produce them when you questioned him. I would have taken it as you being mistaken, but I could not sense it either." Duanqi was shocked upon hearing this. Even though her grandfather's cultivation base was sealed, his senses were not something to be taken lightly. Seeing Duanqi's shock, Jing Wei continued, "The boy was also able to withstand a wisp of my aura without fainting. At first, I only intended to probe him a bit and was going to withdraw the moment I felt the boy was unable to bear it, yet against all odds he withstood it, and somehow his strength even increased." The baffled Duanqi then asked, "But grandfather, that still won't be enough for you to sell your old sword, which you used during your youth, for so cheap." The old man smiled a little upon hearing his granddaughter's words before speaking again. "It has been more than a decade since I sealed my cultivation base, yet my sword intent still leaked out. Commoners should not be able to sense it, only cultivators can." The woman was a little taken aback, but her confusion was not resolved. "Yes, grandfather." The boy was unaffected by it. "He did not show any response when your sword intent was leaked." "No, the boy not only sensed my sword intent, but he was also able to see its appearance as well. He wisely chose to pretend that nothing happened, but I know he saw it. His heart betrayed his facade. As for how that boy was able to pull the coins out of nothing, I don't know either. He does not have a spatial storage ring, or any other spatial storage treasure on him either." Duanqi was completely lost for words this time and did not know what to think of it. Seeing that his beloved granddaughter was lost in her thoughts, Jing Wei turned around to go back to rest but stopped in the doorway and spoke. "Keep an eye on that boy, care. The one thing I'm sure of is that the boy has secrets, and we don't know if there is someone secretly backing him either." The old man left after saying these words to Duanqi, who snapped out of her thoughts after hearing them. Lin Mu had just walked into a clothes shop, completely unaware of the shocking conversation between a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Lin Mu also did not know that neither Jing Wei nor Duanqi were able to see the mysterious ring on his hand. Lin Mu was thinking of all the events that happened in the shop and the phenomena that he experienced there. First, the gaze of the old man, which made him suffocate, and then the appearance of the sword-wielding giant were all completely unimaginable to him. "I seem to be experiencing one shocking thing after another ever since I found the mysterious ring, and they only seem to be getting worse," thought Lin Mu inwardly. The old man was not simple. He was surely a cultivator, and way stronger than the ones I've seen before. By the time Lin Mu finished his thoughts, he found himself on the street where a lot of clothes shops were located. He randomly chose and entered one of them, seeing a few people in the shop but not overly crowded. A clerk soon spotted him and asked what he was looking for. Lin Mu only asked for 4 sets of clothes that were durable but did not mention anything specific. The clerk went to get the clothes for Lin Mu and returned after 5 minutes. He brought with him 10 sets of clothes, all in different colors and patterns. The clerk then placed them in front of Lin Mu and asked him to choose. Lin Mu picked 2 different sets of black clothes, a gray set of clothes, and 1 flawless white robe that he particularly liked. He then paid the clerk 10 silver coins for the clothes before putting them in the sack. Lin Mu had now spent more than half of the coins he got from selling the snow-veiled hair and was left with 30 silver coins. The next thing he wanted to get was more cooking ingredients. He went to the same shop as before and bought more rice, oil, spices, and condiments that he could not before spending 3 silver coins in the process. Lin Mu decided to get some lunch before heading back to the shack. He went to the street with all the restaurants and food stalls. While on his way, he saw some commotion happening in the middle of the road. Coming closer to check what was happening, he saw a carriage approaching the site out of which a few mercenaries came out. He recognized them by the symbol on their armors, the Crimson Fang mercenaries he had met before. As the crowd parted to let the mercenaries approach, Lin Mu could finally see what the commotion was about. He saw a mercenary that was heavily injured and was being carried by 3 other mercenaries who also had injuries. The heavily injured mercenary's leg was shredded, and pieces of shattered bone could be seen sticking out of it, the gruesome sight of which made Lin Mu's stomach churn. He then saw the mercenaries put the injured men into the carriage, probably to be taken away for treatment. The crowd soon dispersed after the carriage went away. Putting this matter to the back of his mind, Lin Mu continued walking and reached the food street while somehow maintaining an appetite. He chose a restaurant which was popular for its noodles and went inside. Lin Mu saw that it was rather crowded, and most of the customers seemed to be other mercenaries that had come to the town today. He found an empty seat and sat down to order a bowl of noodles. While he was waiting for his food to arrive, he listened to the mercenaries talk. "Did you all see the commotion out in the street?" said a mercenary sitting on the table beside Lin Mu. "Yeah, a team from the Crimson Fang mercenaries got injured in the forest. Apparently they got attacked by a spirit beast," said another mercenary sitting at the same table. "Do they know what kind of spirit beast attacked them?" asked the first mercenary. They could not tell exactly what type of spirit beast it was, except that it was a large bear. They were ambushed by the bear and spent all their efforts in trying to escape. Still, one of them ended up heavily injured, answered the second mercenary. "It's a shame that the mercenary who got heavily injured will be permanently crippled. His leg is as good as gone now," said the first mercenary with a sigh. "He could still be healed, but the price for that will be incredibly high. Only an alchemical pill will be able to save his leg now," another mercenary continued who was listening to the conversation. The 2 mercenaries turned to the man who spoke and asked, "What kind of alchemical pill can heal him? Don't the healing alchemical pills only work on chi cultivators?" That mercenary was not a cultivator. "No, there are some higher-ranked alchemical pills that are effective on common people as well. The most common pill would be the 4 Vessels Restoration Pill. It is easily recognized by its strong herbal aroma and the spiral patterns present on it," answered the third mercenary. Upon hearing the mercenary's answer, Lin Mu's ears perked up and his eyes focused on him. The mercenary continued speaking, though getting the 4 Vessels Restoration Pill would be next to impossible, even for the leader of the Crimson Fang mercenaries. "The only place you can get it from in this region would be from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, and I can't even tell what it would cost. For us commoners, it is a priceless pill." The 2 mercenaries were listening with great interest, as it was the first time they've heard of such information. Desiring to know more, Lin Mu built up his courage and asked, "What cultivation levels does this pill work on, and what kind of injuries can it heal?" The third mercenary turned to look at Lin Mu, then answered, "From what I've heard, it works on all cultivation levels up to the peak of the core condensation realm. That's why it's said to be so incredibly expensive. As for what kind of injuries it can heal, as long as no vital organ is destroyed, it can heal all physical injuries and even reattach severed limbs." Lin Mu was shocked upon hearing the mercenary's answer. If what this mercenary is saying is true, then this is incredible. "The 3 pills I found in the spatial rift should be the 4 Vessels Restoration Pill," thought Lin Mu inwardly. A bowl of noodles soon arrived after the conversation ended. Lin Mu ate the delicious noodles and then paid for it before leaving the restaurant. Today was a great day for Lin Mu, as he was even able to find out what the use of the alchemical pills was in addition to buying his first sword. An hour later, he reached the hunting shack. Lin Mu had already stored the extra sets of clothes and all other items in the ring after he had gotten out of the town. He then went to check the traps for any beast that may have been caught in it. But this time his luck was not as good and all the traps were empty, thus he returned with nothing. Upon reaching the shack, Lin Mu felt the mysterious ring buzz and got ready for the spatial rift that was about to open. This time, he was looking forward to the opening of the spatial rift after finding out about the 4 vessels restoration pills. He was excited about what other valuable treasures he could find there. The spatial rift opened in front of Lin Mu, and it pulled in his hand. He spent a minute trying to find something in it until he touched something that seemed like a broken piece of wood. Pulling his hand out of the rift, Lin Mu then withdrew the item from the ring. He was a little puzzled upon seeing the item in his hand. What is this? A broken part of a wooden fence, thought Lin Mu. The item in Lin Mu's hand looked to be a part of a wooden fence, about half the length of his hand. It did not look like anything special after he scanned it over, so he put it back in the ring. He then unsheathed the short sword to practice with it. Lin Mu tried to mimic the exercises he had once seen the guards do. He practiced various attacking methods such as slashing, cutting, chopping, stabbing, and poking with the short sword. His movements were awkward, but he kept on doing it till he was dead tired and his arms felt sore. It reminded him of how he ran today and how the Calming Heart Sutra helped reduce his fatigue. He suddenly remembered the imposing gaze of Jing Wei and how a stream of energy had spread from the ring along with the thunderous chants in his mind, which reduced the pressure from the old man's gaze. He recalled the thunderous chants and felt like they were the same as the Calming Heart Sutra, yet different somehow. After he was done practicing with the sword, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. The vital energy within his muscles intensified in waves, rising and falling in a harmony. Suddenly, he felt the vital energy overflowing into his skin. Every inch of his skin erupted with pain at that moment, and then he felt it all fade away. Lin Mu opened his eyes after he felt the changes in his body. He had successfully broken through to the 5th stage of the body tempering realm and was now considered to be a mid-stage body tempering expert. The body tempering realm could be roughly divided into 4 parts. The early stage was composed of the 1st to 4th stage of the body tempering realm, and in it, a person would temper his muscles and toughen them. The mid-stage was composed of the 5th to 7th stage of the body tempering realm, where one would temper their skin, increasing its resistance. The late stage was composed of the 8th to 10th stage of the body tempering realm, and a person would temper their blood vessels. It was also this stage where a person could start to cultivate qi, as it was only now that their body was tough enough to handle it. The peak stage was composed of the 11th to 13th stage of the body tempering realm, and in it, one would refine their bones and marrow. It was very rare for any person to reach this stage, as it was considered incredibly difficult. No one would attempt to train their body this far along, as they could just become a qi cultivator before this stage, and would be much stronger than any expert at this stage. Most of the core disciples of top sects would only train up to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, as even the best cultivation techniques only had a maximum requirement of the 10th stage. Lin Mu stood up and stretched his limbs, followed from which a series of cracks and pops could be heard from his body. The first thing Lin Mu felt different was now that he had broken through to the 5th stage of the body tempering realm. He did not feel as cold as before. With his skin's resistance increased, Lin Mu would be able to withstand the harsh climate with much greater ease. I'm one more step closer to becoming a qi cultivator. Now I just have to keep up this pace and not falter. Lin Mu declared firmly. He then entered the hunting shack to cook some food. Now that he had plenty of condiments, the only things he lacked were vegetables and meat. Lin Mu just hoped that he would be able to hunt a beast tomorrow. After eating dinner, Lin Mu lied down on the makeshift bed and slipped into a deep sleep. He found himself in the same black space as before and just waited for his body to wake up naturally. Lin Mu woke up in the morning feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. He went to the stream to bathe, after which he washed the clothes he was wearing and then wore a new black set of clothes. He then entered the forest to check the traps. Lin Mu checked all the traps and could only find one snare that had caught a black-horned rabbit, which he took and went back to skin and prepared for his breakfast. He roasted the rabbit and applied plenty of spices and condiments, which made his meal much more enjoyable. After his stomach was filled, Lin Mu felt like he had the energy to last the entire day now. As today would be the first time he would be hunting in the forest, Lin Mu felt both excited and agitated. He entered the forest and chose a different path than before this time. This path headed towards the north into the deeper parts of the forest, where stronger and larger beasts lived. Lin Mu still felt a little nervous, so he tried to make as little noise as possible to not alert any of the beasts. Lin Mu had walked for an hour, during which he had seen many beasts, most of them being smaller beasts like the thorn-tailed rats, with others being larger herbivores such as the stone-hoofed deer, which he would not be able to chase after. He thought he was a little lucky that he did not encounter any larger carnivorous beasts. He was searching for a suitable prey that he could kill without putting himself in much danger. Another hour later, he found a beast that he could hunt. It was a hook-winged swan that had caught his attention. It seemed like it was separated from its flock and was currently pecking at worms and bugs in the grass. Lin Mu approached the beast silently. Even though the beast was not that strong, being roughly around the third stage of the body tempering stage, if it chose to fly away, Lin Mu would not be able to do much. He sneaked behind the beast with his short sword drawn and approached it. But just as he was about to slash at the beast, a bush behind Lin Mu rustled, alarming the beast. The hook-winged swan cried in surprise and unfurled its wings to take flight upon spotting Lin Mu behind it. Seeing that his prey was about to escape, Lin Mu shot forward with startling speed and stabbed the beast in the base of its neck. The beast screeched in pain and struggled as its life drained from its body. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu came to his senses as his instincts completely controlled the entire process that happened before. Lin Mu quickly stored the carcass of the hook-winged swan in the ring and turned around to check the bush where the sound came from. He knew that it was absolutely necessary to be aware of one's surroundings when they were hunting. One wrong step and they could be injured, or worse, killed. But before Lin Mu could even start moving towards the bush, he heard a loud squeal coming from it, finding a large boar charging out of it. The boar was tall enough to reach up to his waist and seemed extremely angry with its eyes crimson red. It was a mid-tiered beast called the red-snouted boar. Its snout was red as one could tell from its name, and they were highly territorial, even attacking beasts much larger than them without blinking an eye. Adrenaline surged through Lin Mu's blood as he broke into a sprint, running away from the boar that was now chasing him. He knew that the red-snouted boar was much stronger and faster than him, so he had to find a way to get rid of it quickly. He kept on running, but the red-snouted boar only got closer, and just when the beast was about to ram him. Lin Mu jumped and grasped a low-hanging branch to pull himself up on a short tree. The boar rammed into the trunk of the tree with a loud thud, making the entire tree shake. Seeing that its enemy had escaped onto the tree, the red-snouted boar kept on ramming it, trying to break it down. Chips of wood flew every time the boar rammed into the tree with its tusks, digging deeper and deeper. Cold sweat appeared on Lin Mu's forehead because of the fear from the boar. His brain functioned at a lightning speed to find a solution to the current predicament, as it did not seem like the tree could stand much longer. Thinking quickly, Lin Mu promptly decided upon a plan. I only have one chance, so let's just hope this works or my cultivation journey would end before it could even begin. Lin Mu thought out loud. He stretched out his right hand over the edge and timed when the red-snouted beast would slam into the tree. Just when the beast was about to slam into the half-broken tree, Lin Mu willed it, and a large rock appeared in his hand. It was the same rock he had found in the spatial rift. Lin Mu pulled his hand away as soon as the large rock appeared, as he could not bear its weight, for the rock easily weighed more than a few hundred kilograms. As soon as he moved his hand, a sickening crunch could be heard since the rock crushed the skull of the red-snouted boar. The beast did not scream, nor struggle, as its life was ended in an instant. Lin Mu waited for a minute to ensure that the beast was dead and would not miraculously come back to life the next moment. He then climbed down to check the aftermath. Blood and brains could be seen splattered around the head of the beast, giving off a bloody stench. Lin Mu finally calmed down after checking the dead beast, and his adrenaline rush faded. He placed his hand on the large rock to store it back in the ring. I could not identify what kind of rock it is, but at least I found a practical use for it, thought Lin Mu with a chuckle. After the large rock was stored into the ring, Lin Mu could see the state of the red-snouted boar. Its head was barely recognizable, having been crushed, with only its hard tusks surviving the impact. Lin Mu stored the carcass of the beast into the ring and ran in another direction, as other beasts would soon be attracted because of the fresh scent of blood. He did not want another dangerous encounter and felt like he had enough adventure for one day. Lin Mu reached the hunting shack 3 hours later. He then went towards the stream to skin the carcasses. Now that he had a blade to skin and gut the beasts, things would be much easier for him. Lin Mu first took out the carcass of the hook-winged swan and started removing the feathers while being careful of the small hooks located at the tips of the feathers. He removed all the feathers and stored them in the ring, as they could be used to make fletching. He would be able to sell them, along with the pelt and tusks of the red-snouted boar in the town. The next thing he did was to slit the throat of the boar to drain the blood. It was a little difficult for Lin Mu to lift the beast as it weighed over 100 kilograms. While the blood drained from the boar, he cut off the head of the hook-winged swan and let its blood drain as well. After its blood was drained, he slit the belly and removed all the guts, keeping the heart and liver behind. He then washed and stored the carcass into the ring. He did the same for the red-snouted boar too, except that he only threw away the stomach and intestines, keeping the large organs. Lin Mu felt a little tired after completing the task and wanted to rest. Now that he had the red-snouted boar's carcass, its vital energy-rich meat would last him for at least a week. He went to the shack to cook the hook-winged swan's meat first, which he flavored with spices. He rested while the meat was roasting. Lin Mu then gorged on the roasted swan beast and felt a warmth spreading from his stomach. This warmth was the vital energy stored in the beast's flesh. He did not feel this before from the black horned rabbit, as its flesh had very little vital energy stored in it. After finishing his meal, he went outside to continue training his body and to practice with the sword. Lin Mu started with physical training first. He ran a few laps, did push-ups, sit-ups, and then practiced his punches while being in the horse stance. In the end, he practiced using the sword, following the methods which he had seen the guards use. Lin Mu trained for over 3 hours, after which he felt utterly tired and drained. He hurriedly sat down and chanted the calming Heart Sutra, after which he felt the calming waves spread over his body. This time he could feel the waves of energy not only in his muscles, but also on his skin. The waves increased until they reached a crescendo and then faded, only to repeat once again. After each repetition, he could feel the vital energy from the meat he had eaten being assimilated. This lasted for over 30 minutes, after which all the vital energy he had obtained from eating the beast's meat had been completely absorbed. Lin Mu stopped after this as he felt like he was starving. He went inside and put some rice in the pot to cook, while he cut off a slab of meat from the carcass of the boar. He rubbed spices into the fatty meat and skewered it on some sticks, waiting for the rice to cook so that he could place it on the stove. I should make a larger stove to cook outside. I don't want to wait every time I'm hungry, thought Lin Mu. While waiting, he was adding wood to fuel the stove. He looked to the side and saw that his supply of wood was about to end. I'll need to get more wood tomorrow, though it would be better if I had an axe. I can still chop some thinner trees with my sword as well. I'll just take it as more sword practice, Lin Mu thought. Soon enough the rice was cooked and Lin Mu could let the meat roast. The aroma of the rich and fatty meat made his mouth water and his stomach rumble with desire. After a brief wait, Lin Mu ravenously ate his dinner, by the end of which his mouth and fingers were covered in the oil from the meat. The more Lin Mu trained, the more he could feel his appetite increasing. In fact, the amount of food he ate in this one meal was double the amount he ate a week ago. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at this realization and wondered how much he would be able to eat once he became a chi cultivator. He did not know much about the habits or life of cultivators, except that they were much stronger than commoners and had a longer lifespan. An ordinary cultivator of the chi refining realm could live for 200 years, while few commoners could survive past 100 years. Lin Mu did not even know how long cultivators of higher cultivation could live, but from what the legends say, they can become immortals and live forever. After his meal, Lin Mu could once again feel the comfortable warmth spreading from his stomach, restoring his energy. He once again sat down to chant the calming Heart Sutra until the vital energy from the meat was completely absorbed. Lin Mu felt that this time he could only absorb about half of the total energy from the meat, with the rest still remaining in his body. I guess without training, the effects of the calming Heart Sutra are not as good, but even so, the energy I absorbed now was already more than I obtained from the entire hook-winged swan. The amount of vital energy in a mid-tiered beast is simply incomparable to low-tiered beasts, thought Lin Mu as he understood the correct method of training. The sun had set a while ago and it was dark now. Even the crescent moon could not be seen as it was hidden behind the clouds. Lin Mu looked up at the pitch-black sky and pondered on some random thoughts. He used to enjoy gazing at the night sky ever since he was a child, but these days he just seemed to not have enough time to do it anymore. As he was gazing upwards, Lin Mu felt the mysterious ring buzz. It is late this time. I wonder how the ring works. Does it just randomly open the spatial rifts, or is there a pattern to it? Lin Mu questioned himself. He had already extended his hand in anticipation of the spatial rift, but this time he felt an even greater force pulling his hand than when the rift opened for the first time. He was pulled towards the forest for over 600 meters, after which he finally came to a halt. Damn, this is bad. I better keep all my senses alert for any danger. Lin Mu cursed as he unsheathed the sword with his left hand. Soon enough a spatial rift opened in front of him, and his hand was sucked in. Lin Mu frantically checked inside the rift to try to find whatever was in there so that he can get away from the forest as fast as possible. Fortunately, nothing dangerous occurred, and he was able to find the item that was in the spatial rift 5 minutes later. As soon as the object was stored in the ring, Lin Mu ran out of the forest at the fastest speed he could muster. After reaching the shack, he finally withdrew the item from the ring. The item that he had obtained this time was a small booklet that was torn and damaged, with most of its pages missing. Lin Mu opened the booklet and read its contents. The more Lin Mu read, the more excited he felt. This is a martial technique, exclaimed Lin Mu. The booklet described a martial technique called the boulder collapsing fist. It was a fist technique that was supposed to have immense force, though the thing that caught Lin Mu's notice first was the requirements mentioned in the booklet. It said no minimum cultivation required, can be practiced by persons of any level. This meant that he would be able to learn and use this martial technique and would not need to wait until he became a cultivator. Though a major part of the booklet was missing, the introduction and the mnemonics for learning the martial technique were completely present. The martial technique was composed of a breathing technique and a physical training method, both of which had to be used together to master it. The Marshall technique described creating a clockwise spiral current of energy in the left hand and an anti-clockwise spiral of energy in the right hand. There was an incomplete page describing the latter parts of the technique as well, but it was only vaguely instructed to increase the number of energy spirals, not enough to fully understand it. Lin Mu could only wonder how many pages the booklet could have had and how many parts of the technique it was missing. The introduction did say that the might of the technique increases exponentially with each higher stage of the technique. If Lin Mu could learn the technique, he would not have to fear other experts of the body-tempering realm as much and would be able to have a fighting chance against them. Lin Mu read the booklet over and over again in an effort to memorize it. He spent a long time trying to memorize it until he eventually fell asleep. He appeared in the dark place again, but this time he had a purpose. He went over the parts that he had memorized in an effort to increase his understanding. Lin Mu had memorized about half of the breathing technique that was mentioned, while the physical training method he could not. He woke up in the morning and felt like he had completely understood the part he had already memorized. Lin Mu went to the forest to chop some firewood and also to gather some tinder. He found some dried and dead trees that were thin and then used his short sword to chop them down. At first, it took him multiple slashes to cut the trees, but after cutting 10, he got the gist of it and could then cut them in 2 slashes. He checked the edge of the short sword later and found it to be as sharp as ever, with no flaw in it whatsoever. It is indeed an excellent sword made by a master craftsman, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu then carried the wood over to the hunting shack and put it in a small shed attached to the side of the shack. He set some more meat to cook on the stove while he carried over some large stones to make a bigger stove outside the shack. By the time he was done with the stove, the meat was already cooked and ready for him to eat. Lin Mu ate the roasted meat for his breakfast and became energized, ready to tackle the day's tasks. Lin Mu then went to check the traps as routine, but once again nothing was caught in the traps, neither were they triggered. Seems like the number of beasts in the outskirts has finally started to decrease. It means winter is close now. I got to hunt more beasts and save up some money, thought Lin Mu. The merchants would be arriving in the town the day after tomorrow, so Lin Mu wanted to accumulate as many pelts as he could till then. Lin Mu entered the deeper part of the forest after walking for an hour. He searched for beasts while keeping an eye out for danger. The first prey that Lin Mu found was a 2-tailed wood lizard, which was sunbathing on a rock. Lin Mu was able to kill it with ease as it was a low-tiered beast and was slower than Lin Mu. 2-tailed lizards were dark green in color and had 2 tails. While they were slow, their defense was good because of their tough scales, but Lin Mu had no problem penetrating its defense due to his excellent short sword. Lin Mu stabbed it behind its neck and the beast was dead in seconds. Lin Mu stored the corpse in the ring and continued his hunt. Soon after, he found a thorn-tailed rat which nearly scratched him with its tail. He killed it and stored it in the ring. It took him another hour to find the next prey. This time it was a red-crowned heron. There was a flock of red-crowned herons at the edge of a pond. In order to not alert the entire flock, Lin Mu baited one of the red-crowned herons with the flesh from the thorn-tailed rat. He hid on the top of a tree while the beast came to eat the bait. Lin Mu jumped down with his sword drawn and slashed at the neck of the beast, severing its head in one stroke. Storing the corpse in the ring, Lin Mu waited to see if he could get another red-crowned heron with the same method, but alas, the flock was scared away by a beast's roar that came from deeper in the forest. The roar even surprised Lin Mu, as he had not heard such a loud roar before. He wondered what beast could roar like that. The roar had more impact on the beasts than he thought. He could not find any more beast after that, as they all hid or retreated further away after being scared by the roar. Seeing that he was not going to have luck hunting, Lin Mu went back to the hunting shack. On the way back, he heard the roar once again. This time it was fainter, but it had the same effect nonetheless. He could see birds flying away overhead. I hope the roar of that beast does not keep on scaring away the beasts, or I would not be able to hunt, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu went to the stream to skin and prepare the beasts. He stored the feathers of the red-crowned heron and the skin of the 2-tailed wood lizard. It took a little effort for him to skin the 2-tailed wood lizard because of the hard scales, but he was successful in the end. Done with this task, Lin Mu was prepared to train. He followed his previous routine of training and then sat down to chant the calming Heart Sutra. He felt the vital energy that was still stored in his body being assimilated. Lin Mu could feel his skin tingle as the energy waves spread through it. After all the energy was assimilated, Lin Mu looked up at the sun and estimated that it was probably 2 p.m. He removed the carcass of the 2-tailed wood lizard to cook on the bigger stove he had made outside the shack. He then cooked a pot of rice on the other stove. While his lunch was cooking, Lin Mu took the booklet out of the ring and continued memorizing it. Lin Mu wanted to memorize the physical training method of boulder collapsing fist first so that he could practice it today. He was able to memorize the stances and the fist routines by the time lunch was cooked. Lin Mu ate his lunch with gusto while going over the contents of the booklet in his mind. After he was done eating lunch, Lin Mu stood up to practice the physical training method of the boulder collapsing fist. The training method comprised various stances in which the practitioner had to perform the fist routines. Lin Mu practiced it all way until it was dark. He was sweaty and tired, so he went to the stream to take a bath and also wash the robes he was currently wearing. The water of the stream was chilly, but it soothed Lin Mu's sore muscles. After taking a bath, he changed into a new set of clothes and went back to the hunting shack to cook dinner. He took out the carcass of the red-snouted boar and cut a leg from it. He then spit-roasted it on the bigger stove outside. Not to waste time, he continued reading and memorizing the booklet. While he was engrossed in reading, Lin Mu heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. He turned to check and saw a small silhouette escaping into the forest as soon as he stood up. He could not find anything there, so just thought it could be a small animal. Soon enough, the leg of the red-snouted beast was completely cooked. He tore a piece of tender meat and dipped it in some soy sauce before eating. Lin Mu could not even imagine himself being able to eat an entire leg of a boar by himself a few weeks ago, but now here he was with his ever-increasing appetite. Lin Mu laid down on the bed and continued reading the booklet. By now he had memorized the physical training method and only needed to memorize the remaining half of the breathing technique. By the time he fell asleep, Lin Mu had memorized all the contents of the booklet. In the dark place in his sleep, Lin Mu recalled the martial technique, improving his understanding of it. When Lin Mu woke up in the morning, he had memorized and understood the martial technique by heart. Now that I'm done with the booklet, I can finally start to learn it, thought Lin Mu out loud with excitement in his voice. Lin Mu withdrew the carcass of the red-crowned heron from his ring and cut it into small pieces to make stew from it. He put the pieces of meat into the pot and added spices and condiments to flavor it. By the time it cooked, Lin Mu would try out what he had learned from the booklet until now. Lin Mu first started using the breathing technique until he got the rhythm for it, then took the proper stance mentioned in the booklet. Then he started performing the fist routine. He made multiple mistakes while practicing the martial technique. He always mismatched the breathing pattern and the fist technique while he changed stances. He could feel the vital energy within his body being agitated, but it could not find the proper path to flow. It got stuck whenever he messed up the technique. Eventually, with time, he started to make fewer and fewer mistakes. It had been 2 hours since Lin Mu had started practicing the martial technique. He had lost track of time as he immersed himself in training. He only stopped when he smelled the delicious aroma rising from the pot of stew. He then sat down to eat the stew. The meat was extremely tender and separated from bones with ease. Glistening drops of fat covered the meat as he ate it and drank the stew. The warmth spreading from his stomach comforted Lin Mu. After eating, he sat down cross-legged to chant the calming Heart Sutra and obtain the most benefits from the training he did. He felt the effects of the calming Heart Sutra spreading, and by the time all the vital energy was assimilated, Lin Mu felt like he was already near another breakthrough. Practicing with the boulder collapsing fist martial technique seemed to have a greater effect than the method he was using before. Lin Mu decided to use this technique for training from now on. The next task on his list was to go hunting. Lin Mu had not heard any roar ever since yesterday, so he should be able to hunt today with no problem. He took a different path this time and headed more towards the northwestern part of the forest. After 2 hours of walking, he reached a small clearing from where he could hear the cries of 2 different beasts. He approached silently, making sure not to alert the beasts. He climbed a tree and hid at the top to spy on the beasts. Once he got to the top of the tree, he could finally get a clear view of the beasts. They seemed to be in a stare down, thought Lin Mu upon seeing the behavior of the 2 beasts. The first beast was a black panther who had a small tuft of yellow fur on the top of its head, while the other beast was an ape who had light brown fur and arms which were abnormally long compared to its body. Lin Mu did not know the names of these beasts, but they seemed to be very strong mid-tiered beasts. He did not know why, but instead of escaping, Lin Mu's curiosity made him observe the beasts with interest. He wanted to know why these beasts were in conflict, as they did not seem to be competing for territory. Only when the ape beast moved a little did Lin Mu see what was hidden behind him. Upon seeing the object behind the ape, Lin Mu's eyes went wide. What Lin Mu saw behind the ape beast was a plant that was 2 feet tall. It was dark green in color and had 6 leaves on its stalk. There was a purple-colored fruit the size of a grape hanging from it. Lin Mu thought he was hallucinating at first when he saw faint wisps of smoke arising from the fruit. "Wait, that's not smoke, that's spirit Kai," spoke Lin Mu out loud, before slamming his mouth shut upon remembering what kind of situation he was in. Thankfully, the beast did not seem to notice when Lin Mu spoke out loud. The plant that the ape beast was guarding was a spirit herb, and that too, one that had already borne fruit. The conflict between the 2 beasts seemed to be due to the spirit herb. Beasts had their own innate cultivation talent, and did not have the need for cultivation techniques to enter the chi refining realm like humans, but beasts could still consume spirit herbs to increase their speed of cultivation. Because of this, whenever a spirit herb or spirit fruit grew in the wild, it was usually fought upon by multiple beasts, and sometimes even humans if they discovered it. Lin Mu had seen some spirit herbs and spirit fruits before, but none of such high quality. The spirit apples which grew in the orchards of northern town were of the lowest quality of spirit fruit and still cost 1 gold coin each. Lin Mu could not even imagine how expensive a spirit herb of this quality was worth. At this moment, wild thoughts were running in Lin Mu's mind. He was imagining all methods he could use to snatch the spirit herb and obtain it for his own use. If I can obtain that spirit herb, I'm sure I will enter the Qi refining realm with the help of the Calming Heart Sutra, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu kept on observing the beasts while formulating plans for obtaining the spirit herb. Currently, the two beasts were growling at each other, trying to intimidate each other. The ape beast seems to have been guarding the spirit herb for some time, while the panther beast seemed to have just discovered it and was coveting it. After a couple of minutes, the panther beast could not take it anymore and made the first move. The panther beast pounced on the ape with its claws drawn. The ape beast howled loudly at the panther's approach and extended his arm to intercept the panther. The panther scratched the ape on the chest while the ape slammed the panther with its long arm on its side, which made the panther retreat. The panther was then circling the ape, looking for the next opportunity to strike. The ape was scratched on its chest and was bleeding from the wound, while the panther seemed to be completely fine after the ape's retaliation. From this, one could assume that the panther was the stronger beast of the two, and the ape seemed to be at a disadvantage. This time the ape lunged forward with its arms stretched up and smashed them together on the back of the panther. A pain-filled cry came out of the panther's mouth, yet it kept its poise and sank its fangs into the knee of the ape. A sickening crunch could be heard as the panther ripped out the kneecap of the ape. The ape wailed in agony as its eyes turned bloodshot with rage. The beast lost all inhibitions and tangled together with the panther in a mindless fight. By the end of the fight, the ape beast had lost an eye, with multiple chunks of flesh ripped from its body, and was unable to move due to its injured knee. The panther beast was also heavily injured, having broken multiple ribs and a foreleg, which it was dragging along now. Both the beasts seemed to be at their last breaths, but the panther was still faring better. The panther was crouching and looking for an opportunity to deliver the final blow. Lin Mu had witnessed the entire battle and was also waiting for an opportunity to strike. Observing that the ape would not be alive for much longer, Lin Mu approached from the blind spot of the panther. The ape was already blinded in one eye and had become weary due to blood loss. The panther saw the ape swaying and made its move. It tackled the ape to the ground and bit down on its throat. It held on tight while the ape was blindly raining blows on the panther. Grasping this opportunity, Lin Mu sprinted forward and reached the panther in a couple of breaths. The panther finally heard Lin Mu approaching and had let go of the ape's throat to get ready for him, but the ape gripped the limbs of the panther like a vice. The panther released a loud roar while trying to break free of the ape's grip. Lin Mu reached the side of the panther and slashed the short sword at its neck, but missed and cut its back instead as the beast shifted. The panther attacked Lin Mu with its hind limbs, which were free and nearly injured him, but Lin Mu could dodge it by sidestepping. The ape's grip on one forelimb of the panther weakened, and the panther pried it free. Lin Mu slashed again and completely missed as the panther was able to twist and turn to dodge his attack. Noticing that the panther was about to break free, Lin Mu held the short sword with both his hands and jumped at it, ignoring the idea of getting injured. The beast clawed at Lin Mu in response, which missed his torso and grazed his left arm, leaving a shallow cut on it. Lin Mu put all his weight in and stabbed the panther all the way through its chest. Lin Mu then rolled away, escaping another strike of the panther, leaving the short sword stuck in the panther. Seeing that he was successful in stabbing the panther beast, Lin Mu put distance between him and the panther. The panther wailed in anguish but could not do much to remove the sword. Now that the ape was dead and had let go of the panther, it tried dragging itself towards Lin Mu in a final attempt to attack him, but was too weak and collapsed after not even 3 steps. Lin Mu waited for 5 minutes before approaching the panther. He carefully poked the panther with a stick and checked whether it was still alive. Confirming that it was dead, Lin Mu pulled out the short sword from the chest of the beast. A stream of blood then started flowing from the hole in the panther's chest. Lin Mu put the corpse of the panther into the ring and did the same with the corpse of the ape as well. He then approached the spirit herb and plucked the fruit hanging from it. He was about to pull out the stalk from the ground as well when it withered in an instant and turned to dust. This surprised Lin Mu as he was not expecting this to happen. Lin Mu examined the small grape-sized purple fruit in his hand. No wisps of spirit qi could be seen rising from the fruit anymore after it was plucked from the stalk. Lin Mu stored the fruit in the ring and prepared to leave the forest. Lin Mu was lucky enough to not only acquire the fruit of the spirit herb today, but was also able to obtain 2 corpses of possibly high-tier beasts. He was lucky that the merchants would be arriving at the town tomorrow, and he would be able to sell the corpses along with the box made of fragrant wood. He will definitely be making a lot of money tomorrow, which will hopefully last him the entire winter. When Lin Mu reached the hunting shack 3 hours later, the first thing that came to his mind was to build a sled so that he would be able to carry the beast corpses to town. He could not let anyone see his usage of the ring, thus could only use this method. He chopped down some suitable trees and tied them with some tough vines to form a flat sled. He then wove the vines together and attached them to the ends of a wooden pole he made from a sapling to make a handle with which he could pull the sled. By the time he was done with all this, it was nighttime. Lin Mu had already set up some meat and rice to cook, so could eat as soon as he finished building the sled. After eating dinner, Lin Mu immersed himself in practicing the boulder collapsing fist. He practiced all the way until midnight when his concentration finally broke, and he sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. With the practice that he did in the morning, Lin Mu already sensed that he was close to a breakthrough, and thus was not surprised when he finally did, after assimilating all the vital energy from the meat. He felt his skin tingle and itch when he broke through to the 6th stage of the body tempering stage. He was about to stand up when he felt the ring buzz and lost his balance as a spatial rift appeared right where he was sitting. OFCK, cursed Lin Mu as he shifted to the side to prevent himself from falling into the rift. His arm was completely sucked into the spatial rift, leaving him stuck in an awkward position on the ground. If another person was to see Lin Mu in this position, they would probably burst out in laughter. Lin Mu searched around in the spatial rift, wanting to find whatever was in there so that he could stand up. It took him over 15 minutes, after which he was able to find the item. He pulled his hand out and withdrew the item from the ring, but upon seeing the item, Lin Mu became a little dumbfounded. "Is this just dirt?" said Lin Mu, on seeing the clump of dirt in his hand. Lin Mu touched and smelled the clump of dirt and could not find anything special about it, but still stored it in the ring. He stood up and entered the hunting shack to sleep. As Lin Mu was already tired, he fell into a deep sleep within 2 minutes and entered the dark place. Lin Mu appeared in the dark place and looked around. He felt like it was a little different this time. Somehow the darkness seemed to have reduced a minuscule amount. He still could not see anything, but the darkness did not seem as dark as before. It was hard to explain, but that's what he felt like. Since I appear here every time I sleep, I should probably give this place a name. I'll name this place the Sleepscape, thought Lin Mu, and felt a little proud of his naming sense. Lin Mu then sat down to recall and practice the boulder collapsing fist. He found out that now that he had memorized the entire martial technique, he could practice it here. Even though he could not feel the vital energy within his body, he could still improve his coordination between the fist routine and breathing technique. If I practice here, I'll have twice the gains in half the time, thought Lin Mu as realization dawned on him about the benefits of the sleepscape. Others could only sleep and dream, while Lin Mu could enter the sleepscape to practice and still wake up feeling refreshed. Thus Lin Mu continued practicing the technique until he woke up. Upon waking, Lin Mu set some meat on the stove to cook while he practiced the martial technique and see how much he had improved after practicing in the sleepscape. He could see some improvement in his coordination, but his vital energy still had difficulty in finding the right path to flow. As soon as the breakfast was ready, Lin Mu stopped to eat it and then sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu noticed that the rate of assimilation had increased, as before it took him 30 minutes to completely assimilate the vital energy, but now it took him 25 minutes. Looks like my assimilation rate increased after the breakthrough, or it could be that I can assimilate more vital energy than before, perhaps. I'll have to test it out after coming back from the town, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu stored the sled he had made into the ring, as he would be walking most of the way to the town, and only when he is close enough will he use the sled to pull the corpses. He also withdrew the sack which he slung on his back and a coin pouch that he tied to his waist. Ensuring that everything was ready, Lin Mu set out on the path to the town. It was around 8 a.m. right now, and most of the merchants should be reaching the town by noon. Lin Mu had plenty of time to do all the tasks today. If he is able to get a substantial amount of money, Lin Mu should be able to book a room in an inn for at least a month. Lin Mu was about 1/4 of the way away from the town when he finally saw some people on the path. He then waited for the people to go far enough for him to not be visible. Once there were no people nearby, Lin Mu took out the sled and put the corpses on it. He then started to pull it along, when he suddenly got the idea that he should probably not let the beast corpses be exposed and cover them. The only thing that he had that could somewhat cover the beast corpses was the large sack that he had, so he covered them with the sack, leaving some parts of the corpses exposed, but not so much that it would invite the people's interest. While walking, he came in contact with some people, but they only paid him a momentary glance before turning away. Lin Mu reached the northern town in 30 minutes, during which he saw some merchant carriages that were also entering the town. The view of the town had completely changed due to the large number of merchants who had set up their stalls and shops everywhere. There were a ton of people browsing and buying the goods the merchants had brought. while some hunters could be seen selling some beast materials to the merchants. Even the peasants working in the spirit apple orchards were given 2 days off, as this would be their only chance in buying whatever goods they needed from the merchants before winter comes. Once winter officially starts, the next time the merchants would be coming to the town would be at the start of spring, next year. The trade route that the merchants followed was to enter the 4 towns and then head towards Wu Lim City, where they would be selling off their most expensive goods and buying the shipments of spirit apples as well as some miscellaneous goods. After completing their trades in the city, they would all exit through the southern town and then head towards the various villages, towns, and cities towards the south. The things which attracted most merchants to Wu Lim City were the spirit apples and the occasional rare spirit beast materials. Lin Mu took the road towards the town square where the bigger merchants set up their shops. He wanted to sell the beast corpses to a merchant who specialized in them. Also, if he wanted to sell the fragrant wood box, he will have to find a merchant who dabbled in luxury goods. He reached the town square 20 minutes later as there were many people and carriages on the street which he had to carefully wade through. Lin Mu let his sight wander and saw a myriad of people and a cacophony of sounds. There were merchants and shopkeepers shouting out their wares, people bargaining with the merchants, and some people arguing with each other on who spotted the item first and had the right to buy it. One could see people from all walks of life in this square. Some were hunters with sinister appearances, some merchants who had cunning eyes, and of course some naive commoners. Lin Mu's sight eventually stopped on a group of merchants who were surrounded by a large crowd of people. Their carriages were parked behind them, and on the side, one could spot some live beasts in cages as well as beast corpses, which were currently being skinned by some men. Lin Mu dragged the sled towards that group of merchants. He bumped into some people and had to also push some people aside so that he could pull the sled in order to reach the merchants. Once he reached the merchants, one of the young men that were skinning the beast corpses spotted him and gestured him to bring his sled there. The young man looked to be in his early 20s and was wearing a tough traveler's robe. "You're here to sell some beast corpses, I presume?" asked the young man to Lin Mu. "Yes, I have 2 beast corpses that I'm looking to sell," replied Lin Mu. The young man gazed at the sled and said, "We're currently only buying larger beasts, so if you have any other smaller beast corpses, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere." Lin Mu nodded to the young man and turned the sled around to show him the beast corpses. But when he lifted the sack and exposed the corpses, the young man's eyes went wide and his jaw fell. This is a long-armed Haimao ape, and that's a yellow-tufted panther," shouted the young man in shock. Hearing the young man's shout, the other merchants and the people standing around also turned their focus towards him and then towards the beast corpses. Surprise could be seen in the eyes of people who knew what those beasts were, and confusion in the eyes of those who didn't. The older merchant, who seemed to be the leader of the group, approached the sled to check on the beast's corpses. His experienced eyes scanned the corpses and then turned towards Lin Mu. A long-armed Haimao ape corpse at the peak of the mid-tier, and a yellow-tufted panther corpse at the high tier. "You've been very lucky, boy," spoke the merchant. Lin Mu was a little confused when the young man was shocked, but when he heard the words of the older merchant, he finally understood his reaction. If not for the scenario where the 2 beasts had already heavily injured each other, there was no chance that Lin Mu could hunt them. Even escaping from them would be pushing his luck. The other people who were watching were gossiping and muttering amongst themselves. The older merchant, seeing the crowd's condition, gestured towards a burly man that was skinning a beast corpse at the side. That burly man came close and dispersed the crowd. Some people in the crowd were unwilling at first, but then scattered under the threatening eyes of the burly man. Once most of the people dispersed and only the people who were actually trading with the merchants were left, the older merchant spoke. "Though the pelts of both the beasts are damaged, I can still pay you for their materials and the meat." Lin Mu nodded as he knew that the pelts were beyond saving and the beast corpses were only worth their materials. "Yes, I want to sell these beast corpses, so how much will you pay me for these?" asked Lin Mu. 2 gold coins for the long-armed Haimao ape and 4 gold coins for the yellow-tufted panther, stated the older merchant. This time it was Lin Mu's turn to be shocked. It was true that Lin Mu did not know what those 2 beasts were, and neither did he know how strong they were, but he never expected to get 6 gold coins total for both the beast corpses. Another point Lin Mu understood was that he was in extreme danger the whole time he was in the presence of the beasts. The one thing he did not have to worry about anymore was about affording a room at an inn. With the 6 gold coins he got, he would be able to easily spend the rest of the winter in the inn. A single gold coin is enough to rent a decent inn for an entire month. I was pinning my hopes on the fragrant wood box to get enough money to last the winter, but these 2 corpses are already more than enough, thought Lin Mu. The older merchant was staring at the shocked Lin Mu. Seeing that he was not answering, the merchant questioned, "So will you take the offer?" Yes, I'll take it," said Lin Mu hurriedly after he snapped out upon hearing the merchant's question. The older merchant asked the young man standing at the side to take the beast corpses away while he took out 6 gold coins and passed them to Lin Mu, who took them with shaky hands. The older merchant smiled a little upon seeing Lin Mu's shaky hands. Lin Mu pretended to put the coins in his pouch, but he actually stored them in the ring. Lin Mu had never handled such a large amount of money, so he wanted to keep it safe, and the safest place would be the ring. Even though Lin Mu was stronger than before, being in the 6th stage of the body tempering realm, he still would not be able to defend himself against multiple people. After completing the transaction, Lin Mu turned around to leave. Now he only needed to find a merchant that would buy the fragrant wood box. Lin Mu browsed around the square until he found a rich merchant who seemed like he would buy the box. The rich merchant was a middle-aged man wearing a long yellow robe and had his hair tucked in a hat. There were many items that were set for sale in the makeshift shop, though most people were only watching them, never actually buying them. There were goods of different types: amulets, pendants, bracelets, earrings, bejeweled daggers and blades, vases, and pots of exquisite quality, along with a multitude of luxuries. Lin Mu approached the shop and looked around. Seeing all the items, he felt like the merchant would probably accept the fragrant wood box. Lin Mu turned his gaze to the merchant, who was sitting and drinking a cup of tea in silence. "Sir Merchant, do you buy things here?" asked Lin Mu respectfully. The merchant, who was engrossed in enjoying his cup of tea, opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Mu. "Depending on the item, I may or may not buy it, but know this, that I only buy high-end or rare items," answered the middle-aged merchant expressionlessly. Lin Mu pulled out the fragrant wood box from the sack, which he had withdrawn from the ring beforehand. He then presented it to the middle-aged merchant. The middle-aged merchant narrowed his eyes upon seeing the fragrant wood box. "A fragrant agarwood box in whom? What's this?" the middle-aged merchant muttered as he saw the pattern engraved on the box. The merchant seemed to have identified the pattern on the box, as his interest in the box rose. "How did you get this pill storage box from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect?" asked the merchant. Lin Mu was a little surprised, as the merchant was able to guess the use of the box with just one look. He also confirmed his suspicion that this box and the 4 vessels restoration pills were indeed from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. "A man pawned it off to my father in exchange for some money," answered Lin Mu. He had long thought of what excuse he was going to give, in case anyone asked. The middle-aged merchant had a slightly confused look upon hearing Lin Mu, but then had a change of expression, as if he had some kind of realization. "Ah, you must have gotten it after last year's plague. Of course, the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect were the ones who supplied the cure for it," said the merchant with an affirming tone. This was news to Lin Mu. He did not know that the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect supplied the medicine for curing the plague. The plague that spread last year was devastating for the northern and the eastern town. Around 30% of the population of both towns died due to it. It was not until a month later, after it started to spread, that the mayor of Wulim City requested the sect for help. The medicine arrived 2 days later, but it was already late for Lin Mu's parents, as they had long succumbed to the disease. Lin Mu pushed his thoughts aside for now and spoke. "Will you buy this box then?" "Let me test it first," said the merchant as he took the box from Lin Mu's hands. The merchant tapped his finger on top of the pattern, and suddenly it lit up. Various runes appeared floating on the engraved pattern. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he saw the sight. The merchant noticed Lin Mu's shock as he said, "It seems you did not know that it had a preservation formation placed on it." Lin Mu nodded in affirmation to the merchant's words. "Of course you are not a cultivator, so there was no way you could know," said the merchant to himself. "Wait, that means you are a cultivator?" asked Lin Mu curiously. "Yes, I am a cultivator indeed," the middle-aged merchant answered. The merchant then switched his gaze towards the box and stayed silent as if in thought. He had his hand under his chin as he spoke. "It's a fragrant agarwood pill storage box from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect with a preservation formation placed on it. So for it, I'll give you a price of, 100 gold coins." Lin Mu was too shocked to even express it. He even secretly pinched himself to ensure that he was not in a dream. Heaven knows that he has not had a dream for a few days now. He could have just started to daydream without even realizing it. Lin Mu was not the only person who was shocked upon hearing the price. While there was no one else at the shop, there were 2 men standing a little farther from him that also heard it. The 2 men were standing with their backs to Lin Mu. They did not turn around to look right away. Instead, they walked a little farther from the shop and then turned around to look. The day had been going amazing for Lin Mu. He already felt lucky upon getting 6 gold coins for the 2 beast corpses, but now that he was getting a 100 gold coins in exchange for the fragrant wood box, he was on top of the world. Understanding Lin Mu's acceptance, the middle-aged merchant turned his left palm up and a small pouch appeared on it out of thin air. Lin Mu looked closer at the merchant's hand, and indeed there was a ring on the middle finger of the merchant. The merchant was also wearing a spatial storage ring. It was the first spatial storage ring he had seen, except for the one that he had. The ring that the merchant was wearing was vastly different from Lin Mu's. While Lin Mu's ring was a dull gray with 5 small protrusions on it, The merchant's was golden with a small blue gemstone embedded in it. After the small pouch appeared in the merchant's palm, he opened it and counted 100 gold coins before putting them on the counter. Lin Mu hastily picked them up and stored them in his own coin pouch. He could not store them in the ring right away as the amount was too much to hide, and also the merchant in front of him was a cultivator who could notice it. While this all happened, the two men were closely watching the entire transaction. Greed could be seen igniting in the eyes of both men. The men seemed to have said something to each other before they disappeared in the crowd of people. While Lin Mu had wanted to prevent a similar situation as before, by hiding and being as secretive as he could be with the transactions, the thing that he feared still happened, and right now he did not even know that he was in danger. Done with the transaction, Lin Mu walked away from the merchant and went towards the deserted alley where Jingwei's emporium was located, as he still had other items he wanted to sell. While he was walking, he was completely unaware that two men were following him from afar. Lin Mu was standing in front of Jingwei's emporium, staring at the shop. Before entering, he withdrew all the materials he was going to sell, as well as withdrawing a sufficient amount of money to be kept in the coin pouch. He currently had 4 materials he wanted to sell. They were the pelt and tusks of the red-snouted boar, the pelt of the two-tailed wood lizard, and the feathers of the hook-winged swan. The gains from these materials would not compare to the number of coins he received from today's previous trades, but it will net him some silvers at least, because for Lin Mu every little copper counted. Once Lin Mu ensured that everything was ready, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the shop. The door was still hard to push and creaked loudly when it swung open. The shop was still the same as he had left it before, with the only exception being that the counter was clean from dust, and the woman, Duanqi, was already at the counter. Duanqi was sitting at the counter while reading a book. She was wearing a light green dress today, and her hair was tied in a bun with the help of an ornate hairpin in the shape of a poplar leaf. Duanqi turned her sight away from the book and looked towards Lin Mu, who had just walked in. But as she looked at him closely, she felt that he looked different from before. Only when he came in front of her could she perceive the reason. He broke through to the 6th stage of the body tempering already. It has not even been a week since he was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm, thought Duanqi with a little surprise on her face. Lin Mu was thinking about what he was going to say to Duanqi, so did not notice the slight surprise on her face. He stood in front of her and spoke in a friendly tone. "I'm here to sell more materials. Show me what you've brought," said Duanqi curtly. Lin Mu opened the sack and pulled out the materials one by one. He first placed the bundle of feathers from the hook-winged swan on one side, along with the tusks of the red-snouted boar, then took out the rolled-up pelts of the red-snouted boar and the two-tailed wood lizard. Duanqi unrolled the pelts and inspected them. Finding nothing wrong with them, she placed them down and then inspected the tusks for cracks and counted the number of feathers. After she was done inspecting all the materials, Duanqi turned her eyes towards Lin Mu and spoke. "I'll pay you 1 silver for the two-tailed wood lizard's pelt, 5 silvers for the red-snouted boar's pelt, 2 silvers and 50 coppers for the feathers of the hook-winged swan, and 2 silvers for the tusks of the red-snouted boar." "That's fine for me, I accept," said Lin Mu. "Do you want to buy something?" asked Duanqi with a questioning tone, as if she was displeased with Lin Mu for only selling and not buying anything. "Nothing right now," said Lin Mu, oblivious to her tone. Seeing that Lin Mu was not looking to buy anything, Duanqi took out a coin pouch from the counter and counted 10 silver and 50 copper coins before passing them to Lin Mu, who took them. Lin Mu was about to turn around when Duanqi spoke. "How's the sword treating you?" Lin Mu stopped upon hearing her and spoke. "The sword is excellent and has been a great help to me. It did not become even slightly dull after I chopped some trees with it," said Lin Mu with an impressed tone. The corner of Duanqi's mouth could be seen twitching after hearing that Lin Mu used the short sword to chop wood. If grandfather was here, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Using his sword to chop wood, what disrespect, thought Duanqi. "You should buy an actual axe to chop wood then. It's not right to use the sword for that," suggested Duanqi. "Also, perhaps for skinning the pelts, you should also get a proper skinning knife. It would make the task much more efficient," further spoke Duanqi after seeing that Lin Mu was contemplating on her previous suggestion. Lin Mu thought of Duanqi's suggestions and indeed felt that he should get a chopping axe and a skinning knife. If not for their intended use as tools, they could be used as extra weapons in case of an emergency. "You're right, I'll get them both. Can you show me some?" asked Lin Mu. Duanqi nodded and came out from behind the counter and went towards a shelf towards the right. She checked the top of the shelf and pulled out a short knife that was kept in a leather sheath. The knife was 10 centimeters long and had a curved blade. After taking out the knife, she went towards the other corner of the shelf and picked up an axe that was hung on its side. The axe looked very common and unassuming. She brought both items to the counter and showed them to Lin Mu, who checked them out. Finding them acceptable, he spoke. "How much for them?" "A total of 5 silver coins, 2 for the axe and 3 for the skinning knife," said Duanqi. Lin Mu was a little surprised that the knife cost more than the axe, but then understood that the knife was of a much higher quality than the axe. Lin Mu took out 5 silver coins from his pouch and passed them to Duan Qi, who promptly stored them in the counter. Lin Mu took the 2 tools and stored them in the empty sack. He then walked out of the shop and went towards the main street. After Lin Mu was gone, Duan Qi was still staring at the door for a while, until the door behind her opened and the old man Jingwei walked out. "Was it the boy?" asked Jingwei to Duan Qi. "Yes, it was that boy Lin Mu. He came to sell more materials," answered Duan Qi. Jingwei looked closely at his granddaughter's expression and asked, "Was something different with the boy?" "You were right before grandfather," spoke Duan Qi. Jingwei raised his brows in question. "The boy is in the 6th stage of the body tempering realm," explained Duan Qi upon seeing her grandfather's questioning gaze. Jingwei too was a little surprised, like Duan Qi upon knowing this. The boy definitely has some secrets. There is no other way he could reach the 6th stage of the body tempering realm this fast. "I'm even thinking someone may be backing him," said Jingwei after thinking a little. "Grandfather, if someone is backing him and is able to hide themselves from you, they must have a high level of cultivation. We need to find out and verify this, or it could be problematic for us," said Duan Qi. "No, wait for a while. We have been hiding here for all these years now. If we expose ourselves this early, all our plans could go to waste," said Jingwei with a firm tone. Duan Qi was a little taken aback from her grandfather's reaction, but did not question it. Back on the main street, Lin Mu was looking for an inn. He wanted to see if he could get a room in one of the inns. He knew that it could be a little difficult, as the other hunters who did not have houses in the town must have already booked the inns beforehand for the winter. He reached the first inn and walked in through the door. There were already many people standing around in the lobby. Most of them looked like they were merchants, with some hunters and common folk mixed in. Lin Mu went up to the person sitting at the front desk and asked, "Do you have rooms available?" "No, sorry, we're already booked for 3 days from today, and if you were asking to stay for the duration of the winter, then you'll have to come back 3 days later to inquire," said the person sitting at the desk in a practiced manner, as if he had already repeated the same sentence many times. Upon hearing the man's answer, Lin Mu walked out of the inn and went ahead to check the other inns on the street. He ended up checking all the inns in the street and got a similar answer. They either told him to come back in 3 days as the merchants had booked them all, or that they were completely booked for the winter. "I guess I must come back 3 days later then. Worst that could happen is that I can't find a room and I'll have to rent a small house instead. At least I have plenty of money now," thought Lin Mu. Failing in his search for an inn, Lin Mu went back to the main square where all the merchants had set up their stalls and shops. He had left behind the sled that he had made, with the merchant who had bought the 2 beast corpses from him. He did not want to pull the sled around the town, so he thought to get it later on if he could not find a room today. He reached the square 10 minutes later and talked to the young man who had taken the beast corpses with him. The young man pointed him towards the cages, at the side of which his handmade sled was kept. Lin Mu thanked the young man and started pulling the sled out of the town. Now that there was no weight on the sled, it was much easier for Lin Mu to pull it. He exited the town after 15 minutes, unaware that 2 men had followed him the entire time. They stayed far from him, so he did not notice them at all. He had to travel about halfway to the hunting shack before he could store the sled in the ring, as there were more travelers and hunters who were going towards the town now than in the morning. When he finally reached a remote enough place, he stored the sled in the ring. But this time there were 2 men who were hiding behind a knoll, who had seen the sled disappear. The 2 men were shocked, but then remembered what they had seen before in the morning, and understood that Lin Mu had a spatial storage treasure as well. The greed in their eyes was blazing now. They were already thinking about how rich they were going to be after they kill Lin Mu and take away his belongings. The 2 men took out their weapons and held them in their hands before approaching Lin Mu. "Stop right there, brat," spoke one of the men. "Ah, not again," was the only thought that Lin Mu had upon hearing the voice that came from behind him. Lin Mu quickly turned around to face the people that called him from behind. He saw 2 men standing before him. One of them was muscular and the other was thin but tall. The muscular one was holding a club in his hand and was wearing some light leather armor, while the tall one was holding an axe in his hand and was wearing rough hunting clothes. The one who had called Lin Mu was the muscular man. He was looking at Lin Mu with eyes that were dripping with greed. As soon as Lin Mu saw the man's look, he understood that they were here to rob him. Lin Mu sighed inwardly with relief, as he had already stored everything valuable on him into the ring, so even if the men searched him, they will not find anything. Though Lin Mu did not know whether these men were some common thieves that targeted him randomly, or if they knew he had a lot of money with him. "What do you want?" Lin Mu asked with a neutral tone, not wanting to outright offend them. "Give us all your money and belongings, brat," said the muscular man with a rough accent. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed upon hearing the man's accent. He could not place where he had heard it before, but it definitely was not from this region. That means the men probably came here with the merchants. It also did not seem like they belonged to a mercenary group. They were far too ill-equipped. Not wanting to argue with the men, Lin Mu took the coin pouch that only had a silver and few copper coins in it and threw it to the men. "There, take it, that's all I have," said Lin Mu. The tall man picked it up and emptied it out. Both the men saw that the coin pouch had a meager amount of money in it and knew that Lin Mu must have stored it all in a spatial treasure. The only thing they did not know was where Lin Mu had hidden the spatial treasure. They could not see him wearing any spatial treasure like a ring or bracelet. "Don't try to fool us, you worthless brat. Give us everything you have," said the muscular man with a threatening tone. "We know you have a spatial treasure, so spill everything out. Don't try to act smart," added the tall man. As soon as Lin Mu heard the tall man's sentence, a mix of emotions could be seen colliding in his eyes. It would have been fine if they pestered him for his sword or money. He could have just run away like before, but now that they knew his secrets, there was no way Lin Mu could let this go. Lin Mu unsheathed his short sword and looked at the men with a fierce expression. The two men were a little taken aback by his sudden change from meek to fierce. "Oh, so you're gonna resist? Let's see if you can take this blow from Daddy," said the muscular man as he stepped forward to swing the club at Lin Mu. Lin Mu sidestepped to dodge the blow and swung the short sword at the muscular man's waist. The man saw the slash and dodged it easily. The tall man also joined the fight and swung the axe at Lin Mu's arm. Lin Mu was able to parry it with the short sword, but felt a strong shock that made his arm hurt. The tall man was stronger than Lin Mu and the muscular man. He was in the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. "Watch out, second brother, this brat is in the 6th stage of the body tempering realm," said the tall man to the muscular man. The muscular man was surprised on hearing that this boy, who was still wet behind the ears, was as strong as him, an adult who had been training for years. "So you have confidence in your strength, brat, that's why you're so arrogant. It's a shame that I will break it today," taunted the muscular man. Both the men attacked together in an effort to swiftly finish Lin Mu, but he rolled away and all their weapons could hit was the earth. "Damn it, you slippery loach," cursed the tall man. This time the two men approached Lin Mu from opposite sides, leaving him with a tiny area for movement. The tall man slashed his axe first, which Lin Mu blocked with his short sword, but felt the impact of the blow in his wrist. The muscular man, seeing that Lin Mu was stuck defending against the tall man, attacked his head with the club. Lin Mu sensed the movement of the muscular man and quickly withdrew the skinning knife he had bought and threw it at the face of the tall man. The tall man had to move aside to dodge the skinning knife that was flying at him. He was surprised as he could not see where Lin Mu had pulled the knife from, thus could not completely dodge the knife, and his ear was cut at the lobe. "You dare hurt first brother, brat," shouted the muscular man while swinging the club. Lin Mu grasped the moment when the muscular man paused for a moment to look at the tall man and swiftly cut the club in the man's hand. The club's head was made of metal, but the handle was still made of wood. The muscular man was now unarmed, and only a piece of wood was left in his hand. "I can't keep on blocking the axe with my sword. His swinging force is much stronger than mine," thought Lin Mu. Seeing that his club got cut, the muscular man was enraged even more. He dropped the piece of handle left in his hand and swung his fist at Lin Mu. This time Lin Mu could not completely dodge the attack. He was hit by the muscular man's punch in the back and dropped his sword, which was blocking the tall man's axe. Lin Mu forcefully pushed back and did a side roll so that the axe would not hit his head. But the muscular man was already ready to deliver the next blow, and with the axe approaching him, Lin Mu could not do much. "Ha ha ha, now he's done for," said the muscular man. "Die," shouted the tall man. Lin Mu thought that this was the end for him when suddenly his body turned blurry. The two men thought that they imagined this, but when the blade of the axe was about to hit Lin Mu, it just passed through Lin Mu as if he was made of air. Similarly, the muscular man's punch too passed through his body unobstructed. Lin Mu could not think of anything at that moment and spun around to escape from between the men. In the same spinning motion, he seamlessly withdrew the wood-chopping axe from his ring and buried it in the base of the muscular man's skull. Lin Mu left the axe stuck in the muscular man's skull and instead entered the stance of the boulder collapsing fist. His breath melded with his movement and agitated the vital energy within his body. At that moment, he reached a level of harmony, and a small string of energy spun inside his right hand and formed a small spiral, which looked unstable and felt like it would dissipate any moment. The tall man was frozen at the sight of the bloodied axe, which was stuck in the head of his second brother. Lin Mu saw this and grasped this golden opportunity. He gathered every ounce of his strength and stuck the tall man at the very center of his chest. The tall man felt his ribs crack and his breath was knocked out of his lungs. Lin Mu broke the stance and suppressed the pulsating pain in his right hand. He picked up the short sword that was lying on the ground with his left arm and swiftly slashed the neck of the tall man, decapitating him. Lin Mu was now laying down on the ground, exhausted. He did not know why, but after the attacks of the two men passed through him, he felt as if half of his energy reserves were drained and using the axe, and boulder collapsing fist depleted the rest, leaving him with a bare smidgen of energy, which he used to decapitate the tall man. He was out of breath and his hand was throbbing with pain, leaving him unable to move. He was completely unguarded, and anyone could kill him right now with no effort. Lin Mu must have lied on the ground for more than an hour, as the sun in the sky had moved a significant distance. After he felt a slight reduction in his fatigue and some energy being recovered, Lin Mu stood up and finally saw the entirety of his handiwork. He saw the muscular man who had the wood-chopping axe stuck in his head, lying dead behind him, and the now headless, tall man beside him. Lin Mu swallowed the sickening feeling that was rising from his throat and collected his wits. He first stored the short sword in the ring, not bothering to put it in the sheath. Then he pulled out the axe from the muscular man's head and left a pool of blood behind. An idea then came to his mind, and he stored the corpses of the men in his ring as well. He could not just leave them lying in the middle of the path and have someone discover them. He would be incriminated if someone was able to link these two men to him. He also searched for the skinning knife and found it lying a little farther than the decapitated head of the tall man. He picked up the head and stored it in the ring as well, along with the knife. Now the only evidence that was left behind was the pools of blood on the ground. He spent some time covering it with mud and soil. Once the blood was hidden beneath the dirt, he looked around for anyone spying on him. He confirmed that no one had witnessed him by checking any footprints around the area. He did not find any fresh footprints in an area of 100 meters. Knowing that he could only leave the rest to luck, Lin Mu broke into a sprint and ran all the way to the small stream beside the apple tree. Once he reached the stream, he washed up and changed out of the soiled clothes, which had traces of blood on them. He rested for a while, soaking his sore feet in the cold water and massaging his right hand, which was now aching less than before. He was incredibly hungry and felt like he could eat until his stomach would burst. Lin Mu stood up and walked to the hunting shack. Once at the hunting shack, Lin Mu took out the remaining meat of the red-snouted boar and skewered it with a stick and hung it on the large stove outside the shack. While the meat roasted, he put some rice in the pot to cook. He sprinkled the spices on the roasting meat and watched it cook. Soon enough, an intense aroma rose from the meat, which made it irresistible to Lin Mu. Ignoring the scalding heat, Lin Mu tore off an entire leg and devoured it like a barbarian. After Lin Mu was done eating, he could not even believe that he had eaten half of an entire boar by himself. He looked at his belly and found it to be stretched taut, but there was still no way that all that meat could fit inside there. Since he could not figure it out, he just dropped the thought. He had more important things to do for now. Lin Mu could feel a massive amount of energy being absorbed from the meat in his stomach. He sat down cross-legged to chant the calming heart sutra. He felt the energy being assimilated in his muscles and in his skin. This time he could focus even deeper and could sense a slight trickle of energy permeating his blood vessels. Is this the next tier of the body tempering realm? But isn't it only after reaching the 8th stage that one can temper their blood vessels, so why can I feel them strengthening very slightly? Thought Lin Mu. The hypothesis that Lin Mu had in the morning about being able to assimilate more vital energy proved to be true. Even though he still had around 40% of energy still being stored in the body, he still assimilated more vital energy than ever before. It also took him around 45 minutes before he stopped chanting the calming heart sutra and could not assimilate any more vital energy. He looked up at the sun and guessed it should be around 5 p.m. Now that he had completely finished the entire boar, he needed to get more meat. Lin Mu wondered if he should not have sold the meat of the two beasts. Those two beasts were much stronger than the red-snouted boar and would have had an even greater amount of vital energy in them. Lin Mu first decided to check the traps and then go further into the forest if he did not catch anything in them. He also needed to dispose of the two corpses of the men, and what better way than to dump them in the forest and let the beasts deal with them. He reached the trail where he had set up the traps after 10 minutes. He checked the first 3 snares and found nothing caught in them. The next one he checked had a thorn-tailed rat caught in it, which he could not eat. He broke the neck of the thorn-tailed rat and kept it in the ring to use it as a bait. He then checked the remaining 2 traps and found them to be empty as well. Getting unsatisfactory results with the traps, Lin Mu decided to just abandon them and only check them for bait in the future. Lin Mu switched the path and walked deeper into the forest. He found a larger trail where there were tracks of larger beasts and dumped the dead bodies of the 2 men near it for the beasts to eat. He also checked their bodies for valuables and found 22 silvers combined on both the men. He also took the light leather armor from the muscular man. He tried it on and found it to be too big for him. He could only tighten it and bind it roughly to be able to wear it. He still put it on as some protection is still better than none. Lin Mu searched for fresh tracks of beasts to hunt. It took him half an hour to find some hoof tracks. He guessed them to be of a juvenile 6-pronged stag that had probably been separated from its herd. Lin Mu followed the tracks for a few hundred meters, after which he found the juvenile 6-pronged stag grazing at some grass behind a thicket. He silently approached the beast, making sure not to step on any sticks and avoid making any noise. It was Lin Mu's luck that there was headwind blowing, which prevented the beast from smelling his scent. Once Lin Mu was a few steps away from the beast, he focused his strength on his legs and lunged at the beast, who was completely unaware. The short sword was able to slash the neck of the beast, who started to bleed profusely. Because of the intense pain, the beast instantly collapsed on the ground, unable to run. Lin Mu quickly touched the beast and put it inside the ring, as he did not want the cries of the beast and the scent of the blood to attract other beasts. Done with his hunt, Lin Mu turned back, as the sun had already started to set. He reached the hunting shack after 50 minutes and then went towards the stream to skin and prepare the beast. He drained the remaining blood and then started to skin the juvenile six-pronged stag. While he was skinning the beast with the new skinning knife he had bought, a thought appeared in his mind. When he had thrown the knife at the tall man, only the knife had appeared without its sheath. But now when he withdrew the knife to skin the beast, the knife appeared with its sheath. He was intrigued and wanted to test it out, so he stored the knife back in the ring and then withdrew it. The knife appeared in its sheath. He then tried it another time, this time only wanting to withdraw the knife and not the sheath. He succeeded, and only the knife appeared in his hand. It seems like I can control what I want to withdraw, even if the two objects are attached, Lin Mu concluded. Amazed by this new discovery, Lin Mu continued his task of skinning the beast. After he was done completely skinning the beast, he put the meat and other materials away in the ring. From the juvenile six-pronged stag, he obtained its pelt and small undeveloped horns. Even though the beast was only a juvenile, it was still roughly in the fourth stage of the body tempering realm. Humans and beasts simply cannot be compared. Even a juvenile is strong enough to compare to an average adult man, thought Lin Mu. After he was done with the beast, Lin Mu started to practice the boulder collapsing fist. Since he had experienced some success after using it during the fight, Lin Mu was optimistic in progressing further. Lin Mu stood in the stance, regulated his breathing according to the breathing technique, and then started to practice the fist routine. He felt like his coordination had indeed increased than before, though he could not perform the same as he did during the fight. The vital energy in his body did get agitated, but it still got stuck and could not find the right path. He focused on the feeling he got during the fight, on the spiral of energy that had formed in his hand. Lin Mu continued practicing until it was midnight and stars were painted across the night sky. Eventually, after countless tries, he felt the same spiral of energy forming in his hand. As soon as the spiral formed in his hand, it stayed stable for a few breaths before starting to dissipate. Sensing that the energy spiral was getting unstable, Lin Mu executed the technique and threw a punch. This time he could properly see with his eyes the effect of the technique. The punch that stuck the air generated a small gust of wind that made the leaves on the tree 4 meters away from him shake and fall down. Lin Mu collapsed on the ground after executing the technique, as he felt all the energy he had obtained from the previous meal depleted. He struggled to sit cross-legged, but was able to sit and chant the calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu finally felt the remaining vital energy that was stored in the body, assimilating into his muscles and skin. After 30 minutes, he had completely assimilated all the energy and was hungry once more. He went back to the hunting shack to prepare his dinner. Lin Mu ate with gusto and replenished his stamina. After he was done eating, he laid down on the wooden bed and soon fell asleep. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape and continued his practice. After some time, he felt like he could not progress anymore, as he needed to feel the vital energy within his body to be able to execute the technique. So Lin Mu decided to sit down and recall the memories of the fight. Lin Mu did not understand some aspects of the fight, thus wanted to analyze every part of it. In the sleepscape, Lin Mu was able to clearly recall his memories. He went over them again and again, analyzing his mistakes and finding possible solutions to them. In the end, he was able to understand all aspects of his fight except for one big mystery. Lin Mu could not understand how he was able to dodge the pincer attacks of the two men. He did not understand how the attack simply passed through his body as if it was made of air. Now that he closely recalled it, he remembered that at that moment, a fuzzy feeling spread throughout his body. He felt as if a thin, invisible sheet of some kind had wrapped his body in its entirety. The next thing that happened after it was that he felt a great drain on his energy. About half of his entire store was depleted. He could not find the reason for that, and in the end, reached the conclusion that it was related to the mysterious ring. Somehow the ring had enabled him to dodge those attacks. I wonder if I can replicate that again. If I can, it would be a major skill I can use in future battles that I'll have, thought Lin Mu before he left the sleepscape and woke up. Lin Mu stood up, and the first thing he did was to set up some meat to cook on the stove. He found himself thinking more and more about food as he trained each day. After he was done with that, he went outside to practice the boulder collapsing fist. From the minor success he had obtained last night, he was able to build on that experience. He continued training until he was sweaty and tired. The breakfast was long ready for him to eat. Once he was done with the meal, he followed the routine and sat down to chant the calming Heart Sutra to assimilate the vital energy. He could feel that he had progressed a little further in his training and was on his way to the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. Suddenly Lin Mu felt like he had forgotten something, and remembered the reason why he had put himself in danger 2 days ago. He withdrew the purple grape-sized fruit and stared at it while thinking, should I eat it? Lin Mu was contemplating whether this would be the right time to eat the spirit fruit, or if he should wait till he reaches the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm. The beasts were fighting to eat this fruit, and the ape beast was in the 7th stage. Maybe I should wait until I'm at least at the 7th stage of the body-tempering stage as well, though Lin Mu. He did not know what kind of effect the fruit would have on him, so Lin Mu felt like it would be better if he gets a little stronger before eating it. Lin Mu thus put the grape-sized purple fruit away. Lin Mu stood up and decided to go hunt some beasts in the forest. He needed more and more meat if he wanted to keep up with the requirements of his training. Hence he entered the forest and searched for some beasts. By the time Lin Mu returned to the hunting shack, it was already dark. He had been able to kill 2 beasts this time. One was a black-horned rabbit, and another was a red-snouted boar's piglet. These 2 beasts would not provide him with much meat, but should last for at least 2 meals. Lin Mu continued his practice with the boulder collapsing fist and found himself steadily improving at the end of the training session. He then ate his dinner and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. Soon after he finished chanted the Calming Heart Sutra and was about to sleep, he felt a spatial rift about to open. The spatial rift opened just a few feet away from the hunting shack, thus he did not have to worry about entering the forest at night. Lin Mu searched inside the spatial rift and found a small pebble this time. He observed it closely but could not find anything peculiar about it. Lin Mu was utterly tired and went to sleep. In the sleepscape, he recalled today's training and analyzed it, and tried to identify his mistakes. He continued his practice in the sleepscape and improved his coordination between the breathing technique and the fist routine. After waking up, he wanted to take a bath as he did not take one yesterday due to feeling too lazy and tired. The water in the stream had become colder, a sign of the approaching winter. Lin Mu also picked some sour apples while he was there. He had an idea that he wanted to try out. In the hunting shack, he added the black-horned rabbit's meat along with some spices and condiments. But this time he also chopped up one of the sour apples finely and added it to the stew. He trained while the stew got ready. A different aroma could be smelled coming from the pot. The stew had a little tartness that balanced the spices and cut the excess fat in the meat. It tasted refreshing to Lin Mu, and he thought he should cook with this method more often. Lin Mu went to the forest again to hunt some beasts. While in the forest, he heard the sounds of fighting. He had taken his regular route, but this was the first time he had seen people on it. He followed the sounds and reached a clearing, which seemed like it was man-made. The trees were cleared in a radius. He had come here a couple of days ago, and the trees were still there. He continued towards the source of the sound and reached it after a minute. Lin Mu peeked from behind a bush and saw a group of men fighting 3 steel-back wolves. There were 4 corpses of steel-back wolves lying on the ground, probably killed by the men. He took a closer look at their armor and spotted a symbol on each person. It was the symbol for Fierce Blood Mercenaries. They were probably a part of the mercenary groups that had come to the town this week. There were 5 people fighting the steel-back wolves, 2 of which were injured in multiple places and were dripping blood as they fought. The remaining 3 mercenaries did not look to be injured, but one could see the numerous claw marks and scratches on their armor. Lin Mu decided to stand back and not interfere in their fight. One of the basic etiquettes of hunters was to not get involved in other hunters' fights unless asked or if they were in immediate danger. Lin Mu could only guess that it was the same for mercenaries as well. He watched the mercenaries fight for 5 minutes until another mercenary had got injured and was bleeding as well. They had also managed to kill one of the remaining steel-back wolves, but it still looked like the steel-back wolves had the upper hand and the mercenaries had become tired. Lin Mu could see that they were getting slow and making mistakes. "Keep it up, brothers. We just have these 2 beasts left, and then we can rest for the entire month," spoke one of the mercenaries who was injured. "Damn it, I knew we should have retreated beforehand. Now we don't even have enough stamina left for that," complained the mercenary who had just got injured. "Shut it, you two, and focus on the beasts," shouted the man who seemed to be their leader. While fighting, one of the mercenaries missed his step while dodging and fell down. Taking this opportunity, one of the wolves lunged at the fallen man. "NOOO, hold the beast back," shouted the leader as he tried to block the beast, but could not as the beast was much faster, and the other steel-back wolf had also interrupted the mercenaries. The injured mercenary who had fallen was still reeling from the impact of falling and could not respond in time. All the mercenaries were tense and had already accepted that they were going to lose one of their brothers in arms. But as they continued watching in shock, the steel-back wolf who was in mid-air was suddenly hit with an immense force and was knocked into a tree. When the mercenaries looked at the steel-back wolf that was knocked away, they found it to be missing a major part of its skull. The mercenaries who had fallen opened his eyes and found Lin Mu standing over him in a horse stance with his right arm extended. He could see the gory remains of the steel-back wolf stuck to his fist and his face. The other steel-back wolf was startled by the sudden demise of its companion. The mercenaries took advantage of this and killed the beast with a coordinated pincer attack, which it could not dodge. All the mercenaries exhaled with relief now that the danger had passed. After his nerves had calmed down, the leader turned to face the person who had saved their companion. The person in question was still standing in the horse stance and had his eyes closed. Lin Mu was currently trying to carve the feeling he got when he executed the boulder collapsing fist into his mind. He had nearly been able to perfectly execute the technique just now, but it was still lacking in the proper utilization of vital energy. The spiral of energy that formed in his hand collapsed before it could be released properly. Lin Mu heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. Yes, it's fine, said Lin Mu awkwardly. Lin Mu was expecting them to be a little angry, but it was completely different than he thought. Since Lin Mu was so focused on memorizing the feeling of the martial technique, he did not realize that his face was bloodied, and when he talked, some blood entered his mouth and made him spit it out in disgust. Tui, that was disgusting, thought Lin Mu. They brought him towards Lin Mu and spoke. We would like to reward you for saving our companion, said the leader. Lin Mu was a little surprised by the mercenaries' offer and thought for a moment before answering, Can I have the meat of the steel-back wolf? That's all, questioned the leader with raised brows. Yeah, that's not enough for the help you provided us. You at least have to take an entire beast corpse, said the mercenary who was nearly killed by the beast. No, right now I only have the need for beast meat, replied Lin Mu while shaking his head. But for a person of your standing, you deserve more than that, said the leader. Lin Mu's brows were wrinkled in confusion of the leader's words. He did not understand what the leader meant by a person of your standing. Yes, as a disciple of a martial sect, you can rightfully demand more. We won't mind it, said another mercenary. Lin Mu finally understood why the mercenaries were being so generous and courteous. They had mistaken him for a disciple of a martial sect. With the power Lin Mu had displayed, and his young age, it was no wonder they had mistakenly assumed he was a disciple of a martial sect, as even a person in the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm would find it nearly impossible to split the tough skull of a steel-back wolf. Okay then, I'll take as much meat as you can spare, replied Lin Mu after thinking for a moment. Lin Mu thought that now that he had this free opportunity to get the meat of a strong beast, he may as well take it and not correct the mercenary's assumption. On hearing Lin Mu's answer, the leader ordered 2 of the mercenaries to prepare the steel-back wolves, while the remaining 2 took care of their injuries. The leader of the mercenaries asked Lin Mu to wait for a little while and offered him a wine gourd, which he politely refused. While waiting for the mercenaries to finish their task, Lin Mu decided to ask the leader some questions and gather some information. What mercenary company are you from? Asked Lin Mu. I'm Yan Zhang from the Fierce Blood Mercenary Company, and brother, may I ask what your name is? Said Yan Zhang. Lin Mu did not know if he should tell the man his real name or not, but then after a moment of thinking decided to tell him his real name. Even if he tried to somehow verify his identity as a disciple of a sect, it would not matter as his name was rather common. My name is Lin Mu. Ah, so it's brother Lin Mu. Please accept my formal greetings, replied Yan Zhang with cupped hands. Lin Mu was once again surprised by the level of courtesy shown by Yan Zhang. In fact, this was the most courteous anyone has ever been to him. This reminded him of the prestige of a cultivator, that 2 of one that belonged to a sect, even if it was just a martial sect and not a cultivator sect. Martial sects were considered inferior to cultivation sects, and many of them were usually subordinate to cultivation sects. Martial sects trained disciples in the body-tempering realm, and the most talented ones would go further on to join a cultivation sect. Many martial sects also trained elite soldiers for the armies of cities. The elite city guards of Wulim City were also trained by some martial sects. What city are you people from? Asked Lin Mu. We are from Xiangwei City in the south. It's a large city that has many mercenary companies located in it, answered Yan Zhang. Lin Mu had heard of Xiangwei City before. It was larger than Wulim City and also more prosperous than it. It took 15 days to reach it by carriage. Lin Mu then thought of the many mercenary groups that had entered the town and wondered about the reason. Do you know why so many mercenary groups are coming to the northern town? Asked Lin Mu with a curious expression. From what I know, the mayor of the Wulim City has commissioned multiple mercenary companies to hunt beasts for him, replied Yan Zhang. What kind of beasts? Lin Mu asked, as he did not understand why the mayor would spend so much money on mercenary companies when he could just order the hunters to do the same. We were asked to hunt as many beasts as we can, the only requirement being that they should be above the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm, answered Yan Zhang with a thoughtful expression. That kind of answered Lin Mu's question, as common hunters would barely be able to hunt a single beast of the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm. If the mayor wanted a large number of beasts, only mercenary companies could hunt that many strong beasts. So you have been hunting here all this while, said Lin Mu. Yes, we have been hunting here for a week now, while the elite groups have been hunting in the deeper parts of the forest for more than a month now. We were divided into multiple groups depending on our strength and allotted different regions of the forest to hunt in. Yan Zhang elaborated. Lin Mu did not know that mercenaries had been hunting in the forest for more than a month. He wondered why he did not see any when he was still living in the town. His mind then moved towards the steelback wolves. How were they this far out in the forest? They lived much deeper than this. How did you come upon steelback wolves here? Asked Lin Mu. We spotted this small pack some distance from here. We were resting nearby when one of my companions heard their howls. We went to check and accidentally alerted them, replied Yan Zhang. But don't they live much deeper than this? Questioned Lin Mu. Yan Zhang also seemed a little confused and stayed silent for a minute before answering. We heard from the other mercenary groups that a spirit beast has been scaring many fierce beasts away from their territories. Lin Mu had guessed that it was some strong fierce beast that had been scaring the other beasts, but did not think that it would be a spirit beast. Do they know what kind of spirit beast it is? Asked Lin Mu. No, they have not seen it yet. They have only heard its roars till now, answered Yan Zhang. Lin Mu remembered the group of Crimson Fang mercenaries that were attacked by a spirit beast. Could it be the same spirit beast that attacked the group of Crimson Fang mercenaries? Thought Lin Mu out loud. Yan Zhang's eyes widened upon hearing Lin Mu's words. Oh, you know of that? Questioned Yan Zhang. Ah yes, I saw the injured mercenaries in the town a few days ago, replied Lin Mu. At this time, one of the other mercenaries came back and spoke. The Crimson Fang mercenary, who was heavily injured, died 2 days ago. Lin Mu and Yan Zhang turned their heads towards the man who had come and sat down on the side. It was one of the mercenaries who was injured in the fight against the steelback wolves. He was now bandaged and looked a little better than before. This is little Hao. Yan Zhang introduced the man to Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. He did have very severe injuries when I saw him. Yes, the Crimson Fang mercenaries have been very pissed off because of that. They have asked their elite teams to search and kill the spirit beast. Spoke Yan Zhang. Did they have any luck in finding it? Asked Lin Mu. No, they are still searching for it, replied Yan Zhang. Lin Mu and the other 2 men soon fell silent, and he just waited for the beasts to be skinned. 10 minutes later, the mercenaries, who were asked to skin the beasts, brought the meat to Lin Mu. The men had removed the pelt and gutted the beasts. They had also chopped the meat into smaller parts so that it could be carried with ease. The total weight of the meat of the 3 steelback wolves added to a little over 80 kilograms. Lin Mu was in the 6th stage of the body tempering stage, so it was not that difficult for him to carry that much weight, and he only had to carry the meat for some distance away before storing it in the ring. Goodbye, brother Lin Mu. May we meet again, said Yan Zhang. Lin Mu bade farewell to the entire group before returning to the hunting shack. I obtained a lot of meat today. I can't wait to taste it. Not to mention the steelback wolves are in the 7th stage of the body tempering realm, so they will be very rich in vital energy. Lin Mu thought with excitement. There was still some time until the sunset, so Lin Mu decided to continue practicing the boulder collapsing fist. He had already had a little more progress and thus wanted to experience it again. Lin Mu stood in the stance and executed the martial technique. He kept on practicing until a few hours after sunset. By now, his punches were able to create short gusts of wind that made the surrounding leaves sway. After another hour of practice, he stopped to eat dinner. He had roasted the steelback wolf meat, which was emanating an amazing aroma. He ate the meat and instantly felt the difference in vital energy compared to the red-snouted boar. The density of vital energy was almost twice that of the red-snouted boar and made him feel stuffed, even though he had not even finished half of the meat that he had cooked. Understanding that he would not be able to finish it right away, Lin Mu sat cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He only stopped when around 70% of the vital energy was assimilated. Then he tried to finish eating the remaining portion of meat. Lin Mu ate it all and felt extremely bloated after that. He continued practicing the boulder collapsing fist until midnight when he felt the spatial rift about to open. Lin Mu stopped practicing and waited for the spatial rift to open. He moved a few feet away and the rift opened in front of him. His hand was sucked inside it as always, and thus he started the search for today's item. He spent 5 minutes searching inside the spatial rift, after which he touched something which felt like cloth. Lin Mu pulled his hand out of the spatial rift and withdrew the item that he had found. The item this time was a piece of cloth which looked ragged and damaged. Lin Mu had gotten used to finding items such as this in the spatial rift, thus did not mind it and stored it in the ring. He then entered the shack to lie down to sleep. Sleep was just more time for Lin Mu to improve upon the martial technique. I think it would not be long until I would be able to perfectly execute the boulder collapsing fist, thought Lin Mu. I should also be breaking through to the 7th stage of the body tempering realm soon. I feel like I'm already halfway through the stage, pondered Lin Mu. Lin Mu would never have imagined that he would be progressing through the stages of the body tempering realm this fast. Even the people who have a training technique take years to reach the 7th stage. He did not know how lucky he was to have the Calming Heart Sutra. Sky Precept Sect, the Grand Palace. The patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect was sitting in the throne at the head of the grand hall. Tens of men and women were also currently present in the hall. Some were seated in front on elegant chairs and some in the back on modest cushions, while the rest were all standing at the very back against the wall, behind their respective head elders. This was the grand hall of the Sky Precepts sect, where earth-shaking decisions were made every day. Every person who was currently present here had the authority to shake mountains and move seas. There were elderly as well as youthful men and women in this hall. Some people who were seated at the front looked youthful while some were elderly, making one question who was the older among them. The patriarch was wearing a plain and flawless white robe. He had his hair tied with the help of a plain wooden hairpin and was currently listening to a black-robed elder speaking. Even though the patriarch was sitting casually on the throne, no person in this hall would ever question his dignity. The black-robed elder currently speaking was the head elder of the armament pavilion. We have successfully refined the profundity carving shield and it will be deployed in the upcoming week, said the armament pavilion head elder. Excellent, next report, said the patriarch, not saying any excessive word. Another black-robed elder stood up from a chair and walked in front of the patriarch before cupping his hand in greeting. This elder was none other than head elder Han. Greetings, patriarch. All the preparation for the upcoming trials has been done and the spots will be allocated as before with an elimination tournament, said head elder Han. Try and see if you can increase a few more spots this time, said the patriarch. More spots, patriarch. I'll see to it if it can be done, but I don't know if the trial grounds will be that accommodating, replied the head elder Han. The second grand elder has informed me that the formation of the trial ground is ready to accommodate more disciples this year, said the patriarch. Most of the people sitting in the hall were surprised upon hearing the patriarch's words, except for a few individuals. The second grand elder was in charge of all the trial grounds as well as the inheritance grounds of the sect. He was one of the 3 Dao treading realm experts of the sect. The second grand elder was a reclusive man who considered his every word as gold. This was the first time he had communicated in a decade. Head elder Han bowed in acceptance of the patriarch's words and spoke. If the second grand elder has spoken, then it will be done. After head elder Han was done speaking, he was about to turn around and return to the seat when the patriarch spoke. How's the investigation of the spatial disturbance going? Asked the patriarch with a plain tone. Head elder Han stopped in his tracks and straightened his posture before speaking. The disciples and elders who were assigned the mission have already departed from the sect, while the external elders who are located in their respective regions were informed of the matter as well, said head elder Han. Has there been any more spatial disturbances? The patriarch questioned. Yes, the spatial disturbance has been detected every day ever since the first incidents. The disciples at the star-catching peak have been working hard at finding the source, but it is too short-lived and complex to trace, replied the head elder Han. The patriarch had his chin in his palm as he spoke. You say it's too complex to trace. Yes, at first the disciples were barely able to even detect a rough location of the spatial disturbance, but later they could not determine the location. They then decided upon another route to identify it by analyzing its signature. Elder Han spoke before taking a pause, but they could not identify even a single source which could barely resemble 1% of the signal, said the head elder Han. Except for a few people who knew what head elder Han's words meant, the rest of the people looked on with questioning faces. So you mean to say it is that, said the patriarch with ambiguity in his voice. Yes, it is as you think, patriarch. It is beyond the capability of the star-catching grand formation to identify it. It most likely came from a higher world, replied head elder Han with slight dread in his voice. Astonishment could be seen in the eyes of every person located in this hall, except for the patriarch and head elder Han. Most of the people had been informed of this matter a few days ago, but they certainly did not expect for it to be so severe. The patriarch closed his eyes and looked as if he was in deep thought. It was not until an hour later that he spoke, during which not a single person dared to speak, nor did the head elder Han move from his position. Increase the disciples involved in the investigation and also inform the Supreme Grand Elder and the First Grand Elder, declared the patriarch with might in his voice. Back at the outskirts of the northern forest, Lin Mu was sleeping in the hunting shack, unaware of the chain of events that had been set off ever since he obtained the mysterious ring. The sun was hiding behind the hills, and the air was chilly. One could hear the morning call of the birds coming from the forest. Lin Mu had just woken up from sleep and was currently cooking some meat for his breakfast. While the meal got ready, Lin Mu slipped into his routine and started his training for the day. He was getting better and more proficient with each training session. After he was done with his first training session of the day, Lin Mu ate his breakfast and then sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He had learned from yesterday and had prepared a lesser amount. It was just enough for him to finish and assimilate entirely. Lin Mu then prepared for today's hunt. He wanted to hunt some beasts today so that he could sell their materials tomorrow when he goes to the northern town to inquire about a room at the inns. Lin Mu put on the leather armor he had taken from the corpse of the thief he had killed and tightened it until it fit him snugly. He wiped his short sword clean and returned it to its sheath. Lin Mu had learned something from his first battle, and it was that he wanted more weapons. After analyzing the battle multiple times, he came to the conclusion that one of the reasons he won was that he had 2 extra tools that he used as weapons. He understood that if he did not have them, he would have lost or worse died. This made him determined to buy more weapons the next time he visited the town, which was tomorrow. Lin Mu decided that he should check up on the traps he had set up to get some bait, which he could use. He wanted to make use of every opportunity he could get today, as it could be possible that once he was able to book a room to stay in for the winter tomorrow, he may not return here again for a long time. With the idea of getting some bait, Lin Mu went towards the traps and checked them for any beasts that may have been caught in them. He checked all 6 traps and was able to find 2 thorn-tailed rats. He killed them and stored them in the ring to be used as bait later on. Lin Mu then changed his path and entered the deeper part of the forest. The forest seemed eerily silent today, and even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Lin Mu began his hunt for prey by first searching around clearings where some beasts lived. He checked multiple clearings but could not find anything near them. He then decided to check around the ponds in the area where the beasts came to drink water. He was able to find some small bird beasts, but they were not worth the effort to catch, so he left them. Lin Mu had spent 2 hours searching for beasts but still could not find any. Coming to the conclusion that he may not be able to find them this way, he took out one of the thorn-tailed rat corpses and slit its belly to spill its blood. He spread the blood around, letting its scent spread, and dropped the corpse on the ground. Lin Mu then hid behind a large rock and waited for a beast to appear. He had to wait for an hour before he saw the beast appear. The beast was a large ox with unnaturally long and sharp teeth. This was a razor maw ox, a rather dangerous beast of the northern forest. It had large curved horns, and its hooves were shiny as if made out of polished metal. Its blue and black patterned fur made it stand out very easily. Lin Mu gulped his saliva upon seeing the beast. He knew that it would be a daunting task for him to hunt this beast. The razor maw ox was the strongest beast he had tried hunting until now and was a high-tier beast. It was stronger than the steel-back wolves as well as the yellow-tufted panther. Its strength was roughly equivalent to a 9th-stage body-tempering realm expert. Even a 10th-stage body-tempering realm expert would find it nearly impossible to hunt it alone, so there was little chance Lin Mu could kill this beast. The charging attack of the beast was enough to split trees in half, and its hooves could crush rocks. Lin Mu wisely stayed silent and waited for the beast to eat the thorn-tailed rat and leave. A few minutes later, he could no longer hear any noises, so he peeked to take a look. Once he confirmed that the beast had left, he came out from behind the rock. Lin Mu checked the direction the razor maw ox had gone towards and went opposite to that, as he most definitely did not want to encounter it. He walked for a few minutes and found a good place that was good for ambushing an unsuspecting beast. He once again slit the belly of a thorn-tailed rat and let it bleed out on the ground. This time it did not take long for a beast to appear. After he had hidden behind a large tree, he peeked to take a look at the beast and found it to be a beast that resembled a coyote. The beast largely resembled a normal coyote, except that it was pitch black and had bone spurs covering his body. They extended from the top of his head along the spine, all the way towards the end of its tail. Lin Mu did not know the name of this beast, as this was the first time he had seen it. He had never seen any hunter bring such a beast corpse to the town before. This could be a rare beast, and I can probably get quite a bit of money from selling its materials, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu waited for the beast to come closer to eat the thorn-tailed rat. The position of Lin Mu was perpendicular to the beast, giving him the advantage to strike first before the beast could react. He wanted to use the boulder collapsing fist to kill the beast in a single strike. Lin Mu waited for the wolf to come to the right position and entered the stance for the boulder collapsing fist. As soon as the beast was in the position, Lin Mu shot forward and executed the boulder collapsing fist, punching the beast on the side of its head. The moment Lin Mu's fist connected to the beast's head, he could feel the intense recoil and pain travel along his hand. The beast's skull was tougher than the steel-back wolf and did not shatter. Lin Mu had expected to finish off the beast in one hit, but was surprised when he did not. The beast let out a yelp filled with pain but did not die and was only dazed as it fell to the ground. Seeing that the beast was stunned, Lin Mu unsheathed the short sword and chopped at the beast's neck. The blade went through the flesh, only to be stopped by the beast's spine. Lin Mu drew back the sword and jumped back. He waited for the beast to die before coming closer. Confirming that the beast was dead, Lin Mu stored it into the ring. He finally had something he could sell in the town tomorrow. Lin Mu then went back to the hunting shack, as the sky would turn dark in an hour. He did not skin the beast as he did not know which materials could be used from the beast. Lin Mu intended to keep the beast whole and let the person who bought it prepare it. He would sell all the materials and keep the meat for himself. Lin Mu set some meat on the large stove outside the hunting shack to cook, while he continued his training. He practiced the boulder collapsing fist until the meat was done cooking. He then sat down to eat the meat. While eating, he felt like someone was watching him, so he looked around for them. He did not find any person, but found a small four-legged silhouette standing near a bush. Lin Mu went closer to take a look, but the silhouette disappeared behind the bush when he came near it. After losing sight of the silhouette, Lin Mu went back to finish his dinner. After dinner, he continued his training until it was time for sleep. While he was about to sleep, he had a thought. The spatial rift hasn't opened today. Is it not gonna appear today? Thought Lin Mu with a slightly confused expression on his face. He lied down on the bed and waited for the spatial rift to open. He must have waited for an hour before he eventually slipped into sleep, as it did not appear. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape and continued his training. While he was training, he thought about the two unique beasts he had seen today. I don't think the razor maw ox beasts live in that part of the forest. They are high-tier beasts, and from what I've heard from the hunters, they are found in the western part of the forest, thought Lin Mu. Even the coyote beast is something completely new that I've seen. I'm sure it's not native to this part of the forest either. Why are these beasts appearing in this part of the forest? Lin Mu questioned himself. Understanding that nothing would come out of pondering on these thoughts, Lin Mu pushed them to the back of his mind and continued his training. After a while, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his head and then on his back. Why is pain suddenly arising in my body? Was the last thought Lin Mu had before his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and he woke up. Lin Mu opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground, with his head stuck to the door of the hunting shack. His right hand was extended upward against the door and was currently being pulled towards it but was being obstructed by the door. It took a moment before Lin Mu understood the situation. The spatial rift, it opened while I was asleep, thought Lin Mu. He struggled to open the door as his head was stuck against it and made it awkward for him to move his other arm. With a little effort, Lin Mu was able to move the latch, opening the door. As soon as the door was opened, his hand was pulled outside and his body along with it. He was able to clumsily stand and walk towards the location where the ring was pulling him to. Lin Mu had to walk along the edge of the forest for 100 meters before the spatial rift finally opened. When his hand entered the spatial rift, he felt that the rift differed from before. Lin Mu felt as if his hand was dipped in a flowing river. It was the same feeling that he got when he obtained the 4 vessels restoration pills, along with the fragrant agarwood box. He now felt excited at the idea of finding something valuable again. With excitement on his face, Lin Mu searched the spatial rift. He did not have to search for long as the object itself found him, or rather hit his hand. The object was quite hard and felt painful to him when it hit him. He pulled his hand out once the object was stored inside the ring. Lin Mu withdrew the object to examine it. The object this time was a pouch that seemed to be made out of high-quality beast leather. The texture and feel of the pouch made Lin Mu think that it was something only nobles or rich merchants would use. He opened the pouch to take a look inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was the glow that came from inside the pouch. As it was still nighttime and there was barely any light except for the stars, Lin Mu could not figure out what was inside the pouch as the glow covered the items inside it, making it hard to distinguish them. Lin Mu went back to the hunting shack and lit a lamp to illuminate the place. Once there was sufficient light, Lin Mu poured the contents of the pouch onto the table that was inside the shack. Small stones started to pour out from the pouch and soon formed a pile on the table. The stones were translucent and were glowing with a pale white light. There were nearly 100 of them in the pile, with each stone being the size of a fingernail. Lin Mu's gaze was locked onto the pile of glowing stones. He picked one up and felt a comfortable feeling coming from his hand that was holding the stone. This is a spirit stone, exclaimed Lin Mu, and there are so many of them, thought Lin Mu out loud. Lin Mu had once seen a spirit stone before. It was 2 years ago when he had visited the Wu Lim city to watch the annual martial competition. The top 3 prizes of the martial competition were spirit stones. One of the top hunters of the northern town had participated in it at that time and won the 3rd prize. The 3rd prize was a single spirit stone. The hunter who had won it back then showed it off to many people during the celebration party that was organized in the northern town. Lin Mu had the opportunity to observe it back then. That hunter who had won the 3rd prize became a cultivator 6 months later by obtaining a cultivation manual. Though no one knew where or from whom the hunter obtained the cultivation manual, as the hunter never answered those questions. That hunter is one of the only 2 hunters of the northern town who are cultivators. There were numerous thoughts that were going through Lin Mu's head, so much so that he had to chant the Calming Heart Sutra to forcibly calm himself down. Once he calmed down, Lin Mu systematically went through the multiple points he had thought of before. He first checked the pouch in which the spirit stones came, for any symbols or insignias which could tell where it came from or whom it belonged to. Lin Mu inspected the pouch inside out and could not find anything that could point to the ownership of the pouch. Second, he thought about the origin of the spirit stones. The 4 vessels restoration pills came from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, so could these spirit stones have come from there as well? Thought Lin Mu the only other place it could come from would be Wu Lim City. Only the rich families or the mayor could own such a large amount of spirit stones. He thought next. Third, Lin Mu thought about the value of the spirit stones. He counted the spirit stones and found that there were 103 of them exactly. Even though he knew that there were at least 100 of them, the sheer amount of them still shocked Lin Mu. Even in the martial competition that Lin Mu watched, the first prize was only 5 spirit stones, which a person from the city had won. He could not imagine how many gold coins would be equivalent to the spirit stones he had now. The closest thing that could compare to their value would perhaps be the 4 vessels restoration pills. Fourth, Lin Mu thought about what would be the best way to utilize these spirit stones. The most obvious method would be to use them for his own cultivation, but for that, he would have to wait until he obtained a cultivation manual. The other straightforward method would be to sell them, but this method will definitely invite trouble on his head. Lin Mu directly discarded this thought. Lin Mu then took a deep breath and stored the spirit stones in the pouch before storing it in the ring. Whatever I want to do with the spirit stones, first I'll have to be very careful. At the very least I need to reach the 8th stage of the body tempering realm before I think of anything further, concluded Lin Mu, ending his brainstorming session. Lin Mu took a look at the sky and saw that it was still dark, so he lied down on the bed and went back to sleep. He later woke up 3 hours later when it was already bright outside. Lin Mu started his morning routine of training and eating breakfast. Today was the day that he had to go to the town to inquire about a room at the inn. Lin Mu hoped that he will be able to find a room to stay in for the winter so that he can stop worrying and focus on his training. After he was done with his morning routine, Lin Mu prepared for his trip to the town. He withdrew the sled he had made and put the corpse of the coyote beast on it and covered it with the large sack. He then started his trip to the town. The journey to the town was uneventful, and he did not see many people. After the merchants had left the town, the number of travelers coming to the town had significantly decreased. When he passed by the spirit apple orchards, Lin Mu felt a little surprised as he sensed a familiar feeling coming from the spirit apples. He tried to remember the feeling and found it to be of spirit chi. The spirit chi he had felt from the spirit stones was a little similar to the one that the spirit apples were giving off, the only difference being that it was much more concentrated in the spirit stones. I wonder how the small purple spirit fruit I found would compare to the spirit stones, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu entered the town and observed the absence of the merchants. All the stalls and shops that were present 3 days ago were nowhere to be found. The aura of the town had returned back to how it was before. Lin Mu thought about where he should sell the corpse of the coyote beast. Now that the merchants had left the town, he would have to sell it to a shop in the town. He remembered the incident from last time and decided against it. If I try to sell it to a shop, many people will see it, and some of them will definitely want to try to steal from me again, though Lin Mu. As he was thinking about this, Lin Mu had unknowingly reached the main street of the town. An idea suddenly stuck his mind, and he determined where he could sell the beast corpse. That's it, I can sell it at Jingwei's Emporium. That woman and the old man will definitely not bother me, and I can also buy more weapons there, thought Lin Mu. Thus he changed his path and walked towards the desolate alley which housed the dusty shop. Once he reached the shop, Lin Mu put the sled to a side and then opened the door of the shop, which was still hard to open, and creaked loudly on opening. After the door was open, he picked up the beast corpse and walked inside the shop. He saw that there was no one at the counter, so he rang the small bell that was kept on it. Lin Mu waited for 5 minutes before the woman Duan Qi walked out of the door behind the counter. Duan Qi was dressed in a light pink dress and had a small hairpin in the shape of a lily in her hair. Seeing this, Lin Mu wondered how many types of hairpins she owned. Duan Qi looked at him the same as before with her signature poker face. She walked up to the counter and asked, "What do you want today?" "I want to sell a beast corpse. I wonder if that's fine," said Lin Mu with a polite smile on his face. "That's fine. Show me the corpse," replied Duan Qi. Since Lin Mu had slung the corpse of the beast on his back, Duan Qi could not see it clearly. Lin Mu pulled the corpse from his back and put it on the counter. He then turned his eyes on Duan Qi's face and saw surprise on her face for the first time. Lin Mu had seen Duan Qi multiple times, but this was the first time he had seen her break her composure and show such a surprised expression. For this very reason, he felt that something was wrong or he may have done something wrong. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Mu asked cautiously. Duan Mu came to her senses and realized that she had shown a surprised expression. When she saw Lin Mu's concerned face, she understood that he had noticed it this time. She forcibly controlled her emotions and spoke. "How did you kill this high-tier beast?" Duan Qi asked, trying to covertly justify the reason for her expression. If Lin Mu was first confused because of Duan Qi's expression, now he was confused due to her words. "What do you mean high-tier beast?" questioned Lin Mu. "This beast, it's a high-tier beast of at least 9th stage body tempering realm," replied Duan Qi. Lin Mu's expression slowly changed from confusion to that of fear once the words of Duan Qi sank in. He had avoided hunting a high-tier beast, the razor maw ox, which was also equivalent to a ninth-stage body tempering realm expert, but somehow had ended up hunting and killing another beast of the same strength. Lin Mu could not understand how he was able to do this daunting task successfully. He then remembered how the steel-back wolf's skull was crushed in his one hit, but the coyote beasts didn't. But he still could not understand why the beast did not react when he attacked. If it really was a high-tier beast, it should have detected him the moment he exposed himself. The only reason he was able to kill the steel-back wolf back then was because the beast was focused on the mercenaries, along with it being injured and exhausted. There was no way the same tactic would have worked on it if it was in its optimum condition, not to mention a beast even stronger than it. Cold sweat covered Lin Mu's forehead and back. Duan Qi could see the dread and fear on Lin Mu's face. Don't tell me this boy did not even know the strength of this beast before hunting it, thought Duan Qi. Did you not know the strength of this beast beforehand? Asked Duan Qi. Lin Mu, who seemed to have become a mute, finally came to his senses upon hearing Duan Qi's question. No, I don't even know the name of the beast, replied Lin Mu. Duan Qi just kept on staring at the beast corpse after hearing Lin Mu's reply and did not speak anything. Seeing that she was not replying, Lin Mu asked, What's the name of the beast? Lin Mu asked. It does not have a name, at least not until now. Duan Qi spoke without moving her gaze from the beast corpse. What do you mean, why does it not have a name? Asked Lin Mu while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Duan Qi stayed silent for a minute before shifting her gaze from the beast corpse. This beast, it's a mutant. This is not its natural form, replied Duan Qi. A mutant? What's that? Asked Lin Mu curiously. Some beasts, if they consume or come in contact with certain substances, can change their nature and physique under the influence of that substance. Though more often than not, these beasts cannot reproduce and thus end up becoming a unique specimen, the only member of their species, explained Duan Qi. This was completely new information to Lin Mu. He had never heard of such a thing, not even from his father, who was rather very knowledgeable about beasts and was also a hunter himself. Seeing that Lin Mu was engrossed in digesting the information she had just said, Duan Qi waited for a minute before speaking. So how did you defeat a beast that was much stronger than you? Duan Qi asked. The beast did not react as it should have. I ambushed it and was able to kill it in 2 moves, explained Lin Mu. Care to explain more, replied Duan Qi. I set some bait and waited for the beast. I was hiding the entire time and only attacked when the beast was in the right position and could not see me. My first hit stunned the beast, making it fall to the ground, and with the next attack I slashed its neck. Lin Mu explained thoroughly. Did the beast not finish its mutation completely? But this aura, it's very similar to that thing, muttered Duan Qi. Sorry, what? Lin Mu asked upon hearing Duan Qi mutter. Duan Qi stopped and looked at Lin Mu before she spoke curtly. It's nothing of your concern. Lin Mu was a little surprised with Duan Qi's curt tone, but did not mind it. So you want to sell this beast corpse? Duan Qi asked, changing the topic. Ah no, not the entire beast. I want to keep the meat, Lin Mu replied. Why didn't you prepare it before coming here then? Duan Qi asked with annoyance in her voice. I did not know what parts of it can be sold, so I kept it whole, said Lin Mu embarrassingly. Okay then, you can come to collect the money and the meat 3 hours later, and I'm charging you extra for dissecting the corpse, spoke Duan Qi with a straight face. Lin Mu was a little taken aback at the last part of the sentence, but nodded anyway and left the shop. He did not even ask how much money he would be getting, as he understood that the fierce woman was already annoyed with him. After Lin Mu left the shop, Duan Qi's eyes suddenly turned fierce. She waved her hand and numerous runes materialized on the door of the shop. If a person looked at the shop right now from the outside, they would only find a plain wall. There was no sign of the shop ever existing in the desolate alley. Duan Qi gestured with her hand and made the beast's corpse float. She walked through the door behind the counter, which automatically opened for her. The beast corpse floated behind her and followed her inside the door. Duan Qi entered a small room that was illuminated by a lamp hanging on the roof. There was no other entrance or exit to that room, except for the one Duan Qi had come in from. She then snapped her fingers and the lamp illuminating the room was extinguished. But instead of turning dark, the room started to fade into a white background, Duan Qi disappearing along with it. Duan Qi soon appeared in what looked to be an enormous courtyard. There were elaborate ponds, rivers, streams, and fake mountains. Intricately designed bridges spanned over the rivers and streams. Beautiful and charming fishes could be seen swimming in the water. On the other end of the courtyard, one could see a manor that was adorned with exquisite decorations consisting of statues, paintings, and calligraphy. Just in front of the manor was a small pavilion surrounded by hundreds of spirit flowers, which were emanating a pleasant fragrance. An old man was currently sitting in the pavilion. He was drinking a cup of tea that was emitting an aroma that calmed one's senses. This old man was none other than the owner of Jing Wei's emporium, Jing Wei himself, and also the grandfather of Duan Qi. Duan Qi gently walked towards the pagoda and arrived behind Jing Wei. The old man was facing away from Duan Qi and was currently enjoying his cup of tea. Grandfather Duan-Ki called out affectionately. The old man finished his cup of tea in one gulp and turned around to face his granddaughter. You're back from the shop. Was it that boy Lin Mu again? Jingwei asked as he enjoyed the taste of the tea with his eyes closed. Yes, grandfather, he brought something unusual, replied Duan-Ki with a little uncertainty in her voice. Jingwei opened his eyes upon hearing Duan-Ki's words. Why, what did he bring? He asked with a reassuring tone. Duan-Ki gestured with her fingers, and the corpse of the coyote beast came in front of her and rested on the ground. She pointed at the corpse and spoke, this beast corpse. Jingwei's gaze focused on the beast's corpse. A mutant, that too having a strength of a high-tier beast. Jingwei spoke to himself. He killed this beast himself. Jingwei asked Duan-Ki. Yes, that's what he said, and it did not seem like he was lying either. Duan-Ki replied, it shouldn't be possible for him to kill this beast, said Jingwei. That's not what's bothering me, grandfather. The beast did not complete its mutation. It could not react to the boy's attack in time, explained Duan-Ki. She then took a pause and continued, this beast's aura, it's very similar to that thing from last year. I thought you cleared all of its traces back then, even the ones that could not be cleared by the disciples of Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. Jingwei spoke with a questioning tone. I did, but now this beast appeared. I think it probably mutated due to the influence of that thing. Duan-Ki spoke with a lost expression on her face. Duan-Ki went silent, and Jingwei was lost in thought as well. Both of them stayed the same for an incense stick's worth of time until Jingwei spoke. What did he want to do with the beast corpse? Asked Jingwei. Duan-Ki broke her silence and looked up at her grandfather. He wants to sell the materials from the beast corpse and keep the meat for himself. Duan-Ki replied, You can't give him the meat. We don't know what effect it could have. Besides, if it is as you say, we have to investigate further. Jingwei spoke. So what should I do, grandfather? Duan-Ki asked. Jingwei thought for a moment before replying, find a beast of equivalent strength and give its meat to him. As for the cost of the materials, you can decide that yourself. Yes, grandfather, I'll do as you say, Duan-Ki replied. Jingwei turned back and walked towards the manor. As he reached the door of the manor, he stopped and spoke. Refine the beast corpse and use it to investigate any new traces that may turn up. We don't want a repeat of last year's incident. Duan-Ki did not speak and only nodded her head in acceptance. Jingwei had entered the manor and disappeared from her view. Knowing what she had to do, Duan-Ki waved her hand to make the beast's corpse float. She then gestured, and a small formation array appeared over the beast's corpse. Slowly flames bloomed on the corpse and the formation array started to turn. Refine, Duan-Ki spoke out loud. The beast's corpse was being reduced to a pool of blood. Once the entire corpse turned to blood, Duan-Ki threw 4 small stones the size of pearls, which started to revolve around the pool of blood. The stones spun faster and faster, making the pool of blood to swirl as well. After 5 minutes, the 4 stones had stopped revolving, and the pool of blood was converted into a small dark red marble. Duan-Ki withdrew the 4 small stones and picked up the dark red marble floating in the air. Done with the refining process, Duan-Ki snapped her fingers and appeared in the small room behind the shop. She walked out of the door and waved her hand to remove the formations placed on the shop's door. She then exited the shop and saw the crude-looking sled kept at the side. Ignoring the sled, she looked around for people. Seeing that there was no person nearby, she withdrew a paper talisman and tore it. As soon as the paper talisman was torn in half, Duan-Ki turned translucent and eventually invisible. The invisible Duan-Ki withdrew a sword that floated in front of her. She jumped onto the sword and flew away towards the northern forest. Duan-Ki flew at such a speed that if she was visible, she would only appear as a blur to the human eyes. She reached the depths of the forest in a couple of minutes. This was the region where spirit beasts were in abundance. No hunters would ever dare to come this far. Only a handful of cultivators would be able to survive in this region of the forest. One could hear the roars and howls of a myriad of beasts. The forest was dark and dense. Sunlight could barely penetrate its canopy. Duan-Ki hovered over the forest and sent out her spirit sense to search for a suitable beast of the 9th stage body tempering realm. It was but a second later that she found one. She did not even descend on the ground and only gestured with her fingers, and a spirit chi dagger the size of palm was condensed in the air. She pointed to the location where the beast was located, and the spirit chi dagger shot forward. No cries of the beasts could be heard the moment Duan-Ki released the spirit chi dagger. It was as if they were all too frightened to utter a single sound. The spirit chi dagger returned after 5 seconds, and along with it, the corpse of a beast that was around the same size as the coyote beast. Duan-Ki waved her hand, and the beast corpse was dissected in a second. She stored the meat in her spatial treasure and took out a wooden disc. The wooden disc had a circular groove at its center. Duan-Ki then withdrew the dark red marble she had refined from the coyote beast's corpse and put it in the groove that was present on the wooden disc. Once the dark red marble was slotted into the wooden disc, it started to glow. The wooden disc floated from Duan-Ki's hand and then flew towards a direction, with Duan-Ki flying behind it. Lin Mu was unaware of all this and was currently checking out the inns in the town. He had inquired in nearly half of the inns and had still not found a single one to stay at. He was standing in front of another inn right now. This inn was located close to the exit of the town and was of a lower quality than the previous ones. Let's see if I can find a room here. Lin Mu spoke to himself as he entered through the door of the inn. He walked up to the front desk and spoke to the clerk sitting there. Do you have a room available for the winter? Lin Mu asked. The clerk looked towards Lin Mu with a polite smile on his face and replied, yes, we have a room available, but you will need to pay in advance and then you'll be able to stay in that room in 5 days from today. The clerk replied. Lin Mu had expected for the clerk to reject, so he was a little joyful upon hearing his words. He did not mind that he would have to wait 5 days to stay in the room, nor that he would have to pay in advance. I would like to book that room then for the entire winter, said Lin Mu with a pep in his voice. The clerk nodded and took out a register. Please pay 3 gold coins and I'll add your name to the register, the clerk said. Lin Mu took out 3 gold coins which he had prepared beforehand and passed them to the clerk. What's your name? Asked the clerk as he dipped a brush into the inkwell. My name is Lin Mu. The clerk took out a small wooden plate on which the name of the inn was carved. It's spelled Northwind Inn. Lin Mu took the wooden plate and stored it in his pouch. Come back 5 days later and show this to whoever is sitting here on the counter. They will take you to your room, the clerk explained. Lin Mu nodded to the clerk and turned around to leave the inn. I should return to the shop. It's been around 3.5 hours since I left it. Duan Qi said to return in 3 hours, so she should be ready now. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu walked back to the shop and reached there in 10 minutes. He saw that his sled was still kept at the side of the shop. Guess no one would even bother to steal such a crudely made sled. Lin Mu spoke to himself with a little mirth in his voice. He then opened the creaky door of the shop and entered the shop. He walked up to the counter and was about to ring the bell when the door of the shop opened. Lin Mu turned around to look and saw Duan Qi entering the shop. Why was she outside? Lin Mu questioned himself. I'll bring the meat. Wait here. Duan Qi spoke to Lin Mu as she passed by him and entered the door behind the counter. She returned a minute later with a sack that seemed like it was completely full. She put the sack on the counter, gestured to Lin Mu and spoke. Here's your beast meat. As for the money. But before she could complete her sentence, Lin Mu interrupted her. Instead of coins, I want some weapons. Lin Mu spoke. You want more weapons. Are you not satisfied with the short sword? Duan Qi asked. No, I like the short sword. I just want more weapons in case I lose the short sword in a fight or something. And I also want to learn to use more kinds of weapons. Lin Mu explained. Duan Qi nodded and said, as you wish, look around the shop and pick whatever you want. But if you want to get a proper appraisal, it will cost you extra. Lin Mu went around the shop and picked up whatever caught his fancy. In the end, he had chosen 12 items from the shop. He brought them all and placed them on the counter. The total weight of all the weapons was nothing to Lin Mu, now that he had reached the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. The weapons he had chosen were of multiple types. He had chosen a pair of battle gauntlets, a long sword, a slim and flexible sword, a normal broadsword, a large axe, a small hatchet, a buckler, a large shield, a spear, and 3 different types of daggers. Duan Qi was a little surprised by the varied choice of weapons, but did not show it on her face. Is that all? Duan Qi asked. Yes, how much would this all cost? Lin Mu questioned. It should be around the same price as the cost of the materials of that beast. Duan Qi replied. Lin Mu nodded happily and piled all the weapons on the large shield before putting it on the sled outside the shop. He then carried out the sack of meat and left the shop. Duan Qi watched him leave. He's a little dumb, isn't he? He didn't even ask how much the materials exactly cost. Duan Qi spoke to herself before waving her hand and sealing the door with formations. She then entered the door behind the counter and left the shop. Duan Qi appeared in the elaborate and large courtyard. She crossed the streams and rivers to reach the manor that was standing at the end of the courtyard. Her eyes looked around for her grandfather, but could not find him nearby. Finding that her grandfather was not outside, she went up the steps of the manor and entered through the large twin doors. The inside of the manor was so luxuriously decorated that it would even put a king's palace to shame. Duan Qi walked towards the left and entered an enormous library. There were more books than one could count in the library, along with a multitude of scrolls, bamboo slips, and jade slips kept on different shelves. At the center of the library, one could see a table and a few chairs. Unlike the rest of the manor, the table and chairs did not look luxurious or expensive. Rather, they looked very simple and could be found at any commoner's house. Duan Qi walked up to the table and saw her grandfather sitting at it on a chair. The old man was reading a book that looked like it would wither and break any moment. The book was old and damaged, yet the old man was able to flip its pages with no problem. Once Duan Qi came up to the side of her grandfather, Jing Wei spoke without moving his eyes from the book. Did you find anything? Duan Qi waved her hand in response to her grandfather's words, making 12 corpses appear. These corpses belonged to both fierce beasts as well as spirit beasts. Even though the corpses belonged to different types of beasts and had different physiologies, they all had one thing in common. They were all pitch black in color and emitted an unnerving aura. Ki then carefully withdrew a box that looked to be made of glass. In that box, a pitch-black blob the size of an orange was kept. The pitch-black blob was emitting an even greater unnerving aura. It was at least 10 times the intensity of the aura emitted by the strongest beast corpse. Jingwei turned to look towards the glass box in Ki's hand. So it was that thing indeed, Jingwei said. I found these 12 beasts in the northern forest. They were mostly spread around the deeper regions of the forest, but some of them were even present at the outer parts of the forest, with one wandering around near the edge of the forest. Ki said. Ki stayed silent and let her grandfather examine all the beast corpses. Jingwei looked around at the corpses for half an hour, after which he finally came up to the glass box. Where did you find this piece of that thing? Jingwei asked Ki. I found it near the center of the northern forest. It was lying inside a small pond and had tainted the water. Ki replied. That pond was the source of the mutations then, no other traces anywhere? Jingwei questioned. Yes, that's likely it. I could not find any more traces of it, only this. Ki answered. Jingwei nodded upon hearing Ki's answer. Destroy it. Jingwei declared. Ki did not speak a word before pointing to the black blob inside the glass box, which then started to burn. It burned for a minute, after which not even ashes were left behind. Once the black blob was destroyed, he turned to his granddaughter and spoke. Did that boy come back? He came back just before me. I passed the meat of a 9th stage body tempering realm beast to him, though he did not ask for money in exchange for the materials. Ki replied and took a pause. Jingwei raised his eyebrows in question. He wanted more weapons in exchange for the materials. I let him choose some weapons from the shop. He picked a large variety of them. Ki added. Jingwei sat down on the chair and placed his hand on his chin. He thought for a minute before asking, did he not like the short sword? He liked the sword. He said he wanted the weapons in case he ever lost the short sword during a fight. Ki replied. And how did he come to that reasoning? Jingwei asked curiously. Ki had a slight smile on her face as she spoke this sentence. Your old short sword has tasted a man's blood once again after decades. Oh, so he had his first kill. That was faster than I thought, but still, it's good for him that he experienced it early on and even learned a lesson from it. Jingwei spoke with nostalgia in his eyes. Lin Mu was currently pulling the sled that had the weapons and meat placed on it. It took him 20 minutes to exit the town before he could store everything in the ring. Once everything was stored in the ring, Lin Mu sprinted all the way to the hunting shack. Once he was at the shack, he withdrew all the new weapons he had bought. He wanted to wield all of them to get a feel for them. I need to practice them too now, Lin Mu thought as he swung an axe. He practiced using the weapons for 3 hours until it was time for sunset. Even though Lin Mu did not have proper training methods for each of the weapons, he still tried whatever he had seen other people do before, whether it be the town guards or the hunters. Lin Mu then started practicing the boulder collapsing fist before cooking the new beast meat he had got today. The aroma of the 9th stage body tempering beast meat was richer than the other meats he had eaten before. Once it was completely cooked, he ate it deliciously. Done with the meal, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to chant the calming heart sutra. He could feel the dense, vital energy being spread from his stomach. The energy was slowly spreading over his body and assimilating into his skin and muscles, with a minuscule amount assimilating into his blood vessels. 45 minutes later, the vital energy had not stopped being assimilated, and Lin Mu felt like his skin was completely saturated with vital energy. This is it, my skin can't assimilate any more vital energy. It's time for me to enter the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu focused on the small trickle of vital energy that was entering his blood vessels. The vital energy was giving off very faint waves. He focused on these very faint waves and tried to amplify them. He tried applying his experience from learning the boulder collapsing fist and willed for the vital energy to increase. He did not succeed in the first try. Lin Mu repeated the same procedure over and over until finally, it was like a dam had broken. A large surge of vital energy that was stored in his stomach surged out all at once and was assimilated into his blood vessels. An electrifying feeling passed through his blood vessels, and he broke through to the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Yes, finally success, Lin Mu exclaimed and jumped up in joy. The 8th stage of the body tempering realm was a bottleneck. After breaking through it, a qualitative change happened in the body. The muscles that are tempered in the early stage of the body tempering realm become stronger and tougher, but they can't exert their full potential as they don't have the required supply of blood. A similar situation occurs with the skin during the middle stage of the body tempering realm, but when a person finally enters the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, his vessels can finally provide the blood required to the muscles and skin. A person who enters the late stage of the body tempering realm can exert greater strength, has increased speed and agility. Let's see what I can do, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu started sprinting and found that he could run twice as fast as before. He then withdrew the large rock from the ring and let it fall on the ground. He tried lifting it, but could not. It was still too heavy for him. Lin Mu then tried pushing it and was able to push it with some effort. At least I can push it now. Lin Mu thought out loud as he wiped the sweat on his brow. Now to try the boulder collapsing fist, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu entered the horse stance and used the breathing technique. Once his breath harmonized, he started the fist routine. As soon as he reached the perfect coordination, he executed the boulder collapsing fist. A stream of energy entered his right arm and started spinning, forming a stable spiral. Lin Mu willed it and punched forward. A powerful gust of wind shot forward, shaking the trees and bushes. Leaves fell down from the trees, and a whistling sound could be heard. Lin Mu had finally mastered the boulder collapsing fist. After he executed the boulder collapsing fist, the energy that was coursing through Lin Mu's body faded away and was replaced by numbing fatigue. Lin Mu slumped down on the ground in exhaustion. He did not expect that a severe exhaustion of energy would be accompanying the successful use of the boulder collapsing fist. Why is the exhaustion of vital energy harsher than before? Lin Mu wondered as he laid down on the ground. Lin Mu thought that the exhaustion of energy was due to the boulder collapsing fist not being mastered and losing energy in the process. He did not know that once he mastered it, the exhaustion would only increase. Before he mastered the martial technique, he was able to execute it twice. But now that he had completely mastered the martial technique, he was only able to use it once before being nearly incapacitated. I will have to use the boulder collapsing fist only in the situations when I'm sure of my victory or when I have no other choice left, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu laid on the ground for half an hour before he was able to recover some part of his stamina. He then stood up and decided to hunt. He returned later in the evening just before the sunset. He had been able to hunt a hook-winged swan and a six-pronged stag. Lin Mu would never have been able to catch up with an adult six-pronged stag had it not been for the increase in his speed after reaching the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. He was able to outrun the six-pronged stag with ease and swiftly ended its life with one swing of his short sword. After coming back, he cleaned and prepared both of the beasts before eating some dinner. Lin Mu then continued his practice with the different weapons he had bought yesterday till midnight when the spatial rift finally opened. He found a torn piece of a silk ribbon in the spatial rift this time. Lin Mu examined the torn piece of silk but found it to be ordinary, so he kept it in the ring. He then went to sleep and entered the sleepscape. In the sleepscape, he practiced the boulder collapsing fist. Now that he had mastered the boulder collapsing fist, he didn't find practicing it to be of much use, as he did not know where he could improve more. The booklet mentioned that the advanced stages of the boulder collapsing fist involved increasing the number of energy spirals when using the technique. Lin Mu remembered. Lin Mu could not practice the martial technique fully in the sleepscape, as he could not use the vital energy in his body. He could only practice the form and coordination. I wish I could practice using the weapons at least, Lin Mu complained to himself. Lin Mu had no more things he could do in the sleepscape anymore, unless he could find a new technique to learn. After understanding that he couldn't do much about it, Lin Mu just sat down and thought about things that he can improve on. By the time he had woken up from sleep, Lin Mu had made an entire mental list of goals he wanted to complete. First of all, he wanted to become a chi cultivator. Second, he wanted to obtain enough money to buy back his property that was seized from him. Lastly, he wanted to explore and experience the world. Lin Mu's desire for exploring the world came from his mother, who used to tell him stories from the travelogues and books she had read. She told him of breathtaking places, ferocious beasts, dazzling kingdoms, and beautiful princesses, though the stories that caught Lin Mu's attention the most were the ones about immortal cultivators and their legends. All of his goals were linked, and completing one goal would beget others. Becoming a cultivator would allow him to obtain a lot of money, which would allow him to buy his property back. He would be fulfilling his filial duty of taking care of his ancestral property and also the familial graves that were located there. Once Lin Mu completed these two goals, he would be free to wander and explore the world. He was looking forward to seeing the places he had heard in the stories. After waking up, Lin Mu started preparing his breakfast and practiced the boulder collapsing fist. He tried forming two spirals while using the technique, but could not as the vital energy would dissipate as soon as he tried pulling another strand to form the second spiral. Lin Mu stopped practicing the martial technique after multiple failures and ate his breakfast. He chanted the calming heart sutra and assimilated the vital energy as always. He could tell that the rate of absorption had gone up by at least 20%, and he could absorb even more vital energy. After he was done with the assimilation of vital energy, he practiced using the different weapons. While practicing, Lin Mu came to the conclusion that he was more comfortable with swords, daggers, and the spear. He practiced with the axes but found them to be awkward to use, and the shields did not matter much, as all he could do with them was defend. While with the gauntlets, he found that he could use them in tandem with the boulder collapsing fist. The gauntlets were made of tough and hardened leather that was studded and reinforced with metal plates. They were okay to wear during a fight, but Lin Mu couldn't bring himself to wear them all the time, like he was doing with the leather armor he had looted from the thief. While Lin Mu was training, he was reminded of something now, that he was in the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. He stopped and withdrew the grape-sized purple spirit fruit he had obtained by risking his life. As soon as he withdrew it, he could feel the dense spirit chi stored in it. The spirit chi was much denser than the spirit apples and was comparable with the spirit stones. It should be fine for me to eat it now, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu had been waiting to enter the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm so that he could become a cultivator. Even though he would need a cultivation manual to become an official cultivator, he could still eat a spirit fruit now. Lin Mu made up his mind and proceeded ahead. He took a deep breath and popped the small fruit into his mouth. He bit the fruit in his mouth and felt a pleasant sweetness spreading in his mouth. After savoring the fruit for a moment, he swallowed it. Since the fruit was only the size of a grape, it was gone in one bite and gulp. For the first minute after eating the fruit, Lin Mu did not feel anything, making him think whether he was mistaken, and it was a fake spirit fruit that he just ate. But after a minute passed, it was time for him to be in agony. A scorching pain rose from his stomach and spread through his body. It coursed through his blood vessels, muscles, and skin until it reached the bones and touched his marrow. That was when he screamed out in pain. Aghhhhh. Lin Mu's agony-filled scream echoed through the forest, scaring the birds into flying away. The spirit chi spread into what Lin Mu thought were his blood vessels until he determined they were something else completely. These vessels were similar to blood vessels and were located along with them side by side, with some spreading away from them as well. Lin Mu finally understood what these vessels were. They were none other than the spirit meridians he had heard about from the stories and other people. The pain coursed through his meridians and reached his abdomen, where it settled for a moment before rising up again, forming a cycle. Lin Mu was too exhausted to even scream now. He was covered in sweat from head to toe, and his gray clothes were drenched wet. After a few minutes of agony, he could sense the vital energy that was stored in his body multiplying. The spirit chi from the fruit was being absorbed by his body and used as a fuel to generate vital energy. At this point, Lin Mu was finally able to gather some of his will and chanted the calming heart sutra. Inside the mysterious ring, there existed the ethereal altar that was made of mystical runes. The altar had been glowing ever since Lin Mu had eaten the spirit fruit and was becoming brighter and brighter by the minute. When Lin Mu chanted the calming heart sutra, the ethereal altar started resonating and gave out its own pulses of energy. Suddenly, Lin Mu could hear thundering chants of 1,000 monks in his head. The esoteric chants were incomprehensible to Lin Mu, yet he could somehow understand their underlying meaning. Under the influence of the thunderous chanting, the rampaging spirit chi was finally tamed and stabilized. The spirit chi stopped being unruly and settled down in Lin Mu's abdomen. He felt that the place it settled down was 2 inches above his navel and felt like it was intangible. Lin Mu was able to determine that the place was his danshan. The grueling process was finally completed after an hour, at the end of which Lin Mu could not maintain his consciousness anymore and was pulled into the sleepscape. Once he was in the sleepscape, he could not feel the fatigue and was free, though as soon as he entered the sleepscape, he was in for another storm. Currently, the sleepscape was undergoing a great upheaval. The ethereal altar within the mysterious ring was still pulsating with energy. This time the energy was rising from the ring and reaching the sleepscape. The sleepscape was no longer dark. Instead, a dazzling blue sky had replaced the pitch-black sky, and grass had sprouted on the ground. Lin Mu was left in awe upon witnessing all the events. The grass was spreading around from where Lin Mu was standing, and so was the blue sky. Lin Mu started walking towards the front as he saw a sapling grow into a tree within the blink of an eye. He got closer and examined it as he found it to be rather familiar. It was but a moment later that he understood why. This was the very same apple tree he had been playing around since he was a child, had fallen asleep under when he left the town and found the mysterious ring on. The same tree had somehow grown in the sleepscape. He went ahead and touched the trunk. The rough bark of the tree felt real, and so did the rustling of the leaves. Lin Mu walked around the tree and tried to get a measure of the place. He touched the grass and tried pulling it out. The grass was pulled out but soon disappeared from his hand. Even the place from where the grass was pulled out from returned back to as it was before. So I can't change the environment here, Lin Mu thought out loud. As he wandered and explored, he figured out the characteristics of the sleepscape. He found that the radius of the entire sleepscape was roughly around 200 meters. If he kept on walking ahead, he would just end up in front of the apple tree. He took the apple tree as the center and mapped the place in multiple directions, but found the result to be the same. I end up in the same place after walking straight, so this place should be a circle, no, a sphere to be more accurate, Lin Mu concluded. Only after he had explored the entire place did he realize the biggest distinction that existed between the sleepscape and the actual world. He looked up and noticed the absence of the sun in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky either, yet somehow the sky was still blue. Will there be night in here? Lin Mu wondered to himself. The only way he could figure out if the night would fall would be to just wait and observe. Lin Mu waited and waited, but still could not see the day turn into night. Eventually, his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. Lin Mu woke up in a daze and looked around to check his whereabouts. He was still at the same place he had passed out from exhaustion. He looked at the half-moon that was staring him in the face and broke out in a light laugh. Things just get more and more exciting for me, don't they? Lin Mu spoke to himself. He tried to stand up and found that his entire body felt sore. Lin Mu was drenched in sweat before and felt sticky, so he wanted to clean up. He stumbled down to the stream and took a bath that felt comfortable to him, even though the water was icy cold, a sign of the approaching winter. While bathing, his gaze wandered to the apple tree. So it's still there. I guess the tree in the sleepscape is just a replica. Lin Mu thought. After he was done bathing, he walked up to the apple tree just to verify his claims. He touched the tree and plucked some leaves and apples. Unlike before, these did not disappear and stayed with him. After he had verified his claims, Lin Mu walked back to the hunting shack. He was no longer stumbling like before, even though he still felt sore. After he reached the hunting shack, he set some meat to cook on the stove as he was starving. While he waited, Lin Mu tried to remember the distinct sensations he experienced after eating the purple spirit fruit. He was able to remember the different paths the spirit chi had taken, which helped him figure out the pathways of his meridians. He focused on his abdomen and sensed the faint wisps of spirit chi floating inside his dantian. Lin Mu tried to see if he could control them or not. In the early attempts, Lin Mu could not even make the wisps of spirit chi twitch, but later on, he was able to command them to move within his dantian. Only now was he able to understand the size of his dantian. If he considered the wisps of spirit chi as locks of hair, then his dantian was roughly comparable to the size of the hunting shack. Lin Mu did not know if this was considered as large or small, as he had no one else to compare it with. Neither did he have proper information about the subject. His dinner was ready while he was playing around with the spirit chi. As Lin Mu felt like he was starving before, he ate his dinner with gusto and devoured all the meat he had prepared. After he was done with the dinner, he followed his usual routine and started chanting the calming heart sutra to assimilate the vital energy. It was now time that Lin Mu experienced the next shock of the day. The vital energy that was absorbed from his stomach assimilated entirely within 10 minutes. The process, which used to take him 45 minutes now, only took him 10. Only when all the vital energy was absorbed did he figure out the reason for it. Lin Mu's blood vessels had expanded a little bit and had become way tougher than before. He examined the density of vital energy within his body and found it to be nearly twice as dense as before. I'm in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. That too at the very peak. Lin Mu exclaimed out loud. The vital energy in his blood vessels was saturated to the very limit, signaling his imminent progress to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to enter the 10th stage, but he knew that he will surely be entering it. Before Lin Mu ate the spirit fruit, the only expectation he had was to enter the 9th stage of the body tempering realm and never higher than that, as he would focus on finding a cultivation manual. But now that he was already in it and was even close to the 10th stage, he could not believe his fortune. An hour later, Lin Mu calmed down and was able to think straight again. I can try and see if the calming heart sutra can help me control the spirit chi wisps, Lin Mu thought. Acting on his thoughts, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to chant the calming heart sutra and focused on his dantian. The calming heart sutra helped him focus and gain clarity. After a few more failures, Lin Mu was able to pull out a single wisp of spirit chi out of his dantian. But as soon as Lin Mu pulled the wisp of spirit chi out, he lost control, and the wisp traveled into his right arm and was sucked by the ring. The mysterious ring hummed, and before Lin Mu could think of anything, he disappeared from the shack. When Lin Mu's vision returned, he found himself staring at a dark sky that was filled with flickering streaks of silver and gray color. In the far distance, he could see a familiar glow. I'm back in the ring, Lin Mu questioned himself. He walked towards the glowing light and reached the ethereal altar that was made out of mystical runes. The altar was thrumming with power, as if it was beckoning Lin Mu to come and touch it. Lin Mu responded to the altar's yearning and walked closer. As he progressed step by step, Lin Mu could see the altar glow more and more as if it was responding to Lin Mu's presence. Soon Lin Mu was in the very front of the altar, which had turned nearly corporeal due to the intense glow it was emitting. But as soon as Lin Mu touched the altar, it stopped pulsating and became silent. In the very next moment, it glowed with an even more intense light, and a cacophony of chants sounded within Lin Mu's mind. Sharpen thy will as a blade, slay your mortal bindings, and become unyielding in the face of worldly tribulations. Behold the Severing Heart Sutra. The second part of the 9 Divine Heart Sutras was finally unlocked. The esoteric chants of the Severing Heart Sutra were currently being carved in Lin Mu's mind. As the chants resounded within his head, a sharp stabbing pain accompanied them. For Lin Mu, it was as if every passing second was equal to a day. When the entire process was complete, Lin Mu could not figure out how much time had passed, for the intense pain had robbed him of his sense of time. When the pain subsided, Lin Mu could see that the ethereal altar had dimmed down considerably. It was still pulsing, but not as intensely as before. He once again felt like he needed to touch the altar, and that's what he did. Lin Mu had braced for the next bout of pain that could be arriving, but it did not. Instead, a very gentle stream of energy was released from the altar that traveled to the mysterious ring and then to Lin Mu's head. Once the energy entered his head, additional new information appeared in his mind. There were only two things that were transmitted to him, and these two were skills. They were called Flicker and Blink. Lin Mu understood that the mysterious ring had transmitted the information about these skills to him and had told him that these were some of the innate skills that originated from itself. Why would I receive these skills only now and not before? Could it be because of spirit chi? Lin Mu wondered. After receiving the skills, the ring hummed again, expelling Lin Mu into the hunting shack. He looked around and confirmed his location. Lin Mu had experienced too many shocks today, thus he sat down to chant the calming heart sutra again to get his thoughts in order. After half an hour, Lin Mu was able to make the heads and tails of the entire situation. I unlocked the Severing Heart Sutra, and the ring imparted the two skills called Flicker and Blink to me, Lin Mu concluded in one sentence. The first thing Lin Mu wanted to test was the Severing Heart Sutra. He wanted to see how it compared to the Calming Heart Sutra and if it could help him in his cultivation. So in order to test it, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and began chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. The chants of the Severing Heart Sutra were different from the Calming Heart Sutra. While the Calming Heart Sutra made one feel tranquil, the Severing Heart Sutra made one empty. The closest way Lin Mu could describe his feelings was as nothing. He felt completely devoid of everything. He did not feel any desire, nor did he feel any emotions. He focused on the vital energy within his body and found it to be the same as before. It did not enhance his perception as it did with the Calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu then tried sensing the spirit chi within his danchan. Before he was able to control a single wisp of spirit chi with the help of the Calming Heart Sutra, but he could not exactly measure how much spirit chi he had in his danchan. But once he used the Severing Heart Sutra, he found that he only had around 5% of his danchan filled with spirit chi. He tried to count the number of spirit chi wisps he had and estimated them to be around 100. He could not get an exact number as the spirit chi mixed and melded together. If only 5% of my danchan is filled then, it means that I can store nearly 2,000 wisps of spirit chi. Lin Mu thought. After this, he tried to control a wisp of spirit chi and was able to do it successfully. He tried going further and controlled the spirit chi to move towards the meridians. He willed it, and the wisp of spirit chi entered the first meridian. Getting the spirit chi into the meridians was the hard part for Lin Mu. Now that it was in the meridians, it only had one path to follow. Soon under the control of Lin Mu, the wisp of spirit chi completed its first complete circulation cycle. After Lin Mu successfully completed the first cycle of chi circulation, he could feel his body's pores open, as a tiny amount of energy was absorbed from the air and refined into a new wisp of spirit chi that settled down in his danchan. Is this how a person is supposed to cultivate? Lin Mu questioned himself. Lin Mu did not know, but what he had just accomplished would have shocked any other cultivator if they knew about it. He had successfully refined spirit chi without the use of a cultivation manual, even though it was a minuscule amount and was not comparable to the efficiency of an actual cultivation manual. This single feat of his was still earth-shaking. Lin Mu stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and stood up. Once the effects of the sutra wore off, all his emotions returned. Only now did he understand how disturbing it felt to be devoid of emotions. This feeling, or the absence of it, is unexplainable. Lin Mu thought to himself with a perplexed expression on his face. The next thing Lin Mu wanted to test was the two new skills he was imparted by the ring. He instinctively knew how to use these skills. The first skill Lin Mu tested was the skill called Flicker. He knew how to use it, but did not know what it actually did. He would have to experience it himself to understand it. Thus Lin Mu took a deep breath and triggered the skill. Automatically, a small wisp of spirit chi rose from his danchan and entered the ring. After the spirit chi was consumed by the ring, nothing happened, which made Lin Mu confused about whether he was making a mistake or not. He tried again, and another wisp of spirit chi was consumed, with no results. He tried again and again with no sign of success until he noticed his hands when he used the skill. Lin Mu observed that whenever he used Flicker, his hands would turn blurry for a moment. To test his hypothesis, he tried it again and indeed found it to be true. In his later attempts, he found that not only were his hands turning blurry, but his entire body was also turning blurry. A stroke of insight struck Lin Mu, and he remembered his first fight with the two thieves. A similar thing had happened then, and the attacks of the two men had passed through his body as if it was made of air. So it was this skill that saved my life then, Lin Mu exclaimed. He wanted to test the skill out further, so he held the table with his hand while he used Flicker. As soon as he used the skill, Lin Mu's hand passed through the table as if it were air. Lin Mu was awestruck and stared at his hand. He tested it out with many things and found it to work the same. But while testing, he also found the limitations of the skill. The skill only turned his body immaterial for a second, after which it solidified. While it was possible for his hand to pass through thinner objects such as the table, it could not pass through the wall of the shack, or of course the ground itself. A handful of soil and small stones could fall through his hands when he used the skill, but he could not push his hand through the earth. But if the limitation of the skill depends on the thickness of the objects, how was I able to dodge the axe of that thief? Lin Mu wondered with a puzzled look. Lin Mu thought for a bit and understood that there may be more factors that influenced the skill. He withdrew the short sword and held it in his hand while he used flicker. He had expected it to fall through his hand, but it did not. He then held it flat against his left hand and swung at it. This time it passed through his left hand, but was still held in his right hand. So the thickness of an object, as well as the speed at which my body moves through it, decides whether the skill would work or not. Lin Mu concluded and felt proud of himself inwardly. At only this point did he notice that he had depleted nearly all of the spirit chi in his danshin. This also gave him an idea of how many times he could use the skill flicker. He consumed 1 wisp of spirit chi to use the skill once, thus could use it at least 100 times before stopping. Guess I'll have to test the second skill tomorrow then, Lin Mu thought. After all the experiments, Lin Mu had once again become tired and sleepy. He laid down on the bed and fell asleep. This time though, Lin Mu did not enter the sleepscape, but instead fell asleep normally. When Lin Mu woke up, it was already the afternoon. He felt much better as this was the first time he had slept normally in a long time. He stretched to relieve the stiffness and walked out of the hunting shack. The bright sunlight blinded him for a moment, making him cover his eyes. A moment later, when his eyes got used to the brightness, he was able to see the difference in his vision. Everything he looked at, whether it be trees, clouds, flowers, or the grass, looked vivid to him. Lin Mu also found out that he could look at faraway objects much more clearly now. Is this the effect of spirit chi? It enhanced my vision too. Wait, that's not it. My sense of smell is enhanced as well. Lin Mu spoke out loud. Lin Mu was able to smell the fragrance of flowers that were far away in the forest. He could even smell the very faint smell of the grass beneath his feet. It was a completely surreal experience for him. Lin Mu then started his morning routine, but instead of training, he sat down to sense his danshin. He saw that nearly half of his spirit chi has been restored. A part of my spirit chi is restored every time I sleep, it seems. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to restore as much spirit chi as he could before he tested out the second skill he got from the ring. Thus he sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra. The loss of all emotions made Lin Mu feel empty, but it also made his perception sharper. His consciousness entered his danshin and took control of a wisp of spirit chi. Lin Mu guided it into the meridians and circulated it according to the path he had discovered. The first cycle was completed in 2 minutes. The single wisp that he had circulated had become more refined, and another wisp of spirit chi had been absorbed from the air and condensed into his danshin. So not only does circulating the spirit chi condense more wisps, but it also refines the previously existing spirit chi. Understood Lin Mu. In the chi refining realm, a cultivator primarily increases the amount of spirit chi they have, and then refine it to make it more pure and condensed. The chi refining realm is divided into 4 stages: early stage, mid stage, late stage, and peak stage. In the early stage of the chi refining realm, a cultivator condenses spirit chi and fills up half of their danshin. In the mid stage, their entire danshin is filled with wisps of spirit chi. In the late stage, a cultivator starts to refine the spirit chi wisps into liquid form, while in the peak stage they would completely fill their danshin with liquid spirit chi. Lin Mu completed multiple circulation cycles and found out that the more he circulated, the faster he got. An hour after he started, his efficiency had nearly doubled. He continued cultivating for another hour, after which he had completely recovered his spirit chi and had actually exceeded it by a small amount. Lin Mu stopped at this point and let out a breath of foul chi, ending his first proper cultivation session. He could feel his improvement and understood that this was the path he had to follow. Lin Mu heard his stomach rumble and went to eat his breakfast. After eating breakfast, he chanted the Calming Heart Sutra and assimilated the vital energy from the meat he had eaten. Another thing he noticed was that in addition to vital energy, a minuscule amount of chi was also being absorbed into his body. Does beast meat have spirit chi in it too? Or is it because I'm eating the meat of a 9th stage body-tempering beast? Lin Mu pondered. Now that he had eaten his breakfast and his chi was replenished, Lin Mu was ready to test out the second skill he had obtained from the ring. The second skill was called Blink. Lin Mu triggered the skill and in an instant, 10% of his entire chi reserve was consumed, but nothing happened. He looked at his body to see if there was a change or not, but could not deduce anything. Lin Mu used the skill again, consuming another 10% of his chi. This time he focused on his body to see if there was anything different. He could not sense anything different from his body again. He used the skill for the third time but focused on the environment. In this attempt, he was successful and found out that his vision turned hazy for a moment when the skill was triggered. Why did my vision turn hazy? But it did not do that when I looked at my body, though. Lin Mu questioned himself. In the quest to find out the function of the skill, Lin Mu used it multiple times until his entire danshan was empty and exhaustion filled his body. He stopped as he was out of qi and rested for an hour. Lin Mu chanted the Severing Heart Sutra once again to cultivate more qi, but discovered that the vital energy in his body was being converted to spirit qi. He focused deeper and sensed that the ratio of conversion between vital energy and spirit qi was highly unequal. It took a large amount of vital energy to produce a single wisp of spirit qi. Around half of Lin Mu's vital energy was depleted before it stopped being consumed. This means that once I deplete my spirit qi, my vital energy will be consumed to produce it. Lin Mu learned. For cultivators who were in the qi refining realm, it was difficult to recover spirit qi once it was entirely depleted. They needed at least a single wisp to be able to produce more spirit qi. Thus, in order to recover spirit qi, a cultivator's body would consume its own vital energy to replenish it. Only when a cultivator entered the core condensation realm could he freely absorb spirit qi from the air. Upon gaining knowledge about the aspects of spirit qi, Lin Mu was enlightened. He understood that he cannot deplete his entire store of spirit qi or it will debilitate him in a battle. Now that he had some spirit qi in his danshan, Lin Mu continued chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and circulated the spirit qi. After 2 hours, Lin Mu had nearly replenished his spirit qi up to the previous capacity. He opened his eyes and saw the darkness had descended. The sky had turned black with the clouds hiding the stars and the moon. It's already night and I did not even notice. Is this what the legends mean when they say time is but dust to cultivators? Can't notice it until it settles down. Lin Mu spoke to himself. Lin Mu stood up and felt his stomach groan with hunger. He had consumed half of his vital energy to regenerate spirit qi, thus he was feeling quite ravenous. He took out the remaining portion of the 9th stage body tempering beast's meat and slathered it with spices and condiments. Then he set it on the big stove outside the shack and let it roast. In 15 minutes the meat was ready, and Lin Mu could not hold back anymore. He ate it like a beast and did not even notice when he had consumed all the meat. There were no bones in the meat, thus it was very easy for him to eat the meat. Once he was done with his meal, he sat down to assimilate the vital energy within it. While he was chanting the Calming Heart Sutra, Lin Mu heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. The sound came from far, yet it was as if he had heard it right beside him. Spirit qi had enhanced his hearing as well. Lin Mu stopped midway and opened his eyes. He snapped back in a flash and glared at the source of the sound. He was able to see much better in the dark due to spirit qi and observed that there was a silhouette of a small 4-legged beast standing amongst the bushes. He rushed forward, but the beast had noticed him the moment he had turned around and had run away. If it ran away due to me looking at it, then it should not be a strong beast, Lin Mu figured. Pushing the disturbance to the back of his mind, Lin Mu continued chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. His speed of assimilating vital energy had increased by a large margin ever since he broke through to the 9th stage of the body tempering realm, thus he was done after 15 minutes. All the vital energy that he had depleted was replenished, and the total capacity was also increased by a small amount. It would not take him much longer to break through to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. By now the clouds had been blown away by the wind, and Lin Mu could see the half-moon in the sky. He observed its position and estimated that it should be around 8 p.m. I didn't get the chance to go hunting today, and I've finished the 9th stage body tempering beast's meat as well. I still have the steelback wolf's meat left so I can eat that, but I'll have to complete testing the skills before it's finished too, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to gain a complete understanding of his skills before he enters the forest, as he wanted to be prepared for any unexpected situation. He had already become slightly paranoid ever since he saw the razor maw ox and killed the coyote beast. He knew that he would not be this fortunate every time. If he encountered a spirit beast by any chance, it was likely that it would spell doom for him. Lin Mu withdrew his short sword and started practicing with it. After the short sword, he practiced with the other weapons he had bought as well. He practiced all the way until midnight when he suddenly remembered something. The spatial rift, it has been more than a day. Why has it not opened yet? This has not happened before, Lin Mu wondered. Ever since Lin Mu obtained the mysterious ring, the spatial rift has opened every day. Sure, it opened at different times, but it was never more than a day. Lin Mu was confused and did not know the reason for this. Could it be? Is it because of spirit qi that the condition for it to open changed? Lin Mu questioned. As Lin Mu thought about the spatial rift, he lifted his right hand and observed the ring on his middle finger. But as he was observing it, he noticed a small black dot hovering in front of him. Lin Mu was surprised and focused his attention on it. When Lin Mu focused on it, the small dot started expanding, but along with the expansion of the dot, Lin Mu's spirit chi was also being consumed. When almost 5 wisps of spirit chi were consumed, the small black dot had turned into a spatial rift. Lin Mu's eyes were wide open as he saw the newly formed spatial rift. He noticed the difference this time, though. Unlike before, his hand was not pulled towards the spatial rift, neither was it sucked into it. He did not feel any compulsion to touch it either. Why is it different this time? Lin Mu thought as he approached the spatial rift. Lin Mu put his hand inside the spatial rift and searched around for whatever object that was hiding inside the spatial rift. He had searched for nearly 10 minutes when the spatial rift started to destabilize. After the rift started shrinking, Lin Mu pulled his hand back in defeat. For the first time ever, he was unsuccessful in finding anything inside the spatial rift. The spatial rift has never closed like this before. It only closed when I found the object hiding inside it. Lin Mu. Reeling from his failure, Lin Mu was about to return to his practice when he saw another black dot floating in the distance. The black dot was hard to spot due to the flickering of the flames from the stove. Thus, Lin Mu picked up a burning branch and used it as a torch. He walked towards the flickering black dot with the torch in his hand and gasped. "Can it be?" Lin Mu whispered as he extended his right hand towards the black dot. Lin Mu's guess was right, as the black dot started expanding into a spatial rift. Another 5 wisps of his spirit chi were also consumed in the process. He put his hand inside the rift and tried finding something inside it again. 5 minutes later, his hand touched something small, and the item was stored in the ring. Lin Mu pulled his hand out and observed the spatial rift. Usually, the spatial rift would stay open until he found something and then immediately close. But right now, the spatial rift was still stable and showed no signs of closing. Lin Mu decided to wait and see, for how much time would it stay open. It was not until 5 minutes later that the spatial rift started to close up. It seems that the spatial rift will now stay open for around 10 minutes, whether I find something in it or not, Lin Mu assumed. After the spatial rift had closed, Lin Mu withdrew the object he had found inside the rift. The object he had found was a small nail that looked very mundane and normal. Observing that it was another useless item, Lin Mu stored it back into the ring. I seem to be finding more and more useless items, Lin Mu thought as he continued practicing with the weapons. While practicing, he had moved a little farther away from where he had started. Lin Mu was thrusting the spear when he saw another black dot in front of him. He was surprised by this and got closer. By now, Lin Mu had gotten an idea about how to open the spatial rift after doing it twice. But he did not open the spatial rift as his attention was pulled towards another black dot that was floating to his right. An idea struck his mind, and he pulled out a branch from the ring and lit it up. With the help of the light from the burning branch, Lin Mu searched around for more black dots in the surroundings. Lin Mu must have scoured a radius of around 100 meters, within which he found 7 floating black dots. He could actually see more of them in the distance, but did not bother checking them as he had already understood the situation well. So the ring now allows me to see the spots where I can open spatial rifts, though it does not seem like I will be able to find objects hidden in every spatial rift, Lin Mu concluded. Lin Mu had the idea of opening every spatial rift he could find, but then rejected that idea as it would require him to consume his spirit chi. Right now, Lin Mu's first priority was to gain an understanding of the new skills, and for doing that, having sufficient spirit chi was a must. While Lin Mu had discovered another new function of his ring, the disciples of the star-catching peak of the Sky Precepts sect were currently in shock once again. In the star-catching peak, disciples could be seen rushing around with anxiety on their faces. They had detected multiple spatial disturbances a little while ago and were currently trying to pinpoint its location. A black-robed elder with the insignia of star-catching peak embroidered on their chest could be seen standing at the head of a large formation array. 100 other disciples could also be seen sitting in their respective positions on the formation array. Sweat could be seen on the faces of all the disciples, and even the black-robed elder seemed to be distressed. A hint of annoyance along with helplessness could be seen on the black-robed elder's face upon hearing the head disciple's words. The black-robed elder faced towards the head disciple and spoke. "You think I don't know that? I would have already contacted the other elders if it was possible." The head disciple was not the least bit bothered by the black-robed elder's chiding and still had a staunch look on his face. Elder Feng noticed this and let out a long sigh. The other elders are currently in the trial grounds and cannot be contacted. The communication jades don't work across different spatial planes, though I have contacted an elder to enter the trial grounds and personally inform the other elders of our peak, Elder Feng revealed. The head disciple nodded in acceptance and returned his attention towards the formation array while muttering, "Let's hope they are able to return before we lose the trace of the spatial disturbance." The black-robed elder heard the head disciple's mutterings and let out another sigh. Back at the hunting shack, Lin Mu was currently lying down on the bed. He was waiting to fall asleep and enter the sleepscape. He had a few ideas that he wanted to try out in the sleepscape. now that he had spirit chi. A few minutes later, Lin Mu fell asleep and appeared in the sleepscape. The sight of the blue sky, green flowing grass, and the apple tree in the distance made Lin Mu feel a sense of belonging. He walked up to the tree and observed that it was different than before. An apple could actually be seen hanging from one of the branches. The apple's color was a mix of red and green, with green being the more prominent. The fruit looked juicy and succulent to Lin Mu's eyes, making him desire to pluck it. Lin Mu jumped up and easily plucked the apple, the height of the tree no longer a restriction to him. But as soon as Lin Mu had the apple in his hand, it disappeared. Thinking that it was probably returned to where it was, Lin Mu looked at the place from where the apple previously hung. It's not there. Where did it go? Lin Mu wondered. The last time Lin Mu had come to the sleepscape, he had tested out its characteristics. The main thing that he found out was that any change he made to this place would automatically be restored to the state it was before. Seeing that the apple did not return to the tree, he wondered if there was something he missed. Lin Mu remembered how the items from spatial rifts would be automatically stored in the ring when he touched them and wondered if it was the same in this case too. He thus willed the apple to be withdrawn from the ring, and it appeared in his hand. Seems like I was right. Lin Mu spoke to himself. Lin Mu studied the apple and did not find anything wrong with it. He then tried to eat it, but the moment he took a bite out of it, the apple disappeared and was then restored to its original form in his hand. So I can't eat it. Maybe it's only because I'm in the sleepscape and I'll need to be awake to eat it. Lin Mu thought, but wait, if the apple can be stored in the ring, can I withdraw other items as well? Lin Mu speculated. Desiring to verify his hypothesis, Lin Mu willed for his short sword to appear in his hand. In the next moment, the short sword had materialized in his hand. Excited at this discovery, Lin Mu tried the same with the other items from the ring. I can now practice in the sleepscape as well, Lin Mu said with an optimistic tone. Thus Lin Mu continued his weapons practice in the sleepscape. He practiced all the way until he felt mentally tired and wanted to sleep normally. When Lin Mu thought this, his body faded away from the sleepscape but did not appear in the actual world. Lin Mu was now sleeping normally. He had just discovered another function of the sleepscape. A few hours later, the sun had risen and Lin Mu had just woken up. He was feeling refreshed and clearly remembered the practice he had done in the sleepscape. I now have more time to practice and improve my weapon skill, Lin Mu thought. He then stood up and prepared his breakfast. He had consumed the 9th stage body tempering realm beast's meat and was now using the steel-back wolf meat as it was the next better option. While the meat cooked, he tried whether he could withdraw the apple from the sleepscape. Lin Mu willed it, and indeed the apple appeared in his hand. He then brought it close to his mouth and took a bite. The rich juices from the apple spread in his mouth, giving rise to a sweet and sour taste. He savored the taste and then felt a warmth spread from his abdomen. Lin Mu was surprised by the warmth as he could tell it was spirit chi. Is that tree in the sleepscape a spirit apple tree? Lin Mu wondered. He then finished the entire spirit apple and sat down to chant the Severing Heart Sutra. He guided the spirit chi through his meridians into the danshan. Once all the spirit chi was stored into his danshan, Lin Mu estimated that he had obtained nearly 20 wisps of spirit chi from the fruit. Lin Mu was delighted by this result and figured that if he could get more of these spirit apples from the sleepscape, he could very well use them to recover his spirit chi if it was ever completely depleted. The only problem in this equation was that Lin Mu did not know if or how long it would take for another spirit apple to be formed in the sleepscape. It had been around 15 minutes. The meat was now fully cooked and emitted a delicious aroma. Lin Mu ate the roast meat and then sat down to assimilate the vital energy. With his improved speed of assimilation, he had completed the entire process within 10 minutes. Lin Mu then looked within his danshan and sensed the spirit chi present within it. He found that the quantity of spirit chi had increased to nearly 150 wisps. His danshan was now at 7.5% of its total capacity. This was the result of the spirit chi from his yesterday's cultivation session combined with the spirit apple he ate today. I should continue testing out the second skill. Blink, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu stood up and triggered the skill. He focused all his attention on his body for any change that would be happening. He found that his body did turn blurry for a moment when the skill was used, but could not find the reason for it. Lin Mu continued using the skill multiple times and in different conditions. After 10 more tries, he had nearly depleted all of his spirit chi. Thus he sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to refine more spirit chi. 3 hours later, Lin Mu had restored all of his spirit chi. He had a capacity of 150 spirit chi wisps and could use blink 14 times before needing to rest and replenish it back again. By now the sun had reached the top of Lin Mu's head, showing that it was noontime. I'll try it a few more times before eating lunch, Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu had to try it a few more times until he learned a bit more about the skill. He found out that his body only turned blurry when he was out in the open and not in a restricted space like the hunting shack. But if he used the skill in the hunting shack with its door open, his body still turned blurry. It was not until the 23rd try that Lin Mu was able to successfully use the skill. When Lin Mu used the skill in that attempt, he gazed at a location a few meters away from him and found himself suddenly appearing there. Because of the sudden movement, Lin Mu lost his orientation and fell down, but he did not wince in pain but rather laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I've got it," Lin Mu exclaimed. Lin Mu could be seen disappearing from one place to another. He would fade from one location and materialize a few meters away from the previous location. Blink, the second skill that Lin Mu had obtained, allowed him to teleport over short distances. He discovered that he could teleport up to a maximum distance of 10 meters in a single use of the skill. He also learned that he could only teleport to a place that he was able to see with his eyes. For example, he could not teleport to a place behind him, but if he turned his neck and gazed at the location, he could teleport there. Another limitation he discovered was that if there was a large object present between Lin Mu and the location he wanted to teleport to, he could not teleport. He needed to have a clear sight of the location he wanted to teleport to. Otherwise, the skill would fail to activate, even though the spirit chi would still be consumed. Lin Mu had to unwittingly stop as he had nearly run out of spirit chi. He had been enjoying the feeling of using the skill as it was the fastest Lin Mu had ever moved. "I shouldn't get carried away. I still need to check out some things," Lin Mu said to himself. Lin Mu prepared some meat to cook and cultivated until it got ready. He had learned that the more he depleted his spirit chi, the faster he could cultivate and recover it. Sleeping also helped him recover some spirit chi passively, but the process was slow as only half of his chi was replenished after 8 hours of sleep. Thus, compared to actively cultivating spirit chi, it was inefficient. Lin Mu also found that the maximum amount of spirit chi he could recover by sleeping was the total amount he had when he actively cultivated. He could not exceed it and had to actively cultivate if he wanted to increase the total capacity. Soon his lunch was ready, and Lin Mu started eating it. While eating, he had the idea about testing out the strength of the boulder collapsing fist. It was mentioned in the booklet that boulder collapsing fist was compatible with many energies, and they could also be freely combined. Lin Mu wanted to see the true might of the martial technique once he combined vital energy along with spirit chi. Though he was a little apprehensive as the martial technique would completely drain his vital energy in one use, he did not know if it would be the same with spirit chi. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was done with his lunch and was ready to test out the capabilities of boulder collapsing fist. "Let's see how this goes," Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu stood in the horse stance and harmonized his breathing with the fist technique. But instead of vital energy, he controlled the spirit chi to form an energy spiral in his right arm. He carefully guided the spirit chi from his dantian into the meridians of his right arm and let it swirl. Soon a vortex was formed, but the spirit chi did not stop being absorbed. Once the spiral was created, Lin Mu did not need to consciously guide the spirit chi, as it moved into his right arm automatically. It was only when he had consumed half of his entire store that the spirit chi spiral stabilized. Lin Mu then braced himself and executed the technique. Boulder collapsing fist, whoosh. A strong jet of air was shot forward, and a sharp whistling sound could be heard, which hurt one's ears. The jet of air struck a tree that was in front of Lin Mu with a huge impact. The bark that covered it was directly stripped away, and a shallow fist imprint was left on the tree's bare trunk. The tree started swaying as the jet of air split into two and impacted more trees, making them shake as well. Lin Mu took a deep breath and relaxed his body. He was shocked by the effect of the boulder collapsing fist. "If it's already this strong when I just hit the air, what would happen if I directly hit a person with it?" Lin Mu wondered. "And what if I combined spirit chi with vital energy? How strong it would be then?" Lin Mu thought. The thought about combining spirit chi with vital energy kept on repeating in Lin Mu's mind. He had only tested the technique on air, but not on a solid object yet. He wanted to witness the power of the entire potential of the technique, as he did not know if he would ever fall into a dire situation where this technique would be his only way out. Lin Mu could no longer hold himself back and wanted to try out the technique that instant. But as he wanted to test the true potential of the technique, he had to find a suitable target to test it on. He could not test it on a person or on a beast, thus he decided to find a large boulder. What better way to test the martial technique, rather than to see if it actually lives up to its name? Lin Mu said with a chuckle. Lin Mu walked to the small stream, as he knew that there was a boulder located a short distance away from it. He reached the spot 10 minutes later, after which he checked the surroundings for any people or beasts that could disturb him. He especially did not want to expose the technique to other people. Once Lin Mu confirmed that there was no person nearby, he stood in front of the boulder which towered over him, being more than 3 meters tall. He then entered the horse stance and harmonized his breathing with the fist technique. Now came the hard part. Lin Mu had to combine the spirit chi with the vital energy. He had not done this before, so did not know if he would be successful in the first try. Lin Mu first allowed the vital energy within his body to form an energy spiral within his left arm. He chose his left arm, as it was his non-dominant arm, and would not bother him too much if it was injured. He knew that he would get slightly injured whenever he used it on a person or a beast, though he would soon recover in a few hours after that. Soon most of his vital energy had started spinning within his left arm. He then guided the spirit chi through the meridians into his left arm. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult process and he would not succeed in the first try, but reality showed him that he was wrong, as the spirit chi merged with the vital energy with ease and assimilated into the energy spiral. Lin Mu observed that the energy spiral within his arm had started to undergo a certain kind of metamorphosis. The energy spiral was getting more and more condensed. Soon, from a gaseous form, the energy spiral had turned into a liquid form. Lin Mu could sense the raw power that was stored within the liquid energy spiral. It was completely unlike he had ever felt before. When the energy spiral finally stabilized, Lin Mu had depleted all of his vital energy as well as his spirit chi. He knew he only had this one chance, thus he took a deep breath and executed the technique, boulder collapsing fist. Few kabo. This time there was no whistling sound, no jet of air, only raw power that was shot forward. The moment Lin Mu's fist connected with the surface of the boulder, the energy spiral within his left arm transferred into it. It was as if the world had turned still, but in the next instant, the boulder that was in front of Lin Mu disappeared along with a large exploding sound. The sound of the explosion spread through the sky and could be heard far away. The boulder had turned into small stone fragments and had pelted the entire area that was behind it. The impact of the stone fragments broke the trees that were close directly, while those that were far had been embedded with the fragments. Some unrecognizable masses of meat could also be seen lying around. These were the unfortunate birds and small animals that had borne the impact of the fragments. The noise of the exploding boulder had drowned out the sounds of the forest as it continued echoing. A few kilometers away, deep in the forest, a group of people were currently fighting a spirit beast that looked like an oversized pangolin. They were moving with great agility, and their every attack had immense power within it. One could clearly tell that all of them were chi cultivators from an elite mercenary team. They were engrossed in fighting the spirit beast when suddenly the sound of an explosion echoed from afar. The sound of the explosion made the mercenaries as well as the spirit beast wary. The spirit beast halted for a moment, as if it had sensed something terrifying. The pangolin spirit beast could not bear it and curled up, rolling away with extreme speed, leaving the mercenaries behind. What was that sound? Why did it scare the spirit beast away? One of the men asked. It was not just the sound, there was spirit chi contained within it, extremely strong spirit chi. A woman that was wielding a whip spoke. Estimating the distance the sound traveled, and the spirit chi that was contained within it, I would say it was a cultivator at the peak of the chi refining realm, if not the core condensation realm. Spoke a man that looked to be the leader of the team. Should we investigate it, leader? Another man asked. No, it is not our job. Leave it. The leader spoke with apprehension in his eyes. Back at the site of the explosion, Lin Mu was writhing on the ground, holding his left arm. The noise of the explosion had not only suppressed the sounds of the forest, but it had also drowned out the screams of Lin Mu. It was not until a minute later that Lin Mu's screams became audible. By now the echoing sound of the explosion had faded away and the forest had become silent once again. Clearly the explosion had scared most of the beasts of the forest, thus one could not hear any more sounds. Lin Mu was screaming in pain, but he could still think. His left hand was severely injured, with his fingers broken and his arm bones popping out of his elbow. Blood could be seen dripping out of his lacerated flesh. The force exerted by the combination of vital energy and spirit chi was too much for his body to handle, which resulted in his current predicament. Lin Mu forcefully gained a semblance of his sanity and instinctively withdrew the bottle that contained the 4 vessels restoration pills. He then used his mouth to pull open the cork and popped a single pill into his mouth. As soon as the 4 vessels restoration pill touched Lin Mu's tongue, it melted and was swallowed by him. When the liquefied pill entered his stomach, a cooling feeling spread all over his body, relieving him of his anguish. The pain faded away as if it was never there. The flesh of Lin Mu's left hand started wiggling and itching. The bones that were popping out of his elbow were slowly being pulled back into their correct place. Lin Mu's fingers that were broken in multiple places were also being mended. His flesh that was torn and cut slowly started healing. After 10 minutes, Lin Mu's hand was completely healed and as good as new. Heavens, I can never do that again. I don't want to feel that kind of pain ever again, Lin Mu said out loud. If another person saw Lin Mu right now, they would see that he was drenched in sweat and was panting heavily. The effect of the 4 vessels restoration pill is even more amazing than I guessed it would be, Lin Mu thought. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a scorching feeling spreading throughout his blood vessels and meridians. Arg, what is this? Why has the pain not stopped? Lin Mu shouted. Lin Mu felt as if his blood vessels and meridians were being scraped and pulled apart. This scorching feeling lasted for a few minutes, after which a comfortable warmth replaced it. Lin Mu could sense spirit chi flowing through his meridians. He sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra so that he could clearly sense the condition of his body. Lin Mu peered into his danshin and found out that his depleted spirit chi was replenished and even increased by a large amount. Lin Mu observed his spirit chi and estimated it to be around 500 wisps. My spirit chi increased by such an enormous amount. This is definitely the effect of the Four Vessels Restoration Pill, Lin Mu thought, but the man in the restaurant never mentioned that the pill also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Lin Mu wondered. Pushing the unwanted thoughts to the back of his mind, Lin Mu instead chose to just take joy in the benefit that he had just gained. He then walked back to the hunting shack, as he had depleted the vital energy within his body. Lin Mu reached the hunting shack after 10 minutes and withdrew a large amount of beast meat, which he then set on the stove to cook. He was feeling very tired, so did not even bother to season the meat with spices. After the beast meat was cooked, Lin Mu first ate it slowly and then increased his speed as he gained more of his vital energy back. All the meat was soon consumed by Lin Mu and was being digested by his body. Lin Mu had sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra so that he could restore his vital energy. While he was assimilating the vital energy, Lin Mu finally saw the changes within his blood vessels. They had expanded and looked much more tough than before. Did I break through to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm as well? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Only after Lin Mu had completed assimilating all the vital energy from the beast meat did he confirm that he had entered the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. So not only did the Four Vessels Restoration Pill increase my spirit chi, but it also pushed me into the 10th stage, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Now that Lin Mu was back to his optimum condition, or rather one could say better than before, he finally pondered on his previous misfortune. Lin Mu understood that he had managed to obtain benefits through his misfortune and that he was incredibly lucky to have the Four Vessels Restoration Pills with him. If he did not find them in the spatial rift that day, he may not have been alive today. I can't use the combination of vital energy and spirit chi again. At least not until I can figure out a solution for it, Lin Mu concluded. Even the normal form of the boulder collapsing fist is very strong for me to use in most situations, Lin Mu thought. After Lin Mu had organized his thoughts, his attention was pulled towards the black dots that were floating around. Since I have more than enough spirit chi, I may as well open and check all these spatial rifts, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then stood up and walked towards a black dot that was a few feet away from him. He reached out with his right hand. As the black dot expanded into a spatial rift, he put his hand inside the rift and tried to find something. Lin Mu's first attempt resulted in failure, as he did not find anything inside the spatial rift. He did not lose hope and went towards another spatial rift. This time he found something inside the spatial rift. Lin Mu withdrew the item from his spatial ring and found it to be a small broken piece of metal. It seemed like it was part of something bigger, but could not be determined what. Lin Mu checked all the black dots in his surroundings and only stopped when he could not find any more of them. He had opened a total of 17 spatial rifts that had used up around 100 wisps of spirit chi. Lin Mu discovered that some of the spatial rifts took more than 5 wisps of spirit chi to open. After he had checked all the spatial rifts, he was left with 8 objects. Although all of them were useless to Lin Mu, some of them looked interesting to him. The most peculiar item he had found in a spatial rift was a fully preserved bolster. Lin Mu was currently in the sleepscape practicing with his short sword. He had decided that while he was in the actual world, he would cultivate and train his skills, and once he entered the sleepscape, he would train with the weapons. This was the most optimal way, he figured out, that made the best use of his time. The first thing Lin Mu checked was the spirit apple tree in the sleepscape. He scanned it and saw that another spirit apple growing on one of the branches. But this spirit apple was still small and did not look ready, thus Lin Mu left it on the tree to ripen. His practice with the weapons was going well for Lin Mu, but he still thought it was lacking something. He felt like he needed a proper weapons manual or a teacher who could teach him the proper way to use the weapons. Perhaps I can buy the manuals from Jingwei's Emporium, though they will probably be expensive, Lin Mu thought. After Lin Mu felt mentally tired, he thought about leaving the sleepscape and left it. He had understood that if he left the sleepscape, he will just sleep normally. While Lin Mu is in the sleepscape, he does not feel physically tired, but if he trains for a while in there, he will become mentally tired. A few hours later, Lin Mu woke up feeling refreshed. He lifted his head from the soft and comfortable bolster which he had found yesterday. Although at first he thought all the items he found were useless, but later, while he was about to sleep, he figured that he could at least use the bolster as it was originally intended to. The bolster was one of the best quality items Lin Mu had found in the spatial rifts. It was soft, white-colored, and its cloth seemed as if it was made from high-quality silk of the eastern lands. Using the bolster as a pillow to rest his head on made his sleep even better. After Lin Mu woke up, he cooked his breakfast and cultivated using the Severing Heart Sutra. By the time the breakfast was ready, his spirit chi had increased by 25 wisps for a total of 525 wisps. Yesterday, Lin Mu was only able to restore his spirit chi back to its previous amount and could not cultivate it further on. Lin Mu ate his breakfast and then sat down again to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. While assimilating the vital energy, he sensed that the ability of his body to store vital energy had increased by a large amount. He could not even estimate how much vital energy he would have to absorb and assimilate in order to progress to the next stage of the body-tempering realm. Although it was no longer necessary for Lin Mu to continue training in the body-tempering realm because he was already considered a cultivator, he still wanted to continue training it, while he could, as vital energy was still usable for the boulder collapsing fist. But he would not be using the combination of vital energy and spirit chi anytime soon, though. I should go hunt some beasts. Now that I'm in the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm and also a cultivator, I should be able to hunt some high-tier beasts with little problems, as long as I take some precautions, of course. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then walked towards the trail where he had set up some traps. He got some thorn-tailed rats from the snares, which he would be using as bait now. After this, he changed his route and walked towards the deeper parts of the forest. While he was on the way to the depths of the forest, Lin Mu observed that the population of animals and beasts seemed to have returned. In the past few hunting trips Lin Mu had taken to the forest, he had a little difficulty hunting due to the lack of prey. The population of the beasts was reduced because of some unknown reason, but now it seemed to be back to normal. If there was something scaring the beasts, it seems to be gone now, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu started searching for some beasts to hunt once he reached a suitable place. He wanted to hunt mid-tier beasts if not high-tier, as the meat of any beasts lower than that would not fill his belly. Also, hunting higher-tier beasts would only yield him more money in the form of beast materials. Soon enough, Lin Mu found his first prey, which was a stone-hoofed deer. He had seen some stone-hoofed deers before, but did not dare hunt them as they lived in herds. If he somehow spooked the entire herd, they would mercilessly trample him beneath their hooves that were as hard as stones. But now that he was in the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm, along with being a cultivator, it would be very easy for him. Lin Mu chose a beast that was relatively far from the herd and silently approached it. When he was only 2 meters away from the beast, he withdrew the spear from the ring. Lin Mu stimulated the spirit chi in his dantian and guided it into the meridians within his legs. Once the spirit chi reached his legs, it boosted the strength of his leg muscles, thus improving his speed. Lin Mu gathered strength within his legs and shot forward. He aimed the tip of the spear at the head of the beast. With the increased strength from the spirit chi, Lin Mu easily ended the life of the stone-hoofed deer. In the next instant, he touched the corpse of the beast and stored it in the ring so that the scent of the blood does not spread. Lin Mu looked around and found that the beast herd was not alerted. I may as well hunt more of them, Lin Mu thought. 30 minutes later, Lin Mu had hunted 3 more stone-hoofed deers, but when he was about to hunt the 5th one, the other beasts finally saw him and ran away. The 4 pelts should net me at least a gold coin, Lin Mu guessed. Now that the stone-hoofed deers had run away, Lin Mu started his search for the next prey. It took him an hour before he was able to find his next prey. The prey this time was a beast that looked like a lynx. It had 3 tails with a small horn sprouting from the middle of its forehead. This was the first time Lin Mu had seen this type of beast, and thus did not know its name. Lin Mu saw how easily the lynx beast killed a red-snouted boar, thus he estimated it to be at the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. Lin Mu followed the beast for a while until he was sure that it was the right location for him to hunt it. He did not want the beast to run away, even though he doubted the beast would do that. Lin Mu reached a narrow, small path that funneled towards a cave. He guessed that this was most likely the den of the beast. Lin Mu pulled out the spear and strengthened his legs with spirit chi. He then pounced on the lynx beast and managed to stab it in the leg. The lynx beast had smelled his scent, thus was able to avoid getting stabbed in the head. The beast cried out in pain and retreated. Lin Mu approached the beast and attacked once again. This time Lin Mu missed the beast, but did not mind it. He instead left the spear stuck in the ground and rolled to the side of the beast. As soon as he was at the side of the beast, Lin Mu withdrew the short sword and stabbed it in the beast's ribs. The short sword passed through the ribs and pierced the heart of the beast, killing it. Theo. Lin Mu let out a breath as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lin Mu continued his search for more beasts and only stopped after 4 hours. He had hunted 3 mid-tier beasts and 2 high-tier beasts in this time span. Lin Mu peeked through the canopy of the forest and spotted the sun. He guessed it to be around 3 p.m. Lin Mu returned to the hunting shack. He then went towards the stream so that he could dissect and prepare the beasts. He was done in an hour and walked back to the hunting shack after storing the carcasses and materials in the ring. While he was walking back, he noticed the black dots that had returned. He counted 7 of them just on the way back, and once he reached the shack he saw even more of them floating around. In fact, he found that their numbers had nearly doubled. "Let's see what I find today," Lin Mu said with a chuckle. Lin Mu opened every spatial rift one by one and searched for the items hidden within. After 3 hours he had searched all the spatial rifts. He counted that he had opened 28 spatial rifts today, though he actually only obtained 3 items from all of them. Why are there so few items today? Lin Mu wondered. The 3 items he found were an old shoe, a broken staff, and a roof tile. All of them seemed useless to Lin Mu again. While he was examining the 3 items, he felt that the air had suddenly changed direction. He looked around and saw that the wind was moving towards one direction, as it was carrying dried leaves and dust along with it. Lin Mu curiously looked further and suddenly saw the leaves and dust swirling around something. He went to check and found that the leaves and dust were swirling around a black crack that was about the length of his palm. "What is this now?" Lin Mu said out loud. Lin Mu was circling the black crack with curiosity. It was completely unlike anything he had seen before. The wind which brought along leaves and dust spun around the black crack and then disappeared after a few seconds, depositing the leaves and dust below it. Lin Mu watched the black crack for 30 minutes and observed that a few gusts of wind would come every few seconds and disappear after swirling around the black crack a few times. After 30 minutes, he saw that a small pile of dust and leaves was created below the black crack. "This is rather peculiar," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then searched the surrounding area to see if there are any more black cracks. He searched a radius of 200 meters yet could not find any more of them. He was intrigued by the black crack and was lost in thought. "I'll wait and observe this black crack for some more time. I want to gain a certain level of understanding before I try to do anything to it," Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu then returned to the hunting shack and sat down to chant the Severing Heart Sutra. Lin Mu cultivated for 4 hours, during which he first restored the spirit chi that he had depleted in opening the spatial rifts and then increased his overall store of spirit chi. At the end of his cultivation session, Lin Mu measured the spirit chi within his danshan and estimated that it had increased to around 600 wisps. Lin Mu then cooked some meat for his dinner and ate it. While eating his dinner, Lin Mu once again saw the small 4-legged silhouette spying on him from the bushes. Determined to catch the silhouette this time, Lin Mu strengthened his legs with spirit chi and shot towards the small silhouette. It only took Lin Mu 3 seconds to cross a distance of 100 meters, yet to his surprise, the small silhouette seemed to react much faster than him and disappeared into the forest. "That beast is very fast for its size, though it doesn't look very strong," Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu then returned back to the shack to continue eating his dinner. After he was done with that, he sat down and chanted the calming Heart Sutra. This time it only took him 10 minutes to assimilate all the vital energy from the beast meat, even though he had increased the meal's portion. Lin Mu did not feel much difference in the vital energy within his body. It was as if he had finally reached a bottleneck and would need a long time to progress any further. After Lin Mu was done assimilating vital energy, he thought about how he could increase his proficiency with the new skills. Although he knew how to use them instinctively, he still won't be able to use them at the right time during a battle. "I need to make a training regimen to increase the proficiency of my skills," Lin Mu thought. "The primary use for the first skill, Flicker, is to dodge attacks, so I need to somehow simulate attacks," Lin Mu spoke to himself. After tackling some ideas, Lin Mu finally decided upon a method he could use to train the skill. The first thing he needed to improve upon was to get the timing of the activation right. As the skill only lasted for a second, it was absolutely necessary that Lin Mu triggers it at the right moment. The idea Lin Mu thought upon was that he could make a few swinging dummies that would simulate attacks by slamming into him. He would then have to avoid them by activating the skill at the right time. After figuring out what he was going to do tomorrow, Lin Mu felt tired and decided to sleep. He laid down on the bed and rested his head on the soft bolster. "This bolster is proving to be pretty useful," Lin Mu thought. After a few minutes, Lin Mu fell asleep and entered the sleepscape. When Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape, he was facing the spirit apple tree. He observed the spirit apple hanging on it and saw that it had fully grown, so it takes around 2 days for a single spirit apple to mature, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu jumped up and plucked the spirit apple, storing it into the ring. He then withdrew his weapons and started his training. He trained with the 10 weapons he had bought. He left out the 2 shields as he would need a partner to practice using them. "Wait, I can use the swinging dummies for practicing with the shields," Lin Mu spoke out loud. Lin Mu continued his practice for a few hours until he felt mentally tired. He was just about to leave the sleepscape and enter normal sleep when his gaze wandered over to the spirit apple tree. Lin Mu walked over and saw that another spirit apple had already started growing on one of the branches. The spirit apple was completely green and quarter the size of a fully grown spirit apple. "That was fast," Lin Mu said with raised eyebrows. After this, Lin Mu thought about leaving the sleepscape and slept normally. In the morning, Lin Mu was woken up by a chilly wind that had risen out of nowhere. He rose from the bed and saw that the door of the hunting shack was completely open and the wind was blowing in from it. Did I forget to close it last night? Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu stood up and walked outside to a frosty morning. Although it was not snowing yet, the temperature had fallen a few notches and the dew on the grass was frozen. I guess winter will be here any day now, Lin Mu thought. Just as Lin Mu was about to turn around to cook his breakfast, he saw a sight that left his jaw wide open. An enormous pile of leaves and dust, along with some small twigs and feathers, could be seen below the black crack. The pile was 2 meters tall and around 4 meters in diameter. It was almost touching the floating black crack too. How did the pile increase so much in just one night? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Lin Mu first set some meat to cook before going to check the black crack. He observed the floating black crack and saw that it was the same size as before. It did not change its location either. As he was looking at the black crack, Lin Mu noticed that he could not see any black dots nearby. Where did all the black dots go? Lin Mu wondered. By now the breakfast was ready, thus Lin Mu went back to eat it first. After finishing the breakfast, Lin Mu assimilated the vital energy and then went on to search for the black dots. Lin Mu searched around a radius of 200 meters and did not find any black dots. Thinking that they had just not regenerated again, Lin Mu walked towards a direction in a straight line. He kept searching for the black dots, yet could not find one, even after walking for 1,000 meters. Is it because of the black crack that all the black dots disappeared? Lin Mu pondered. Wanting to investigate further, Lin Mu walked up to the floating black crack. He got a similar feeling to that of a black dot from the black crack. He understood that it was the ring telling him that he can expand the black crack into a spatial rift. Lin Mu moved the pile of dust and leaves from below the black crack and extended his right hand. Then the spirit chi started draining from his dantian, but didn't stop after 10 wisps like normal. What's happening? Said Lin Mu with confusion. 10 wisps, 20 wisps, 50 wisps, 100 wisps, 200 wisps, the spirit chi kept on being consumed. With every wisp of spirit chi that was consumed, Lin Mu got more and more nervous. When 500 wisps of spirit chi were depleted, the mysterious ring shone and the black crack suddenly started expanding. The sound of air being torn could be heard by Lin Mu. It was a shocking sound for him and hurt his ears a little. The black crack kept expanding and was soon 5 times bigger than Lin Mu in size. Unlike the spatial rifts, which were about 1 meter in diameter and circular or oval in shape, the expanded black crack was of an irregular shape and could be described as a hole in a broken window. Suddenly, a massive suction force came from the expanded black crack and sucked Lin Mu inside it, along with a ton of dirt and debris from the surrounding. "No!" screamed Lin Mu as the expanded black crack swallowed him. Lin Mu fainted and woke up after an unknown amount of time. He stood up and looked around, trying to get a sense of things. Where am I? What is this? Lin Mu questioned himself in confusion. Lin Mu looked at the floor and saw that it seemed to be made out of a certain kind of translucent substance. He looked up and saw silvery gray streaks of light flickering in the sky, if one could call it sky, as the rest of it was pitch black. Even below his feet, he could still see the silvery gray streaks of light through the translucent floor. Those streaks of light look similar to the ones I saw inside the ring, but these ones are much smaller, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu looked ahead of him and saw countless white pillars of different thicknesses crisscrossed across the entire area. The thinnest ones were smaller than a hair, and the thickest ones were as thick as 100 men combined. Lin Mu touched the pillars and found them to be soft at first, but then the pillars turned translucent and his hand passed through them. Lin Mu withdrew his hand in alarm and saw that the pillars returned to solid after a few moments. Bizarre was the only word that came to Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu continued forward on the path and observed that the white pillars only got more dense and complex as he walked further. While walking, he suddenly felt a gaze on him and looked around for the source but could not find it. A frightening idea abruptly struck him, and his face turned pale. With great courage and dread, he looked up, only to find 10 golden yellow eyes staring at him. The 10 eyes were of different sizes, but even the smallest was thrice as big as Lin Mu. Lin Mu swallowed his saliva as he cursed the heavens. FCK. Lin Mu felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest because of the immense fear he was feeling. He could not bring himself to stop staring at the 10 golden yellow eyes. The fear had rendered him frozen and unable to move at all. Lin Mu was stuck in a limbo and only snapped out of it when he heard the voice. The voice seemed ancient and rumbled inside of his head. "You've been staring for an awful long time, human," the creature said. You, what are you?" Lin Mu asked while stuttering. You're the one who came here and you ask me what I am." The creature replied, I don't know what you are and I don't know how I came here either." Lin Mu said, "There's no chance that you don't know how you came here, especially you, a human who's barely a cultivator. Even celestials would not dare come here." The creature spoke with an emotionless tone. Lin Mu could sense the crushing raw power emanating from the creature above him. Knowing that there was no use hiding anything from a being this powerful, Lin Mu decided to tell the complete story. I came here through some kind of spatial rift. It originally appeared as a black crack and sucked me in when it expanded later on. Lin Mu answered. Upon hearing Lin Mu's answer, the creature hummed as if it was thinking. After a couple of minutes, the voice spoke again. The most likely reason for your arrival here seems to be an artifact. That too an immensely strong artifact, as only those would be able to open a spatial rift to the grand void, the creature said. Upon hearing the creature's words, Lin Mu subconsciously stared at the mysterious ring on his right hand, and then the mysterious ring buzzed, as if it reciprocated with his thoughts. This action of Lin Mu's did not go unnoticed. The 10 golden yellow eyes were studying Lin Mu's every move. Ah, so I was right. That ring on your right hand seems to be the real cause. The creature spoke but then suddenly stopped. What is this, such pure and strong spatial energy? The creature muttered. Suddenly Lin Mu felt as if the pressure on his body was doubled and a stabbing pain arose in his head. He felt as if he was being covered with some kind of veil. But when the veil reached the mysterious ring, it reacted violently and a burst of chi repelled the veil. When the veil was completely repelled, the pressure on Lin Mu disappeared and the pain stopped as well. Oh, it's much stronger than I thought, and it's even bound to your soul, the creature said. Lin Mu was lost at the creature's words and did not understand what they meant. What do you mean? Lin Mu asked. Seems like you had a fortunate encounter. That ring you're wearing, it's a very strong artifact, the likes of which I've never seen before, the creature answered. Yes, I know that, it's a magical artifact, Lin Mu naively answered. Ha ha ha, perhaps you're the only person who would call it a magical artifact. It's much more than that. Just the pure spatial energy it's emanating is enough to make millions of cultivators covet it, the creature said. However, the ring had been bound to your soul and cannot be removed or transferred to another person. It's likely that even if you die, the ring will just disappear and search for another owner, the creature continued. Perhaps because Lin Mu had talked with the creature for a while, he no longer felt as terrified as before and had calmed down. Curiosity arose in his mind and he asked what was bugging him the most. What are you? I don't know of any creature like you that looks like 10 floating eyes, Lin Mu asked. You can't even see me. Ah, you have not refined your spirit sense yet, the creature replied. After listening to the creature's words, Lin Mu was finally able to see its true form as it revealed itself to him. The creature's body was the size of a mountain and the 10 golden eyes were located on its head. Lin Mu had to turn his head from one side to another to get a complete view of the creature. The more Lin Mu looked, the greater the shock he received. After observing for a minute, Lin Mu was able to perceive that the creature was a humongous spider. It had 8 legs that were so long that he could not see where they ended. Its entire body was bony white, except for its 10 eyes that shine like lanterns. I am what you humans call a void weaver spider, the creature answered. My name is Lin Mu. An awkward silence descended when Lin Mu cut in and gave out his name. Both of them stayed silent until Lin Mu spoke again after he could not bear the silence. Can you tell me how to get back to my home? Lin Mu asked. I can, but what can you give me in exchange? The Void Weaver Spider replied. Lin Mu was at a loss for words upon hearing the Void Weaver Spider's answer. He did not know what he could offer to the spider. He did have a lot of stuff in his ring, but he did not think it would be worth anything to the spider. I don't know what to offer you. I have some pills and spirit stones if you would accept them. Lin Mu said, those things are only of use to humans, not to beings like me. The Void Weaver Spider replied. Then can you tell me what would be acceptable? Lin Mu asked. Yes, we can make a deal. What I want is the ring, or more specifically, the spatial energy from that ring. The Void Weaver Spider answered. But you said that the ring is bound to me, so how will you take the spatial energy? Lin Mu questioned. It's simple, I'll live inside the ring and absorb the energy there. The Void Weaver Spider answered. Lin Mu was stumped, as he did not even know if the ring had enough space to fit the mountain-sized body of the Void Weaver Spider. I don't think you will fit in the ring. Besides, there is no air in the ring, so you'll suffocate, Lin Mu replied. Ha, do you think I need air to live? Besides, there's no air here either, normally. The Void Weaver Spider spoke with a chuckle. Lin Mu felt weird upon hearing such an enormous being laughing and chuckling. It just felt unbecoming to him. But how am I able to breathe here then? Lin Mu asked with raised brows. What you're breathing is the air that leaked in from the spatial crack. I don't think it'll last long, so you better make your decision quick, the Void Weaver Spider answered teasingly. The Void Weaver Spider's revelation made Lin Mu even tenser. He didn't think he would be running out of time. Okay, I accept, but how will your huge body enter the ring? Lin Mu asked. My body will not be leaving this place. My duty here is not over yet, the Void Weaver Spider answered enigmatically. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion, but did not question further when he saw what the Void Weaver Spider did. A fissure appeared between the eyes of the Void Weaver Spider, and from within it, a small orb shot down. The orb gently descended and then floated in front of Lin Mu. The orb then faded away and left behind a tiny spider. The spider was small enough to fit on the tip of a pinky finger. Now, before we leave, let me tell you some things. That ring is a unique artifact, and if you don't hide it, you will be courting death. The ring has been emanating spatial energy, which can be sensed by high-level cultivators. The tiny void weaver spider spoke. But no one has been able to see the ring until now. Not even cultivators, you're the first to be able to see it. Lin Mu answered. Is that so? So the ring can mask its presence, but it seems to be limited by your own cultivation. Anyway, you won't have to worry about it, as I'll be restricting any spatial energy that leaks from the ring. The tiny spider confidently answered. Oh, and before we leave, here's a gift for you. The tiny void weaver spider spoke. What gift? Before Lin Mu could complete his sentence, a vast energy doused him. The energy was released by the main body of the void weaver spider. The energy seemed as if it covered Lin Mu and formed an invisible shell on his body. What was that? Lin Mu asked while gasping. Something to keep you safe. It will warn any strong beings that come near you, at least for a while, during which I hope you get strong enough to handle them yourself. The tiny void weaver spider answered. Now, allow me inside the ring. When Lin Mu opened the spatial crack that lead into the grand void, the entire cultivation world of the Great Zhou Empire was thrown into upheaval. From the top sects to the myriad of kingdoms, every cultivator that was at the nascent soul stage and above was able to sense it. Sky Precept's sect, Star-Catching Peak. A large pool of blood could be seen, within which hundreds of disciples were lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. The 7 orifices of all the disciples could be seen bleeding profusely. The blood from all their bodies had accumulated to form the large blood pool. This place was the formation array of the Star-Catching Peak. For the past 2 days, the disciples of the Star-Catching Peak had been trying to trace the location of the multiple spatial disturbance that had risen. Spatial disturbances had been increasing in frequency, because of which the elders of the peak had called in more disciples to help operate the formation array. But the elders did not know that their actions of calling more disciples would soon lead them to their deaths. 2 black-robed elders could be seen standing at the head of the formation array. They too were bleeding from their 7 orifices, but they were conscious and were currently gritting their teeth in anger. The Star-Catching Peak can't bear such an enormous loss. The black-robed elder named Feng said to the other black-robed elder, "We had no idea this would be happening, Elder Feng. We only increased the number of disciples because we were ordered to do so. The sect patriarch will definitely understand." The other black-robed elder replied, "You haven't seen the patriarch when he gets desperate, Elder Zheng. He will blame the peak for our inability to find out that a hidden cultivator was about to ascend." Elder Feng spoke with sorrow in his voice. "We don't know for sure that it was a cultivator that ascended, and not just another anomaly." Elder Zheng replied, "There is no other cause for a backlash as bad as this. The peak has old records which especially warn that the star-catching formation is to be shut down whenever a cultivator is about to ascend. The other warning stated that if that was not done, there'd be a loss of life due to the backlash, and even the formation array will be destroyed." Elder Feng explained with cold eyes. The other black-robed elder did not speak further and just held his silence in understanding. Elder Feng looked at Elder Zheng, who was staring in the distance, and let out a sigh. "Besides, it's not just us who sensed it. The entire cultivation world will soon know that another cultivator from our world has ascended to become an immortal after thousands of years." Elder Feng said. An hour ago, in the Grand Palace of the Sky Precepts sect, a meeting was currently underway. Tens of black-robed elders could be seen sitting on the chairs located along the hall. The sect patriarch was sitting on the head of the hall on a luxurious throne. The patriarch seemed to be lost in thought and was hearing the elders discuss the affairs of the sect. The arrangements for the trial grounds are complete, and the disciples have been allocated their spots. An elder spoke after reading a scroll in his head. The emergency request for assistance that was issued by the Star-Catching Peak has also been fulfilled. Head Elder Han spoke. The sect patriarch raised his head upon hearing the report of Head Elder Han. He had been hearing a lot of reports from the Star-Catching Peak every day and had become interested in the whole situation involving the spatial disturbances. Did the Star-Catching Peak have any success in narrowing down the location of the spatial rift? A purple-robed elder that was sitting at the right side of the sect patriarch asked. Yes, First Supreme Elder. They had been successful in narrowing the location down to 3 northern kingdoms. They are the Black Dawn Kingdom, the Eastern Ming Dynasty, and the Shuangqian Kingdom. Head Elder Feng replied respectfully. The purple-robed elder was the first Supreme Elder of the Sky Precepts. He was one of the 3 Dao-treading realm experts of the sect, and his authority was second only to the sect patriarch. Any updates about the Crown Prince? The sect patriarch asked. Elder Han was just about to reply to the sect patriarch when a wave of spatial energy spread over the entire Great Zhou Empire. Every person sitting in the hall became extremely alert, and a grim expression could be seen on the faces of the sect patriarch and the first Supreme Elder. "Patriarch," Elder Han exclaimed. The sect patriarch stood up and a regal aura started emanating from his body. He waved his hand in the air, making a formation materialize in the air. The patriarch observed the formation on which the runes were jumping and changing every second. Seal the sect and alert every disciple of the sect. A hidden expert is currently ascending, and there will be an upheaval in the heavenly Tao. Order all elders to stop their seclusion. We will be having an emergency meeting. The sect patriarch ordered. Also send help to the star-catching peak. They have suffered the backlash. The patriarch continued after pausing for a moment. Horror could be seen in the eyes of head elder Han once he realized the implications of the patriarch's words. He then hurried out of the hall and flew away towards the star-catching peak. Not a single sound could be heard in the hall as all the remaining elders were silent. Even the first supreme elder was lost in thought. In the Rainbow Pill sect, in a large garden, there were millions of flowers blooming and swaying with the wind. In the sky, one could see clouds of spirit chi floating gently. In the center of the garden, there existed a small pergola, within which an old man was currently sitting. The old man was holding a pill with his left hand and controlling a pill furnace with the right. Suddenly, a spatial wave covered the Rainbow Pill sect and reacted with a formation. An extremely large formation array was revealed, which covered the entirety of the Rainbow Pill sect. As soon as the formation array appeared, sounds of explosions could be heard coming from the many peaks of the sect. The old man sitting in the enormous garden dropped what he was doing in a moment's notice and stood up before slamming his palm in the ground. "Suppress," the old man shouted, after which the formation array calmed down and the sounds of the explosions also stopped. Tens of lights can be seen flying towards the large garden before landing in front of the old man. The lights faded away and revealed the many elders of the sect that had just arrived. A man came forward from the group and was about to speak to the old man but was interrupted. "I already know. Don't waste time and start repairing the stabilization formation," the old man ordered. "Yes, ancestor." All the elders replied in unison before flying away. Situations similar to the Sky Precepts sect and the Rainbow Pill sect could be seen in all the top sects as well as the common sects of the Great Zhou Empire. In the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, thousands of disciples could be seen standing in a large field. They had been called to address the phenomena that had just occurred. A few men could be seen standing on the large platform in front of the field. All the disciples were facing the platform and were waiting for the announcement. One of the persons standing on the platform came forward. Like you all must have seen, the security level of the sect was increased an hour ago. The reason for that is a unique phenomenon that was sensed by the elders of the sect. The phenomenon may be dangerous to all the disciples, thus everyone is ordered to stay within the confines of the sect until further instructions are given. The man standing on the platform ordered. Some sounds of protest could be heard coming from the disciples, but they were soon quelled after an elder standing on the platform exerted some pressure, silencing all the disciples. Wulim City, the city mayor's mansion, located deep below the mansion, was a hidden cave. Only one person in the entire city knew that such a cave existed below the mansion, and that person was the city mayor. Expansive tunnels could be seen spreading from the cave, leading to unknown paths. Within the cave, a large blood pool was situated. Multiple troughs connected to the blood pool, supplying more blood to the pool. If one looked at the roof of the cave, they would see thousands of inscriptions carved into the stone. The inscriptions spread from the roof all the way to the walls and finally submerged into the blood pool. Inside the blood pool, an emaciated man was currently sitting cross-legged with only his head exposed above the blood. An eerie aura was floating around the emaciated man. Suddenly, the emaciated man showed a pained look and coughed out blood. The sound of the coughing echoed inside the cave and spread out in all the tunnels. A man dressed in luxurious clothes soon appeared from one of the tunnels. The man had an anxious look on his face upon hearing the coughing sound. He hurried towards the blood pool and looked at the face of the emaciated man. "Elder brother," the luxuriously dressed man spoke. The emaciated man opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked at the luxuriously dressed man who had called out to him. "I'm fine, Wu Zun. I just received some backlash because I overexerted my senses," the emaciated man said. This luxuriously dressed man was none other than Wu Lim City's mayor, Wu Zun, who was anxiously looking at the emaciated man's body. He was looking at the grievous wounds that were present on the torso of the emaciated man. Wounds seemed to be trying to heal but were being corroded by a black substance. "But elder brother, why are you exerting yourself when you're still not healed?" Wu Zun asked. The emaciated man's eyes wandered over to the inscriptions that were carved all over the cave and then went towards the troughs that were carrying blood. He stared at the troughs for a bit and then scrunched his brows. "You need to increase the blood sacrifices. We may need to make some changes to our plan soon," the emaciated man spoke. "Yes, brother, I have already commissioned more mercenaries to hunt the spirit beasts. But why do we need to make changes at this stage? It will set our progress back by months," Wu Zun asked. "Our progress has already been set back by months now. What I sensed just now was someone ascending," the emaciated man answered with a grim tone. A shocked expression could be seen on Wu Zun's face upon hearing his brother's words. He clenched his fists before asking, "How did no one know of this?" At least the top sects should have known if someone was about to ascend after thousands of years. Whoever it was, they were able to hide themselves very well. To escape the eyes and ears of the top sects, they must have been planning this for an extremely long time. The emaciated man answered. Wu Zun held his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. To hide for this long, could they be from the Forbidden Continent? I doubt it. If they were, we would have been informed by the clan, and our plan would have also become much easier. Rather, I have my suspicions on the Eastern Ming dynasty. They have long been opposed to the rule of the Great Zhou Empire and have begun moving against them in the shadows. The emaciated man answered. Wu Zun nodded his head in acceptance and was about to bid farewell when his brother interrupted him. And Wu Zun, spirit beasts are no longer enough if we want to speed up the pace of our plan. I need cultivators, the emaciated man spoke with an emotionless tone. A vicious glint could be seen sparking in Wu Zun's eyes as he said, it will be done. Back in the Grand Void, Lin Mu was listening to the Void Weaver spider speak. How will we be leaving this place? Lin Mu asked. The same way you came in here. The tiny Void Weaver spider answered. Lin Mu then lifted his right hand and was about to put the tiny Void Weaver spider inside the ring when it spoke again. Wait, I'll enter the ring once we reach the exit. That way I can ensure that we reach the same location you came from and prevent you from getting lost. Lin Mu nodded his head in acceptance and walked back on the path he came, along with the tiny Void Weaver spider floating beside him. While walking, he thought about the giant white pillars and how this place did not seem to have an actual ground. What are those white pillars, if you don't mind me asking? Lin Mu questioned. Those are my threads, we are inside my nest, the tiny Void Weaver spider curtly answered. Lin Mu was awed at the sheer size of the threads. If those are just threads, then how big is the entire web? I can't even imagine. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was looking all around the space, trying to get a feel for the place. He could not comprehend the existence of a place like this. His attention was then pulled towards the slivery gray streaks of light that flickered all around the place. Senior, what are those streaks of light? I've seen them before, but they were much bigger and brighter. Lin Mu asked. Those are the strands of chaotic spatial energy. When there is a sufficiently high density of spatial energy present in a location, it will condense into streaks such as those. I guess you've seen them in your ring before, the tiny Void Weaver spider replied. Yes, Senior, but how did you know? Lin Mu said. As I said before, I sensed the pure spatial energy being emitted from the ring. The tiny Void Weaver spider answered. Soon Lin Mu and the tiny Void Weaver spider reached the location where Lin Mu first arrived. Now stand back, the tiny Void Weaver spider ordered. Lin Mu promptly obeyed its words and moved to stand behind it. Numerous threads materialized in front of the tiny Void Weaver spider and attached to the space in front of it. The threads then pulled back and the space started stretching. After a certain limit, the space could no longer be stretched and was suddenly torn apart. A white crack was created that expanded into a large opening. The tiny Void Weaver spider floated in front of Lin Mu, then spoke, put me in the ring and then walk through the portal. Though be warned that the journey will be a little rough. Lin Mu gulped after hearing the tiny Void Weaver spider's words and lifted his hand to put it inside the ring. The tiny Void Weaver spider lowered itself into Lin Mu's palm and then disappeared into the ring, but not before saying, you can call me Senior Zukong from now on. After storing the tiny Void Weaver spider inside the ring, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and jumped into the white portal. For a moment, Lin Mu could see millions of stars, galaxies, and planets flashing by his side, but soon he fell unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, a large spatial rift appeared near the hunting shack and spat Lin Mu out. He let out a groan as he was awakened by the pain caused by falling on the ground. Lin Mu opened his eyes, but then suddenly closed them because of the bright light shining on them. He squinted his eyes and then slowly opened them after they had adapted to the brightness. Lin Mu stood up and looked around. Once he spotted the hunting shack, he let out a sigh of relief. Till the very last second, Lin Mu was doubtful whether he will return to his home or not, but now that he was finally here, he felt as if a large burden was lifted off his back. This is certainly not what I expected. Zukong spoke inside Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu was surprised for a second, but then recognized the voice. What do you mean by that, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. This is a very low-level world. How did you come upon the ring in such a backward place? Zukong replied with confusion in his voice. A low-level world. Does that mean there are more worlds than just this? Lin Mu questioned with wonder in his voice. Indeed, there are countless other worlds and multiple realms in this cosmos. Zukong replied, but what did you mean by a low-level world? Lin Mu probed. Depending on certain factors such as the density of qi, the progress of cultivators, the heavenly laws, and the grand Dao, a world can be divided into different levels. Zukong explained. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's explanation, hundreds of questions appeared inside Lin Mu's mind. But before he could ask them, it was as if Senior Zukong was able to read Lin Mu's mind because he interrupted him before that. I can't tell you what the different levels of worlds or what the heavenly laws are. The restrictions of this world will not allow you to understand them. Zukong spoke. How is that possible? Lin Mu asked while tilting his head. Let me demonstrate it, Zukong replied. Suddenly Lin Mu heard some words in his mind. He could hear the words clearly but realized that he did not understand them, and neither could he remember them after that one moment. Sensing the immense confusion in Lin Mu's mind, Senior Zukong spoke again. This is what I meant. The restrictions on this world will simply not allow those words to exist. That is unless, of course, you have a high enough cultivation to ignore the restrictions of this world. So how strong would I have to be before I would be able to do that? Lin Mu asked. Possibly the highest cultivation realm that exists in this world. From what I can assume, you would have to reach the immortal ascension realm or at least the Tao treading realm before you can even think of doing that. Zukong answered. Immense confusion could be seen on Lin Mu's face as he asked, what are those two realms? Lin Mu could hear a loud sigh as Senior Zukong spoke with a helpless tone. Seems like you have a lot to learn. Zukong never expected that the boy who had the fortune of obtaining such a powerful artifact barely had any knowledge about the cultivation world. Zukong wondered how the boy managed to even enter the qi refining realm. Tell me, Lin Mu, what do you know about the cultivation realms? Zukong asked. Lin Mu was unfazed by Senior Zukong's words and answered to the best of his ability. I know that the cultivation realms start with the qi refining realm, and the next realm after this is the core condensation realm. As for the cultivation realms above this, I don't know, as the strongest cultivator in this region is of the core condensation realm. Lin Mu answered. Zukong was a little disappointed and sad upon hearing Lin Mu's words. He did not think that such a great treasure would be lost in a backward place like this. But he knew that since the artifact had chosen the boy, the only way for him to take advantage of the ring was to ensure that the boy stayed alive. If I want to keep absorbing the spatial energy for a long time, I must teach this boy. If I don't, he'll easily succumb to the ruthless cultivation world and die before I'm even able to overcome my bottleneck. Zukong deeply thought. After thinking for a while, Zukong had begun planning out how he would be teaching Lin Mu. The one good thing that came out of Lin Mu being uninformed about the cultivation world is that he won't have any biases. This is one of the disadvantages of a low-level cultivation world. Most of the cultivators end up following certain concepts that are wrong or are only applicable to that world. Lin Mu, would you be willing to learn about the world of cultivation? Zukong asked. Senior Zukong's words surprised Lin Mu and rendered him speechless. Joy bloomed on Lin Mu's face after he comprehended what it would mean if he learned from Senior Zukong. He knew that his biggest drawback was that he knew next to nothing about the cultivation world, and all that he knew was figured out by stumbling and struggling. If he got a proper teacher, everything would become much easier and his progress would improve by leaps and bounds. Yes, Senior, please teach me, Lin Mu exclaimed. Let me inform you before this, I won't be able to give you any qi cultivation technique, nor any martial techniques. The ones that I know are incompatible with humans, or are only usable if you have a high enough cultivation. Zukong said. Lin Mu was not bothered by Senior Zukong's words and accepted him wholeheartedly. Zukong inwardly chucked at the boy's response and thought that he may be able to mold the boy into a peerless cultivator. I have some conditions that you will need to absolutely follow if you are to learn from me. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded to show his acceptance and listened to Senior Zukong's words. First, you need to strictly follow my words and ignore whatever others tell you about cultivation if I disagree with them. People in this world simply don't know about many aspects of cultivation. Second, the world of cultivation is ruthless. Thus, you will have to become ruthless as well if you want to survive. Third, I want you to become patient and steady. Cultivation itself is going against the heavens, thus you need to know when to progress and when to retreat. Countless people have lost themselves to their cultivation because they could not judge well. Zukong spoke with an authoritative voice. Lin Mu carefully listened to Senior Zukong's each and every word. He pondered over them and made sure that he understood everything before speaking. I understand and accept all of your conditions, Senior Zukong. Lin Mu answered with a firm voice. Zukong inwardly nodded and was content with Lin Mu's decisiveness. Now for your first lesson, I'll teach you about the cultivation realms, Zukong said. Zukong then explained to Lin Mu about the different cultivations realms. The cultivation realms started from the qi refining realm in which a cultivator would refine and store spirit qi within their danshan. They would refine spirit qi by the use of a cultivation technique. The second realm was the core condensation realm. In the core condensation realm, a cultivator would further refine the liquid spirit qi within their danshan and condense it into a solid core. This solidified core was also known as the golden elixir or the gold core. In order to progress further in the core condensation realm, a cultivator would have to increase the size of their core. The cultivation realms that came after that were the nascent soul realm, Tao shell realm, Tao treading realm, and finally the immortal ascension realm. Zukong did not explain these cultivation realms in detail, as they would only become a hindrance to Lin Mu and would impede his cultivation. After Lin Mu finished listening to Senior Zukong's words, he felt enlightened. He also asked some questions such as how to progress in the qi refining realm. Zukong was unsure what Lin Mu meant by that. Your cultivation technique should already have an explanation about it. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu was confused as he did get any explanation when received the 9 divine heart sutras from the ring. He was also confused about how the technique did not explain which meridians to be used for circulating the spirit qi. The meridian pathway that he was using right now was devised by himself and was not learned from a manual. Lin Mu wondered if he had made a mistake when choosing the meridian pathways, but senior, I did not get any explanation about that when the ring imparted me my cultivation technique. Lin Mu replied, imparted by the ring, is it a legacy artifact? Zukong inwardly spoke. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Zukong inquired. It's called the 9 Divine Heart Sutras, though I only know the first 2 parts of it. Lin Mu answered. Demonstrate it for me, Zukong said. Nodding in answer, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. After this, he chanted the Severing Heart Sutra. Zukong was impassive at first, but as Lin Mu continued chanting, confusion appeared in his mind, which then turned into shock. Aura of the Buddhist path and the sword path, 2 different cultivation paths in one technique. How is this possible? Zukong inwardly thought. In order to resolve his thoughts, Zukong asked Lin Mu about the meridian pathways that he was using. Lin Mu then explained that he had figured out the meridian pathways on his own when he ate the grape-sized purple spirit fruit. The boy was successfully able to figure out the meridian pathways on his own, though he may be ignorant of the ways of the cultivation world, but he can be considered a genius to be able to do this. Unknowingly, this boy has comprehended the path of primordials. If those old monsters ever learned of this, I wonder if they will start another war just to accept him as a disciple. Zukong thought. Though eating an unknown spirit fruit was a reckless decision that he made, it was lucky that he survived and did not implode. Zukong further thought. Lin Mu was getting nervous as senior Zukong had not replied to him in a while, and he was starting to wonder if he had indeed made a mistake. I don't think the 9 Divine Sutras is a cultivation technique, or rather it's not a full-fledged cultivation technique. Zukong said. Then what kind of technique is it? Lin Mu impatiently asked. My best guess is that it is an auxiliary cultivation technique. Auxiliary cultivation techniques are supportive techniques and usually help in covering the flaws and drawbacks of an actual cultivation technique, Zukong explained. As you said, the Calming Heart Sutra enhances your perception, while the Severing Heart Sutra stills your mind, suppressing your emotions in the process. Both of these are helpful for cultivators who practice overbearing cultivation techniques. Zukong elaborated. Lin Mu was at a loss upon hearing senior Zukong's explanation. Then do I need to obtain a new cultivation technique? Lin Mu questioned with a heavy heart. No, rather you should continue practicing as you are right now. You won't understand it right now, but the method you are using right now will be advantageous to you in the future, even though your progress may be slow right now. Zukong replied. Wanting to confirm if the ring was indeed a legacy artifact, Zukong asked him a few more questions. What else did you obtain from the ring? Zukong asked. After hearing Senior Zukong's question, Lin Mu went on to explain about the 2 skills he received from the ring after he broke through to the Qi refining realm, and also the ring's ability to open spatial rifts. He then told him how he found the booklet for the boulder collapsing fist and many other items from the spatial rifts. This boy is just filled with surprises, Zukong thought with a chuckle. Zukong was impressed by the skills that Lin Mu had received from the ring. Just the 2 skills, Flicker and Blink, were already enough for any person in this world to become powerful in their own right. Although the 2 skills seemed simple, but they actually were not. Those 2 skills employed the high-level concepts from the spatial laws. A cultivator could only comprehend the preliminary laws once they reached the Dao treading realm and formed a Dao embryo. But it was nearly impossible for a cultivator to comprehend even a sliver of spatial laws, as they were one of the most complex and top-level Daos. By now Zukong had an idea of how the mysterious ring worked. The ring worked as a conduit and a catalyst that helped Lin Mu manipulate the spatial laws. He also felt that the ring was sentient and was tailoring the skills according to Lin Mu's caliber. As for the ability to open spatial rifts, Zukong only understood it when he started absorbing the pure spatial energy from the ring. For an artifact that could produce such pure spatial energy, it was a child's play to exploit the weak points in the space. It was even easier for the ring to tap into a teleportation channel and hijack it. When Lin Mu was telling Senior Zukong about how some spatial rifts felt different from others, he explained why. Spatial rifts which felt like still water were just gates into the lesser void, but the ones which felt like a flowing river were actually teleportation channels created by teleportation formations. Teleportation formations were used for long-distance movement and transportation. Objects as well as people could be moved a long distance within a short time with the help of such formations, though the ones that Lin Mu accessed were minor teleportation formations used for transporting objects. When Lin Mu accessed the 2 before he had basically stolen the 4 vessels restoration pills and the spirit stones from someone unknown, The good thing was the person who used the formation to send the items would not know that they were stolen either. Will the person whose items I took come after me? Lin Mu asked with a wary tone. That would be impossible. While sending items through teleportation formations is a safe method, it is not flawless. Any accident or disturbance in the spatial channel would cause the object to be lost in the void. Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt relieved that he won't have to keep looking over his back for the owner of the items coming back for payback. Demonstrate the 2 skills you got from the ring for me. I want to see your proficiency in it, Zukong ordered. Lin Mu nodded in response and demonstrated the first skill, Flicker. He first executed it while standing normally and then showed its ability to turn his body immaterial. He held his short sword and demonstrated his control over the technique. Next one. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu took a deep breath and used the second skill, Blink. He disappeared from the place he was standing and then appeared in a location 10 meters away from there. Enough, Zukong said. Yes, senior, Lin Mu promptly responded. Zukong went silent for a minute as he thought and then spoke again. You will need to increase your accuracy while using Flicker. If you are to use it for dodging strikes, you will need to judge the exact moment to use the skill or you will just hurt yourself. Zukong spoke and then took a pause. As for the second skill, Blink, you are highly inefficient in its use. You will need to understand the skill's true potential, and from what I can see, you can only teleport to a location in your field of vision. This is the first flaw you need to amend, Zukong chided. Lin Mu already knew that he had to learn to judge the timing of the activation of Flicker, but did not expect that he was this bad with the second skill, Blink. How can I resolve the flaw, senior? Lin Mu asked. The reason you can't teleport to a location behind you is that you haven't learned one of the most basic abilities of a cultivator. You haven't refined your spirit sense, Zukong answered. Lin Mu had heard about spirit sense before when Senior Zukong asked him if he could see his body. Senior Zukong then mentioned that he could not see it as he did not have spirit sense. You can think of spirit sense as an additional organ. You can use it to touch and feel your environment. You can see, without actually seeing, with the help of spirit sense, though I do not blame you for not knowing how to use it. You would have innately understood it if you were using an orthodox cultivation technique, but your unique situation changes things a bit, Zukong said. Zukong waited until Lin Mu fully understood his words and then continued. Now I want you to listen to my words with your complete attention. First, close your eyes and focus on the spirit chi within your danshin. Now guide a wisp of spirit chi to leave your body and let it float around your body. After speaking till here, Zukong stopped and let Lin Mu practice. It took Lin Mu a few tries before he grasped it and was able to control spirit chi to hover around his body. After a few minutes, Lin Mu found it to be as easy as lifting his finger. While he was practicing senior, Zukong was observing Lin Mu's closely, and once he found that he had learned this step, he continued his explanation. Slowly extend that wisp of spirit chi as far as you can, then stop and hold it when you can't push it any further. After that, revolve that wisp of spirit chi in a circle around your body. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu extended the wisp of spirit chi and stopped after it reached a distance of 1 meter. He then let the wisp rotate around his body. It took Lin Mu half an hour, after which he felt that his connection with the wisp had stabilized and did not take much of his effort to control it. Zukong inwardly nodded after seeing Lin Mu's minor success. He already has an advantage in terms of refining his spirit sense. It seems that I made the right decision about not telling him to wait till he liquefied his spirit chi, Zukong thought. Though if I did, it would take him a long time, especially since his danshin is already twice the size of a normal cultivator, and I don't think it has stopped expanding either. Zukong contemplated. Zukong then taught Lin Mu the next step in refining his spirit sense. Now, maintain your connection with that wisp of spirit chi and guide another wisp out of your danshin. Once you have it hovering outside your body, repeat the steps you had followed before, but at the very end I want you to link the 2 wisps of spirit chi together, Zukong said. Lin Mu was able to replicate the process, but when it was the moment to link the 2 wisps of spirit chi, he was overwhelmed and lost control. The 2 wisps of spirit chi disappeared into the air, leaving Lin Mu breathless. Rest for a bit and try again, Zukong consoled. Suddenly Lin Mu felt his stomach rumble and remembered that he had not eaten for a while now. Actually, ever since he returned from the Grand Void, he could not tell what the time was. When he looked at the sun, he saw that it was lower than it was before he left, prompting him to think that he had spent an entire day in the Grand Void. Lin Mu then withdrew the beast meat from the ring and set it to cook on the stove. Senior Zukong saw the sizable amount that he cooked but did not mind it at first. Only when Senior Zukong saw that he could actually finish it all did he become surprised. It seems that his abnormally high appetite is linked with the growth of his danshin. I wonder if he knows about this. Zukong thought. Lin Mu, do you eat the same quantity of food every time? Zukong curiously asked. No, senior, I used to eat a normal quantity of food back when I was in the second stage of the body tempering realm. But ever since I found the ring and progressed to higher stages, my appetite has kept on growing. Lin Mu explained. So my suspicion was correct. The ring has been subtly changing his constitution as well. Zukong confirmed. After Lin Mu was done with his meal, he assimilated the vital energy and restarted his training. This time he was able to link the two wisps of spirit chi together. After linking, the two wisps turned into a small thread of spirit chi. Now that you've understood these steps, what you have to do next is to keep adding more and more wisps of spirit chi until they form a long thread that connects to your body. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu was overwhelmed when he heard Senior Zukong's words, but then reinforced his resolve. Determination flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he drowned himself in the process. The sky had turned dark and the moon was peeking from behind the clouds. Lin Mu was currently drenched with sweat, but instead of looking tired, elation could be seen on his face. After countless tries and 10 hours, Lin Mu had finally succeeded in linking all the wisps of spirit chi. The spirit chi no longer looked like a thin thread, it had instead turned into a tendril. Lin Mu had just accomplished another feat that would even shock the top sex. Zukong was happy with the progress Lin Mu had done in the past day. Not only was he able to freely manipulate the wisps of spirit chi and link them, but he was also able to completely connect them into a tendril of spirit sense. The boy has talent in spirit chi control, but I can't tell if it is innate or if this is the work of the ring as well. Zukong thought. Lin Mu was sitting on the ground cross-legged and was using his newly refined spirit sense to feel his environment. The new sensations felt novel to Lin Mu. He felt that he was able to see in a 360-degree angle with the help of the spirit sense. Lin Mu wanted to test the second skill blink and see if he could teleport to a location outside his field of vision, but decided against it as he had exhausted nearly all of his spirit chi. Every time he failed during the process of refining the spirit sense, he would lose the wisps of spirit chi that he was manipulating. The spirit sense tendril that he had refined was 1 meter long and was refined by linking 20 wisps of spirit chi. Over the multiple attempts, Lin Mu had lost nearly 500 wisps of spirit chi, leaving him with a meager 35 wisps of spirit chi in his danshin. I need to replenish my spirit chi and I also need to eat something, I'm starving. Lin Mu thought. You can continue your practice tomorrow. For now, you need to rest. Zukong ordered. Yes, senior. Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu cooked some dinner for himself, ate it, and then laid down on the bed. He rested his head on the soft bolster and slipped into a deep sleep. Perhaps because Lin Mu was extremely exhausted both physically and mentally, he did not appear inside the sleepscape and just slept normally. While Lin Mu was sleeping, Zukong was continually absorbing the spatial energy within the ring. There seems to be no end to the spatial energy in here. I had originally thought it would be depleted after I absorbed it and would take some time to be replenished, but the ring seems to be producing it at a much higher rate than I can absorb, Zukong thought. Although the boy has talent, he is still lacking in resources. Without resources, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress in his cultivation. I need to figure out a way so that he can gain some resources. Till then, I guess he'll have to depend on the forest, Zukong pondered. Several hours passed, and the sun rose up in the sky. Lin Mu woke up and stretched his body, but found that it was surprisingly not stiff. He felt refreshed and his body felt as if it was new. Lin Mu started his morning routine and cooked some beast meat. While the meat cooked, he sat down to cultivate and replenish his spirit chi. His body had already replenished 100 wisps of spirit chi while he slept, thus he had a sufficiently large amount of spirit chi to start cultivation. Although Lin Mu only cultivated for 15 minutes, he found out that the speed of absorbing spirit chi had increased again and he was able to absorb 50 wisps of spirit chi. How did my speed of absorption increase again? Lin Mu muttered to himself, but Senior Zukong heard him. That would be because of your spirit sense. Spirit sense not only allows you to sense your surroundings, but it also has other effects as well, one of them being an increase in sensitivity to spirit chi. Zukong spoke. What are the other functions and effects of spirit chi then, Senior? Lin Mu asked. Spirit chi is highly versatile and is used in things such as controlling spirit weapons and tools, creating formations and refining alchemical pills. Zukong answered. Lin Mu had heard about spirit weapons before. He knew that they were much stronger than normal weapons and even had some special effects. He wondered if he should obtain one somehow. While Lin Mu was lost in his thoughts, his breakfast was ready. He then finished his breakfast and assimilated the vital energy. When he was about to start cultivating, he noticed that the black dots had returned. He was able to spot several of them in the area. Senior, the black dots have returned. Lin Mu spoke. Black dots? Ah, you mean the spatial gates. I can sense them too, but there are far too many of them here. Zukong replied. Too many, but I see them wherever I go. Is this abnormal? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, those black dots you see are actually the weak points that exist in the space. Normally they should be rare, but it seems that the mere presence of your ring is enough to destabilize the space. Zukong answered. Having satisfied his curiosity, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to replenish his spirit chi. he cultivated for 2 hours and was able to replenish his spirit chi up to his previous levels. Lin Mu slowly extended the tendril of spirit sense and analyzed the surrounding area. He could sense each and every blade of grass and the tiny insects that were crawling on it. If Lin Mu used the Severing Heart Sutra and focused even more, he could observe the specks of dust floating in the air. Lin Mu tried to sense the area underground beneath him and found that he was only able to probe a few inches in. Tried to go any deeper, his spirit sense was just blocked, as if there was an iron wall in front of it. Stumped at this problem, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zukong for guidance. Your spirit sense won't be able to pierce through solid objects for now. You will have to increase its range and strengthen it further to be able to do that. Right now you should just focus on increasing its range and leave the rest for the future, Zukong advised. Lin Mu nodded and decided to finally test out Blink. He stood up and extended his spirit sense behind him. He locked onto a location and activated the skill. In the next instant, Lin Mu disappeared from his previous location and appeared in the location he had chosen. Well done, Zukong commended. He then continued to test out Blink in different manners. Since the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense was only 1 meter, he was only able to teleport that far behind. If he wanted to increase the distance of teleportation, he would have to increase the range of his spirit sense. While using spirit sense, he found out that he could actually teleport in mid-air, but it was only possible if he used his spirit sense and not by just using his eyes. Lin Mu could think of multiple situations where he could use this method for an ambush. Suddenly, Lin Mu remembered that tomorrow would be the day when he had to return to the town. It had been 5 days since he had booked the room at the inn, so he will have to return tomorrow. Senior, I will be returning to the town tomorrow to live in a room at the inn, Lin Mu said to Senior Zukong. When Zukong first saw that Lin Mu was living in an old and mottled shack, he did not think much of it. For a being such as him, who has lived for countless years, he had seen people from all walks of life. Also, because he was a beast himself, he could not be bothered with humans and had a different mindset. Why have you been living here in that shack and not in a human town? Zukong finally asked. Lin Mu then went on to narrate the story of how he was punished and his house was seized. Zukong silently listened to the story and let Lin Mu speak. Only after Lin Mu had finished speaking did Zukong respond. So I guess you want to buy back your property? Zukong asked. Yes, Senior, and once I do that, I'll pay my respects at the grave of my parents and ancestors before leaving the town to start my journey. Lin Mu answered with determination in his voice. Good. A true cultivator can only progress when he experiences the worldly tribulations. Your choice of leaving the town behind and journeying will only bring you benefits in the long run. Zukong spoke with a sagely voice. Lin Mu was lost in thought after listening to Senior Zukong's words. He then remembered the esoteric chants that he heard while receiving the Severing Heart Sutra. A sudden wave of enlightenment spread in his mind and he was washed away in it. Seeing that Lin Mu had closed his eyes and seemed to be lost in his thoughts, Zukong called out for him. But suddenly alarm bells started ringing within his mind, and he became apprehensive. Then Zukong saw a blinding glow appear in front of his eyes and felt a feeling he had not felt for millenniums, terror. The altar within the mysterious ring was currently glowing with a blinding light. A peculiar energy was being emitted by the altar, which was leaking out of the ring. Even the barrier created by Zukong could not stop it. The energy was so strong that it had spread out in an area of 100 kilometers. Zukong, who was inside the ring and also the closest to the altar, was bearing the full brunt of the impact. The feeling of terror filled every speck of his body and paralyzed him. Especially since his current body was only an avatar and did not have the cultivation base of the main body, he felt much worse than normal. What is this aura? Even those old monsters would not come close to this level, Zukong thought. A minute later, the aura changed from being cold and overwhelming to sharp and deadly. Zukong now felt as if he was in the presence of a peerless sword immortal. He had to use every bit of his will to resist the sharp aura, otherwise he felt as if his soul would be severed in an instant. In the northern town, there was a large courtyard that was hidden from the eyes of mortals. Within this courtyard, a manor existed, in the front of which a beautiful garden full of fragrant spirit flowers was spread. In this garden, 2 people were currently sitting inside a pergola. These 2 were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jingwei and Duan Qi. Jingwei was drinking a cup of aromatic tea, while Duan Qi was reading a jade scroll. Suddenly, both of them felt as if freezing water was poured over them, and they dropped the items in their hands. The elegant cup fell from Jingwei's hand and shattered, while the jade scroll dropped on the table and made a clinking sound. Once the freezing feeling passed, it morphed into a sharp and deadly aura. They felt as if thousands of swords were pointed at them and would be cutting them into 1,000,000 pieces in the next instant. This overwhelming feeling lasted for a minute, after which it disappeared. Duan Qi collapsed on the ground and was left breathless. Blood could be seen dripping out of the edge of her lips. Jingwei was no good either. He was able to hold onto the table and plopped down onto a chair. Father, what was that? Duan Qi uttered between her breaths. Jingwei stayed silent for 5 minutes before he was able to gather his wits. He let out a breath of foul qi and spoke. That was sword intent. A hidden cultivator ascended 2 days ago, and now I don't even know what to make of this anymore. That was sword intent. Is there even a single expert in any of the top sects that can have such an overbearing sword intent? Duan Qi exclaimed out loud. No, I'm afraid not. Even the sword intent of the previous ancestor of the Centennial Sword Sect cannot compare to this, Jingwei said. In Wu Lim City, a shocking phenomenon could be witnessed. The commoners saw one cultivator after another collapsing on the ground. Some could even be seen bleeding from the 7 orifices. Inside the mayor's mansion, Wu Zun was also struggling to stand. He could not understand what was happening right now either. After the overwhelming aura vanished, he immediately popped a pill into his mouth and rushed through a hidden entrance. He later appeared inside a cave deep underground. Wu Zun walked into the cave with the blood pool and saw that the inscriptions carved into the roof and the walls had crumbled into dust. Wu Zun walked over to the blood pool with an anxious expression and saw his elder brother sitting there safely. Seeing that his elder brother was fine, he let out a breath of relief. If you are fine, then everything will be fine, Wu Zun muttered. This day would later be called as the Day of the Fallen. Back at the hunting shack, Lin Mu was still sitting on the ground cross-legged. A tranquil expression could be seen on his face, completely unaware of the phenomenon that had happened. The day had turned into night when Lin Mu finally woke up, so there's more to Severing Heart Sutra than just enhanced spirit qi control. Lin Mu muttered. You're finally awake, Zukong spoke. How long was I out for? Lin Mu asked. Look around. You've been in a state of enlightenment for the past 12 hours, Zukong informed. Lin Mu looked at the sky and found that it was indeed late. He had not expected that time would pass so fast. For him, it was only a few minutes, while for others, hours had gone by. What did you gain from your enlightenment? Zukong curiously asked. This question had been picking at Zukong's mind ever since the overwhelming aura had disappeared. He wondered what kind of concept could it be that it would cause such a massive impact. From the aura that he experienced, Zukong could tell that it was similar to sword intent yet different. One thing was sure, though, that it was related to the sword path. Lin Mu thought for a moment and recalled all that he had learned. The Severing Heart Sutra, it's not as simple as it appears. It has numerous methods of application, and I've only been using one. It also has different stages of comprehension from what I understood, Lin Mu answered. So that aura was from Lin Mu gaining enlightenment about the Severing Heart Sutra. I already knew that it was related to the sword path, but now I'm sure it's some kind of immortal inheritance. Zukong thought. So what are these different stages of comprehension that you've understood? Zukong questioned. The stage I'm in right now is the second stage of external comprehension. But this is for the Severing Heart Sutra only. For the Calming Heart Sutra, I'm still in the first stage of external comprehension. Lin Mu answered. In the first stage of external comprehension, I'm only able to use the 9 Divine Heart Sutras on myself, while in the second stage of external comprehension, I'm able to use it on others as well. As for the stages beyond this, I will only know them when I progress further, Lin Mu further explained. Seeing that Senior Zukong was not speaking anymore, Lin Mu just decided to continue training. He estimated it to be midnight, thus he first cooked some dinner and ate it. Then he cultivated for a while and then decided to sleep. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape in front of the spirit apple tree. He saw that there wasn't only one spirit apple on the tree, but rather 3 of them. 2 of those apples were ripe and one was still growing. Wait, 2 spirit apples. Oh no. I think I spent much longer in the grand void than I thought, Lin Mu exclaimed. Well, I've already paid for the room in advance, so it shouldn't cause much of a problem for me, Lin Mu thought out loud. Lin Mu then plucked the 2 spirit apples and stored them in the ring. Can I bring out Senior Zukong in the sleepscape? Lin Mu wondered. When he was in the real world, Senior Zukong had informed him that he will not be able to come out of the ring, as the world's restrictions would not allow him to exist there. To test this out, Lin Mu actually tried it and indeed found it to be true. No matter how much effort he put, he could not pull out Senior Zukong from the ring. To satisfy his curiosity, Lin Mu willed it, and the tiny body of Senior Zukong appeared on his hand. Zukong seemed dumbstruck when he suddenly found himself in a different place. He saw that he was on Lin Mu's hand, and the place that they were in seemed unnatural. He did not speak and looked around for a bit before speaking. Where are we? Zukong asked. In my sleepscape, Senior, Lin Mu informed. Your sleepscape, Zukong muttered. Lin Mu then realized that in all that happened, he had completely forgot to tell Senior Zukong about the sleepscape. Even yesterday, because he was extremely tired, he did not enter the sleepscape. Thus he did not get the chance to speak about it beforehand. Seeing that Senior Zukong was waiting for his explanation, Lin Mu described the circumstances behind the sleepscape and what its characteristics were. He told him how it was originally a dark and gloomy place and how it later turned into this. He told him about the spirit apple tree and the size of the entire location. Zukong digested the entire information and searched his own memories, as well as his bloodline memories, for an answer to this enigma of a place. After a few minutes of searching, he was able to reach a conclusion. A garden of karma, Zukong uttered. Lin Mu became interested in what Senior Zukong had just spoken. However, he could perceive that Senior Zukong was still in thoughts, thus he did not interrupt him and waited till he was done. But Lin Mu did not expect that he would get no answer even after 30 minutes, thus he returned Senior Zukong to the ring and started practicing with his weapons. After nearly 4 hours, Lin Mu heard the voice of Senior Zukong in his mind prompting to bring him out of the ring. He heeded Senior Zukong's words and brought him out of the ring. After being brought out of the ring, Senior Zukong floated up from his hand and flew away at great speed, only to return after 10 seconds. Zukong had heard about the characteristics of the sleepscape from Lin Mu's mouth, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. After observing the entire place, he came to the conclusion that this place was indeed a garden of karma. Though it had some differences compared to the information he had in his memories, the biggest difference was in the rudimentary laws. From the information he had in his memories, he knew that a garden of karma was a fully stable spatial realm with its own Tao laws. But in the case of Lin Mu, there wasn't even a sun in the sky and there was no night either. And from the ability of the space to return to its initial conditions, he could tell that this place was not fully developed yet. Though the fact that strengthened his belief in this being a garden of karma was the spirit apple tree that was growing in the middle of the sleepscape. It was the only thing in this place that allowed change, the change being able to pick its fruits. What do you know about Sleepscape, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. This place that you call Sleepscape is actually a spatial realm called as Garden of Karma. It was difficult for me to identify it because of its rarity, and also because of its characteristics being different from the ones I know. Zukong answered. Why is this place different? Lin Mu questioned. Well, even the information I have in my memories is not complete. It is not known whether the creation of a Garden of Karma is linked to a person's physique or something else. Even the existence of a single Garden of Karma is incredibly rare, such that there are known records of only 4 people in the entire cosmos. Zukong replied with uncertainty in his voice. Because there have only been 4 owners in the past, the information about the Garden of Karma is very limited. Even the past owners had differences between the characteristics of their respective Gardens of Karma. But I can say one thing for sure, your Garden of Karma is not developed yet. And even after it is developed, it will still keep on growing. For example, you are not able to use vital energy here, but you should be able to use spirit chi. Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt a little happy that there were other people who had a similar condition to him before. He felt that he may be able to resolve a lot of his questions if he got to know them. He also tried guiding the spirit chi and found that he was indeed able to control spirit chi in the sleepscape now. These people who had a Garden of Karma, where are they? Lin Mu asked with a hint of anticipation on his face. 3 of them died before I was born, and the one that I knew of also died some years ago. Zukong answered. Disappointment could be seen on Lin Mu's face after hearing Senior Zukong's answer. However, he was able to snap out of it and return to his weapons practice. Senior Zukong stayed there, floating in the air. He was observing Lin Mu's weapon skills. Zukong saw that Lin Mu was using multiple weapons instead of focusing on one weapon, thus was intrigued by this. He had seen some experts use multiple weapons before, but those experts were much stronger than Lin Mu. Why do you use multiple weapons instead of focusing on only one? Zukong curiously asked. Lin Mu stopped his spear thrust midway and turned around to answer Senior Zukong. I prefer using multiple weapons, as I want to be ready if there ever comes a situation where I've lost all my weapons and I don't have a choice. I want to be able to use any weapon that's available in that situation. Lin Mu answered. If you're going to follow this path, then you need to learn from a proper weapons manual that teaches the use of multiple weapons. Zukong advised. I know that, Senior. I've been intending to buy a weapons manual once I return to the town. Lin Mu answered. Senior Zukong hummed in approval and spoke. You probably won't be able to find a spirit weapon manual in that town, though I expect. Spirit weapon manual. But I will first need a spirit weapon before that, Senior. Lin Mu replied with slight confusion. You already have one. Your short sword is a spirit weapon. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Zukong spoke with a puzzled voice. Lin Mu was shocked by this revelation. He never expected that the short sword he had been using all this time had been a spirit weapon. I did not know that. But I don't think a spirit weapon should so cheap that it is worth less than even a gold coin. Lin Mu said with an embarrassed face. Seeing that Senior Zukong did not understand him, Lin Mu explained to him how he bought the short sword from the old store and how he was suspecting that the owner and his granddaughter were cultivators. I don't know why that old man gave you the short sword for cheap, but I can tell that he is definitely a cultivator. Zukong said. Everything will be revealed when we get to the town anyway. Zukong said inwardly. How do I use a spirit weapon then, Senior? Lin Mu asked with excitement on his face. Use it the same way you strengthen your body with chi. Spirit weapons are conductive to spirit chi, thus you will be able to guide it into it the same way you do with your body. Zukong explained. Lin Mu withdrew the short sword and held it in his hand. He guided a wisp of spirit chi from his dantian and guided it into his hand, and from his hand he let it flow into the short sword. He had thought there may be a slight difficulty in doing this, but did not expect the short sword to freely accept his spirit chi. As soon as spirit chi entered the short sword, it hummed and a faint glow could be seen in it. A few runes appeared on the blade and soon faded away. Lin Mu then slashed at the air and could see a faint outline cutting out in the air. Senior Zukong saw this and spoke. Surprisingly, that short sword is a high-grade spirit weapon. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu looked at Senior Zukong with a question expression, which he understood and explained. Spirit weapons are divided into 4 grades depending on their quality. They are low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit weapon. That old man was very generous if he gave you a high-grade spirit weapon. He even sealed it so that other cultivators won't be able to detect it. But now that you've activated the short sword and released the seal, you'll need to be careful. Zukong said. Lin Mu could not help but wonder why that old man would give him such a precious item. Also, you won't be able to use the full potential of the short sword yet. If you want to be able to fly with it, you will have to reach the core condensation realm, or at the very least the peak of the chi refining realm. You will also need to refine your spirit sense to a much higher level as well, as you need spirit sense for the more complex control of spirit weapons. Zukong elaborated. Lin Mu felt elated at the aspect of flying. He had heard the stories of immortals who would fly using their swords, clouds, beast, and countless other items. Being able to fly was one of the dreams that everyone had as a child. When he slashed using the short sword, he had only used a single wisp of spirit chi. Back then, he was able to feel that it was not the limit, and he can actually amplify the strength of the short sword even more. To test out the maximum power of the short sword, he withdrew the large, heavy rock that he had found in the spatial rift. Lin Mu had tested the rock before, and knew that the rock was unusually strong and hard. It would be the perfect target to test the power of the short sword on. He thus channeled spirit chi into the short sword and kept on doing it, till he felt that he was going to lose control over it. Once it was filled with 200 wisps of spirit chi, Lin Mu raised the blade and slashed the rock with all his might. In the next moment, the blade passed through the rock with ease, as if a hot knife through butter. The part that was cut fell down, revealing a smooth surface at the site of the cut. Lin Mu took a deep breath when he saw the outcome of his slash. He had expected it to cut a certain part of the rock, but did not think the sword would end up smoothly cleaving through the rock. He looked closer at the cut and found that the surface was smooth and shiny. Lin Mu then relaxed and let the spirit chi return back to his dantian. He sensed that he had consumed 50 wisps out of the 200 that he had reinforced the short sword with. I'll be able to use 4 strikes of equal to this strength after amplifying the short sword to the maximum once, Lin Mu thought. While Lin Mu was focused on the short sword, Senior Zukong's focus was on the large rock. Zukong felt a little confused at the large rock. He was able to identify the material it was made out of. Why is there such a large chunk of heavy depths iron ore here? It shouldn't be present in this world, Zukong thought. Where did you get this heavy depths iron ore from, Lin Mu? Zukong questioned. Lin Mu stopped his thoughts upon listening to Senior Zukong question and turned towards him. Heavy depths iron ore, you mean this large rock? Lin Mu counter-asked. Yes, that's what it is called, Zukong answered. Oh, I found it in a spatial rift. Is it something rare and special? Lin Mu spoke. Is there a collapsed oceanic world somewhere nearby? Zukong pondered to himself. Not specifically. Except for it being heavy and hard, there isn't much special about it. Although it is not rare, but such a large chunk is usually only formed in special conditions. In a world such as this, only smaller chunks of it would be found, Zukong answered. Heavy depths iron was a type of metal that was formed under the heavy pressure of a large water body. It could be found in any world that had seas or ocean, but the size of its ore would depend on the size of the ocean. The chunk of ore that Lin Mu found was too large for it to belong to this world. The only place it could be formed would be in an oceanic world. Oceanic worlds were large planets that had nearly no landmass and were completely covered with water. Such worlds were dominated by monstrous aquatic beasts and were often uninhabitable for cultivators. However, oceanic worlds also had magical treasures and unique materials that were only found within them. Thus they were the targets of many large cultivator sects and organizations. Since Lin Mu was able to find such a large chunk of heavy depths iron ore, it meant that there was quite likely a collapsed oceanic world nearby this world. It also meant that there were precious treasures that were lost in the void, waiting to be found. And if someone was able to find the original location of the oceanic world, they may even be able to find something priceless, a world essence crystal. Stopping his train of thought, Zukong saw that Lin Mu was asking him something. Senior, is this heavy depths iron ore useful for making weapons or armors, and can it be sold? Lin Mu asked with expectation on his face. It is unsuitable for making weapons and armor because of its properties. It would be fine if it was just hard and heavy, but because it also obstructs the flow of spirit chi, it is not used to make them. Instead, it is used in the construction of defensive fortifications for castles and forts, so you can sell it, Zukong answered. While Lin Mu was thinking about his future prospects, Zukong was thinking about the situation of this world. He was wondering if there were more collapsed worlds near Lin Mu's world. He thought of a way to confirm his doubts. What other items have you found in the spatial rifts? Show me all of them, Zukong ordered. Realization dawned on Lin Mu's mind. If the large rock which looked useless was precious, then who knows what other things he found were rare and perhaps priceless. Lin Mu hurriedly started taking out one item after the other from the ring. Soon enough, there were 5 piles of items lying haphazardly on the ground inside of the sleepscape. Lin Mu had separated the items which he found useful, such as the booklet which contained the martial technique, boulder collapsing fist, and the 4 vessels restoration pills in different piles, and useless items like the old shoe and clump of soil into a different pile. Senior Zukong closely scrutinized every item and then came to float in front of Lin Mu. He then instructed Lin Mu to separate the items into 2 different piles from the 5 piles. Senior Zukong then came to float in front of a pile and spoke. "This is garbage. This is useful," Zukong said after floating over to the other pile. Lin Mu looked at the garbage pile and sure enough, most of the items he thought were useless were just that, useless. But he was a little surprised looking at the pile of useful items. There were some items which he did not think would be useful. For example, the clump of soil that he had found was now in the pile of useful items, and the small shard of metal was too. Lin Mu could not understand the reasoning behind this, thus he asked Senior Zukong. "That clump of soil is not what you think it is. It is actually the dried blood of a spirit beast, while that metal shard is quite possibly part of an immortal tool. Even though it's only a small shard, it is still linked to the immortal tool, and you may be able to find it with the help of it." Zukong explained. Lin Mu was shocked upon hearing about an immortal tool. He could tell that it was something that was above spirit weapons and was much stronger than them, but he could not help but wonder how these items ended up in the spatial rifts. "Senior, there is one thing I could not understand. How do these items end up inside of spatial rifts?" Lin Mu asked apprehensively. "There are many reasons for that. But the most common reasons are either the destruction of a spatial treasure or the collapse of a world. Depending on the reason, the item will be lost in a different layer of the void," Zukong answered. Lin Mu had heard the 2 words Grand Void and Lesser Void from Senior Zukong before, but could not understand the difference between them. Thus he asked him to explain. "Senior, could you explain to me about the void?" Lin Mu asked. "While you will not understand the actual characteristics of the void, I'll give you a simplified explanation. The void can be broadly divided into 4 layers: the lesser void, the great void, the greater void, and the grand void." Zukong spoke and took a pause until he was sure that Lin Mu had digested this information. The lesser void is a place that exists parallel to the real world and is separate for each of the worlds. The great void is the layer which contains minor worlds and spatial dimensions. Your sleepscape could be considered as an example of a spatial dimension, while the greater void contains all the worlds in a specific realm. Finally, the grand void is the layer that separates the different major realms and contains all the layers below it. Also, every higher layer in the void contains multiples of the layer below it. For example, the Great Void has multiple layers of the Lesser Void contained within it. Zukong explained. Lin Mu was a little overwhelmed by all the information that Senior Zukong had just spoken. It took him a few minutes before he was able to analyze and integrate all the information into his mind. He also felt minuscule at the immensity of the entire universe. He could not even imagine the sheer size of the worlds that existed, not to speak of entire realms. Zukong saw that Lin Mu was astounded at his explanation, thus he spoke. "Don't be overwhelmed by my explanation. Even if you don't understand it right now, it won't matter. You will eventually understand it in the future." Lin Mu felt a little better after hearing Senior Zukong's encouraging words. His attention was then redirected towards the useful pile of items. There were some items in it that he knew were useful, but he could not tell what their use could be. One such item was the high-quality wooden slip he had found. Lin Mu picked up the wooden slip from the pile and showed it to Senior Zukong while asking, "Senior, what is this wooden slip? Why is there nothing written in it?" Zukong looked at the exquisite wooden slip in Lin Mu's hand and let out a chuckle before speaking. "That is the most useful item out of all of them. Its worth exceeds all the items combined. That wooden slip is a legacy treasure." Zukong himself was a little surprised upon finding a legacy treasure in the pile of random items. He was getting more and more interested in this world. He could not tell what the legacy treasure would contain, but he was sure that the legacy treasure was not from this world. The craftsmanship of the legacy treasure belonged to a higher realm, and with how complex the formations placed on it were, Zukong knew that it contained a complete legacy. The only question remaining was that whether it will deem Lin Mu worthy of it. While Senior Zukong was in his thoughts, Lin Mu was staring at the wooden slip, trying to figure out how to use it. He even tried observing it with his spirit sense, but was unable to find anything. Finally, giving up after a few tries, Lin Mu turned to Senior Zukong for answers. What does this wooden slip contain? Lin Mu asked. Every legacy treasure is different. Some contain the entire inheritance of an expert, while some may only contain minor inheritances. Some contain martial techniques or cultivation techniques, while others may contain the life experiences of a cultivator. Zukong answered. Now then, to activate the legacy treasure you need to put a drop of your blood on it. Zukong explained. Lin Mu followed Senior Zukong's words and used the short sword to prick his finger. He then let a drop of blood fall on the wooden slip. As soon as the blood touched the wooden slip, it was absorbed and numerous runes appeared. The runes spread from the wooden slip onto Lin Mu's hands and then onto his chest. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, an obscure pattern was formed on his abdomen which then sunk in and disappeared. A few seconds later the runes disappeared, and a connection was formed between Lin Mu and the wooden slip. Lin Mu then opened the wooden slip and saw words appearing on it. The entire wooden slip when opened was 50 centimeters long and was made of 25 individual wooden strips. Lin Mu started reading the words one by one. I was called as the lost immortal, and this is my final legacy. This legacy that I am leaving behind was the work of my life. I suffered many setbacks in my life, some because of my enemies, some due to my miscalculations, and some due to the heavens' will. While I was staunch and stable in the early part of my life, later on, after suffering one misfortune after another, I developed heart demons. I could be considered to have had below average talent in cultivation, and all that I had was gained through sheer dedication and hard work. The heart demon I developed was because of a problem that usually belonged to the mortals, starvation. In the tens of thousands of years that I lived, I often found myself in conditions where I was heavily injured, stripped of chi, and trapped in deadly situations. While the commoners think that immortals don't know the sufferings of mortals, they are wrong. They think that immortals no longer feel hungry, nor do they need to breathe. While this is correct to a certain extent, it is only so when you are in an optimum condition. Even immortals, when they deplete their chi and vital energy, need to eat in order to survive. For cultivators who have lived as long as me, all have gone through similar situations such as mine, but their suffering cannot be compared to mine. They may have been in 1, 2, 5, or even 10 situations, but it still would not compare to mine. While most would not survive after their luck ran out, I do not know whether it was my fortune or misfortune that I have survived 107 such tribulations. I often thought if it would have been better if I perished early on and did not suffer these tribulations. But every time I did that, my heart demon grew. Slowly, over the years, I developed an obsession. I would no longer suffer the tribulation of starvation ever again. I knew that the heavens were against me and would pit me against a grim tribulation again, thus my obsession grew. Eventually, all I could think of was my obsession, and my progress in cultivation plummeted. I knew that this could not go on any longer, so I started my journey to find a solution. I journeyed through countless worlds and a multitude of realms. I researched techniques that would help me in relieving starvation forever. I observed beasts that were known for their hunger, their ability to devour, and beasts that were long-lived and seldom ate. I hunted down unique races that did not consume material food as sustenance, but rather obscure types of energies. I found some beasts that were once thought to be myths and legends. I even discovered beasts that were never seen before. I went after creatures that were 100 times stronger than me and came out alive. My obsession was now somehow fueling my strength. I now knew what I had to do. I was going to create a technique that would absolve one of their hunger. I gathered precious materials and unique treasures while using the knowledge that I had gained to forge my creation. But alas, I failed. I was still lacking. I began my journey again and wandered the universe. It was during this time that I was given the title, Lost Immortal. I had long forgotten my own name in my obsession, thus I just accepted it. After a few years, I had an epiphany and my cultivation started growing once again. But with the growth of my cultivation, the heaven's fury returned as well. I survived more of those cursed conditions and let my heart demon grew. I did not know why, but my heart demon never harmed me even though it had existed for a long time. Others would have suffered a chi deviation or a Tao collapse, but miraculously I did not. More years passed and I could feel that I was slipping into insanity, 1 year at a time. I knew that once I was completely drowned in insanity, I would never resolve my obsession. Thus I staked all I had and revisited all the places I had been to, just to gain any small smidgen of inspiration I could grasp. This time I could not find some of the beasts that I had originally discovered, but I was still able to find the beasts such as the golden roc, the tauti, the realm-eater worm, the sky-swallowing wolf, the immortal kun peng, and many more. I stripped their secrets and gained an understanding of their physiology and cultivation. By now I was at the very edge of insanity and knew that I would fall into its abyss as soon as I lost control, even for a moment. Knowing that I had no time left, I ended my research and started to reforge my creation. I never intended to come out of this alive, thus I used everything I had, including my very life. I ignited my Tao laws with my obsession and used the flames to temper all the precious materials I had gathered. I spent years working on it, yet I still felt that I was far from perfect. Then suddenly, I was enlightened when I heard a voice in my mind. It was my heart demon. It had finally awakened. It knew what I wanted, thus my heart demon offered me a solution which I gladly accepted, for I knew I had nothing to lose. I sacrificed my cultivation base and my body, using them as the metal, and fused it into my creation. Then finally, using my soul as the last ember, I let my heart demon perfect my creation. Even at the very end, I knew that while my creation was perfect, it was still incomplete. Of course, unless a person cultivated it, it will be deemed incomplete. Thus, with my last wisp of consciousness, I finished my legacy and sealed the technique I had created into this wooden slip. I recorded my life's experiences and tribulations for my inheritor to learn, and as a final gift, or you could say my last wish, I want my inheritor to name this technique after learning it. I hope that you will not suffer the tribulations that I did and are able to benefit from my experiences. After an hour, Lin Mu had completed reading the entire wooden slip. As soon as he read the last word, all the words written on the wooden slip faded away and new words appeared on the wooden slip. Lin Mu read these words and found that these words were describing the unique technique that the lost immortal had created. He read them and was slowly lost in them. Unknown to him, Senior Zukong was closely observing him. Zukong felt that everything was normal at the start, but after a while, he saw tears coming out of Lin Mu's eyes. He tried calling out to him but received no answer, as if he was lost in enlightenment. What kind of legacy did he receive? Zukong thought. Lin Mu had been reading the wooden slip for the past few hours, but still had not finished it. Senior Zukong had tried calling out to him multiple times, but he never responded. Thus Senior Zukong gave up and waited for him to normalize. In the blink of an eye, it was morning, and the sun had risen. Lin Mu was shaken from his trance after his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes in a daze and looked around. After seeing that he had returned to the hunting shack, Lin Mu took a deep breath. That was a really unique experience. Lin Mu muttered as he remembered the information recorded in the wooden slip. After Lin Mu had finished reading the introduction, he saw the technique that was created by the lost immortal. It took him a long time to read it, and he still could not understand it. The technique was complex, very complex, so much so that he could not even identify some of the words that were mentioned in it. After the technique, the next thing that was recorded in the wooden slip was the life experiences of the lost immortal. When Lin Mu read them, he felt as if he was there and was experiencing them firsthand. He could not tell if it was an illusion or not, but everything that he saw looked extremely real. Guess, I'll have to ask Senior Zukong for an explanation. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then called out to Senior Zukong and received a reply instantly. Zukong had been a little worried after seeing that Lin Mu was in a trance. He knew it was due to the legacy treasure, but could not tell if it was good or not. When Zukong had told Lin Mu about the legacy treasures, he had left out some information. Some legacy treasures had powerful seals on them, which when released would bind to the first person who came in contact with it. While this was fine if the legacy contained was suitable for that person, but if it was not so, this would become extremely troublesome. Zukong had observed and scanned the wooden slip before allowing Lin Mu to use it, but when he saw that Lin Mu was stuck in a trance and could not respond, he became wary. The only reason Zukong could not find the cause for this would be if the legacy treasure was created by someone from the higher realms. Another reason why he easily let Lin Mu use the legacy treasure was that he was sure that there wasn't much chance that it could be difficult for him. While Zukong was thinking of possible scenarios, Lin Mu suddenly disappeared and his vision turned black for a moment. Then he felt the familiar spatial energy in his surroundings and realized that he had returned to the ring. A few seconds later, he sensed Lin Mu's voice and responded to it. What did you gain from the legacy treasure, Lin Mu? Zukong asked. Lin Mu then started to explain everything that he had found out from the wooden slip. He told him about the lost immortal and how he created the nameless technique. He told him about the technique itself, how it was very complex, and about the words he was unable to read. Finally, he told him about the life experiences of the lost immortal that were recorded in the wooden slip. The first thing that shocked Zukong was the circumstances of the lost immortal. He was able to identify the reason for his misfortunes and the unending streak of tribulations. The person titled as the lost immortal actually had a special type of physique called as the broken fate physique. It was an extremely rare physique and could be ranked along with the people who were the owners of the Garden of Karma, though its rarity did not mean that the physique was beneficial to its bearer. Rather, the person who was born with this physique would suffer endless misfortunes and tribulations. They would then perish and be removed from the wheel of fate. This was the reason this physique was named as the broken fate physique. Zukong could not tell how an expert like the lost immortal, who had traveled countless worlds, did not identify his own physique. He should have been knowledgeable enough to identify it. It was only when Lin Mu was telling Zukong about the mythical beasts that the lost immortal encountered that he understood the reason for his ignorance towards his physique. The mythical beast that caught Zukong's attention was the Realm Eater worm. It's impossible that the lost immortal encountered a Realm Eater worm. Their clan was eradicated millions of years ago, and the last of their bloodlines were also extinguished by the heavenly Tao for accumulating unforgivable amounts of negative karma. Zukong thought, unless the lost immortal encountered the Realm Eater worms before their extinction. Zukong muttered. This would explain why he did not know about his physique. He was probably one of the earliest owners of the Broken Fate physique. There simply was no information about this physique back then, Zukong inferred. Zukong was also wary about the nameless technique that was created by the lost immortal. He could not tell what effect the technique would have on Lin Mu, as it was deemed incomplete by its creator himself. Considering the state in which the lost immortal created the technique, Zukong had all the reasons to be wary of it. But Zukong would not be prohibiting Lin Mu from learning the technique. He will only explain to Lin Mu what he thought about the technique and leave the final decision up to him. If he wanted Lin Mu to become a peerless cultivator, he could not keep on interfering in his life. It was up to Lin Mu to decipher his fate and wade through his karma. Lin Mu then asked Senior Zukong about the words which he was unable to understand. He felt that the words were from a different language and did not seem to belong there. After explaining to Senior Zukong, he got the reply that while Senior Zukong knew what language the words belonged to, he would not be able to tell him what the words meant until he drew them. Lin Mu thus tried to draw them on the ground, but found that he could not. It was as if his mind went blank as soon as he thought of drawing them. It's the world's restrictions prohibiting you from drawing them. Wait till tonight when you return to the sleepscape. There you should be able to draw them with no problems. Zukong told Lin Mu. But what language are these words from, Senior? Lin Mu asked. It's not exactly a language, but rather a different script of writing. Those words are most likely from the Tao script. It is a universal script that every language can use and can be understood by all intelligent races, Zukong answered. It is also necessary for many things such as making formations, forging spirit weapons, refining alchemical pills, and of course creation of various techniques. Zukong further explained. Lin Mu's curiosity in learning the Tao script was ignited, hence he asked Senior Zukong to teach him about it. Senior Zukong accepted Lin Mu's request and told him that he would teach him some lessons every day. Then he reminded Lin Mu what he was supposed to be doing today. Oh no. I need to get to the town soon, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu skipped his breakfast and started storing everything that he thought to be of use. Before leaving, he made sure he had everything one last time. He then started his journey back to the town. But for Lin Mu, who had become a cultivator, such distance was a stone's throw away. Lin Mu strengthened his legs with spirit chi and broke into a sprint. His speed was incomparable than before, and within 5 minutes he was already at the town. Some people spotted him running towards the town, but all they could see was a trail of dust. Before entering the town, he saw the peasants working in the spirit apple orchards. This made him reminisce about the time when he was still weak and was working in the orchards. Although it had only been a few weeks, he still felt as if ages had gone by. Pushing his thoughts to the back, Lin Mu continued on to the inn. Because the Northwind Inn was close to the entrance of the town, it did not take him much time to reach it. When Lin Mu was standing outside the inn's entrance, he heard the sounds of someone arguing and shouting, coming from inside the inn. He walked in and found a group of 10 hunters arguing with the 3 people at the desk. Lin Mu identified one of the 3 people at the desk as the clerk who had booked the room for him, but he could not tell who the other 2 were. He also identified the 10 hunters rather easily. These 10 hunters belonged to one of the 2 hunter groups in the town, whose leader was a cultivator. The leader of the hunter group was a man called Gan Ma. He was a cultivator, thus had some influence in the town. Lin Mu had seen the man before and also had heard about him. Gan Ma was a rather crude man who was selfish and ruthless. He would often forcefully take over good hunting areas from common hunters, and if they resisted, all that waited for them was a harsh beating. Lin Mu's father especially did not like Gan Mu and had warned him to stay away from the man, who knew that Lin Mu would have to defy his father's warning today. Suddenly, the clerk who had booked the room for Lin Mu spotted him and pointed at him while shouting, "There he is, that's the boy who booked the last room." Lin Mu would have never expected that he would be facing such a scenario just because he was 1 day late. There were currently 13 pairs of eyes staring at him, some with helplessness and others with anger. At first, he could not figure out why these people were looking at him with such eyes, but as soon as they all started speaking, he knew he was in another troubling situation. The 10 hunters soon surrounded him in 3 directions. "Boy, give up the room that you booked," one of the hunters spoke. "Yes, since you did not come yesterday to claim it, you don't need it anymore," a short hunter spoke. Confusion could be seen on Lin Mu's face as he could not understand why these hunters were speaking to him like that. Only when the clerk came forward and explained did he understand. "These hunters want the room that you booked. They came today for a room, but I told them we did not have any available. They said they were willing to pay double and asked if any rooms were unoccupied. They then saw that one room was still unoccupied, thus they forced me to give it to them. The clerk hurriedly spoke. Take your refund and leave, brat, the hunter in front of Lin Mew ordered. An annoyed expression could be seen on Lin Mew's face. There was no chance that he was going to accept these hunters' orders. He had booked the room well ahead and had also paid in advance. These men had no right to order him. These men are paying double the price, right, so I'll just pay triple, Lin Mew said smugly. Right now Lin Mew had plenty of gold coins, so he was not worried. He would be able to earn those back rather easily once he starts hunting again. Upon hearing Lin Mew's words, the hunters became confused at first but then became angrier. But the man who was with the clerk looked happy instead. Looking closer at the man's clothing, which seemed to be of higher quality than that of a commoner, Lin Mew guessed that he was the owner of this inn. You think you can just disrespect us like that? The short hunter spoke with fire in his eyes. Looking at the short man's expression, Lin Mew guessed that he was the one who wanted the room while others were just here to back him up. The hunters belonging to Ganma's group were well-known bullies. They submitted to the strong while oppressing the weak. If it was the Lin Mew of the past, he would have never dared to go against these men. But with the strength that he had right now, the only person who could give him trouble would be Gan Mew himself. Suddenly one of the hunters seemed to have recognized Lin Mew as he pointed at him and whispered in the ear of his companion, who then told the rest of the hunters. So you're the boy who had his property seized by the supervisor of the orchard, said the hunter standing in front of Lin Mew. Weren't you also banished from the town? Another hunter added. No wonder he was willing to pay triple the cost for the room. The money doesn't belong to him, he stole it, said the short hunter, straight away accusing Lin Mew. Lin Mew saw the situation turning worse and worse by the second. Thus he spoke up. I wasn't banished, I was only thrown out of the town. These are the words of the supervisor himself, and I didn't steal the money, I made it by hunting beasts. Lin Mew countered, as if a scrawny brat like you could kill beasts that would be worth that much. A long-faced hunter spoke. Don't listen to him, he's only lying to save his skin. Catch him, we'll hand him off to the guards. The hunter in front of Lin Mew spoke. Search him for the coins too. He's definitely has them on his body. The short man spoke with greed in his eyes, seeing that there was no chance that this situation will be resolved. Lin Mew readied himself for a fight. He could sense their strength and found them to be much weaker compared to him. The strongest hunter was in the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. While Lin Mew could sense the hunter's strength, they could not do the same as he was a cultivator now. Because they did not sense Lin Mew's strength, they made the mistake of thinking that he was much weaker than them. The first to approach Lin Mew were the 3 hunters on his left. One of them tried to grab his arm, but Lin Mew was able to push him away effortlessly. Then the 4 hunters on the right lunged at him and grabbed his shoulder and wrist. Lin Mew used his left hand, which was free, and smashed it on the hands of the men that were holding his shoulder and hand. A snapping could be heard as the arms of the 4 men were broken in one hit. Aurg, the 4 hunters on the right, shouted in pain. Careful, he's been hiding his strength somehow. Use all your force, the leading hunter shouted. Lin Mew did not want to straightaway kill the men in the town, as it was prohibited. Thus he did not use his sword or the spirit chi to strengthen his body. All he had used was just his body's raw strength. The hunters did not hold back a bit and drew their weapons. 2 of them were using swords, 3 were using axes, and 2 were using maces, leaving behind the 4 with broken hands. All of them attacked Lin Mew together, but he was able to dodge it with his superior speed. Lin Mew flitted between their bodies and rained blows upon them. The short hunter managed to slip behind Lin Mew and slashed with his axe at Lin Mew's back. Lin Mew saw this with his spirit sense and reacted. He moved his right fist back without even seeing and slammed it on the side of the axe. Clink, crack, crack, crack. A cracking sound could be heard as the blade of the axe shattered into pieces. The hunters were now shocked, and fear could be seen in the eyes of the leading hunter as he guessed Lin Mew's strength. Run, leave him, he's a cultivator. The leader of the hunters shouted. Fear spread to all of the hunters, and in the next second they ran away. Lin Mew did not bother to stop them and let them leave, as he knew that if he used any more force, he may just kill them. While he may be able to get off scot-free, even if the guards found out that he killed the hunters in self-defense, what he did not want was Ganma to target him, especially not before he was able to find out his cultivation base. If Ganma was weaker than him, it would not be a problem, but if he was stronger, then Lin Mew will have to plan for it. Though Lin Mew was sure that he will be able to escape with the help of the 2 skills he got from the ring. Once the hunters left the inn, Lin Mew walked up to the desk and spoke. Now that they're gone, I don't need to pay any more money, right? Lin Mew spoke with a little chuckle. After witnessing Lin Mew's strength, the owner did not want to antagonize him as he thought it would not end well for him. The owner gulped and spoke. Yes, you don't have to pay anything. You already paid in advance, please go on in. The owner spoke and gestured to the clerk. The clerk then guided Lin Mew up the stairs and into a corridor. He walked all the way to the end and stood in front of a door. He then took out a small key out of his pocket and opened the door while gesturing with his hand. "This is the room you booked, sir." The clerk spoke respectfully. Lin Mu was not surprised by the sudden, respectful attitude of the clerk. Cultivators were considered to be above commoners, and thus were feared and respected. This was the first instance where Lin Mu felt the prestige of a cultivator. "Please inform me if you need anything," the clerk said. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. "Is there a kitchen here?" Lin Mu asked. "If you're asking about food, then you don't have to worry, as breakfast and dinner will be provided to you free of charge," the clerk answered. "What if I want to cook it on my own?" Lin Mu questioned. The clerk seemed confused by Lin Mu's question but did not probe further. Yes, you can use the kitchen if you want. I'll notify the cook beforehand," the clerk answered. Lin Mu did not want to eat normal food anymore, as it would not be of much use to him, and even if he did eat it, the small portion would not satisfy his enormous appetite. He could have also given the meat to the cook to prepare, but he did not want to take the risk of someone stealing parts from it. Even a small portion of high-tier beast meat would sell for a few silvers in the town. While Lin Mu was settling in the inn, the hunters had reached their leader's house. Near the western exit of town, there existed an open ground. Many tents were currently pitched in that open ground. On some of the tents, banners or plates bearing the symbols of mercenary groups could be seen, while the other tents were just normal tents used by hunters. The mercenaries could be seen sitting outside the tents, doing chores. Some were sharpening their weapons, some were taking an inventory, while others were just talking to each other. Suddenly, the mercenaries heard a commotion coming from the site where hunters had their tents set up. Some of the mercenaries stood up and walked there to check. Upon reaching there, they saw a couple of broken tents as well as hunters that were currently being beaten. They looked at the aggressors and saw that they did not seem to care much as they continued their one-sided fight. "We already told you to leave once. Why don't you listen?" a short hunter said as he punched the face of a man lying on the ground. "Do you dare to disrespect Ganma again?" A long-faced man spoke as he stepped on the hand of another hunter lying on the ground. These hunters were none other than the same hunters who had fought with Lin Mu before. Since they were unable to get a room at the inn, they had no choice but to pitch a tent with the other hunters at the western exit of the town. Most of the hunters were not natives of northern town. They usually came from the subordinate villages and lived at inns for the most part, as they could not buy houses in the town. There were two reasons for this, the first being that there were few empty houses left in the town, and the houses were expensive to buy as well. Especially for hunters who barely made a few gold coins a year, it was impossible to buy a house, though it was not like every hunter stayed at the inn during the winter. The hunters that came from the villages would return there during the winter and only return during the spring. "Damn it, how did that kid become a cultivator?" the short hunter shouted as he punched an unconscious hunter. He then stood up and then kicked the unconscious man one last time before leaving him. A couple of other hunters came by and picked up the unconscious man before taking him away. "Don't think too much. Leader Gan Ma will take care of him soon," the long-faced hunter replied. "I want to kill that kid with my own hands." Even Leader took years to become a cultivator who even taught him. The short hunter spoke with frustration on his face. A buff hunter that was standing at the side spoke. "There aren't many cultivators in the town. It's definitely not someone from the town, thus it could only be someone from the mercenary companies. God-damned mercenaries, putting their noses where they don't belong. First they take our hunting grounds, then our inns, and now they try to change our power structure. Trash like that brat should stay trash forever and know their place," the short man said. Suddenly sounds of weapons being drawn can be heard. "Try and say that again." A burly mercenary spoke with a rough voice. The hunters became alarmed as they saw mercenaries standing behind them. One of the hunters with a long face came forward and passed a small pouch to the mercenary while whispering something to him. After hearing the hunter, the mercenary took the pouch and retreated along with the rest of them. The hunter who had spoken with the mercenary came back and slapped the head of the short hunter. "Watch your mouth. Look around before you wag your tongue. You nearly got us in trouble," the long-faced hunter spoke. The short hunter did not protest and just stayed silent, while the rest of the hunters set up the tent. Back at the Northwind Inn, Lin Mu was looking around the room. The room was at least 10 times bigger than the hunting shack. There were 4 beds, a table, and 4 chairs in the room. On the right of the room there were 2 windows through which one could see the street below. Lin Mu had not expected for the room to be this big. The room was clearly made for accommodating 4 people, but right now he had occupied it all by himself. No wonder the hunters wanted this room. It is big enough for 4 of them, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was bothered by the attitude of the inn staff, but understood that it was something that they had to do. Gan Ma's hunters were forceful bullies, and if they had not given in, they probably would have done something worse to the staff. Gan Ma would probably come after me soon. I need to get a measure of his cultivation before that. Lin Mu muttered to himself. So this is the place you will be staying at." Zukong spoke inside Lin Mu's mind. "Yes, senior," Lin Mu replied. "Seems like you will have to return to the forest every time you want to train your skills, though." Zukong said. "That I will have to do indeed. I can't reveal them here, of course." Lin Mu spoke. and this man Gan Ma, I want you to eliminate him. This will be your first test, Zukong ordered. Lin Mu was a little taken aback by Senior Zukong's words, but then he further explained, you need to learn to eliminate a problem from the very roots. If you don't, they will only come to trouble you in the future. Zukong spoke with a stern tone. Lin Mu nodded and accepted Senior Zukong's test. He then left the room and went downstairs towards the desk. He went up to the clerk and asked where the kitchen was. Lin Mu then followed the clerk to the back of the inn from where they exited out into the yard. The kitchen of the inn was located in a small shed in the yard behind the inn. He took him to the shed where a fat and squat man was chopping some meat. Fatty Yuan, this sir will be using the kitchen to cook their food. Please ensure that he has whatever he needs. The clerk spoke to the cook. The cook named Fatty Yuan did not speak and only grunted in response. The clerk was unnerved by this and looked at Lin Mu's face. Seeing that Lin Mu did not mind the cook's dismissive attitude, he took a breath of relief. He then left Lin Mu and went back to his work. Use whatever you want here. Fatty Yuan spoke curtly before resuming his work. Lin Mu could not withdraw the meat from his ring, thus he just used the ingredients that were already there and cooked some breakfast for himself. Although it did not fill him up, it was enough for him to last a while. He would have to withdraw the meat before coming to the inn next time. After Lin Mu finished his breakfast, he left the inn and headed towards Jingwei's emporium. He wanted to sell all the materials he had accumulated during these few days and also try to find a weapon manual. Lin Mu looked around the town and observed that the people have started to wear thicker and warmer clothes. He himself had no need for such clothes as his body would resist the cold and keep his body at normal temperature. A few minutes later, he had reached the desolate alley. Lin Mu walked up to the shop and withdrew all the materials he had. Unknowingly, he had accumulated a rather large amount of materials. A problem now presented to Lin Mu. He could not justify bringing so many materials at once to the shop, as he would not be able to show how he carried them here. Even the sled that Lin Mu made would not be enough to carry so many materials. He thus withdrew only half of the materials and placed the rest of them back into the ring. He then placed the sled at the side of the shop and opened the door of the shop. Surprisingly, the door still felt hard to open, even though Lin Mu was much stronger than before. He did not mind this and picked up some of the items before walking in. He placed the items at the empty counter and went back to get the rest of them. After he had brought all of the items inside, he rang the small bell kept on the counter. A few minutes later, Duan Qi walked out from the door behind the counter. She looked at the counter that was overflowing with beast materials and became annoyed. There were 21 beast pelts, beast horns, feathers, and many more bones lying on the counter. Duan Qi then inwardly sighed. Duan Qi had certainly not expected for Lin Mu to bring so many beast materials within a week. It seemed to her that Lin Mu had outdone himself this time, as looking at the materials she could tell that most of them were from high-tier beasts. I assume you are here to sell these materials, Duan Qi spoke, and also to buy some things, Lin Mu hurriedly added. After a few transactions, Lin Mu had understood that Duan Qi did not like it if he only sold and did not buy anything. Looking at her expression, he could at least tell that she was probably not having a good day, thus he did not want to piss her off even more. Lin Mu was indeed right about Duan Qi not having a good day. She had been searching for clues about the sword intent that was released 2 days ago. Her grandfather was also doing his best in scanning the library for any evidence of a hidden cultivator. Her grandfather's library had an enormous amount of materials, so much so that it could compare to that of the top sects. If there was any clue about the hidden cultivator that ascended or the overbearing sword intent, it would be present in the library. There was no chance that a cultivator who had the aptitude of being able to ascend or having peerless sword intent would be able to hide every track of themselves. They must have had outstanding talent when they were younger, thus there should be some records of them. Duan Qi felt a little better that Lin Mu would be buying something as well, hence her expression eased a bit. She went ahead and started checking the beast materials. Some of the materials were a little damaged, but most of them were fine. After confirming the quality of the materials, Duan Qi calculated their value. There were some mid-tier beast materials mixed in, along with high-tier ones. Thus she took a few minutes. 5 minutes later, she had finished her calculations and concluded it to be 27 gold, 59 silver, and 11 copper coins. To be honest, Duan Qi was a little surprised at Lin Mu's pace of making money. A month ago, he had only 20 copper coins, and now he was making gold coins instead. She was also shocked by the growth of his strength. Just by looking at him, she could tell that he was already at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm at the very least. Your total would be 27 gold, 59 silver, and 11 copper coins. Duan Qi spoke. Lin Mu nodded at this price, as he had already estimated it to be around this value. I would like to buy a weapons training manual for a sword. Lin Mu said. Very well, go to the 4th shelf from the right and pick out whatever one that you like, Duan Qi replied. Lin Mu nodded and turned to the right and went towards the shelf. While he was looking at the old booklets and scrolls, Senior Zukong spoke in his mind. Don't waste your effort here. None of these manuals are worth your time. You should instead ask that woman for a better one. She's hiding a lot of secrets. There are concealing and illusory formations placed all around this shop. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu had suspected that Jing Wei and Duan Qi were cultivators, but now Senior Zukong's words had just confirmed it. He wondered what their cultivation base could be. Do you know what their cultivation level is, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked silently. I would have to use my spirit sense to do that, but if I did, they would be alarmed and will know that I'm here. But from the formations, I can tell that at least one of them is a very high-level cultivator, Zukong answered. If you're this curious, why don't you try sensing it yourself? Zukong spoke with a chuckle, as if he was looking forward to something fun. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon hearing Senior Zukong's tone, but did not think much of it. He returned to the counter and saw that Duan Qi was taking the materials to the back of the shop. Duan Qi saw that Lin Mu had returned, hence assumed that he had chosen a manual. Show me the manual that you want to buy, Duan Qi spoke. Oh, I don't want those weapon manuals. I want the ones better than that. Lin Mu spoke as he used his spirit sense to probe Duan Qi's cultivation base, but Lin Mu was unsuccessful in finding her cultivation base. He felt as if there was a barrier stopping his spirit sense from getting close to her. Duan Qi was shocked by this but did not show it on her face. Is that so? Please wait here for a bit then, Duan Qi replied. Duan Qi then picked up the last of the materials all at once with ease and went into the door behind the counter. Lin Mu asked Senior Zukong about the barrier that was surrounding Duan Qi. That was the effect of a defensive spirit tool. It was protecting her from spirit sense probes. Zukong spoke. Then what would her cultivation base be? Lin Mu questioned. Well, just from her ability to use spirit tools, you can assume that she's above the qi refining realm. As in order to use spirit tools, you have to be at the core condensation realm at the very minimum. Zukong explained. Lin Mu gulped and became a little nervous as just Duan Qi was strong enough to defeat him alone. Who knows how strong her grandfather Jing Wei was? From Senior Zukong's information, he already got that Jing Wei was the stronger one of the two and was the person who had set up these formations. 5 minutes later, Duan Qi walked out of the door with Jing Wei behind her. They came to stand at the counter when Jing Wei spoke. So my granddaughter says you don't like the weapons manuals here and want better quality ones. Jing Wei spoke with an amused tone. Lin Mu nodded and spoke, yes, owner Jing Wei. Then let me see how strong you've become. Jing Wei spoke with a stern tone. Before Lin Mu could say anything in reply, he felt a pricking pain in his head which he guessed to be Jing Wei's spirit sense. But in the next moment, he felt like a veil covered his body entirely and the pain in his head stopped. Lin Mu then saw the pair of grandfather and granddaughter in front of him and became terrified. The condition of those two did not look good. Their faces were drained of blood and became pale. Sweat could be seen on their foreheads, while Duan Qi was straight up shivering with fear. A few seconds later, Senior Zukong chuckled in his mind once again. Suddenly, Jing Wei grasped the black beaded bracelet on his wrist and broke it apart. In the next moment, he could see that Jing Wei and Duan Qi seemed to be free from whatever that was bothering them. Humph, and I was just starting to have fun, Zukong muttered. The veil that Lin Mu felt was covering his body slowly vanished. He then heard Jing Wei spoke. Okay, you satisfy my conditions. Now take this and please leave. Jing Wei hurriedly spoke. A coin pouch appeared on the counter along with a booklet. This surprised Lin Mu, as Jing Wei had just used a spatial treasure. They had been concealing their capabilities all this time, but now they suddenly dropped all pretenses and revealed that they were a cultivator by using a spatial treasure. Lin Mu took the coin pouch and booklet. He then turned around and left the old shop swiftly, as he felt like that was the right thing to do at that time. He touched the sled that was kept to the side and stored it in the ring. Lin Mu walked out of the alley and left the old shop behind. He suddenly felt a fluctuation in qi, which made him turn around. Upon turning around, Lin Mu saw that the alley in which the old shop was located had vanished. How? Lin Mu muttered to himself. That was the concealing formation being activated, and it's a high-grade concealing formation as well. Zukong spoke. A high-grade concealing formation, Lin Mu questioned. It's strong enough to hide a place from the senses of a Dao Shell realm cultivator. Zukong explained before Lin Mu could continue his question. Let's return to the forest. You should take a look at the weapons manual that the old man gave you. Zukong said. Yes, senior, Lin Mu responded. After Lin Mu left the town, he thought about Senior Zukong's strange behavior as well as the terrified pair of grandfather and granddaughter. He wondered if he should ask Senior Zukong or not, as it was picking at his mind. While Lin Mu was out, he had no idea that what just happened in the shop had now terrified Jing Wei for a lifetime. 15 minutes ago, when Lin Mu had asked Duan Qi for a better quality weapons manual, she had actually not minded it. She would be open to selling him a higher quality manual if he was willing to pay the price for it. But when Duan Qi felt her defensive spirit tool activate, she understood his underlying meaning. He did not just want a common weapons manual that's for body tempering realm experts. Instead, what he wanted was a weapons manual that's intended for a chi refining realm cultivator. Lin Mu's spirit sense had shocked Duan Qi, as she had never expected for him to become a cultivator this fast. It was only a month ago when he was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm, and now he seemed to be a chi refining realm cultivator. From what she observed, Duan Qi could tell that Lin Mu was at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm when he became a chi refining realm expert. Pushing all these thoughts to the back of her mind, Duan Qi decided to inform her grandfather first. She picked up the materials from the counter and walked to the back of the shop. She then blew out the lamp that was hanging from the ceiling and appeared in the enormous courtyard. She stored the materials in her storage ring and went to the manor. Once inside the manor, Duan Qi looked for her grandfather, who was currently in the massive library. She quickly found him standing near a shelf, reading from a book. Jing Wei sensed his granddaughter's unease when she appeared in the library. At first, he thought that it was because she had found some clues, but when she spoke, it was not something he had expected. Grandfather, that boy Lin Mu came to sell beast materials, and now he's asking for a high-grade weapons manual. Duan Qi spoke. Jing Wei stopped reading the book he was holding and put it back onto the shelf before turning around. So why does he think we have those manuals? Jing Wei asked while stroking his beard. He has refined his spirit sense now. He tried to sense my cultivation base. Duan Qi replied. What stage? Jing Wei shortly questioned. The 9th stage of the body tempering realm at least, Duan Qi answered. If he has the guts to ask you and even try to blatantly sense your cultivation base, I guess we can test him. Jing Wei spoke with an amused expression. Jing Wei then left the manor and walked towards the entrance of the shop. Duan Qi was walking along with her grandfather, thinking about Lin Mu. She was wondering what kind of fortunate encounter he had that allowed him to become a cultivator this fast. Soon they reached the entrance of the shop and appeared in the back room. Duan Qi opened the door and entered the shop with Jing Wei behind her. Jing Wei silently gestured to Duan Qi and asked her to stand back, as he was intending to deal with this situation. So my granddaughter says you don't like the weapons manuals here and want better quality ones. Jing Wei spoke with an amused tone. Lin Mu nodded and spoke, yes, owner Jing Wei. Then let me see how strong you've become. Jing Wei spoke with a stern tone. Jing Wei had intended to gauge Lin Mu's cultivation base at first, thus he used his spirit sense. Jing Wei's own cultivation base was sealed, and hence he could not use his techniques or skills. Thus the method he had chosen to test Lin Mu was to directly exert pressure on Lin Mu's mind. Jing Wei easily sensed Lin Mu's cultivation base, which was at the early stage of the chi refining realm. He's progressed rather fast. He is already halfway through to the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. Jing Wei thought. Jing Wei then used his spirit sense and touched Lin Mu's head. He then saw Lin Mu slightly wince in pain, but in the next moment he heard a thundering harumph in his head. Suddenly a veil-like barrier covered Lin Mu and an imposing presence spread out from his body. Jing Wei could even see the presence materializing. Bit by bit, the pressure was getting heavier. He was able to resist it, but he did not think Duan Qi would be able to bear it for much longer. The presence got even denser and had now completely occupied his vision. Neither Jing Wei nor Duan Qi could see anything anymore except for an empty black void in front of them. The shop and Lin Mu had disappeared from their vision. Suddenly Jing Wei saw a colossal figure appear in front of him. The figure was hidden in darkness, and only a faint silhouette of it could be observed. 10 giant golden yellow eyes opened on the colossal silhouette. As soon as Jing Wei's eyes met those 10 eyes, he experienced what true terror felt like. It was as if the presence was commanding him to cease existing. He could not even come close to imagining the strength of the being who could exert such pressure just by the virtue of their presence. Jing Wei had fought against the invaders from the Forbidden Continent in the war that occurred 1,000 years ago. During that war, he had destroyed the shrines that were made by the invaders. The function of these shrines was to aid in summoning an evil beast from another realm. The invaders had once come close to summoning the evil beast and were able to partially open a summoning portal to a different realm. Jing Wei, along with other experts of his time, went to stop the summoning. It was then that they experienced the strength of a being that was above the immortal ascension realm. But even the full strength of that beast could not come close to the mere presence of this being. In the past couple of days, he had sensed a cultivator ascending and had also experienced the peerless sword intent of a hidden expert. He had thought that these two incidents were already shocking enough, but he never thought that he was soon going to face a being that was even stronger than that. Duan Qi was in a worse condition than Jing Wei. There were no thoughts in her mind other than that of pure terror. She was shivering with fear and could not think of anything. She did not think of moving, she did not think of resisting, she did not think of dying. She had become a shell of her previous self that was only filled with terror now. Duan Qi and Jing Wei were both drenched with sweat. Although only a few seconds had passed in the actual world, both of them felt as if years had gone by. Jing Wei was trying to think of a way to get out of this situation. He had one solution that was bound to work, but he did not want to use it as it could only be used once. Jing Wei knew that he would not be able to survive this if it was the actual being, but this was just the presence of that being that was imprinted on Lin Mu. He could not think of any reason why such a tyrannically strong being chose Lin Mu, a boy who was rather unassuming. Suddenly Jing Wei heard a chuckle. It came from the colossal being that was in front of him. He could sense the ridicule in that chuckle and knew that he deserved it. He also understood that it was the final warning given by the being, thus he gritted his teeth and used the trump card he was trying to save. Jing Wei grasped the black beaded bracelet that was on his left wrist and broke it apart. The black beaded bracelet was a spirit tool that was made by an ancestor of his clan. This ancestor was at the immortal ascension stage and had created the spirit tool with the intention to be passed down as an heirloom. As soon as the black beaded bracelet was broken, the floating figure of an old man appeared in front of Jing Wei. The old man looked similar to Jing Wei, but appeared to be slightly younger than Jing Wei. The figure was sitting cross-legged and had placed his palms at his navel. The left palm of the figure was kept on the right palm and was facing upwards. A small sphere was floating above the palms of the figure. The sphere was mostly blue with some green and brown parts on it. If one looked at it closely, it seemed like a planet. The figure raised his palms up to his chest along with the sphere. Then in the next moment, the figure moved his palms away and stretched out his arms. Suddenly, he slammed his palms together in a praying gesture with the small sphere stuck between the palms. The sphere started glowing and turned into smoke, after which light filled the surroundings and banished the darkness. The light soon disappeared, and Jing Wei was able to see once again. He saw that he had returned to the shop, and saw Lin Mu standing in front of him with a confused expression. Not wanting to spend any more time with the boy, Jing Wei swiftly took out a coin pouch along with a booklet. He did not even count how many coins he gave to the boy. He only knew that there were enough coins in the pouch for him to not return to the shop again. The booklet Jing Wei had given to Lin Mu was also a top-grade sword manual that was in his clan for hundreds of years. Even he did not have the authority to practice the manual when he was in his clan, and now that he was old, he had no reason to practice it. Lin Mu left the town and reached the forest after 15 minutes. On the way to the forest, he had thought about asking Senior Zukong what happened in the shop back there. He had finally made his mind up and was just waiting for the right moment to ask. Near the edge of the forest, Lin Mu withdrew the weapons manual he had just bought. He opened the manual and saw its title. Confusion appeared on his face upon seeing the title of the weapons manual. It was titled as the 1000 Armament Blade Scripture. Lin Mu started reading the description and got even more confused. The manual did not even describe the use of a sword at first. Instead, it taught the use of multiple different weapons. Wanting to understand it clearly, Lin Mu sat down and read the booklet with full focus. It took him over 2 hours before he was able to complete reading the booklet. After finishing the entire booklet, he finally understood the title and the reason why it taught multiple different weapons. The manual first taught one to use multiple different weapons, and only when they learned these did it teach you how to use a sword. It combined the essence of 1,000 different weapons and refined them to form a sword art. Lin Mu let out a sigh after reading the manual. The teachings of the manual were complex and would need a long time for him to learn. He did not even have most of the required weapons that were needed to learn from the manual. Seeing Lin Mu sigh, Senior Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. "Is the weapons manual not to your liking?" Zukong asked. "No, it's not that. Please take a look, Senior," Lin Mu replied. Zukong scanned through the booklet and went silent for a minute before speaking. "The quality of the weapons manual is very high, but so is its difficulty in learning. Even the requirements for learning it are many." Zukong spoke. "Seems like you'll have to get all the weapons that are required for the manual, though you could still attempt with the weapons you already have," Zukong advised. Lin Mu nodded and decided to start practicing with the weapons that he already had. He will have to buy the rest of the weapons later in the town. Lin Mu then thought of checking the coins he had received from Jing Wei. He withdrew the coin pouch from the ring and took a look inside. The first strange thing he felt was that the weight of the pouch was very less compared to the amount of coins present in it. The second thing he found strange was that all he could see inside the pouch were gold coins. There did not seem to be any silver or copper coins. To count how many coins were actually inside, Lin Mu poured out the contents of the pouch. The second he started emptying the pouch, he found the third strange thing. Coins kept on pouring out of the pouch non-stop. Lin Mu's mouth was wide open in shock at this magical sight. It was only a minute later that the gold coins stopped coming out of the pouch. A small mountain of gold coins was currently present in front of Lin Mu. He could not make sense of this situation as it had completely blown his mind. Lin Mu had to use the Calming Heart Sutra in order to pacify his mind. After he calmed down, Lin Mu started counting the gold coins. It took him 30 minutes before he was able to count all of the coins. The end total shocked him and also scared him a little bit. The total number of coins in that small mountain was 5,000. This was the largest amount of money Lin Mu had ever seen in his life. This amount was something that was unimaginable to him. Even the pouch that contained these coins was a spatial storage tool. Just the cost of that coin pouch was probably equal to that of the gold coins, or perhaps even more. Why would Jing Wei give me such a large fortune? Lin Mu thought. The only reason Lin Mu could think of was Senior Zukong. It was probably something caused by the influence of Senior Zukong. What did you do to Jing Wei, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. I just had some fun, Zukong spoke with a nonchalant tone. What do you mean? Lin Mu questioned. I scared him a little bit, or rather it was the ward that I placed on you. Zukong answered. What ward? Oh, is that what you meant by the gift? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, before we left my nest I placed a ward on you. It is basically my imprint that will warn any cultivator that is excessively stronger than you. Zukong spoke. Though I think its effect may have been much more severe than I originally intended. It even made him waste a top-grade defensive spirit tool. If he had endured for a little bit more, the pressure would have stopped by itself. Zukong explained. Lin Mu was at a loss for words now. He did not think that something that Senior Zukong made as a mere warning would end up terrifying Jing Wei. What do you think Jing Wei's cultivation base was then, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked curiously. It was strange. Since I don't have my main body, I could not exactly tell what his cultivation base was as it seemed to sealed. Zukong answered with uncertainty. Why would his cultivation base be sealed? Lin Mu asked. There could be many reasons for that. Even though his cultivation base was sealed, his spirit sense is still active. From what I could tell from the strength of his spirit sense, he must be at the nascent soul stage at the very least, if not higher. Zukong answered. Lin Mu wondered why Jing Wei's cultivation base was sealed. He wondered if that was the reason they were living in a dilapidated shop. Were they perhaps hiding from someone? Lin Mu could think of only a handful of things that could threaten a strong cultivator in this region. Even in Wu Lim City, where cultivators were more common, the strongest cultivators were only at the core condensation realm. For Jing Wei, who was probably at the nascent soul stage, Wu Lim City was just a small pond filled with weak little fishes. If he were to take over the city, there was no way that the city mayor would be able to resist. Putting the thoughts about Jing Wei aside, Lin Mu thought about what he would do with these gold coins. He had more than enough gold to be able to buy his property back, which was one big load off his back. He will also be able to buy the weapons that will be required for learning the 1,000 armament blade scripture. Though there was another obstacle that could potentially prevent Lin Mu from buying his property back. Someone was bound to ask him where he got the money, and they will definitely suspect that he stole it from somewhere. He would have to think of a solution for that before he went to get his property back. Lin Mu thus turned to Senior Zukong for some advice. Why are you thinking of hiding it? Did you forget that cultivators are above commoners? Why should they be questioning you? Instead, you should show them their place. Zukong said with an imposing tone. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's advice, the thoughts that were clouding Lin Mu's mind vanished. He realized that the best way to proceed was to be domineering and open. Even the incident with Gan Ma, he should just resolve it in a straightforward manner. Even though killing was prohibited in the town, that rule did not completely apply to cultivators. Gan Ma had thrashed commoners before who later died due to the injuries, but he was still able to get away with little to no problems. If cultivators had conflicts, they could resolve it amongst themselves, as long as they did not involve commoners. Once Lin Mu found out about the cultivation base of Gan Ma, depending on the level, he will either kill him in secret or in the city itself. With his newfound determination, Lin Mu started his cultivation session. Perhaps because the burden of filial piety was lifted from Lin Mu's mind, his cultivation speed had slightly increased. He cultivated for 4 hours before he stopped and gauged the quantity of spirit chi within his danshan. Lin Mu scanned his danshan and estimated that he had around 670 spirit chi wisps. Satisfied with this number, for now, he started to refine his spirit sense. Currently, his spirit sense was limited to a range of 1 meter, which largely restrained his sensing capabilities, along with the range of the second skill, blink. Lin Mu continued refining his spirit sense till the night and only broke his concentration because he heard a faint roar coming from the forest. If it was just the roar of a normal beast, it would not bother him, but this roar contained a slight amount of spirit chi within. A spirit beast, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu stood up and spread his spirit sense, which had now grown to 1.5 meters long. He had depleted nearly half of his spirit chi in increasing the range of his spirit sense. I'll have to be a little careful as I only have half of my spirit chi stores left, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu focused on the sound and estimated the location of the spirit beast. He guessed that the beast shouldn't be much farther from his location. He was also wondering why the beast wandered this far out. Lin Mu entered the forest and swiftly moved through the trees. With his legs strengthened by spirit chi, he could run faster and made little sounds. The wind was blowing through the trees, rustling the leaves and masking the sounds of Lin Mu's steps. A few minutes later, Lin Mu reached the location which he had estimated as the site from where the roar came from. The claw marks and damaged trees confirmed his assumption. Lin Mu, therefore, kept his sense alert for any sign of movement. He went closer and examined the claw marks that were on the trees and the ground. The marks were thin but long, making him unable to identify the beast that could have caused it. Lin Mu was not much knowledgeable about spirit beasts, except for the more common ones that the elite hunters killed and brought to the town. Lin Mu looked at the footprints on the ground and found them to be rather shallow. The distance between the footprints was also narrow, making him think that this was a small spirit beast. Still, the claw marks made him wary of the beast. Lin Mu looked at a corner where most of the trees were damaged and found a small pool of blood along with another different set of footprints. This made him think that it was a fight between two beasts, but the other beast was probably weaker than the spirit beast. Lin Mu searched for any more tracks but could not find them. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rustling coming from the trees. He looked up at the trees but could not find anything. He then probed with his spirit sense and found the perpetrator camouflaged in the tree. The beast was about the size of a dog and had thin and long limbs. Each of its limbs had two sharp claws that looked like hooks. The beast had no fur and the color of its skin was dark brown. This, along with the darkness of the night, made it easy for the beast to camouflage. Lin Mu saw the bloodstains on the beast's claws and determined that it was probably this beast that attacked the other beast and also made the roaring sound. He was also able to sense the spirit chi hidden within the beast. He found out that the spirit chi was concentrated in one spot within the beast's torso. That should be its beast core, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu braced himself and studied the beast's behavior. It seemed to be biding its time and waiting for the right moment to attack. Lin Mu guessed that while he had discovered the beast, it did not realize that. Wanting to take advantage of the beast's unawareness, Lin Mu formulated a plan. He turned around and looked in the other direction while extending his spirit sense towards his back. He then waited for the beast to react. Seemingly his plan worked, and he did not have to wait long, as the beast could not resist attacking his unguarded back. The beast pounced from the tree towards Lin Mu's back with great speed. Its claws were extended and were aimed at his neck, intending to end him in one stroke. But as soon as the beast entered the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense, he triggered the first skill flicker. Lin Mu's body turned blurry and the beast simply passed through it. The beast fell on the ground 5 meters away and looked a little disoriented, as it had not expected this to happen. Lin Mu grasped this opportunity and used the second skill blink, teleporting to the side of the beast. He drew the short sword and strengthened it with his spirit chi before slashing at the spirit beast's head. In the next second, the head was decapitated and the spirit beast was dead. Whew. Lin Mu let out a breath that he did not even know he was holding in. He did not realize, but he was actually very nervous, as it was the very first spirit beast he had killed. He did not know how this entire thing would progress, thus he was nervous, though in the end his confidence won over his anxiety, and he successfully hunted the spirit beast. Lin Mu touched the beast and stored its corpse into the ring. He then turned around and returned the way he came from. A few minutes later, he had left the forest and was currently at the edge of the small stream. He was cleaning and preparing the spirit beast he had just killed. Tonight, Lin Mu wanted to taste what spirit beast meat tasted like, though the beast he had hunted did not have much flesh and was rather bony. He cut open its ribs and found a small fingernail-sized brown marble in the center. This was the core of the spirit beast. While spirit beasts had the same cultivation levels such as humans, the one difference they had was that they had spirit cores instead of a dantian. The spirit cores were usually located near the heart of a spirit beast, though some beasts had them in other parts as well. There were also some rare beasts who had more than one spirit core. Spirit beasts of this kind were usually very strong and had a high level of cultivation. Spirit beast cores were very useful for a cultivator, as they could be used in several different things. They were used as ingredients for alchemical pills, they were used as a power source for formations, as well as a component they were used in the forging of spirit weapons, and also for refining spirit tools. Though there was another use for a spirit beast core, a use that could potentially multiply the strength of a cultivator. Spirit beast cores could be used to refine something called as bloodline essence. This bloodline essence was unique to the beast it was made from. Bloodline essence could be assimilated by cultivators to gain new abilities and skills. Depending on the type of beast, they would get abilities that were unique to the beast. Bloodline essence would also strengthen the physique of a cultivator. While there were multiple ways to refine bloodline essence, using a spirit core was the most common method. Still, most cultivators would not assimilate just any bloodline essence. They would usually wait and chose a bloodline essence that was suitable for them and complemented their cultivation base. It was not as if there was a 100% chance that a cultivator would be able to assimilate a bloodline essence. A cultivator's body could also reject the bloodline essence because of many reasons, such as the bloodline essence being incompatible with the cultivator, it being impure or unstable. It could also be because of the bloodline essence being too domineering and powerful. Also, if a cultivator was weak, he could also fail to absorb the bloodline essence, though overall, there was always a certain percent chance of failure when assimilating a bloodline essence. Another reason why cultivators waited to get a suitable bloodline essence was that once they assimilated it, it would be very difficult for them to improve that bloodline. If a cultivator wanted to improve the bloodline they had assimilated, they would have to find a higher grade bloodline that was compatible. Just finding a compatible bloodline was also not enough, most of the time, as they still needed precious materials and rare herbs to help the process. The disciples of the sects had an advantage in this matter. Most of the sects had a repertoire of different bloodline essence along with their records. This made it convenient for the disciple to choose a bloodline essence. Lin Mu had soon finished preparing the spirit beast. He had separated the meat and the materials such as the skin and claws. He stored everything in the ring and started his journey back to the town. After 15 minutes, Lin Mu was very close to the town. Ensuring that no one was seeing him, he withdrew a large sack and put the beast meat he had into it. He had put enough meat to last him for 2 meals, namely the dinner for now and the breakfast for tomorrow. Having done this, Lin Mu walked to the Northwind Inn. As it was nighttime, there weren't many people out, except for the areas where the restaurant and eateries were located at. Lin Mu stepped into the inn and looked at the entry desk. There was a different clerk than morning sitting at the desk. He walked up to the clerk and showed him the small wooden plate. The clerk seemed to already know him, thus he responded with respect and asked him if he wanted any assistance. Lin Mu just told him he wanted to use the kitchen, to which the clerk nodded and gestured him to follow him. Lin Mu followed the clerk to the kitchen located in the backyard. There he saw the cook Fatty Yuan sitting to the side and drinking from a gourd. He was taking large sips and already seemed to be drunk. After speaking some words with Lin Mu, the clerk bade him farewell and left. Lin Mu approached the cooking area and took out the meat from the large sack. He washed the meat and chopped it up. He then took some vegetables and spices that were kept to the side and chopped them up as well. Having done this, he took a large pot that was hanging from the wall and set it on the stove. Adding the meat along with the other ingredients, Lin Mu covered the pot. He saw that there were only embers left in the stove with no flames left, thus he added more wood and ignited the flames. He placed the bellows in front of the opening of the stove and started to blow air into the stove. Soon the fire was blazing hot and the pot started cooking. Lin Mu stopped blowing the bellows and sat down. He started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and recuperated the spirit chi he had consumed. While he was doing this, the cook Fatty Yuan was watching him with hazy eyes. The cook's face was red and he seemed to be murmuring to himself. 30 minutes later, a delicious aroma started arising from the pot. By now Lin Mu had replenished a small part of his spirit chi. Soon Lin Mu's stomach groaned after smelling the delicious aroma. Thus he stopped cultivating and stood up. Even the cook seemed to have become a little sober after smelling the aroma. What Lin Mu had cooked just now was the meat from the spirit beast he had killed. Because the spirit beast had little meat and was rather bony, Lin Mu chose to make a stew instead of the roast he usually made. Lin Mu removed the pot's lid and scooped out a large serving of stew into a bowl. He then sat down on the side and started eating the stew. The cook named Fatty Yuan stood up in a seemingly drunken stupor and walked up to the stew, while speaking to himself. How can this kid cooking be better than mine? The cook picked up a small tasting bowl and scooped up a small serving of the stew. Lin Mu did not react and waited. He wanted to see what the reaction of commoner would be upon eating spirit beast meat. The cook brought the small bowl to his mouth and gulped down the savory and delightful stew. He enjoyed the taste of the stew for a moment and then turned extremely red in the next. His body started heating and he could not make a sense of it. What is this? The cook spoke. A small amount of blood started leaking out of the cook's nose and he fainted, seemingly due to the excess amount of energy raging through his body. Lin Mu was surprised by this. He did not expect that such a small serving would be enough to knock out a commoner. Lin Mu sensed the cook's strength and placed him at the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. Wanting to gain a deeper understanding, Lin Mu used his spirit sense and observed the condition of the cook's body. He saw that the small amount of spirit chi that was present in the stew permeated the cook's body and was wandering randomly, without a direction. Lin Mu looked closer and tried to find the cook's meridians. He found them after a few seconds and studied the difference between them and his own. If the cook's meridians could be compared to the thickness of a hair, then Lin Mu's could compare to that of a chopstick. The difference between the wideness of the meridians was astounding. Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zukong. Your meridians should have been the same at first, but perhaps because of eating that purple spirit fruit they became wider. Zukong spoke. Zukong did not say the complete truth to Lin Mu, though. Just a spirit fruit would not have been enough to widen the meridians by such a large margin. It was rather the subtle effect of the mysterious ring which had actually been changing Lin Mu's constitution. Soon Lin Mu had emptied out the pot and had finished eating. He then sat down to chant the calming Heart Sutra and assimilated the vital energy. He sensed the overflowing vital energy present in the stew that he had eaten. He also sensed that the spirit chi that was present in the beast meat was readily absorbed by his body without needing much effort. The spirit chi in the meat was enough for him to replenish his entire store. After assimilating all the spirit chi, Lin Mu stood up and walked up to his room. He sat down on his bed and continued his cultivation session. He cultivated for a couple of hours until he felt tired and sleepy. Lin Mu soon fell asleep and appeared in the sleepscape. It was finally time for Lin Mu to start practicing the Thousand Armament Blade scripture. There were many weapons that were described in the manual, and from those Lin Mu had a spear, axe, hatchet, and dagger that he could practice with. He started with the spear as it seemed to be the easiest to him. The manual described simple moves and stances for each weapon. Though they seemed to be simple to practice, what they contained was the pure essence of that weapon. When Lin Mu started practicing, he found the process to be easy and simple, but the more he practiced, the more he became aware of the hidden complexities of the spear. He would thrust and experience that he thrusted, yet it did not feel right to him. It was as if the manual was making him reveal his weaknesses. In a little while, Lin Mu was lost in the practice. He did not even realize as the hours passed by and morning came. His consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Standing up to stretch, Lin Mu flexed his body. He then heard a knock on his door, which prompted him to open it. It was the clerk who had knocked. "The breakfast is ready, sir, or would you prefer to cook yourself again?" the clerk asked. "Both," Lin Mu shortly answered. The clerk felt a little strange at Lin Mu's answer, but did not mind it for long and gestured Lin Mu to follow him. They went downstairs and walked to the left. They entered a small hall in which many people were currently sitting and eating their breakfast. The clerk brought Lin Mu to an empty table and let him sit while he brought him some breakfast. The breakfast was rather simple, consisting of some steamed buns, light soup, and vegetables. Lin Mu finished the meal in a few minutes, yet did not feel the least bit satisfied. The clerk was standing beside Lin Mu the entire time he was eating. The other patrons of the inn saw this and felt a little strange upon seeing the clerk standing beside Lin Mu. They wondered what could be the reason, but did not really mind it as much. Most of the patrons of the inn were hunters with some other people like merchants, travelers, and mercenaries mixed in. Just as Lin Mu was about to get up, he saw someone familiar walk in from the entrance of the hall. It was none other than the mercenary Yan Zhang from the Fierce Blood Mercenary Company. Along with him, the rest of his team members also walked in. He spotted Lin Mu and approached him. "Greetings, brother Lin Mu," Yan Zhang said. "Ah, hello," Lin Mu awkwardly replied. The other mercenaries also greeted Lin Mu next. "Are you done with your breakfast, brother Lin Mu?" Yan Zhang asked. "No, not yet. I'm going to make more for myself," Lin Mu answered. "Was the food here not to your liking?" The Yan Zhang asked. "Oh, that's not it. I'm just used to something different," Lin Mu replied. Yan Zhang nodded in response and did not ask any further. Lin Mu left the mercenaries and walked to the kitchen to prepare the meat for himself. In the kitchen, the cook Fatty Yuan was cooking food and seemed to be very energetic. Probably the effect of the stew from yesterday, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu took out the remaining meat from the sack and covered it with spices before setting it to roast in a clay oven. The meat was cooked after 15 minutes, thus Lin Mu did not have to wait long. After finishing his meal, Lin Mu left the inn and walked out of the town. While he was on the way to the forest, Lin Mu spotted many black dots appearing in the air, though the one difference was that these black dots seemed to be aligned in a curving line. Lin Mu became intrigued upon seeing this, thus he decided to check and open the spatial rift. Lin Mu looked around and ensured that there was no one watching him. He then extended his hand towards a black dot and willed it to open. In the next moment, the spatial rift opened and Lin Mu inserted his hand inside. Once his hand went inside the spatial rift, Lin Mu sensed that it was not a normal spatial rift. It was instead a teleportation channel. Excited at the prospect of finding something valuable again, Lin Mu searched around for the object that was being transported. 15 minutes later, Lin Mu touched a small cylindrical object. After storing the object inside the ring, he pulled his hand out. Withdrawing the object from the ring, Lin Mu looked at it. The object in his hand was a rolled-up scroll, which had a wax seal placed on its opening. "A letter," Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu had not expected to find a letter in the teleportation channel. He had heard from Senior Zukong that using a teleportation formation required spirit stones, and sending even a small item required a sizable sum of spirit stones. He determined that the letter was definitely valuable, as the sender considered it worthy enough to be sent by the teleportation channel. Lin Mu looked at the wax seal on the letter and found it to be familiar. The wax seal on the letter depicted 3 cauldrons with a peony flower placed above it. "The Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect," Lin Mu muttered. Suddenly something clicked in Lin Mu's mind and he linked the events together. The 4 vessels restoration pill and the spirit stones, both of them were sent by the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect. The only question left was why, which would be answered once he opened the letter. Lin Mu was about to break the wax seal and open the letter when the voice of Senior Zukong rang in his head. "Don't open the seal. It has an identification formation placed on it which would alert the sender and perhaps even the receiver. Place it in the ring, I'll open it." Zukong spoke. Lin Mu instantly stopped and heeded Senior Zukong's words. He stored the letter in the ring and waited for Senior Zukong to reply, and a minute later he got it. "You can take it now," Zukong spoke. Lin Mu saw that the wax seal had been broken, and the letter could now be unrolled. He opened the letter and started reading it. The letter was addressed to the mayor of Wu Lim City, Wuzun. It read, Mayor Wuzun, despite your incessant reports about the missing 4 vessels restoration pills, the Peak Master has rejected your demand for replacement. He is completely sure that the pills were sent, and there is no conspiracy against you. As for your report that we sent a stone instead of the pills, they are completely false and baseless. The Peak Master has warned that this is the last time he will tolerate this insolence. Any further and the cooperation between us shall end forever. The Tri-Cauldron Peony sect has been true to its words and has always provided the best quality pills. Your accusations paint us in a bad light and are unacceptable. Since you have been doubtful about our services, we have decided to terminate our previous contract. We have returned the spirit stones you had remaining with us, as you should have noticed. The Peak Master has instructed that you should cease your incessant messages. If any more messengers are found to have contacted the sect with the same reports, they shall be executed, and our cooperation shall directly end. Only contact us if you want to commission more pills or other services from the sect. Lin Mu was a little dumbfounded after reading the entire letter. He knew that only a very rich person would be able to buy the 4 vessels restoration pills, but he had not expected for that person to be the mayor of Wu Lim City. Lin Mu had also unknowingly created a conflict between the mayor and the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The result of this conflict also did not seem well to him. He could not imagine what would happen next. He had taken the one thing that would have prevented it from happening, the letter in his hands. Seemingly in a dilemma, Lin Mu asked Senior Zukong for advice, who ended up giving him a rather quick and short answer. Don't bother. Zukong said, it is not your place to interfere. Let their destinies progress as it is. Besides, you don't have the capabilities to do so right now anyway, and if you do end up coming in contact with them, it won't bid well for you, Zukong further explained. Lin Mu thought over his words and found them to be true. There was no chance that he will contact them, and if he does, it will probably end up harming him instead. He had unknowingly stolen 2 precious items from the mayor, so he should be hiding instead. Lin Mu then thought about the reason for which the mayor could have bought the 4 vessels restoration pills for. The obvious reason would be to heal someone, but the question was who. From what he knew, the mayor did not have a big family. He only had a wife and 2 sons. This was something everyone knew and was common knowledge. If he bought such an expensive alchemical pill, then it should be for someone he cares about. If anyone from his family was injured, it would be public news and there would have been an uproar. But still, Lin Mu had his doubts. There could be a chance that someone from his family was injured, and this information was deliberately hidden. The most likely person would be the eldest son of the mayor. Lin Mu did not know his name, but knew that he was part of the kingdom's army. If he got injured on a mission, perhaps that's why the mayor chose to hide it, as it could be detrimental to him. He also thought if it could be the second son, but doubted it, as there was not much known about the second son, except that he was a reclusive scholar who stayed cooped up at his own manor. People also did not know why he chose to live away from the mayor's manor instead of living together. Unknowingly, Lin Mu had reached the forest while he was lost in his thoughts. Putting his thoughts to rest, Lin Mu started his cultivation session. He cultivated for 4 hours, after which he observed his Danshin and found that his maximum capacity of spirit chi had reached 750 wisps. After this, Lin Mu cooked some lunch and ate it. He then refined his spirit sense in an effort to increase its range. When it was night, Lin Mu returned to the town and slept. While he was in the sleepscape, he plucked the spirit apple that had matured. He had 3 spirit apples in his storage for emergencies now. Lin Mu practiced according to the 1,000 armament blades scripture and woke up in the morning. After eating his breakfast, Lin Mu decided to check out Jing Wei's emporium. But when he reached there, he found out that the alley it was located in was not there. Senior Zukong, is the alley still hidden by the concealing formation? Lin Mu asked. No, it seems the protections have been increased. There seems to be a sealing formation placed on it as well now. Zukong spoke. Unable to find the shop, Lin Mu returned to his routine. 2 weeks passed by in a flash. The temperature had fallen even more and light snowfall had also occurred. In these 2 weeks, Lin Mu would wake up in the morning, eat, cultivate, refine his spirit sense, and train with the weapons manual. Occasionally, he would go out to hunt if he got bored. He had also encountered 2 spirit beasts during his hunts, one of which he was able to hunt while the other he could not, as there was a mercenary team already after it. Overnight, the town would be covered in a thin layer of snow, while in the afternoon it would melt and vanish. People were wondering when the first wave of frost will start, for they were thinking of the preparations needed before it. As soon as the frost wave hits, the entire demographic of the town changes. The hunters retreat to the town and the forest becomes a forbidden area. The rivers and streams freeze overnight, while the animals and beasts of the forest retreat to the depths. Only the strongest of fierce beasts and spirit beasts wander in the forest during this season, making it an extremely dangerous place. Lin Mu saw that while the hunters had stopped going to the forest, The mercenaries were the same and were still hunting with no rest. Another week passed and the frost wave finally hit. The town was covered in ankle-deep snow and chilling winds blew. The people had stocked up on food and necessities, while the town head had officially designated the northern forest as a forbidden area. It was on this day that tragedy struck. Lin Mu had just woken up and had come down to eat breakfast in the hall when he saw the solemn faces of the mercenaries sitting within. He saw the mercenary he was acquainted with, Yan Zhang, and approached him to inquire. "Brother Yan Zhang, what happened? Why does everyone seem so tense?" Lin Mu asked. Yan Zhang, who was lost in his thoughts, looked up from his rice bowl and saw Lin Mu standing there. "Something terrible has happened. A truly fearsome spirit beast has appeared," Yan Zhang spoke. "But that's nothing new. Spirit beasts become rather active during the winter and often wander around." Lin Mu replied. This was much worse. Yesterday, an elite team of mercenaries composed entirely of cultivators disappeared. It belonged to the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company, which is considered as the strongest mercenary company in this region. Yan Zhang spoke and took a pause as if it was hard for him to speak. Lin Mu felt a little lost seeing Yan Zhang like this. He wondered why the mercenaries would be so depressed at this, because this was something that often occurred in their line of business. It was only when Yan Zhang resumed speaking that he understood why. Yan Zhang took a deep breath before speaking again. The elite team of the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company was not like the other elite teams. It was bigger, much bigger. Yan Zhang spoke. Lin Mu was getting tense upon hearing this, thus he gulped before asking, "How many were there in the team?" 80 mercenaries. Yan Zhang replied, "All cultivators." Lin Mu inquired. "Yes, all cultivators," Yan Zhang answered while nodding his head. Lin Mu went silent for a bit as he contemplated about the situation. "How were they found?" Lin Mu asked. Lin Mu understood that the more he knew about the situation, the better it would be for him. He had been hunting spirit beasts in the forest all this time, but now that there was a strong and ferocious spirit beast on the prowl, he may have to change his plans. The Ashen Cloak mercenaries sent out a search party later at night when the elite team did not return. They searched the entire night but still could not find them. It was only around 4 hours ago that they found them, or rather their remains. Yan Zhang answered. "Remains? You mean there were no bodies?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, all that they found there was splattered blood and chunks of flesh along with the bits and pieces of their armor, which helped to identify them." Yan Zhang replied with a heavy voice. Lin Mu was shocked by this, as he could not think of any beast that could do this. Sure, a beast would be able to kill such a large number of mercenaries, but it certainly could not eat them all. Still, from Yan Zhang's words, he could sense the hint of truth and dread. If all that Yan Zhang said was true, then the northern town had a huge problem at its hands. If such a beast wandered out of the forest, it would spell doom for the town. Where were the remains exactly found? Lin Mu questioned. "About 8 kilometers deep in the northwestern side of the forest," Yan Zhang answered. Lin Mu secretly took a breath of relief, as it was still very far from the town. He knew about the area Yan Zhang had spoken about. The northwestern part of the forest was accessible from the western exit of the town. It was the same exit where the mercenaries and hunters had set up their camp. If one went further in the northwestern part of the forest, they would find mountains surrounded by ridges. It was a dangerous area that was very difficult to cross, as the mountains and ridges acted as a natural barrier. This not only prevented people from crossing it, but it also stopped the stronger spirit beasts from crossing over. The only way to cross this region was to travel through the frontier bridge or to use the smaller passes and tunnels. The frontier bridge was far towards the west, so the mercenaries had most likely used the smaller passes to cross this region. Lin Mu did not think they would take the risk of traveling through the tunnels, as they were notorious for collapsing. Some beasts would also reside within them and use them as their nests or dens. "Do they have any idea what kind of beast it was?" Lin Mu asked. "They don't know much about the beast except that it is likely to be very large in size and has 4 limbs with sharp claws," Yan Zhang replied. Lin Mu could not do much with such a vague description, so just decided to look out for any large beast. There were far too many beasts that would fit this description, as the region beyond the mountains and ridges was filled with them. Lin Mu bid farewell to Yan Zhang and went to eat his breakfast. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he then went to the hunting shack. While Lin Mu was no longer living in the hunting shack, he still cultivated near it. It was the perfect location that was hidden and granted him privacy. Now that the winter had started, it was even safer for him, as not even the local hunters would come near there. The only problem would be the beasts, but Lin Mu was strong enough to handle most of them, and if he encountered a stronger beast, he could just run away. The 2 skills that were imparted by the ring not only allowed him to dodge strikes, it also gave him the ability to escape easily. Though that kind of situation has not occurred yet, and Lin Mu was hoping to keep it that way. Another thing Lin Mu had done in these 3 weeks was to find out information about Ganma. He had not forgotten about the test that Senior Zukong had given him and was intending to complete it as fast as possible. but Lin Mu had reached a wall in his search for Gan Ma, as he has somehow disappeared off the face of the earth. He had tried asking around, but the answers he got were all different. He had asked the hunters as well as the taverns which Gan Ma frequented, but to no avail. Lin Mu then tried finding the hunters who were part of his group, but found out that they had disappeared as well. Some people said that he had gone to the forest to hunt, but now that winter had started, he should have returned. Lin Mu also heard that Gan Ma had instead gone to Wu Lim City for some reason. He had thought about it, but could not figure out any reason for it. The sun was hidden behind the clouds as the chilling wind blew. It was a little later than noon when a change could be observed in Lin Mu. A faint wave of energy emanated from his body as it slowly disappeared. Lin Mu opened his eyes, which were glowing with joy. He had just reached the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm. He observed his danshin and saw that half of it was now filled with spirit Qi, but the thing that surprised him was the actual quantity of the spirit Qi wisps. Lin Mu counted the number of spirit Qi wisps and found that instead of 1,000 wisps, there were actually 12 wisps of spirit Qi in his danshin. Earlier, when he had started cultivating, he had estimated the maximum capacity of his danshin to be of 2,000 wisps, the half of which would be 1,000 wisps. Somehow along the way, the maximum capacity of Lin Mu's danshin had increased. He tried to sense the entirety of his danshin, but found that it seemed to be of the same size as before. Thinking that he may have just made a mistake back then, Lin Mu pushed this thought to the back of his mind. Zukong was closely observing Lin Mu's progress and knew exactly what was happening with him. He had already known that the ring was subtly affecting the growth of Lin Mu's physique, but did not know to what extent. Lin Mu breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm had given him a measure. If Lin Mu kept on cultivating at this pace, Zukong estimated that when he reached the late stage of the Qi refining realm, the maximum capacity of his danshin was likely to increase beyond 3,000 spirit Qi wisps. The increase in the size of his danshin would slow down Lin Mu's cultivation progress, but it would also increase his overall Qi. Zukong guessed that when Lin Mu finally reaches the core condensation realm, he would probably have the same amount of spirit Qi as that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Lin Mu sensed the vital energy coursing through his body and saw that it had reached a breaking point. He estimated that he would probably break through to the 11th stage of the body tempering realm at any moment. Lin Mu focused on his spirit sense and spread it around. Over the 3 weeks, Lin Mu's spirit sense had increased to a range of 5 meters. He had been cultivating and refining his spirit sense every day. Perhaps if he had not refined his spirit sense, Lin Mu would have reached the mid-stage of the Qi refining much earlier. Even though Lin Mu knew that he could break through to the next stage faster by stopping his refining of spirit sense, he chose not to. He was determined to increase the range of his spirit Qi to at least 10 meters, which was also the maximum teleportation range of the second skill blink. Senior Zukong had also told Lin Mu that, by stabilizing his pace of cultivation, he was only helping his future progress. His foundation would become more stable, as his body acclimatized to the increased amount of spirit Qi. Lin Mu cultivated all the way to midnight and only stopped when his spirit Qi was reduced to 200 wisps. After this, he returned to the town and went to the inn to eat his dinner. But while he was walking towards the inn, a pair of eyes were hidden in the darkness, watching him. Lin Mu stepped inside the inn, and the eyes that were watching him disappeared. Completely unaware of this occurrence, Lin Mu went to eat dinner. After an hour, he returned to his room and recuperated the remaining amount of spirit Qi. After he was done, Lin Mu lied down on the bed and entered the sleepscape. As soon as he appeared in the sleepscape, he saw the spirit apple tree in front of him. He looked at it and saw a change in it. There were 3 spirit apples hanging on it, 1 ripe and 2 unripe. Over the weeks, Lin Mu had been plucking the ripened spirit apples from the tree and had stored them in the ring. He had stockpiled a sufficient quantity of spirit apples and would be ready for most emergencies. Lin Mu could only think of one reason why the number of spirit apples had increased, him breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm. Senior Zukong had already told him that the Garden of Karma would develop along with its owner. Thus, with this knowledge, he only had more things to look forward to in the future. Lin Mu then started practicing with the 1,000 armament blade scripture and engrossed himself in it. A few hours later, he heard Senior Zukong's voice in his mind, which prompted him to stop. He then let Senior Zukong out of the ring. As soon as Zukong appeared in the sleepscape, he flew away to observe it. He returned a few seconds later, having completed his survey. He floated in front of Lin Mu and spoke, so it has started developing a little now. Yes, it has. The number of spirit apples has grown by 1. Lin Mu replied, that's not all, its area has also increased by a minute amount. Zukong added. Lin Mu was a little surprised but understood. Senior Zukong's senses were much stronger than his and could even find microscopic changes that were hidden from him. He then sat down and waited for Senior Zukong to start his lesson. Lin Mu had been learning Dao script from Senior Zukong every day in the sleepscape. Although he studied every day, it was still difficult for him to learn the Dao script. Senior Zukong had explained to him that Dao script was not just about reading the characters also contained more intent and meaning in them than he understood. Thus, for him to learn even one character took him a long time. Until now, he had barely learned 7 characters, and even the understanding of those characters was still kind of shaky for him. He was able to read them and understood some part of its meaning, but the intent was still fuzzy. There were far too many variables that influenced the use of the Dao script, which was why it was so difficult for him to learn it. Senior Zukong had told him that Dao script was the only universal writing script that could be understood by every species in the cosmos. Lin Mu was fascinated by this and asked Senior Zukong how this was possible if there was no one to teach them. Senior Zukong explained that Dao script was actually not created by a person, but was rather a natural creation of the heavenly Dao. He told Lin Mu that any species would be able to read it once they reached a sufficiently high cultivation realm. Dao script was often present on natural treasures and precious materials. It was the imprint of the Dao itself, thus would enable a person to learn it if they spent a sufficient amount of time comprehending and learning it. Dao script's direct relation to the heavenly Dao was what made it so important in the construction of formations, refinement of alchemical pills, forging of spirit tools, and creation of techniques. It would still take Lin Mu a long time till he learned enough Dao script to learn from the legacy of the lost immortal. More time passed by and Lin Mu woke up. He stood up and looked out of the window. It was snowing outside, and the town was covered in a thick sheet of snow. Looking at the people walking outside, Lin Mu could estimate that the snow was at least 6 inches deep. While this kind of snow would not bother him, the same could not be said about the commoners, as they did not have the same resistance to cold and higher strength as him. A minute later, he saw the team of snow cleaners pass by. The snow cleaners were equipped with shoves and other equipment, which helped them clear out the snow from the streets, though the most eye-catching were the snowplow, which were pulled by horses. Although it could not cover the entire street, it still reduced the workload of the snow cleaners. Having watched enough, Lin Mu went down to cook and eat his breakfast. He walked into the hall and saw that it was surprisingly empty. Most of the mercenaries that should be present here at this time had disappeared to heaven knows where. The only people that were currently sitting there were the other hunters and regulars. A clerk saw Lin Mu and approached him. "Do you need anything, sir?" the clerk asked. Every clerk in the inn now knew about Lin Mu and also knew that he was a cultivator, thus they were always respectful and courteous to him. The other patrons of the inn used to be surprised at this, but had become pretty used to it by now. "Why is the hall so empty?" Lin Mu questioned. "The mercenaries were called in for an emergency meeting after what happened last night," the clerk answered. Lin Mu felt a depressing feeling rising from the pit of his stomach upon hearing the clerk's words. "What happened last night?" Lin Mu asked. "You didn't hear. The entire town was in an uproar last night. 2 teams of mercenaries disappeared from their camp last night." The clerk replied. 2 teams? How many people were there in total?" Lin Mu impatiently questioned. "Around 15 people," the clerk answered. "Did no one see them? There are hundreds of people in the camp," Lin Mu stated. "That's the reason why all the people are scared. They somehow disappeared in the midst of so many people, and no one knows how or why." Another thing was that, out of the 15 mercenaries, 3 were cultivators. The clerk replied. "People are scared, hence the town head has advised everyone to be careful and stay inside their homes as long as possible." The clerk added. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing this. An uneasy feeling kept on prodding Lin Mu's mind, as if it was warning him. He was also a little worried, as even cultivators had disappeared. If there was someone or something capable of doing this, they must be very strong. Lin Mu quickly finished his breakfast and left the inn. There was one big task that he was intending to do today. The task was none other than buying back his house. 2 weeks ago, he had gone to the town center and had asked the staff working there about his house. They had informed him that while he could indeed buy it back, he would still need to wait until the town head returned from Wu Lim City. Apparently, all the town heads were ordered by the mayor to present themselves at the city hall as soon as possible. The town head had thus been absent for the past 2 weeks. Even the workers at the town center felt strange when the town head did not return for so long. Now that Lin Mu knew that the town head had returned, he wanted to go there as fast as possible. The town center was located in the center of the town, as its name suggested. It was close to where the merchants had set up the market when they had visited the town a month ago. Lin Mu reached the town center after 15 minutes and looked up at the tall building. It was the tallest building in the town and also the oldest. He walked in through the main door, at the sides of which 2 guards were standing. The guards looked at him and blocked his path. Lin Mu informed them of his purpose here, and they let him inside after asking him to leave his sword outside. He had already known about this, thus did not mind. Lin Mu walked up to a staffer that was working at a desk. "What are you here for?" the staffer asked. "I'm here to buy back my confiscated property." Lin Mu spoke with determination. The staffer showed a surprised expression but soon became calm. "And what property is that?" the staffer questioned. Lin Mu then informed the staffer about his name and the location of the property. Please wait here while I go inform the town head. The staffer spoke. The staffer then stood up from his seat and went up the stairs. Lin Mu had to wait 30 minutes before the staffer returned. The town head has given his permission. You can claim your property as long as you pay the fine of 1,200 gold coins, the staffer informed. Lin Mu was dumbstruck by the price the staffer had just quoted. There was no chance that the fine could be this high. Even though the loss caused due to the damaged spirit apples was high, it was still less than 1,000 gold coins. The price that the staffer had told Lin Mu was enough to buy a completely new house if that was possible. Ever since a restriction on the expansion of the towns was placed by the city mayor 5 years ago, the prices of houses and property had shot up. The mayor had instead ordered the town to increase the size of their respective specialty. The northern town was ordered to expand their spirit apple orchards, the eastern their crop fields, the western their merchant site, and the south their army camp. Even though the order could be considered to be draconian, no one dared to question the city mayor's words. This restriction was also the reason why hunters had a hard time saving money, as they would just end up spending it in the winters. Lin Mu could not just accept this and decided to ask the staffer, why is the fine so high? Even the actual price of the property is not this high. Lin Mu complained. Due to undisclosed reasons, the city mayor has doubled all the taxes. This also includes the fines paid for crimes and law breaking. The town head was also called for this specific reason by the city mayor. The staffer replied calmly, but still, you can't just do this. Lin Mu protested. There is nothing I can do. If you want your property back, pay the fine, otherwise there are other people ready to buy it. The staffer explained. I have to get it now or I won't be able to buy it later. Lin Mu thought. Because of the scarcity of houses, the cost of properties was already inflated, yet there were still people who would be willing to buy it for such a high price. Lin Mu knew that if he waited too long, others may get to know of a vacant house and buy it. He was already lucky that no one had bought it yet in the past 2 months. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and decided to pay the price. Fine, I'll take it. Lin Mu spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Mu then put his hand in the sack he was carrying on his back and withdrew the exact amount of coins. He then placed them on the counter and let the staffer see it. The reaction of the staffer was worth watching as Lin Mu saw his jaw drop. The staffer had frankly not expected this to happen. He had originally thought that Lin Mu would just be put off by the fine and walk away. Even he himself had not expected for the fine to be so high. He could not think why the city mayor would double the taxes. But now that he had seen Lin Mu put out such a large amount of coins, he'll definitely have to inform the town head. Lin Mu saw the change in the staffer's expression and knew what he was thinking. He guessed that he may have some problems in the future, so decided to end it before they started. Take care of those coins, you wouldn't want to get into trouble, would you? Lin Mu said with a stern tone, and as Lin Mu said that, he grasped the edge of the desk and crushed it in his hands. The staffer saw this and immediately became silent. Lin Mu could even see the speck of fear in his eyes. Feeling a little satisfied, he took the deed of the property from the staffer and walked away. It was good that there were few people in the hall, so no one noticed this. The staffer waited until Lin Mu walked away and watched his back. Once he was gone, the staffer gathered the coins in a pouch and walked upstairs to the town head's office. The staffer stood in front of a door and knocked. Who is it? A voice asked from behind the door. It's me, Kun Ming, town head. The staffer spoke. Come in. The town head replied. The staffer opened the door and walked into the office. The town head was sitting behind a desk and was drinking a cup of wine. The town head was old and his head was nearly bare. With a thin mustache and a small beard, he looked sly. The staffer walked up to the desk and placed the pouch on it. He looked up at the town head and waited for him to speak. What's this? The town head said as he looked at the pouch that was kept on the desk. The fine, sir. That boy Lin Mu paid it in full. Kun Ming answered. The town head looked a little surprised as he placed his cup down and picked up the pouch. He weighed it in his hand for a bit before pouring it out on the desk. A small pile of gold coins was soon formed on the desk. I've already counted it, sir. It's a total of 1,200 gold coins. Kun Ming spoke. And he paid it all at once? The town head asked. Yes, sir. It seemed he was ready for it somehow. Kun Ming replied. A complex expression appeared on the face of the town head and he appeared to be thinking. Kun Ming seemed to understand the town head's thoughts, thus spoke. That boy Lin Mu's a cultivator, sir. He gave me a little warning before he left. Kun Ming spoke. Are you sure? The town head asked. Yes, sir. He was able to crush my desk with little effort. Kun Ming answered. A perplexing expression appeared on the town head's face and he waved his hand, gesturing for Kun Ming to leave. After the staffer left the office, the town head opened a drawer and withdrew a sheet of paper. He picked up a brush from the side of the desk and started to write on the paper. Outside the town center, Lin Mu was walking towards the location of his house. His house was located towards the eastern part of the town. It was the most densely populated area in the town and was also the area with the most houses. Lin Mu reached his house in 30 minutes and stood in front of its gate. There was a lock on the gate along with a sheet of parchment that read, sealed. Lin Mu took out a small key that he got along with the deed and opened the lock. He then tore the parchment from the gate and walked in. Lin Mu's house consisted of a courtyard in which the living quarters were located, along with 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. It was an old-style house that was common in this region. There were some trees and plants in the yard, along with enough space for Lin Mu to practice his skills. He looked around with nostalgia in his eyes and felt somber. It had only been a little over 2 months, yet he felt as if years had gone by. The place looked familiar to him, yet a little different, perhaps because he had gone through so many life-altering changes. Lin Mu saw the yard, which was littered with dead leaves and the dust that had settled on the doors. He opened the door to his room and saw the dust floating in the air. Looking around, he saw the nearly empty room. Most of the valuables had already been sold off when his mother had fallen sick during the plague last year. Thus, he did not have a lot of furniture in the house. There were only some beds, tables, and chairs. There wasn't anything else left, though the most valuable thing to Lin Mu was the graves of his parents and those of his ancestors. He walked to the backyard of his house and kneeled at the graves. There were 8 graves marked on the land. 2 of them belonged to his parents, while the rest belonged to his grandparents and the ancestors that came before them. Lin Mu's family has always had only 1 child in each generation, thus there weren't many graves. Usually the woman who married into the clan would not have a grave in the cemetery. She would instead be sent back to her own clan when she died. But because Lin Mu's mother was an orphan, she was buried in the clan's cemetery. Lin Mu kneeled at the graves until it was sunset and prayed to his ancestor. In the end, he kowtowed to the graves, which represented the 7 generations of his clan one last time, and stood up. He walked out of the house and went to the Northwind Inn. Lin Mu walked up to the clerk that was sitting at the desk and spoke. "I'm checking out of the inn," he said. The clerk looked a little perplexed but nodded. He asked Lin Mu to return the wooden plate and then refunded 2 gold coins to him. Lin Mu took the coins and stored them in his pouch before leaving the inn behind. "Now it's time for you to properly cultivate," Zukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu stopped in his tracks upon hearing Senior Zukong's words. "Now that your filial duty is complete, you can now focus on your cultivation. As for the test that I gave you, you can complete it whenever you can, as it seems like your target has disappeared." Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded inwardly and agreed with Senior Zukong's words. After paying his respects to his parents and ancestors, he was indeed feeling much lighter than before. An invisible burden was lifted from his mind, making him feel free. Lin Mu returned to his house and sat down in his room. Sitting down, he started his cultivation session. Chanting the Severing Heart Sutra emptied his emotions, allowing him to sense things he would not be able to normally. Lin Mu could observe the difference in his sensitivity to spirit qi. It had increased by a little bit once again. He understood that the reason for it was the fulfillment of his filial duty, but he could not understand why. Is this perhaps why the disciples of the cultivation sects are ordered to sever their ties to the secular world when entering the sects? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Senior Zukong seemed to have heard his muttering, as he spoke in his mind. "You are correct in this aspect. The secular ties of a cultivator weigh down on their mind, dampening the progress of their cultivation. Severing them is a necessity in order to be eligible to walk on the myriad paths of the Grand Tao," Zukong explained. Lin Mu was deeply affected by Senior Zukong's words. It was as if there was something inside him that was resonating with his thoughts. He then thought about the feeling of liberation he experienced after fulfilling his filial duty and linked it with Senior Zukong's words. Lin Mu felt that the feeling of liberation was a little similar to something he had felt before. Unknowingly, as he went on this train of thought, he had stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Instead of it, he had started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. What Lin Mu grasped now was the tranquility offered by the Calming Heart Sutra. He correlated it with the liberating feeling and the calmness that occurred after that. Hours went by as Lin Mu pondered on his thoughts. Slowly but steadily, Lin Mu was sinking into a state of trance. His breath had harmonized, while his mind had stilled. A bout of enlightenment filled Lin Mu's entire being as the chants of 1,000 monks filled his mind. Their esoteric and obscure chants started to make sense to him, and he started to grasp their meanings. His mind returned to the time when he first obtained the Calming Heart Sutra. He started to remember the words he had seen imprinting in his mind, the same ones that he had forgotten. While Lin Mu was lost in his enlightenment, Zukong was experiencing a different scenario. He saw a blinding light arising from the altar that was located in the ring. He did not dare approach the altar and stayed where he was, as after his last encounter, he did not want to suffer again. In a surprising revelation to Zukong, it wasn't a peerless sword intent that had risen from the altar. Instead, it was the soothing and tranquilizing Buddhist aura. He felt as if an eminent Buddhist monk was chanting the sacred scriptures while banishing foul demons of the mind. A similar effect was currently occurring in the northern town as well. The waves of Buddhist aura that were spreading from Lin Mu's body had covered the entire town and had even spread beyond it. The residents of the town felt as if their struggles did not seem as awful as before. The earthly sufferings that immortals suffered from became gentle for the residents. The aggression and fights that were common once had become rare now. Tranquil expressions could be seen on the faces of the residents. Even the hunters and mercenaries who had recently suffered from losses came to terms with them. The mourning and acceptance, which would take a person weeks or months, was completed in a day. The northern forest had also become silent. Last time it had been intimated into being silent by the peerless sword intent, but this time it had become silent because of the absolute tranquility granted by the Buddhist aura. In an elaborate courtyard, there existed a luxurious mansion. Two people were currently sitting in this mansion, recuperating from their injuries. These two people were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jingwei and Duan Qi. While no physical injury could be seen on their bodies, their pale and weak appearance said otherwise. Both of them had suffered from internal injuries caused by the ward that was placed on Lin Mu by Senior Zukong. They had been recovering from their injuries for a month now, yet their injuries were only healed by 50%. Even though they were using a formation that assisted in healing, their rate of healing was still slow. Along with the physical injuries, they had also suffered from mental trauma, which was also inhibiting their cultivation base, which in turn restricted their speed of healing. During their encounter with Lin Mu a month ago, they had experienced the presence of a being so strong that its mere imprint had shaken their cultivation bases and had destabilized their foundations. There was also a high chance that they would end up developing mental demons because of it. Between the two of them, Jingwei had borne the full brunt of the impact in an effort to protect his granddaughter. His own cultivation base was sealed, thus he had ended up using the heirloom that was passed down in his clan. In that situation, he had originally intended to break the seal on his cultivation base, but knew that he did not have enough time to do that. Hence he was left with only one solution, which was to use the heirloom treasure. Jingwei had also seen the partial appearance of the being that had put its imprint on Lin Mu. The 10 golden yellow eyes that he had seen had terrified him to his very core. Those eyes looked at him as if he was worth less than dirt. Its mere gaze had made him aware of his own mortality. Having learned from this, he had chosen to distance himself from the boy named Lin Mu, and thus had retreated into seclusion along with his granddaughter. Suddenly, a wave of tranquility spread over the courtyard and penetrated into the mansion. The waves covered the bodies of Jingwei and Duan Qi, permeating into their minds. They felt as if a great burden of theirs was relieved and all their stress disappeared. The mental demons that were in the fetal stage were smothered. The waves of Buddhist aura culled their existence and brought forward peace in their minds. The wounds that were unable to heal had suddenly started healing at a great pace. With the assistance of the healing formation, Jingwei and Duan Qi were soon returning to their optimum condition. Below the city mayor's manor in Wulim City, there existed a large cave. Inside this very cave, an emaciated man was sitting cross-legged in a large blood pool. The blood in the pool reached all the way up to his neck, leaving only his head exposed. Outside of the blood pool, 4 large troughs could be seen. These troughs were carrying more blood into the blood pool. The supply of the blood seemed to be endless, yet the blood pool never overflowed, making one think where it went. Currently, the emaciated man had an expression of pain on his face. He seemed to be trying his best to resist it, yet a few stray grunts still escaped his mouth. With each pain-filled grunt, the blood in the pool rippled. Suddenly, the wave of tranquility penetrated the cave and started to spread into it. The waves eventually reached the emaciated man, and his expression became peaceful. The pain that had been bothering him all this while had now been banished. A few minutes later, the blood in the pool started reducing at a visible pace, and the flow of blood in the troughs increased accordingly, in order to keep a stable level of blood in the pool. A few minutes later, the blood in the pool stopped reducing, and the flow of blood in the troughs also slowed down. Sometime later, in the dim space of the cave, a pair of red eyes slowly opened, and a peal of faint laughter echoed. Back in the northern town, 5 days had passed since Lin Mu had entered the state of enlightenment. He had been sitting in the same posture without moving, which had caused a faint layer of dust to settle on his body. Zukong had been patiently waiting for Lin Mu to wake up from his trance. During this period, even he had an acceleration in the speed of his cultivation. Back when he had created this avatar, he had not given it any of his cultivation base. He had been intending to use this avatar to only absorb the absolutely pure and refined spatial energy present in the ring. Zukong's main body had long since exhausted its potential. He did not have any growth in his cultivation base for the past 10,000 years. His encounter with Lin Mu had renewed his hope. Thus he had created this avatar to absorb the spatial energy and also to assist Lin Mu in the process. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed by, and now it had been a week since Lin Mu had entered his trance. Finally, on the morning of the 8th day, Lin Mu opened his eyes. Upon opening, Lin Mu's eyes looked dull and empty, but slowly they lit up and gained their vigor back. Lin Mu looked around and remembered where he was. He stood up and shook off the dust that had settled on his body. He opened the door of the room and walked outside. Lin Mu was feeling uncomfortable because of the dust, so decided to take a bath. He walked to the small well in the yard and drew up some water for a bath. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was refreshed, but then suddenly his stomach started groaning. A severe pang of hunger struck him, as he realized that he had probably not eaten for a while. He withdrew the beast meat from the ring and started to cook it. Meanwhile, in the ring, Zukong was engrossed in absorbing the spatial energy. His progress had been great, and he had increased his cultivation base by a significant amount. The effect of the Buddhist aura on him was much greater than he thought. Zukong's gains in these 7 days were more than the entire month. He reckoned that if he was able to somehow maintain this pace, he'll probably be able to exceed his previous cultivation level in less than 1,000,000 years. While 1,000,000 years would be an unimaginable amount of time for most people, it was but a mere fraction of his lifespan. For beings of his standing, it was immensely difficult to progress in cultivation. Their pace could even be considered to be slower than that of a snail. Zukong still felt nice that his decision to start over by creating an avatar was correct. He wondered if that old monster knew an artifact like the ring existed, would he turn green with envy? A few thousand years ago in the Grand Void, a colossal platform could be seen floating in the space. It was black in color and its size was immeasurable. The borders of the platform could not be seen, making one wonder about its actual size. On this colossal platform, an old ruined temple existed. The walls of the temple were mottled and degraded. It seemed as if they would collapse at any moment, yet it did not happen, and they stood tall and unyielding. Hundreds of sky-piercing pillars held up the ceiling of the temple, which was glowing with a faint light. A giant figure was approaching the colossal platform from above. The figure soon landed on the platform and walked towards the temple. The figure had a pale white body, 8 legs, and 10 golden yellow eyes. This was none other than the Void Weaver spider, Zukong. Zukong walked towards the gate of the temple and entered through them. Even though Zukong's body was colossal, it had no problem passing through the gates, as they were even more massive. The inside of the temple looked similar to the outside, except for a large number of statues and sculptures placed inside of it. Some of the statues and sculptures looked lifelike, while others looked esoteric, making one lose themselves in its origins. The statues were made of a variety of materials and depicted beasts, demons, devils, plants, ghosts, humans, gods, Buddhas, immortals, and a myriad of weapons. The more Zukong walked forward, the more the number of statues increased. At a certain point, paintings also started appearing on the walls. The paintings were of various beings, landscapes, and mystical things. Zukong kept on walking, and after an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the end of the temple. At the very end of the temple, a massive stone throne was erected. The throne was empty, yet a presence could be felt from it. Zukong looked up at the throne and spoke, "I'm here, old monster." Zukong's deep voice echoed in the temple, making the statues shake. A faint silhouette appeared on the throne and then slowly materialized. A person was now sitting on the throne. Compared to the throne, the person could be considered to be tiny. The person was wearing long and pitch-black robes, which had twinkling stars depicted on it. The stars would move and fade, thus making them look alive. The person was wearing a hood over their head and one could not see their face as it was hidden by darkness. The person gently lifted its head towards Zukong and spoke. "I see that. My duty is complete." Zukong spoke. That could be said to be true and false." The hooded person replied, "Stop with your word games and speak straight with me." Zukong said with a hint of annoyance, "In terms of that place, your duty is complete, but overall it is not." The hooded person spoke. "Just tell me the new coordinates then." Zukong spoke with a sigh. A surge of chi was released from the hooded person, which was then absorbed by Zukong. Having heard the coordinates, Zukong turned around to leave. "Perhaps you should get a disciple." The hooded figure mysteriously spoke. Zukong stopped in his tracks and replied without turning around, "A disciple? As if I want that. Besides, how would I even get one if I'm stuck performing my duty?" Zukong replied, "Teaching a disciple would help you learn. It will give you a new perspective of yourself and you may finally be able to exceed the limitations of your kind." The hooded person spoke. "I'm sure you'll figure it out sometime." The hooded person added. Zukong did not reply and swiftly left the temple. The hooded person was still there, sitting on the massive throne in silence. The time of upheaval is nigh. The heir of Cosmos should be born soon. The hooded person muttered and then disappeared. Back at the northern town, Lin Mu had just finished eating. He had ravenously devoured all the meat that he had stored in the ring. He barely had any beast meat left, thus would have to hunt more today. Lin Mu wondered how much time had passed, considering the kind of hunger he just experienced. Not being able to estimate the time or the day, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Zukong. This time it was Zukong's turn to be woken from his reverie. Lin Mu spoke out in his mind and Zukong heard it, which made him stop his cultivation session. "Senior Zukong, how many days has it been?" Lin Mu asked. "It should be a week since you entered your state of enlightenment. This is the 8th day." Zukong answered. Lin Mu was a little shocked by this revelation. He had expected it to be a couple of days, but never a week. So what did you gain from the enlightenment? If you stayed in that state for such a long time, you should have some really great gains. Zukong spoke enthusiastically. Linmu nodded and spoke, yes, senior, I ended up learning a lot of things. My comprehension of the Calming Heart Sutra has also progressed to the next stage. It is now in the second stage of external comprehension. You should test out the effects of both the Calming Heart Sutra and Severing Heart Sutra on other people now. Zukong spoke. Linmu agreed with Senior Zukong's words. Originally, he had been averse to the idea of testing out the Severing Heart Sutra on other people, as he did not know how severe the effect would be. But now that the Calming Heart Sutra was in the second stage of external comprehension as well, he should be able to use it on other people with no problem. Lin Mu then remembered the condition of his beast meat stock. Wanting to get enough meat for at least the dinner, he left the house for the forest. While walking on the streets, Lin Mu saw a few scenes that made him feel strange. He walked past a tavern that was usually boisterous even in the morning, yet today it was silent. The patrons within were sitting in silence, calmly drinking their choice of intoxicating liquid. He then passed the market and saw that it was also eerily silent. The people shopping were neither haggling nor arguing with the vendors. Everywhere he walked by, he witnessed similar scenes. He started to wonder if the city mayor had declared a ban on noise or something. Senior, something seems wrong. Lin Mu muttered. Indeed, these signs are very strange. Zukong said, seems like the Buddhist aura was much stronger than I thought. It was able to affect the entire town or perhaps even more. Zukong thought. Lin Mu randomly chose a person for his experiment. He started to chant the Calming Heart Sutra and let its effect spread to that person. Now that he was in the second stage of external comprehension, he inherently knew how to do this. Though a few moments later, Lin Mu could not see any change in the person. The person was still doing his previous task and was shopping. Unhindered by this failure, he tried using it on a variety of people. Yet in the end, the effects were the same, in that there were no effects. What am I doing wrong? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Zukong was a little lost upon seeing that Lin Mu was unable to affect any people. He could not figure out the reason for that either. Even if they had been affected by the Buddhist aura, they should still show some signs. Understanding that this may not work, he decided to tell Lin Mu to try something else. Try using the Severing Heart Sutra on them. Zukong said, but senior, Lin Mu spoke, trust me. I think the reason why they are not affected by the Calming Heart Sutra is that they are already under its effects. Zukong spoke, interrupting his sentence. Already under its effects? What do you mean, senior? Lin Mu questioned. While you were gaining enlightenment, the aura of the Buddhist path was being released from you. At first, I didn't know its reach, but now that I've seen these people, I can say that it was very strong. Zukong answered. Lin Mu gently nodded and decided to go ahead. He took a deep breath and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. He had chosen another man who seemed to be shopping. The effects of the Severing Heart Sutra spread to the man, and in an instant, the effects could be seen. The man's eyes turned dull and his face became expressionless. It was as if he was a puppet whose strings were cut off. The man was currently standing in front of a vegetable vendor and holding some vegetables. When the Severing Heart Sutra affected him, he held onto the vegetables and just walked away without paying the vendor. The vendor noticed this and went after him to demand his payment. Hey, you can't just walk away without paying, the vendor shouted. Seeing the vendor agitated, Lin Mu was a little surprised as the effect of the Buddhist aura had stopped. But a few seconds later, the vendor became calm again. The man who had taken the vegetables was still walking away. He had not responded when the vendor called out to him. The vendor sighed seeing this and just went back to his shop without bothering to chase after the man. This is interesting. Zukong spoke. Try using the Calming Heart Sutra on that man now. Zukong ordered. Lin Mu nodded and started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. The effects of the Calming Heart Sutra spread to the man and his expression changed. Instead of the expressionless face and the dull eyes, a tranquil look appeared on him. A certain glint of intelligence returned to his eyes along with the glamour on his face. The effects are rather quick and abrupt. Other people may notice it. Lin Mu spoke. That is true, but I think it's more of a question of practice. You just need more practice and then you should be able to control it better. Zukong advised. Yes, senior. Lin Mu affirmed. Lin Mu then set out to test the other aspects of the two sutras. He tested out its duration and range. He found out that the range of the sutras was currently limited to a range of 10 meters, while the duration of its effectiveness was 15 minutes. Though if he kept on chanting, the effects would continue on. Lin Mu also found out that the more he used the two sutras on other people, the more tired he got. This fatigue was not physical, but rather mental. If he continued using it despite his fatigue, a splitting headache would soon stop him. It took him 4 hours to test it all out, and he even had to change his test subjects as he could not just randomly follow people for that long without raising suspicion. Also, the people who he tested the sutras on started to feel strange as their emotions were going haywire. Lin Mu did not want to push his luck and harm innocent people, hence he stopped his experiment. Lin Mu then walked out of the town and went towards the forest to hunt. He reached the forest after 10 minutes and looked around for changes. The forest also felt a little calmer than normal. Though it was not completely silent, the noise was lower than normal. Did the effect spread to the forest as well? Lin Mu questioned himself. It does seem like it, though I think the intensity was much less. The effect of the sutras on beasts should be different than humans. Most beasts have a distinct set of emotions than humans, thus you'll have to test out the specific effect yourself. Zukong replied, I'll have to capture some beasts then. Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu walked into the forest and went towards the depths of the forest. He wanted to hunt some spirit beasts, or at least some high-tier beasts, as he did not feel satiated by lower-tier beasts. He soon found a beast, but it was a mid-tier beast. Not wanting to waste the time, Lin Mu swiftly killed it and stored it in the ring. A few minutes later, he encountered a high-tier beast. The beast had gray and green spotted skin with short limbs. It was the size of a calf and looked like a mix between a leopard and a bull. The beast had a screeching voice that disoriented Lin Mu for a bit. While Lin Mu was disoriented, the beast pounced on him, which he had to dodge by using the skill flicker. After dodging, he twisted around and slashed at the beast, killing it. He stored the corpse and continued his hunt. Lin Mu hunted 4 high-tier beasts and 9 mid-tier beasts over 4 hours, but he still could not find any spirit beasts. Only when the sun was about to set did he encounter a spirit beast. The spirit beast was the same kind of spirit beast that he had hunted before. The beast was hiding on the top of a tree and was stalking him. Lin Mu had to use his spirit sense to get its exact location. The beast was around 4 meters away from him. Having confirmed this, Lin Mu used the second skill blink and appeared on the branch. The beast seemed startled by this and could not react. Lin Mu stabbed his short sword through its back and ended its life. He then stored the corpse and decided to return to the town. Increasing the range of my spirit sense was definitely a good decision, Lin Mu thought. The sky had turned dark and it had started snowing. The cries of the beasts had faded away, only to be replaced by the silence of freezing snow. While on the way to the town, Lin Mu saw a small group of people standing on the side of the road. They were all wearing dark gray clothes and had their faces covered. Lin Mu looked at the 6 darkly dressed individuals who were standing 100 meters away from him. They noticed him at the same moment Lin Mu noticed them. They tensed up and then placed their hands on the hilts of the swords they were carrying. It looked like the men were hiding something as they were trying to cover something behind them. Even Lin Mu became nervous upon seeing the men, as he could tell that something was definitely wrong. I thought the routes were already blocked. What do we do now first, brother? One of the darkly dressed men spoke. Damn it, those guys can't even do a single task correctly, another man said. Silence, it's just a kid, we'll take him as well. Master will be fine with some extra goods anyway. The man named the first brother grimly spoke. The first person to react among the 6 was the man to the very right. He walked towards Lin Mu and then started running as he drew his sword from its sheath. Focus and brace yourself. Use your spirit sense, there may be cultivators. Zukong spoke in a firm tone. Lin Mu instinctively started chanting the calming heart sutra. His mind tranquilized and he could think clearly. The movement of the man approaching him slowed down by a notch and he could see the man's tracks. As soon as the man got in the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense, he detected that the man was not a cultivator and was instead at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. Feeling assured, Lin Mu drew his sword, set his hand straight, and entered a stance. Lin Mu bent to the side in an effort to dodge the man's blade and barely scraped by. That was close. Lin Mu muttered, "You're not gonna avoid the next one." The man spoke. The man approached Lin Mu again and slashed at him, which he blocked with his short sword. Lin Mu then pushed back and deflected the sword. "How?" the man exclaimed upon seeing Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu had an advantage over the man as he was already in the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, along with being a cultivator at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. The companions of the man noticed this and were just about to warn him when, "Aargh," the man shouted as he was stabbed through his heart. Lin Mu took advantage of the moment when the man was shocked and stabbed through his heart. The man collapsed in the next moment, freeing Lin Mu's attention. "Fourth brother." "No," shouted the darkly dressed man who had spoken the first time. "He's strong, we have to be careful." "Fifth, sixth, pull his attention. Third, attack him from the back." First brother spoke. "Second brother, wait for the right moment to strike. This boy is not simple." First brother spoke again. The men named 5th and 6th advanced towards Lin Mu from the opposite side, while the man named 3rd circled around Lin Mu. The remaining 2 men were glaring at Lin Mu, looking out for an opportunity. Knowing that it will be difficult for him to go against 3 people at once, Lin Mu decided to split them up beforehand. Lin Mu withdrew the hatchet from his ring and strengthened his arms with spirit chi. Seeing that a hatchet had appeared in Lin Mu's hand out of thin, the 3 approaching men were a little stunned. Grasping this chance, Lin Mu hurled the hatchet at the man named as the 6th brother with all his strength. A whirling sound could be heard as the hatchet spun through the air and then buried itself in the chest of the man. Unable to utter even a single word, the man crashed to the ground, his life or death unknown. "Retreat, he's a cultivator, he has a spatial treasure." The second brother yelled. Quick, first brother spoke as he tensed his jaw. Now that the battle was tilting in his favor, Lin Mu did not want to slow down and let go of the lead. He instinctively chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and targeted the two men, fifth and third brother. The two men slowed down as their eyes turned dull. Lin Mu blinked forward and appeared at the sides of the two men. Amplifying his short sword with spirit chi, Lin Mu slashed through the two men in a single smooth stroke. The defenses of the two men could not resist the sharpness of a spirit weapon, thus they were split into halves. Horrified and furious at the development, the remaining two men shouted and sprinted towards Lin Mu. Rage burned in their eyes as they regretted underestimating Lin Mu. The man named First Brother reached Lin Mu in the next moment and struck him with his sword. Lin Mu sensed his cultivation and estimated it to be at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. Blocking the strike with a buckler, Lin Mu twisted to the side. Suddenly Lin Mu's spirit sense detected something coming at him from the back. Unable to dodge the incoming object, Lin Mu flickered, and then the object passed through his back. He saw the object and found it to be a small dagger that was dripping with a black liquid. Careful, he has some mysterious martial techniques. The second brother warned. Lin Mu blinked to the back of the man named First Brother and cut at it. Second brother noticed this and jumped forward to block it. Damn it. Lin Mu cursed. Lin Mu stored the short sword in the ring and seamlessly withdrew the spear from it. Having lost the force from the short sword, second brother's sword went straight ahead, through which Lin Mu flickered and moved away. Then, using his legs as a pivot, Lin Mu twirled and pierced the spear through second brother's jaw. The spear entered at the base of his jaw and went straight through the top of its skull. "You," first brother said with great rage in his voice. Not bothering with the man's words, Lin Mu lunged at him. The man's eyes flared as he bit on his tongue and spit out some blood. Gesturing with his left hand, the man drew some pattern in the air. In the next moment, veins appeared on his face as his eyes turned red. "He's using a sacrificial technique. You need to end it quickly." Zukong spoke with urgency. Lin Mu blocked an attack with his short sword, which made him recoil in pain. The man's strength had nearly tripled, as Lin Mu was barely able to dodge it. "I won't be able to win against him in a straight fight. I have to find some other way," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then chopped at the man's arm, which he blocked with his own sword. But at this moment, Lin Mu used the skill Flicker, and the short sword passed through the man's sword. He then cancelled the skill at the very last moment, making a deep cut appeared on the man's arm and shoulder, making him wince with pain. Now with his short sword stuck in the man's arm, Lin Mu was unable to withdraw it. Choosing to leave his sword behind, Lin Mu blinked to the back of the man. Entering the stance for the boulder collapsing fist, Lin Mu coiled his hand back. His breath melded with the stance, as the spirit chi formed a spiral in his hand. Putting all his bets on this final attack, Lin Mu executed it. Boulder collapsing fist. Hyo. A whistling sound could be heard as a jet of air shot forward, which made the man's clothes flutter and tear. Then, a sickening sound could be heard as Lin Mu's fist made contact with his back. Crack, floosh. Lin Mu's fist broke through the man's back while turning his insides to mush. The fist then punctured through the chest and sprayed out the man's pulverized innards. The now dead man was stuck standing on the ground, with Lin Mu elbow deep in him. Lin Mu then slowly withdrew his blood-drenched hand and sat down on the ground, breathless. Looking at what he had just done made him feel sick, but then the effects of the calming heart sutra resolved it for him. "That was horrifying," Lin Mu spoke. "You'll get used to it soon." Zukong spoke. "At least you kept your wits. Good job defeating those men. I can certainly see the improvement." Zukong then spoke with a chuckle. "It was all due to Senior's guidance." Lin Mu politely replied. Senior Zukong had been giving him pointers whenever he trained, which had helped him improve. Although Senior Zukong himself had a completely different fighting style, he was still experienced enough to give pointers to him. Perhaps if he ever started giving lectures to the public, even immortals would attend to take benefit of it. "Now won't you take a look at your spoils?" Zukong spoke. "Ah yes," Lin Mu replied as he stood up. The first thing Lin Mu did was to store the bodies inside the ring. After this, he went to the place where the 6 men were originally standing. There was a large rock placed at this location, which seemed to be hiding something. Lin Mu gazed at the rock and saw a small pool of blood near it. He looked behind it and saw something that shocked him. Ganma. Lin Mu would have never expected that the man he was looking for the past few weeks would turn up in front of him, dead. Indeed, the dead body that he found behind the rock was none other than Gan Ma, the leader of the hunter group, and also one of the only 5 cultivators in the town. Lin Mu could not understand why he would turn up dead here. It was obvious that it was the 6 men that had killed Gan Ma, but the question was why. Lin Mu looked around and did not notice any specific signs of struggle, which made him think that Gan Ma was killed rather quickly. He checked Gan Ma's body and found that the only wound he had was on his neck, though weirdly it was bandaged, and it seemed as if it was done after his death. "Why would they bandage his neck after his death?" Lin Mu muttered. "Check the other men, maybe you'll get some hints." Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded and withdrew every dead body that he had stored in the ring and checked them. Out of the 6 people, 2 were cultivators while the rest of them were in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. One of the cultivators was at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm, while the other was at the early stage of the chi refining realm. In a small town like the northern town, any cultivator was a big deal and commanded great respect. For 2 unknown cultivators to just appear randomly was extremely strange. Even the other 4 men that were in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm could be considered to be at the top levels of strength in the town. Lin Mu removed the cloth that was covering their faces and tried to identify them. He did not find any of them familiar, except for one person. It was the person named Second Brother that he found familiar. He could not place his finger on where exactly he saw that person, but knew that he must be influential. Lin Mu also checked the bodies for other items and found many things on them. He took their swords and the thin chain mail armor that they were wearing under their clothes. He also found a set of throwing daggers on all of them. The total number of daggers was around 29. Lin Mu then found a small vial that was filled with a black liquid that smelled sweet on the person called Second Brother. Careful, that's the pulse-cutting poison, Zukong sternly warned. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he hurriedly closed the small vial. That was close, but why does it smell so pleasant? Lin Mu asked. So that people find it easy to drink, it's also sweet in taste, though it does not have any effect unless it enters your body, either through a wound or your mouth, Zukong answered. Lin Mu then remembered the small dagger that had nearly hit him before. That dagger seemed to be covered with a black liquid too. He went to the place where the dagger was lying and picked it up. He caught a whiff of the same sweet smell. It's covered in the pulse-cutting poison. I was luckily saved by my spirit sense and skills. Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, having a spirit sense is a big advantage for you, Zukong replied. Lin Mu then thought to the 2 cultivators and how they did not seem to be using spirit sense. Senior, why were the 2 men not using their spirit sense? Lin Mu questioned. Oh, that's simply because they couldn't use it. They were not at the stage where they could refine it, Zukong answered. But then how could I refine it? I was at the early stage of the chi refining realm when I first started refining it. Lin Mu spoke with confusion on his face. Well, you are a rare case. Most chi refining realm cultivators can't start refining their spirit sense until they reach the late stage of the chi refining realm, at the very least. They are either restricted by their cultivation technique, or they just don't have the sufficient talent to do it on their own, Zukong answered. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance and continued checking the bodies. He found another glass vial that was filled with some kind of translucent powder. He did not open the vial this time, as he had already learned his lesson and did not think he would be lucky every time. What is this, senior? Lin Mu asked. This seems like memory confounding powder. If someone inhales it, they will enter a confounded state and then lose their memories for up to an hour. The person affected by it will be incapacitated and will not respond to any stimulus, though it does not cause any physical harm other than that, Zukong replied. Could this have been used to kill Ganma? Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu had not found any signs of a struggle on Ganma, thus Lin Mu guessed that he did not resist much and was killed rather instantly. This hypothesis would work if the memory confounding powder was involved. The powder would incapacitate the victim, while the killers would quickly slit their throat. Now that Ganma was dead, Lin Mu wondered if he could consider Senior Zukong's first test complete. Senior Zukong seemed to have sensed Lin Mu's thoughts as he spoke in his mind. You killed 2 cultivators, thus you can consider your first test complete, and anyway that man Ganma is already dead. Lin Mu was about to store the bodies back into the ring when he saw a small piece of paper that had fallen to the side. It was stained with blood and was lying near the place where he had killed the first brother. Lin Mu picked it up and opened it to read what was written inside. The town and the routes surrounding it will be blocked on account of a wandering spirit beast tonight. Your orders are the same as before. Capture the target, but make sure that it does not lose too much blood. Master has specially told us to save the blood. Once you are done with the task, deposit the target at the same location as before and return to your posts. Though it should not happen, ensure that no one sees you. If someone does spot you, make sure that they don't live to tell the tale. 3 other teams are out doing the same tasks as you, so remember to tell the password before you talk to them. If they don't say the password, kill them. You have my permission. Lin Mu took a deep breath after reading the letter. He was shocked by the machinations that were happening. Seems like someone was targeting Ganma specifically. Is that the reason why he had disappeared from the town these past weeks? Lin Mu thought out loud. That's not all. According to the letter, there are 3 more teams out there. You need to be careful, Lin Mu, Zukong advised. Those 15 mercenaries that disappeared from the campgrounds, could they too have been abducted by these men? Zukong thought. Lin Mu then walked back to the town and halted near the entrance after seeing some people there. He saw a couple of townsmen that were trying to enter the town but were currently being blocked by the guards. Halt! All entrances to the town and its roads are blocked. Where are you coming from? The guards spoke to the townsmen. We were just returning from the fields. One of the townsmen replied. Why are the roads closed? Another townsman asked. The guards looked at the faces of the townsmen closely before answering. A warning was issued on account of a spirit beast. Someone spotted it wandering outside the forest. The guard spoke. The townsmen looked visibly shocked and scared upon hearing the guard's words. We didn't know that. If we knew this, we would have never gone out, the townsman replied. One of the guards gestured to the other and then nodded. Come with us, you need to show us your goods and let us examine them. The guard spoke. The townsmen did not protest and went ahead with the guard's orders. The guards examined the satchels that they were carrying and then let them through after examining them. Lin Mu was standing behind a tree in the darkness while watching all these events. After observing this, he was about to walk towards the entrance when Senior Zukong spoke in his mind. Stop. Don't go there, something seems wrong. Go a little farther away and climb up the wall instead, Zukong ordered with a stern tone. Lin Mu did not question Senior Zukong's words and just obediently followed them. He walked a little distance from the entrance and found a suitable spot. He looked up at the tall wall and thought of a method to climb. Lin Mu gauged the wall's height and estimated it to be a little more than 10 meters. He then found a tree that was close to the wall and climbed it. The branch on which Lin Mu was standing was about halfway at the height of the wall, yet it was a little too far from it horizontally. Lin Mu strengthened his legs and jumped towards the wall. While he was in midair, he extended his spirit sense and then used the second skill, Blink, to teleport to the top of the wall. After reaching the top of the wall, he spied the other side and saw a guard following townsmen. Lin Mu climbed down and followed the guard from afar. He suddenly saw a glint in the guard's hand and became alert. Lin Mu hid behind a wall and peeked out from the edge. He then saw the guard pull out a small metal contraption from his sleeves. Lin Mu could not see the contraption clearly except for the glint of light it reflected. Lin Mu walked around the wall and used the alleyways to get close to the guard. The guard was pointing the contraption towards the townsmen and stalking behind them. The townsmen were completely unaware of the guard following behind them and were just conversing amongst themselves. The townsmen soon reached the residential district and entered their houses. The guard saw this and waited for 30 minutes before leaving. Lin Mu took a breath of relief and went back to follow the guard. The guard did not return to his post but instead went to a different location. He went towards the southern entrance which leads towards Wu Lim City and entered the guard's barracks there. Lin Mu could not enter the barracks without rousing suspicion, thus he just spied on it from the outside. Lin Mu stood there for an hour and gave up after seeing that no one came out of it anymore. He then returned to his house to rest. 20 minutes later, Lin Mu was sitting in his room while staring at the small piece of paper he had picked up. He was observing it against the light of a lamp and discovered that there was a small symbol written on the bottom of the paper. Lin Mu had not seen it before, as the symbol was covered with a splotch of blood. He tried to decipher it and could only comprehend that the symbol looked like two cones intersecting. What could this mean? Lin Mu thought. Rest for now. You'll probably find out something in the morning. Such a conspiracy can't be hidden for long. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded and lied down on the bed. A minute later, he appeared in the sleepscape and started his daily practice. He had experienced the effects of the 1,000 armament blade scripture today and felt that it was indeed a top-quality manual. Even though he had barely learned a part of the manual, he still felt that he had improved a lot. Right now, in order to improve more, he needed the rest of the weapons that were mentioned in the manual. He had asked in the weapon shops in the town and got the same answer from all of them. They did not have those weapons as they were either unpopular or expensive. If Lin Mu wanted those weapons, he would have to get them custom-made or he would have to buy them from Wu Lim City. Lin Mu knew that even if he got them custom-made, the weapons would probably not be of a good enough quality. Thus, he had decided that he would head to the Wu Lim City sometime later to buy the weapons. But for now, he would just have to do with the weapons he had. Lin Mu also had a few more reasons for which he wanted to visit the Wu Lim City. He wanted to see the cultivators that lived in the city and also to check out the shops that catered to the cultivators. He also wanted to experience the average life of a cultivator in the city, as he had no sample to compare it with here. Senior Zukong had told him some stories of cultivators, how they were glorified and venerated, yet Lin Mu still wanted to see it for himself. After a few hours of practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture, Lin Mu learned more Dao script from Senior Zukong. In the end, he plucked the 2 ripe spirit apples hanging on the tree and fell asleep. After his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm, the sleepscape had undergone some development, and the spirit apple tree now bore 2 apples instead of 1 every day. Lin Mu had also thought that he could also sell these spirit apples as a source of income. Though he could not do it in the town, as it would be too suspicious and no one would actually be able to afford it, Lin Mu woke up in the morning to the sound of a commotion. What's going on so early? Lin Mu groggily muttered. Lin Mu walked out of his room and into the courtyard. He could already hear the gaggle of noises outside on the street. He opened the gate and peeked outside. He saw a large group of people arguing with a few guards in the middle of the street. The people were all locals that lived in the neighborhood, and the guards were from the barracks at the eastern entrance. Lin Mu walked close to listen to what was happening. We can't live in peace if you don't do something. A man standing at the front shouted. Yeah, what will we do if the beast enters the town somehow? Another complained. Even the guards died and you're telling us to just stay calm. A woman protested. The guard lifted his hands and gestured for the people to calm down as he spoke. People, please listen to me. We are doing all we can right now, but this is the town head's orders. All residents of the town are ordered to stay inside the residential district until further orders. Lin Mu felt confused by the people's words, thus he tapped a person's shoulder to talk to them. What? Ah, Lin Mu, it's you. When did you return? I haven't seen you for months here. The man spoke. The man Lin Mu had chosen to speak to was a neighbor that lived a few houses away from his own. I recently moved back here. Never mind that though, what's actually happening here? Lin Mu replied. Oh, you didn't hear. There was another spirit beast attack. The man spoke. What do you mean another spirit beast attack? Lin Mu asked. A few scouts had spotted a spirit beast wandering out of the forest, thus the captain of the guards had ordered the closure of the town yesterday. Apparently the second vice captain himself led a team of guards to drive the beast away, but they did not return yet. Then another team was sent out to find them, which only led to them finding a few pools of blood and remains of bodies. The neighbor spoke. The vice captain. Wait, was that person from yesterday the second vice captain maybe? Lin Mu thought. So why are the people angry? Lin Mu asked. Some townsmen never returned after yesterday, so they are scared. The guards are also not doing much and have just been told to give us some orders. The neighbor replied. Lin Mu had an idea what happened, thus he nodded to his neighbor and walked away. The crowd too disappeared after the guards placated them. Lin Mu wanted to verify if the person called second brother and the vice captain were the same. He had seen the other vice captain before, so knew that it wasn't that person. He went to the town center to check for it. Lin Mu knew that as long as he greased the palm of a clerk, he should be able to get some information. It took him 15 minutes to reach the town center, and upon reaching the town center, he saw another crowd of people gathered around. But this time, these were not the residents of the town, but rather the mercenaries. The crowd was not making much noise and was just standing there looking at the town center with anger in their eyes. Not wanting to bother the mercenaries, Lin Mu slipped into the building from the side. He saw the staffers working on their desks and the clerks running around doing their tasks and carrying rolls of papers. Lin Mu chose a clerk that passed by him and called out to him. The clerk stopped and looked at him with an annoyed face. In response, Lin Mu instantly pulled out a silver coin from the pouch. Brother, may I have a moment of your time? I'll definitely make it worth your while. Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu could see the shine of greed in the clerk's eyes and knew that he had him in his palm. What would you like, brother? The clerk spoke as he eyed the silver coin. Lin Mu passed the silver coin to the clerk and patted his back to gesture him to go to a corner. The clerk obediently followed and guided Lin Mu to a different room. There were some other clerks in the room who were working on their own tasks and did not pay attention to the two of them. I would like some information about what's happening in the town. Lin Mu asked. What do you mean by that, brother? Everyone knows what happened. It was a beast attack. The clerk replied. I would like a few more details. Lin Mu spoke. The clerk thought for a moment before speaking again. The truth is, we don't know what exactly happened, the clerk replied. Lin Mu felt strange about the clerk's words. He thought that he may be lying at first, but then looking at his face made him think differently, though he thought he should listen to the complete story first. The report about the spirit beast was given by a mercenary to the second vice captain. The second vice captain thus issued the order to close the town and the routes leading to it. But later, when he didn't return, the other guards went to talk with the town head about the mercenary who gave the report. The town head told them that the mercenary who reported it disappeared too and they can't find him. The clerk explained. Is that why mercenaries are standing outside the town center? Lin Mu asked. Yeah, they're angry that more of their mercenaries disappeared and the town head is not responding to their complaints. The clerk answered. And what does the second vice captain look like? Because I don't think I've seen him before. Lin Mu asked his main question. The clerk did not seem like he minded Lin Mu's question and just spoke honestly. Oh, let me just get the identity register. We have portraits of all the town's cultivators in it. I didn't know there was an identity register for cultivators. Lin Mu said curiously. Oh no, it's actually for all people that the town head considers important. There are other normal people in it too that are not cultivators. The clerk answered and then went away to get the register. This is news to me. I didn't know that there was something like this. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. It is technically necessary. Every establishment needs to keep a record of important people. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. I guess the portrait will make it easier to identify the man than just by a vague description. Lin Mu spoke to himself. The clerk soon returned with the register and showed it to Lin Mu. He flipped it to the page where it showed the second vice captain's portrait. Lin Mu saw the portrait and instantly recognized the man. The person that tried to kill him yesterday was the vice captain. Hansu? Lin Mu muttered the name written on the register. Yes, that's the vice captain's name. The clerk responded. Even after completing his main task, Lin Mu still felt curious about the situation, thus he decided to get more information. I also heard that some guards and townsmen disappeared. The clerk did not straight away answer Lin Mu's query, but instead looked at his coin pouch. Lin Mu understood this and pulled out another silver coin before passing it to the clerk, who swiftly hid it in his sleeve. We have some contradicting statements about that. Some people say that they saw the townsmen enter the town safely, while the guards say that they never returned. As for the guards, we don't know what happened, but the current theory is that they saw the beast and went after it only to never return. The clerk spoke. That is strange, Lin Mu muttered. Having got his share of information, Lin Mu was ready to leave. He gave another silver coin to the clerk and then left the building. Upon leaving, he saw that the mercenaries were still standing there and were not budging at all. While leaving, Lin Mu felt a gaze at the back of his head and turned around but did not notice anyone specific. Pushing the thought to the back of his mind, he walked away. Half an hour later, Lin Mu returned to his house. As soon as he entered his room and closed the door, Senior Zukong spoke in his mind. You were being followed, though it seems they stopped before they entered the residential district. Was that the gaze I felt on me? Lin Mu asked. It seems like it, though they did not follow you all the way. They're wary of something. Zukong replied. Could it be related to the attacks? Because we know that 3 more teams of those men were out there and that the townsmen we say yesterday disappeared as well. Lin Mu spoke. We'll have to wait and watch, though I recommend that you focus on extending the range of your spirit sense as it will help you in sensing other people. The longer your range is, the easier it will be for you. Zukong advised. Yes, Senior. Lin Mu accepted. Before starting his practice, Lin Mu decided to cook some food. Half an hour later, he had eaten his food and was ready to start his cultivation session. But suddenly he heard someone knocking at the gate. Lin Mu walked out and opened the gate. Upon opening it, he found his neighbor standing outside the gate. It was the same neighbor he had talked to earlier in the morning. Did you need something, Xiao Lu? Lin Mu asked. Xiao Lu had been Lin Mu's neighbor for many years and was 4 years older than him. He used to live with his uncle, but he too died in the plague that happened last year. Since then, he had been living alone as well. How are you, Lin Mu? I heard you got your house seized from you some time ago. Xiao Lu spoke. Lin Mu had been dreading this moment for a long time, but he knew that it would be coming sometime soon. The gossiping ladies of the neighborhood were never known for their secrecy. They should have probably seen that the house was no longer sealed, but they did not see Lin Mu, so must have thought someone else bought it. Also, since Lin Mu had secluded himself in the house for a week since he got it, there weren't many chances where others could have seen him. But now that he revealed himself in the morning, the entire neighborhood must have seen him. Ah yes, I did, but I've already paid off the fine and got it back. Lin Mu spoke with a straight face. Lin Mu did not want to talk with the man for long, as he wanted to return to his cultivation session. Oh, I was told to inform you that the people in the neighborhood have decided to keep a vigil at night. Xiao Lu spoke. But isn't that the guard's job? Lin Mu replied. They don't trust the guards anymore. They think they are lying. Even now the guards have only been told to guard the entrance of the residential district and not the insides. Thus the neighborhood had decided to do it themselves. Xiao Lu answered. So they're not afraid anymore? Lin Mu asked jokingly. They are. That's why we are making teams of 4 people that will keep a vigil at night. Everyone has to participate, thus I'm here to inform you. Xiao Lu answered. Lin Mu did not want to do this as it would interfere with his cultivation, but he did not think he really had a choice. He also did not feel good rejecting the people he had grown up with. Just take it. I think you may be able to discover some things. You will have an excuse to wander in the night. Also with the person following you today, I don't think they will leave you alone. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Yes, Senior. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. That's okay, but when will my turn be then? Lin Mu asked. The day after tomorrow. You'll be teaming with me and 2 other people. Xiao Lu answered. Okay then. Lin Mu replied. Xiao Lu nodded and went away. Lin Mu returned to his room and closed the door. Not wanting to waste any more time, he sat down to cultivate. In Wulim City, at a large manor located near a lake, a thin man was sitting at a desk and reading from a scroll. The man had a short beard and well-groomed hair. He was dressed like a scholar and had the bearing of a cultured person. A woman was standing next to the desk with her head bowed. She was dressed in a long black robe that covered her body and hid her figure. Even her face was covered with a thin gray veil. The thin man read the scroll for a few minutes before putting it away and then rubbed his forehead as if he was stressed. He let out a long sigh before speaking. Is that all you found? Yes, my lord, though there are some more reports, but I didn't think they would be worth your time. The veiled woman spoke. The thin man let out another sigh before speaking. You may as well tell me. This information was nearly useless as well. Some townsmen have disappeared from the northern town and a new cultivator has appeared as well. The veiled woman spoke. The thin man looked up at the woman with an annoyed look and spoke, and you only report this to me now. But my lord, cultivators appear in other towns regularly, and also there are many mercenaries in northern town right now. We don't know if they belong to some mercenary group. The veiled woman spoke with a pleading tone. The thin man stroked his chin a couple of times before speaking again. How old did that cultivator look? The thin man asked. The veiled woman gulped before replying. He's young, probably 16 or 17, but definitely younger than 20. An irritated expression appeared on the man's face as he replied with a louder tone. So you mean to say that our people could not differentiate between a cultivator belonging to a mercenary group and an itinerant cultivator? Do you think a cultivator of such a young age would join a mercenary company, or do you think it is a high-level cultivator that has returned to his youth? The veiled woman lowered her face even more and didn't speak. Do you think a cultivator that has enough talent to become a cultivator at that age would be without a backing? Gio, I want every single thing there is to know about that cultivator. The thin man yelled. Yes, my lord, the woman replied before disappearing. The thin man sighed to himself before standing up and walking up to a shelf and opening a drawer. He then pulled out a jade slip and looked at it for a moment before keeping back into the drawer and closing it. It is not the time yet, the man muttered before walking to a window and staring outside. What are you planning, father? Lin Mu was practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture in the sleepscape. He had nearly completed the basics of the weapons he already had and now was progressing to the more advanced parts. Though right now, he felt as if he was being hindered. He understood that it was because of a lack of weapons and that he would have to get them soon or this may become a flaw in his technique. The more he practiced, the more he understood how the techniques of different weapons fit together and complemented each other. He now grasped the flaws of different weapons and how to overcome them with the use of another weapon. You are doing well. The improvement is significant, Zukong praised. Zukong had been seeing Lin Mu practicing diligently every day. He thought about how the boy was hardworking, even though his innate talent in cultivation was low. He had chosen not to tell this to Lin Mu as he wanted to see if he could overcome this limitation by himself. Zukong had seen many experts over the millennia that he had lived. He had seen them rise, prosper, fall, and die. He had seen immensely talented and gifted people so much so that they were even venerated as the heavens ordained. But he had also seen those very people lose themselves to cultivation and then perish in the annals of time. Countless people have tried to go against the heavens, yet few have survived it. Even the ones that survived it shortly disappeared, though people still had some evidence that showed that they were alive. Zukong then remembered a memory from his past. Countless white pillars could be seen floating in the endless void, along with some distortions spread around. At the depths of these pillars, a colossal being was currently resting. The being had a pale white body, 8 legs, and 10 golden yellow eyes that glowed with an imposing light. This was none other than Zukong himself. Streaks of silvery gray lights could be seen floating around his body and the white pillars. These streaks of light would touch the white pillars and then be absorbed by them. One could even see the streaks traveling through the pillars and moving towards Zukong's body. Fine threads arose from Zukong's body that connected to the giant white pillars. The light streaks would transfer from the white pillars to the fine threads, which would then carry it to Zukong's body. With every light streak that was absorbed, the distortions in the void slowly reduced. One could not tell how long it would take for each distortion to disappear, but time could not be measured in the void, thus making it more difficult. It could have been a second or a year, but the distortion finally disappeared. Zukong stayed in the same position, unmoving for a long time until he sensed some disturbance in the distance. His perception spread in the surroundings and suppressed all the distortions. Even though the void was always silent, a different kind of eerie silence descended because of the pressure imposed by Zukong. This is quite unusual of you, old monster, Zukong spoke. In response to Zukong's words, the space in front of him started swirling and an ash-gray throne appeared. The throne was empty, yet a presence could still be felt from it. A voice could then be heard echoing. Are you so bothered by my presence that I can't even visit you, Zukong? The voice spoke. Oh, you know what you've done, old monster. You would never come here unless it was something important and your other slaves were unable to help you with it. Zukong replied with an annoyed voice. They're not my slaves, they have their own free will. The voice replied. What kind of free will is that, where you only have 2 choices? Their karma is chained and will be until you choose so. Zukong spoke, but this is what they've chosen. I've never interfered in their affairs. The voice replied. I don't even want to argue with you. Just tell me what you are here for, Zukong asked. I'm just here to tell you that I will be gone for a while, so take care of my slaves for a while, will you? The voice answered. Is there even any place where your influence doesn't extend to? You should be able to observe everything on your own unless. Zukong spoke and then trailed off before suddenly becoming agitated. Inoa, what has happened? What did you do? Zukong roared. I wish I could tell you, but there are other machinations underway. The voice spoke before fading away. Stop, Zukong yelled, making countless threads appear. The threads moved at a blinding speed and tried to stop the ash-gray throne, but alas, the ash-gray throne turned ethereal and then disappeared in a swirl of light. Damn it, nothing good will ever come out of this, Zukong protested. Soon the silence returned to the void, and Zukong became immovable once again. Zukong broke his trail of memories after hearing Lin Mu call out to him. Senior, it's time for your lessons about Dao script. Lin Mu spoke. Ah yes, it is time, Zukong replied before appearing in front of Lin Mu. Zukong then taught Lin Mu for a few hours before it was time for Lin Mu to sleep. I should be able to start reading the Lost Immortals memoirs soon. Lin Mu spoke. Well, you do have the basics down, so you should be ready in about a month, Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded in appreciation of Senior Zukong's words before going towards the spirit apple tree and plucking today's ripened spirit apples. He then fell asleep and disappeared from the sleepscape. Lin Mu woke up in the morning and spent the rest of his day cultivating, as he wanted to be ready for tomorrow. It would be Lin Mu's turn to participate in the vigil tomorrow, along with Xiao Lu. He was expecting to find some more clues at night time. In these 2 days he had not gone out and had just cultivated on his own. He already had enough beast meat to last him for a week, thus he was not worried about it that much. Lin Mu was currently sitting down on his bed and was refining his spirit sense. He was successful in increasing the range of his spirit sense by an additional half-meter, but still wanted to extend it for as long as he could. Though Senior Zukong reminded him that he would have to ensure that he had replenished his entire store of spirit chi before leaving for the vigil. This meant that he won't be able to refine his spirit sense tomorrow, as every time he did that he would end up depleting nearly 3/4 of his chi stores. Lin Mu had just finished replenishing his chi and had ended his cultivation session for the day when he heard someone knocking at the gate of the courtyard. He opened his eyes and stood up to open the gate. Lin Mu opened the gate only to find an unknown person standing at the gate. Come on, it's time for the vigil. The person said. Oh okay, where's Xiao Lu though? Lin Mu asked. He's already gone ahead. You were late, so I was asked to come to get you. The person replied. Is that so? Lin Mu spoke with a calm voice. Lin Mu then locked the gate before leaving with the person. They walked for 5 minutes before reaching their destination. The spot they were at was an open square that was located at the center of the residential district. Upon reaching there, he saw 3 people standing there. One of them was Xiao Lu. Another person was a portly man whom Lin Mu had seen the day, and the last person was none other than the person with whom Lin Mu had his first big conflict with, Yuan Tu. Lin Mu had not expected to meet his old enemy Yuan Tu here. In the past, he would have never expected that a man he called uncle would wrong him. While Yuan Tu was not his actual blood uncle, he was once friends with his father. They were not close friends, but were friends indeed. Lin Mu saw the look in Yuan Tu's eyes and understood that he was shocked to see him here too. Lin Mu then looked at his physical condition and saw that he had visibly thinned down. It seemed like he had not taken to prison well. Lin Mu was also wondering when Yuan Tu got out of prison. He had expected for him to stay in the prison for a longer time than this. He definitely did not expect that someone would be willing to bail him out. He did not know what it would cost to bail him out, but knew that it must be a high amount. Yuan Tu had not expected to see Lin Mu today at all. He knew that Lin Mu had no house to return to, so he should either be living at some inn or somewhere else. He would never have guessed that Lin Mu was actually able to pay the fine and get his house back. Yuan Tu had gotten out of prison recently and had returned to live at his house in the neighborhood. A couple of days ago, some people came to inform him that a vigil was going to be held in view of the recent events that occurred. The people from the neighborhood had also asked him about his absence, but he just told him that he was visiting some family members in the eastern town. Yuan Tu was frankly shocked upon hearing that some people had disappeared and a spirit beast had apparently attacked as well. Yuan Tu had seen a terrifying spirit beast before, a few years ago. An injured spirit beast had wandered out of the forest and had encountered some hunters. Out of a team of 10 hunters, only 3 survived, with Yuan Tu being one of them, along with Lin Mu's father. Ever since then, Yuan Tu gave up on being a hunter and just worked in the orchards. It was also because of this that he was promoted to the position of a team leader in the orchards. After the initial surprise faded from Yuan Tu's eyes, he scanned Lin Mu from top to bottom. He could see visible changes in the boy. He had somehow grown a little in the past month and was taller than before. He had also developed slight muscles, and even his face had a glow that was a stark difference from his previous dull look. Yuan Tu could not help but wonder what the boy had gone through in the past few weeks. He was angry that while he had to suffer all this time, the boy was actually doing much better than before. The one saving grace he had while he was in the prison was that Lin Mu would still be suffering out there being homeless and broke. But now that he had seen him again, he felt his rage reigniting. He felt like teaching him a lesson right then and there, but knew better to not act on it. He would bide his time and look for the right time. He just decided to not interact with him for now. Yuan Tu forcefully suppressed his rage and avoided looking at him as it helped him divert his thoughts. He looked at the boy's expression and reached a tacit understanding. Lin Mu saw the look that Yuan Tu gave him and knew what he was thinking. Seeing him avoid him just made it easier for him. Lin Mu was already a cultivator and was much stronger than before. He had nothing to fear from Yuan Tu. It didn't matter to him if Yuan Tu doesn't interact with him. While this silent interaction was happening, Xiao Lu witnessed the entire thing and knew that something was off. Xiao Lu knew that Yuan Tu and Lin Mu had a conflict, but he did not know the exact terms of it. He only knew that a week after Lin Mu's house was seized, Yuan Tu had disappeared as well. When he came back a couple of days ago, he just told everyone that he had gone to visit his family in eastern town for a bit. Once Lin Mu reached near the three people, the portly man glanced at him and then spoke. "Now that we're all here, it's time for us to start the vigil." The portly man then pointed towards a wooden box that was kept near his feet and spoke, "Every one of you please pick a gong from the box. If you encounter anything suspicious, remember to run first and then alarm us all by ringing the gong. We don't want any untoward incidences." The portly man spoke with a serious tone. Everyone nodded at the portly man's words and then went forward to pick a gong and a small mallet. Lin Mu was the last person to pick a gong up. He looked at the gong and found it to be made of copper. He tapped on it and felt it tremble. After everyone picked up a gong, the portly man nodded while looking around. "Okay then, now that everyone has a gong, you can choose a direction and go towards it. Comb out your area and then gather at this square after every hour." The portly man spoke. Lin Mu chose to go to the northern direction where his house was located. He thought that if he was gonna do this, he may as well guard the area around his house. Senior Zhukong also agreed with Lin Mu's choice. "There's a higher chance that the person who was following you before would appear near your house. If you're lucky, you can encounter him there and get the information out of him." Zhukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. While Lin Mu had chosen to go towards the north, the man who brought him went to the west, Xiao Lu went to the east, and Yuan Tu chose to go towards the south, clearly not wanting to see him and staying as far from him as possible. The portly man did not go anywhere and chose to stay here and keep watch in the central area. This would also help him rally everyone and created a common communication point. Everyone soon split up and walked towards their chosen areas. "Keep your spirit sense extended so you can sense anything that happens," Zhukong spoke to Lin Mu. "Yes, senior," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu first went towards the leftmost street. He decided that he would go from the left to the right. He walked around and heard the silence of the night. The night was cold, but at least it was not snowing yet. While the snow would not bother him that much, he could not tell the same about the other people. Lin Mu had seen that everyone was wearing thicker and warmer clothes, hence he had chosen to do the same. If he did not do that, he would only be rousing unnecessary attention from people. He had just put on the leather armors he had gotten from the killers before. Putting on the multiple leather armors under his robes made it look as if he was wearing winter clothing. It would also help provide him some extra defense, just in case. This was the first time that he was actually seeing his neighborhood like this. It was usually boisterous during the day, with the people meeting each other and the ladies gossiping and arguing with each other. The children would run around playing with each other and laughing. The silence of the night made him think about a lot of things he usually would not think of. While he had stayed alone in the hunting shack for a while now, this kind of silence still made him feel strange. It's as if the forest is more alive than this place. Lin Mu thought out loud. Zhukong heard Lin Mu's words and felt a little surprised. He can already sense it. Zhukong thought. "You are right, Lin Mu," Zhukong spoke. "What do you mean, senior?" Lin Mu asked. "What you are feeling right now is the lack of ambient spirit qi. The reason you feel that the forest is more alive is because it is filled with vitality. While this place does have more people, it still lacks the raw vitality and spirit qi." Zhukong replied. "This also why most of the cultivators choose to live in places rich in spirit qi. The cultivation sects are prosperous only because they are built on lands rich in spirit qi. This not only increases the progress of their disciples by multiple folds, it also helps temper their minds." Zhukong added, "Is this why you want me to start my journey soon, senior?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, it's part of the reason. Right now, since your cultivation is still low, it would not matter to you as much, but once it rises later, you will feel the difference in the environment. You will be uncomfortable in a place that's lacking in spirit qi," Zhukong answered. Lin Mu took Senior Zhukong's words seriously and cemented his resolve. Wulim City, inside a large mansion situated beside a lake, a thin and scholarly man was relaxing on a lounger in a library. The library was rather dark, with the only source of light being the lamp that was placed on a table. The thin and scholarly man had his feet up on a lounger and was reading a book. He had a calm look on his face and seemed to be engrossed in the content of the book. A veiled woman appeared from the darkness and came to stand beside the man. She bowed her head and stood silently. The thin and scholarly man let out a sigh and spoke without looking away from the book. "You have something for me, I hope?" "Yes, my lord. It's about the new cultivator," the veiled woman replied. The thin and scholarly man nodded and allowed the veiled woman to approach. "Go ahead," the thin man said. The veiled woman then produced a scroll in her hand, likely from a spatial treasure, and passed it to the thin man. "I've taken the liberty to compile all the intelligence we've gathered, my lord. There are some parts you'll find rather fascinating." The veiled woman spoke with a respectful tone. The thin man opened the scroll and started reading it with his full concentration. At first, the man's expression seemed rather disinterested, but later it became more interested until finally it reached the peak of elation. Ha ha ha, the thin man laughed out loud. You've done well, very well. Seems like we have an interesting contender here. The thin man spoke with a joyous tone. How do we proceed, my lord? Do we bring him to you? The veiled woman questioned. We know that his senses are sharp and he's been able to detect our people before. We also don't know who's backing him, but considering his strength and talent, I would say it's someone strong. The man said and paused before continuing. Don't approach him for now and just observe him. Try to get a clue about his backer. If it's someone from our list, eliminate him. Otherwise, we may have a new pawn to play with. The thin man said, My lord, we still have one of our men watching him. He still has the old orders and is following them. He may end up making contact with the boy, which may end in conflict. The woman added. The thin man stroked his beard before speaking. This does make it a little difficult. Try to send a message as soon as possible, and if something does happen, try to avoid further conflict. We'll compensate him later. As you wish, my lord. The veiled woman respectfully spoke and turned around, but just as she was about to leave, the thin man spoke up again. Just in case, assign one of our higher corps members to him. The veiled woman seemed to be surprised, but it could not be seen from because of her veil. Are you sure, my lord? All 3 of our higher corps members are currently assigned to long-term missions. If we recall any one of them, then all of their progress may go to waste. The veiled woman asked with an unnerved voice. The veiled woman was rather shocked by her lord's words. She did not expect that her lord would place such a big importance on that cultivator who was still a teen. She knew how much every higher corps member was worth. Each and every one of them was a core condensation realm cultivator and was trained in reconnaissance and assassination. Even she herself, who was considered to be the closest person to her lord, couldn't compare in strength with the higher core. Yes, if he is what I think, then it would certainly be worth it. The thin man answered with determination in his voice. Who should I assign then, my lord? The woman asked. Assign the second member of the higher corps. His character would suit this mission. The thin man ordered. The second member of the higher corps is currently in the Black Dawn Kingdom, my lord. I estimate it would take him 10 days to reach the designated location. The veiled woman replied. It may take a little longer than that, as the current mission is rather sensitive and he will need to sever all ties before returning. The veiled woman added with a little hesitation. That's fine. Until he reaches there, you may personally oversee this assignment. The thin man spoke with a calm voice. It will be done as you say, my lord. The woman replied respectfully before leaving. A few minutes later, after the woman was gone, the thin man stood up and withdrew a jade slip out of a spatial treasure. He held it in his hand and let it activate. The jade slip shone for a bit and then buzzed. I may have a new solution, elder brother. The thin man spoke. Back at the northern town, Lin Mu was patrolling his neighborhood. So far he had not seen anything strange or unusual. He also had a doubt whether the townsmen who disappeared were taken by the darkly dressed men or someone else. He had seen the guard follow the townsmen who had entered the town all the way to their houses. He had also seen the guard withdraw a strange contraption from his sleeve. Because of the darkness, Lin Mu was not able to see what it was but could guess that it was something metallic, as it gave off a glint. He knew that it was not something a guard would carry and was specially made for an unknown reason. The guard was a definite suspect as he had disappeared later as well. Perhaps I should have focused on that guard from the start. Lin Mu thought. In the blink of an eye, an hour went by, and it was time for him to return back. He reached the square and saw that 3 people were already standing there. The only person who was missing was Xiao Lu. The portly man approached Lin Mu and spoke. So did you find anything unusual? Lin Mu shook his head as he replied, no, everything seemed to be normal. All the houses are silent and everyone is sleeping. Except for a few stray dogs and cats, there's no one wandering out. That's good. Now we only have to wait for Xiao Lu to return and report. The portly man spoke. 15 minutes passed by and there was no sign of Xiao Lu. The portly man seemed to be getting nervous now. 5 more minutes passed and the portly man was just about to speak something when Lin Mu interrupted. Ah, there he comes. Lin Mu spoke. The 3 men looked around but could not see anyone there. Where? The 3 men asked in unison. Lin Mu then understood their confusion. The men could not see as far as him in the darkness. No wonder they were confused. He then pointed at an alley and everyone followed his finger. A few seconds after hearing the sounds of someone running, they could see the sprinting figure of Xiao Lu appearing from the alley with 4 dogs chasing him. Help, he shouted. The man who had brought Lin Mu went forward to help, but before he could even do anything the dogs stopped by themselves. They growled a little and then started yelping. In the next second they scampered away. Xiao Lu did not see this happen as he was still in a state of panic. He stopped when he couldn't hear the sounds of the dogs behind him. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, what happened? Where did they go? The rest of the 3 people along with Lin Mu were confused by this development. That was strange, they weren't barking, only chasing. The man who had brought Lin Mu spoke. The portly man nodded before turning to Xiao Lu. Why were they chasing you? Did you provoke them? The portly man questioned. Xiao Lu shook his head as he answered, no, not at all. They just randomly started chasing me when I was just about to return. I don't know why. Lin Mu then realized something. Wait, you were shouting all this time, right? Why didn't the residents wake up? And where's the gong? Lin Mu asked. I threw the gong at the dogs when they were chasing me. As for the residents, I didn't pay attention. Xiao Lu replied. The portly man seemed to have realized something, and his face turned pale. Oh no, ring the alarm quick. I fear something bad is happening, the portly man exclaimed. The other people hesitated and did not understand the portly man's nervousness, but Lin Mu started banging the gong without a second thought. Alarm, alarm, wake up everyone, Lin Mu shouted. Seeing Lin Mu shouting, the others started to do that as well. Then the thing that they were dreading all this while happened. Not a single resident woke up nor responded. The four men were starting to gauge the seriousness of the situation by now. It had been 5 minutes, yet there were no results. There's no use, they are probably under the effect of some kind of drug. Go and check out the houses yourself. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Let's go and check the houses ourselves. Lin Mu spoke authoritatively. Strangely enough, no one questioned him right now and just went with the flow. Even Yuan too did not oppose him or show any aversion right now. Lin Mu ran to the closest house and started banging on the door while shouting, but even then, no one responded. The other men tried the same thing, but to no avail. We need to break down the door and look inside. The portly man spoke. Everyone tacitly nodded and agreed to the proposition. The men braced themselves to break the door and were just about to slam, when Lin Mu ripped the door off of its hinges with ease. The four men were left with the jaws hanging upon seeing this feat. Lin Mu paid no attention to their shock and just rushed inside. He saw the pair of homeowners sleeping on their bed soundlessly. He went ahead and picked up the man that was sleeping and shook him hard. The four men entered the room and saw Lin Mu shaking the man hard. Why are they not waking up? Lin Mu had shaken the poor man to his core, yet there was no physical response from him. The other people had also tried on their own and tested the man as well but got no response. It's no use, let's go try the other houses. Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu then went to the next house and broke down the door as well. He walked inside the house and found its sleeping residents. The others followed him inside and watched as he tried to wake them up. Lin Mu had checked that actually they were alive and not dead. They just seemed to be highly unconscious and unresponsive while their breathing still continued. Why is this happening? Yuan too spoke out loud. Everyone heard his words and reciprocated with him as they all were wondering about the reason for this phenomenon. We need to keep on checking the houses. There are bound to be more people that are not affected by this. Lin Mu spoke. Yes, this can't just happen to the entire district. We are still awake, so there should be more people, the portly man affirmed. The party of 5 went from house to house checking on people. At first, they would just break in through the front door, but later understood that this was ineffective, as the people who were unconscious would not respond either way. In the end, they just decided to make as much noise as possible to alert anyone that was unaffected. They had wanted to inform the guards outside the district about this occurrence, but then decided against it as they thought that staying together was the right decision at this time. Who knows what would happen if they were alone, thus they did not want to take the risk. It took them over 2 hours before they were even able to find a person that was unaffected by it. They were at a rather small house, which looked old. Its paint faded away and the wooden frames of the windows and door seemed to be pretty weathered as well. As before, they knocked on the door hard and shortly got a response. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep at this time? A person shouted from inside the house. Wake up, we have a huge problem. We are the people who are doing the night vigil. The portly man spoke. Some incomprehensible grumbles could be heard coming from behind the door. The door soon opened and an old man appeared from behind it. The old man seemed to be at least 80 years old and had a face full of wrinkles. What do you want? The old man groaned. We are the night vigil team. We found that people in the district are unconscious and unresponsive. The portly man spoke. Yes, we checked many houses and tried to wake people, but no one is responding. We even tried shaking them physically, but they still did not respond. You're the first person we found that responded, Lin Mu explained. By now the old man had become woken enough to understand the current predicament. He asked for them to show them the unconscious people, which they gladly did. After seeing the proof with his own eyes, the old man understood the graveness of the situation. What do we do now then? The old man asked. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mu subconsciously. Due to him taking the approach head-on, everyone had unknowingly accepted him as the leader. Although his surprising strength may have played a part in it as well, there weren't many people in the town who could just rip off doors that easily. I recommend we go and inform the guards at this point. This is much bigger at this point, and we don't know the implications of this. We are definitely gonna need a lot of people if we want to check every house, Lin Mu ordered. Everyone nodded without thinking much and started following Lin Mu. Half an hour later, they had left the residential district and were at its exit. The guards should have been patrolling around here, but they were nowhere to be found. Where are the guards? The men questioned together. There seems to be more to this than we thought. Zukong spoke. I'm going to go look for them, and you guys try to see if the residents here can wake up. Lin Mu ordered. All the men nodded in response and went ahead to do their tasks. Lin Mu decided to directly go towards the guard barracks. That way if he encountered any guard on the way he'll inform them as well. Lin Mu started running at his full speed after he was at a sufficient distance from the men. He didn't want to reveal more of his capabilities than he had already done today. The streets were eerily silent, and not even stray animals could be seen. Lin Mu was halfway to the barracks when he sensed some disturbance. Lin Mu's spirit sense was already extended, and he was completely alert, thus he was able to detect the presence that was hiding in the shadows hiding. Lin Mu probed the place with his spirit sense and found the person that was hiding there. Get ready, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu instinctively withdrew the throwing daggers from his ring and threw 2 of them at the location he had detected the person at. A muffled grunt and clinking of metal could be heard after that. Come out now, I know you are there. Lin Mu called out. Slowly a person came out of the darkness and revealed himself to Lin Mu. The person was dressed in dark blue clothes and was wearing a featureless mask with only 2 holes for eyes. He had a thin sword hung on his waist and was 6 feet tall. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to gauge the man's strength and discovered that he was a cultivator too. The man was at the early stage of the chi refining realm and didn't seem to have refined his spirit sense yet. When Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the masked man cultivation, he seemed to have detected it as he flinched for a moment and became tense. He's dressed differently. Does he belong to the same group of people or not? Lin Mu wondered. You can find that out soon enough. For now, you just need to get the information out of him, either by hook or by crook, Zukong replied. Lin Mu then drew the short sword from its sheath and pointed it at the masked man before speaking. Who are you and why have you been following me? The masked man didn't speak, but instead drew his own sword in response. So you're not going to take the easy route, said Lin Mu with a sharp tone. The man advanced first and slashed, which Lin Mu easily dodged by sidestepping and responded with an attack of his own. Sing. The masked man was able to block it, but felt the weight of the strike on his blade. He instantly understood the difference between their strengths. He was already shocked when he felt a spirit sense probe on him, but when he actually felt the force of Lin Mu's attack, his suspicions were confirmed. The masked man was not one to give up easily though. He attacked again and missed. Lin Mu had an advantage in speed as well as strength. If he wanted to, he could have ended this fight instantly, but he instead wanted to get the information out of the man first. Both of them exchanged blows one after the other. While all of the masked man's attacks missed, it was not the same for Lin Mu. Most of his attacks were blocked, but some had nicked the masked man. He had multiple smaller cuts on his body, some on his hands, some on his torso, and some on his legs. After fighting for 5 minutes, Lin Mu decided that it was enough. That's it, surrender now or I'll end you right now. You know that you have no chance against me, Lin Mu sternly spoke. The man did not heed Lin Mu's words and instead attacked again. Seeing that the man was uncooperative, Lin Mu decided to end it quickly. He channeled wisps of spirit chi into his short sword and slashed at the masked man. The man tried to block it in turn, but was unsuccessful as Lin Mu's blade just cut through his own sword effortlessly. The blade was just about to reach his neck when Lin Mu paused for a moment and punched with his other hand. The strengthened fist landed on the masked man's face and knocked him down to the ground. Lin Mu had not used his entire strength as he did not want to kill the man right away. Even if he wanted to kill the man, he would avoid attacking the face, as it would just end up crushing the man's skull and disfiguring him. Lin Mu would not be able to identify the man then, and it would become difficult for him to further investigate. After being knocked on the ground, the man became disoriented and could not respond. Lin Mu then placed the point of his short sword at the masked man's neck. Surrender, Lin Mu ordered. Finding himself unarmed and at the edge of death, the man finally gave up. Okay, I surrender. 3 hours ago in the residential district of the northern town, a man dressed in dark blue clothes and a featureless mask was hiding over the roof of a house and looking at a courtyard. He had been in that position for many hours now, but was still not bothered. He had stayed there all this time, unmoving and nearly invisible. Eventually, he saw an average-looking man approach the courtyard and then knock on its gates. A minute later, he saw the door of the house inside the courtyard open. A short-haired boy around the age of 15 walked out and opened the gate. Both of them talked for a couple of minutes before walking away. The man was leading while the boy followed behind him. Seeing that his target was moving, the masked man finally got a chance to stretch his tensed body. While it was normal for him to hide like this for an extended period of time, as it was part of his job, it still tired him out every time. He was a cultivator, sure, but he was only at the early stage of the chi refining realm and was not like the tireless core condensation experts who could work tirelessly for weeks. The masked man followed the pair until they reached the square that was located in the center of the residential district. He then saw them talk amongst themselves about the night vigil. They talked for about 5 minutes before they separated again, and went in different directions. The masked man followed the boy towards the northern direction, which was the same way they originally came from. He saw the boy look a little lost in his thoughts while patrolling the streets. The expression on the boy's face actually reminded himself of his own situation many years ago. He too was once lost in the world and didn't know what to do. That was until he met his lord, who gave him the opportunity to become a cultivator. For this grace that his lord had bestowed upon him, he had chosen to serve him till his death. He would jump into the inferno of hell if his lord so asked him to do. He was his lord's blade, and such was his duty. He, along with his fellow comrades, all worked for the glory of his lord. They were all useless before it was their fortune that they met their lord who had allowed them to become worthy. Unknowingly, more time passed, and an hour had gone by. The masked man had seen the boy mutter something to himself multiple times over the time period. He had found this a little strange, but had just attributed this to the boy's eccentricities. He did not know why he had been ordered by his lord to watch this boy, but knew that all he had to do was to follow his orders. The masked man had observed the boy for over a week, and had found out that the boy was much stronger than he looked. To him, if he was not informed beforehand, he would only think that the boy was an average body-tempering realm expert. But beneath that facade of naivety, it hid a full-fledged chi cultivator. The masked man could not figure out how the boy became a cultivator at such a young age. Even for him who had above-average talent, it took him over a decade to be able to become a cultivator. It was a little shocking for him to see such a young cultivator in a small town like this. While there were young cultivators like this in Wu Lim City as well, they all belonged to influential families and clans. For an orphan boy with an insignificant background like his, it should have been nearly impossible, but here he was existing and defying the odds. The masked man snapped out of his thoughts upon seeing that the boy was returning to the square. A few minutes later, they reached the square, and he saw the boy talk with the three men standing there. One of the men was missing, and they seemed to be waiting for him. After a while, they started getting impatient, only to hear the boy speak out loud. The missing man had returned, but not without a pack of stray dogs chasing him. It was at this time that things started going haywire. The masked man saw that the chasing dogs were not barking. This was probably the most abnormal thing, as dogs always barked while chasing their prey. Yes, prey, he had seen the look in the stray dog's eyes. They were fueled with bloodlust and wanted to kill. The masked man suddenly realized the reason for the silent but murderous dogs. They had been poisoned with beast-inciting powder. The beast-inciting powder was used to provoke beasts and create a rampage. It was outlawed in the Shuangqian kingdom, and its possession was punishable by death. The masked man could only think of a few people or organizations that could have access to it. The beast-inciting powder was not only expensive, but also difficult to create. To use them on normal animals such as these stray dogs was only a waste. Then in the next moment, he saw something which he could not explain. The stray dogs halted before the five people and growled for a bit before yelping out as if they were scared by the most dangerous of predators. He had never seen this before, as no beast affected by the beast-inciting powder would ever flinch. They would mindlessly chase down their prey and tear them to shreds. The occurrence in front of him was simply unscientific, though this was not the end of the bizarre situation. The men soon talked amongst themselves and figured out the strangeness of the current scenario. Then the masked man heard something which made him realize that in all this mess, he had failed to recognize a huge thing. While the stray dogs were barking and the man being chased was crying out for help, no one heard it. This was even more unusual than normal, as all the residents of the town were rather anxious due to the recent string of disappearances and the spirit beast attacks. They should have woken up rather easily, but even in all this hullabaloo, no one responded. The masked man then saw the men trying to alert the residents, but to no avail. He even saw his target, the boy, pull out a door from its hinges, without any hesitation, revealing a part of his strength. 30 more minutes passed by as the masked man saw the party of 5 people getting more and more anxious. They were searching for any resident that could be awakened. Even the masked man himself was worried because of this development. The masked man knew that he would have to inform his lord about this phenomenon. It was not easy to incapacitate so many people without leaving a witness, thus he knew that someone big was behind this act. His lord had many plans and liked to know everything that happened around, hence this was definitely something that he needed to inform his lord about. The masked man could not see what happened inside the house but could guess, and after hearing the conversation of the men, he confirmed it. The people inside were alive but unconscious. Not just that house, but every house that the party of 5 men visited. The masked man knew about some substances and techniques that could be used to put someone in a deep sleep like this, but not on an extensive scale such as this. Doing it at such a large scale would require a large retinue of people, and to do it covertly would require even more immense influence and power. The masked man had thought that every person in the district was affected except for the 5 men, but he was soon proved wrong when they found another person. This person was an old man with a wrinkled face. The masked man was a little surprised by this, but soon discovered the reason. That old man was a warrior. While it may not be apparent to most people, he had grown up seeing warriors fight and had even joined an organization that vetted out people through combat. He was able to sense the faint aura of a warrior on the old man. Because there was no other reason why there would not be a record of a 10th stage body tempering expert, as they were rather rare. Even the masked man himself was only at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. He knew how difficult it was to progress after that. But now that he knew that whatever that was affecting the residents did not affect people of that level, he could narrow down the suspects. He still didn't know why the 5 people of the night vigil were not affected, though. After informing the old man, the party decided to go and inform the guards, but even that seemed to be unsuccessful as all the guards were absent. The masked man narrowed his brows and started to get a little nervous himself. He then saw his target separating himself from the party and going in the other direction. The masked man shifted in the shadows and continued stalking his target, completely unknown to the fact that he was soon about to be caught. Lin Mu did not move his short sword from the neck of the masked man, even after he declared his surrender. He did not want the man to surprise him after letting his guard down. Lin Mu instead scanned every inch of the man's body for any hidden weapons or dangerous items. He had seen the darkly dressed men use poisons, thus he wanted to be extremely sure of his safety. After scanning the man with his spirit sense, Lin Mu found a few weapons hidden on his body. This included 4 daggers, one each hidden at the ankles and wrists, along with a set of metal needles, which seemed to be steeped in some kind of black liquid, most likely to be poison. Lin Mu took away all of these weapons from the masked man before allowing him to sit up. "Now speak, who are you from and why have you been following me?" Lin Mu questioned with a stern tone. The masked man seemed to hesitate a bit before speaking. "I am but my lord's tool and I was ordered by him to observe you." Lin Mu narrowed his eyes upon hearing the masked man's words. It was a little surprising to him that it was actually someone else that was pulling the strings from the behind. He then thought of the similarities between the men who had tried to kill him before and this man. "Are you part of the same group of people that killed Ganma?" Lin Mu questioned. The masked man tilted his head slightly upon hearing Lin Mu's words, as if he was confused. "Isn't Ganma the second hunter who became a cultivator?" The masked man thought before speaking. "Ganma's dead," the masked man asked. Lin Mu closely observed the masked man and could tell the genuine confusion in the man's voice. "You didn't know that, but know who he is?" Lin Mu asked. "We know who he is, but according to our intelligence, he has been missing for nearly a month now." The masked man answered. So you are with those men," Lin Mu uttered before straightening his blade. Seeing that his target had assumed something wrongly, the masked man put up his hands in protest. "No, we are not who you think, though if you allow me to contact my lord, I can find it out for you," the masked man replied. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at the masked man's words, but did not accept them right away. There were a few more questions he wanted the answers to. "Are your people behind what's happening in the district right now?" Lin Mu questioned with a grave expression. "No, we're not, but I can tell you that we wouldn't do something like this. Even my lord would like to find out more about this and why this happened. But let me tell you this, that whoever has done this is very influential and has a lot of resources." The masked man spoke. "Why do you say that?" Lin Mu asked. "Whatever substance that is being used to induce the sleep into the district's residents, it is definitely expensive and difficult to get," the masked man answered. Lin Mu did not believe the masked man at first, but then he heard Senior Zukong talk. He's probably telling the truth. A substance that can incapacitate so many people at once is definitely hard to come by in a lower-level world like this. Zukong spoke. The masked man saw that Lin Mu's expression had turned dull for a moment. He didn't understand why, but after that, the boy nodded to himself and spoke. "Okay then, for now, I'll accept your answer, but I won't trust you completely." Lin Mu said. The masked man thought to himself for a bit before speaking. "I have a little more information that may be helpful to you." "Go ahead," Lin Mu replied. "The dogs that were chasing that man, I know why they were not barking," the masked man answered. "And why's that?" Lin Mu asked. "They were affected by a poison called as the beast-inciting powder," the masked man answered. "It was probably an inferior version of that poison, seeing that it was able to affect normal animals," Zukong informed Lin Mu. "You know what it is, Senior?" Lin Mu curiously asked. "Yes, it's a rather infamous poison and is known in most of the worlds. It does not directly harm the beasts, rather it just sends them into a mindless rage. If a normal animal is poisoned by it, though, then they will just explode," Zukong explained. "Is this poison something that's easily available?" Lin Mu asked out loud. To the masked man, it seemed as if the boy was asking him, but Lin Mu was actually asking both Senior Zukong and the masked man. Any qualified alchemist should be able to make an inferior version, even for a lower-level world like this, though I can't tell about the restrictions that would occur in its acquisition. Zukong answered. "No, it is outlawed in the Shuangqian kingdom, as it can cause the beasts to rampage, which can result in a beast wave." It is also very expensive and few people can acquire it, especially in this region. The masked man answered. Why would someone use an expensive substance like it on mere stray dogs? Lin Mu muttered. Suddenly, a thought clicked in Lin Mu's mind as he formed an idea. The masked man saw the change of expression on Lin Mu's face and grasped that something was wrong. Oh no, the place where Xiao Lu came from, there's probably something there, Lin Mu exclaimed. You can't leave the masked man here, though, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu understood Senior Zukong's words and knew that he would either have to make a choice between killing the masked man or to let him go. It was as if the masked man read Lin Mu's mind and instantly spoke, I'll come with you. Don't misunderstand me, but if something wrong is happening here, I have to report it to my lord. Lin Mu stared at the masked man for a few seconds before he lifted his short sword from his neck. I'll trust you for now, but if you do anything suspicious, know that I'll kill you in the next moment. Lin Mu spoke with a grim tone. Lin Mu had not exposed all of his capabilities, thus was confident in being able to kill the masked man anytime that he wanted. With his two skills of flicker and blink, it would be a piece of cake. The masked man gently nodded and then stood up, intending to follow Lin Mu. Both of them then started running towards the residential district. With their full speed, they reached the residential district in 5 minutes. The masked man was having a hard time keeping up with Lin Mu, even after strengthening his legs with spirit chi. With speed and spirit sense like this, the boy is rather talented. I can't even estimate his cultivation. Is he perhaps in the peak stage of the chi refining realm? The masked man thought to himself. The masked man had only seen such speed and spirit sense in his senior comrades. He had also experienced spirit sense before, thus was able to tell when Lin Mu's spirit sense probed him. It was also because of this he was shocked, as according to the knowledge he had, spirit sense could only be refined when a cultivator reached the peak stage of the chi refining realm. What he didn't know was that Lin Mu's speed was not just because of his chi cultivation, but also because of his 10th stage of body tempering realm vitality. Him being able to refine spirit sense could also be attributed to his unique situation, in which he actually did not have a cultivation technique at all, but was rather using an auxiliary cultivation technique unique to him. People of a lower-level world like this would never be able to comprehend this, as they simply did not have the information or the capabilities. Even if someone told them that it was possible, they would just deny it. After reaching the square located at the center of the residential district, Lin Mu turned towards the eastern direction and started running towards it. He kept an eye out for anything abnormal that stood out and also focused his senses. A minute later, they reached the end of the street and started looking around for any clues that may have been left behind. Xiao Lu should have most likely encountered the stray dogs here. Lin Mu spoke while looking at the mud prints on the ground. The mud prints were of the stray dogs and were faintly visible in the darkness. He followed them and found out that they lead to an old warehouse. The warehouse was used by the local residents to store their surplus crops, but ever since the reduction in population from last year's plague, its use had become less. Lin Mu noticed a small hole at the base of a wall that was big enough for a dog to pass through. There were paw prints coming out of the hole. Lin Mu found the side door of the warehouse and broke through it with ease. The masked man followed behind Lin Mu tensely. Even he was feeling the grimness of the situation. Lin Mu looked at the relatively empty warehouse that had a few crates, wooden boxes, and sacks lying around. Lin Mu suddenly squinted his nose as he smelt something. Blood. Both Lin Mu and the masked man spoke out in unison. The pungent smell of the blood had scattered a little bit, but the sharp noses of Lin Mu and the masked man were able to detect them rather easily. They followed the stench and soon found the origin of it. They walked up to a large box that was partially covered with a tarp and checked it. The first thing they noticed was the bloodied paw prints nearby the box. The paw prints were similar to the stray dogs they had seen outside the warehouse. Lin Mu took a breath before lifting the tarp that was covering the large box. A wave of foul stench assaulted his nose as the tarp blocking it was lifted. Lin Mu wrinkled his nose in disgust and steeled his senses. Lin Mu went closer and looked at the source of the vile stench. It was a dead body that was lying inside the box. One of its arms was hanging out of the box and seemed to have been gnawed on, probably by the stray dogs. The dead body was wearing some mangled clothes along with leather armor that was nearly shredded. Lin Mu looked at the face of the dead body and could not identify it, as it was someone unknown to him. Why is this dead body here? Lin Mu spoke. It's a mercenary from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company. The masked man spoke. Lin Mu turned to look at the masked man and spoke. How do you know this? I can tell that from the symbol. Even though it's damaged, I can still recognize it. The masked man answered. In response to Lin Mu's question, the masked man slightly lifted the dead body's arm and showed the damage symbol that was present on the shredded armor. Since the leather armor was heavily damaged, the symbol of the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company was only partially visible. Lin Mu looked at the symbol closely and recognized it, as he had also met some of the Crimson Fang mercenaries before. They all had the same symbol engraved on their armors. Though looking at the leather armor that this dead man was wearing, Lin Mu could tell that it was of higher quality. The armors that he had seen the other Crimson Fang mercenaries were of a lower quality than this. Use your spirit sense, Zukong ordered. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and scanned the body and found out a shocking thing. He was a cultivator. Lin Mu spoke out loud. The masked man heard Lin Mu's words and did his own deduction. Coming to the same conclusion, he narrowed his eyes that were hidden behind the featureless mask. An elite member of the Crimson Fang mercenary team. The masked man informed. Could this be related to the disappearance of the mercenaries? But there haven't been any new reports about Crimson Fang mercenaries, Lin Mu muttered. No, there have been more mercenaries disappearing, but because they are far from the town and separated, it takes a few days till someone discovers that they have gone missing. The masked man explained. Lin Mu looked at the masked man with a curious expression and asked, "How do you know of this?" "Our lord has been keeping an eye on the recent events. There are other comrades of mine that have been investigating this as well." The masked man spoke honestly. Lin Mu was rather surprised by the masked man's honesty. He did not know why he was telling him this, but there was probably some other reason behind it. "Why are you telling me this?" Lin Mu questioned. "Because it seems to me that our goals are the same, so it will be beneficial for both of us to cooperate." The masked man spoke. "But weren't you ordered to attack me?" Lin Mu asked in a nonchalant tone. "No, I was only ordered to observe you. I wasn't told to make contact." The masked man answered with a straight voice. "It seems like we have an alliance on our hands. Well, at least a temporary one." Zukong spoke with a chuckle. "You're fine with this, senior." Lin Mu spoke inside his mind. "I am, at least for now. Besides, you need to learn to cooperate with people, or more accurately, cultivators." Zukong answered. "If you say so, senior," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu always felt strange when senior Zukong used his chuckling tone of voice. Since he had seen his real body, it just didn't sit well with him. It was as if an imposing being was behaving like a child. "Wait, there's something more here." The masked man spoke upon spotting something. The masked man then went towards another box that was kept at the side. This box had another box that was kept over it and was blocking its opening. He lifted the upper box and moved it to the side. Soon more bloody scent spread around, though this time it was not foul and instead seemed like it was rather fresh. Lin Mu approached the box and saw what was lying inside it. It was another corpse of a man that seemed to be freshly killed. Lin Mu looked at the wounds and saw that they were bandaged. They bandaged the wounds after death, the same as with Gan Ma. Lin Mu spoke. The masked man also looked at the strange corpse and tried to find any other wounds, but could not. The only wound the corpse had seemed to be in his chest and was covered with bandages. The masked man heard Lin Mu's words and went back to check the other corpse for wounds. Upon checking the corpse, he found out that the corpse actually didn't have any wounds that caused its death. Strangely enough, only the clothes and armor were destroyed. The cause of death was due to strangulation, as could be seen from the ligature marks on the neck. The cause of the bloody smell was actually because of the stray dogs. "You say you've seen something similar before?" the masked man asked. "Yes, Gan Ma the hunter was also killed and then his wound was bandaged." Lin Mu replied. "You know the people that caused that?" the masked man questioned. "Yes, they saw that I discovered them and tried to kill me." Lin Mu answered. "And what happened to them after that?" the masked man asked, even though he already knew the answer. "What do you think? They are dead." Lin Mu answered with a calm tone and then heard Senior Zukong speak something in his mind. "Repeat my words to him," Zukong spoke. Lin Mu softly hummed in response and agreed. The masked man was lost in thought for a moment as he seemed to have realized something. "Then you must have seen their faces." The masked man suddenly spoke. "Yes, I did indeed. I also know the identity of one of the men." Lin Mu spoke with a straight expression. "Do you have some evidence too?" The masked man couldn't help but ask. The masked man was feeling a little excited as he knew that he had probably made a huge discovery. His comrades had been investigating the recent events for a while, but did not have much success with it, as the culprits were rather good at hiding their tracks. He had never thought that he would be able to discover something like this by chance. "I have to get the information and report it to the Lord," the masked man thought. "Can you tell me about their identities and also the evidence?" the masked man asked with slight anxiousness in his voice. "We got him," Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this as everything had gone according to Senior Zukong's plan. Now he just had to do a little more, like Senior had instructed. "I could, but I won't," Lin Mu replied to the masked man. The masked man felt his heart drop for a moment, but then calmed down. He understood that he had to do something in return and would not be able to get it easily. "Okay, what do you want in return?" the masked man asked. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Mu's eyes and even a slight smirk could be seen at the edge of his mouth. "I want to meet your lord," Lin Mu answered. "That won't be possible," the masked man replied straight away. The masked man knew how difficult it was to meet their lord. Even he himself had only met him 3 times until now, but even those 3 times were enough for him to develop undying loyalty and pledge his life to his lord. The masked man went silent and thought for a minute before continuing. "You can meet the lord's closest person, though. My lord is reclusive and does not meet people easily." "This is better than I thought." A person close to this, Lord, would work just fine, Zukong said. Lin Mu knew that Senior Zukong was never intending to meet the Lord straight away. He just wanted him to have an advantage in bargaining the terms of this alliance, and thus wanted to meet someone in a higher position. The masked man was certainly a low-level person in his organization, thus he wanted someone who at least had some administrative authority. A person that was probably the right hand of this Lord would work perfectly for them. That's fine with me. We are now. Lin Mu spoke and extended his right hand. The masked man extended his right reciprocation and shook Lin Mu's hand. Allies, both men spoke in unison. After shaking hands, both of the men developed an understanding. Lin Mu returned all of the masked man's weapons except for the poisoned needles. The masked man also tacitly understood and did not ask for them either. From the bandaged wounds, we can assume that this has been done by the same people who attacked you before. Now we only need to find some more clues here if we can. The masked man spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head and went around to search for clues. Didn't take him long to find them either, as it was right in front of him. He looked at the first corpse and checked it. He soon found a small vial filled with some kind of colorless powder in it. The vial was hidden in the sleeve of the corpse and was dangling by its tassel. When the masked man turned the corpse a little, it must have gotten loose. Lin Mu picked up the vial and saw that its cap was actually a little loose, and some of the powder had actually spilled out onto the sleeve of the corpse. The masked man saw the vial in Lin Mu's hand and suddenly exclaimed, "The beast inciting powder." Lin Mu's eyes narrowed upon hearing the masked man's words, and he looked at the small vial. So this is what caused the stray dogs to attack Xiao Lu, Lin Mu stated. The stray dogs came in contact with the powder that was spilled onto the sleeves while eating the hand and probably went insane. The masked man deduced. Lin Mu nodded and then continued. Now the question is, why did this person have this powder? I originally thought that the culprit spread the poison, but now it seems otherwise. Still, it is not easy to get this poison. It is a mystery how this mercenary came upon it. Even an elite mercenary doesn't have the capabilities or the reach to obtain a poison such as this. The masked man spoke. It's also a little strange that the attackers didn't search his corpse. The masked man added, "That is true, but we still don't know what their objective is," Lin Mu replied. "That's not all, Lin Mu, you're forgetting something." Zukong interrupted. "What, senior?" Lin Mu asked. "The effect of the beast inciting powder is to send the beasts into a mindless rage, but when the stray dogs encountered you they ran away," Zukong answered. Lin Mu realized the meaning of Senior Zukong's words and spoke to the masked man. Was there an abnormality in the beast inciting powder or the stray dogs, because they ran away after encountering me? The masked man felt confused upon hearing Lin Mu's words, but tried to think over it. He had not paid attention to the occurrence at first, but now that he was remembering it, something like this shouldn't happen according to his knowledge. Beasts affected by the beast inciting powder don't even fear death and plunge in headfirst into conflict. Them being afraid of Lin Mu was extremely strange. "You are right, but I don't know what the abnormality could be," the masked man spoke. Lin Mu suddenly realized something as his eyes went wide. "It couldn't be because of your imprint, could it, senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "That should not be possible, as the imprint is only detectable by cultivators or beasts of a higher cultivation." Zukong spoke and took a pause. "But if it was detected by the stray dogs, then that vial of beast inciting powder is certainly abnormal. If it was also able to increase the sensing capabilities of a normal animal, then it's probably not simple." Zukong explained. After hearing Senior Zukong's explanation, Lin Mu thought of something before looking at the masked man. "Do you know anyone that is more knowledgeable about this beast inciting powder?" Lin Mu asked. The masked man snapped out of his thoughts after hearing Lin Mu speak and looked up at him. "I myself don't know, but there should be someone my comrades know," the masked man answered. "Well then, I would like to meet them as well," Lin Mu stated. "That can be arranged." The masked man simply replied. Lin Mu turned to look at the corpses and spoke. "Now that we have that behind us, what do we do with the corpses? We can't leave them here." "Yes, that is a problem. I'll have to inform my superiors about this," the masked man spoke. "Though if these corpses are left here and the entire neighborhood is asleep, then I think that they may be coming here to collect them or do something else," Lin Mu replied after thinking for a bit. "Also, if the culprits find you, I doubt you will be able to fight against them alone," Lin Mu added. The masked man realized the severity of Lin Mu's words and understood that it will indeed be pretty difficult and may even result in his death. He then grasped a small necklace on his neck with his hand for a moment before releasing it. "Not now at least," the masked man thought. But suddenly, as if to prove Lin Mu's words, the main door of the warehouse suddenly opened. A group of 8 men dressed in black clothes walked in and saw both of them standing near the corpses. The men were covered from head to toe and could not be identified. They were all equipped with similar-looking swords on their waists and seemed to have armor hidden beneath their clothes. The 8 men looked at the duo with wide eyes before one of the men shouted, "Kill, don't let them escape." Heaven's tongue, it really happened. Lin Mu spoke with shock. "Focus now. You have to defeat them first," Zukong sternly warned. The masked man drew his sword and muttered to himself. Shouldn't have hesitated. Lin Mu drew his short sword and extended his spirit sense. He quickly detected the strength of the 8 men and informed the masked man. 4 of them are spirit chi cultivators, the rest are body tempering realm experts. 2 of the cultivators are at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm, while the other 2 are at the early stage. The masked man narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the handle of the sword. I'll have to reveal a few of my skills, I'm afraid. Lin Mu spoke to Senior Zukong. It's fine, better to kill them now and deal with the situation later. You can't hesitate in moments like these, Zukong advised. Lin Mu nodded and spoke, so be it. In the next instant, a fierce expression appeared on Lin Mu's face as he started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. All of the 8 darkly dressed men were approaching the duo at once, so Lin Mu chose to target one of the mid-stage chi refining realm cultivators. The masked man heard the strange chants that were being uttered by Lin Mu and felt a chill in his spine. Suddenly, Lin Mu disappeared in front of the eyes of the 8 men, surprising them. Even the masked man was rather surprised at this occurrence, after he could not see Lin Mu beside him. The masked man then turned to face the attackers and saw Lin Mu standing behind them. Lin Mu triggered the second skill blink and appeared right behind the 8 men. He slashed his short sword at the neck of the mid-stage chi refining realm cultivator and instantly decapitated him. Because his companion was under the effect of the Severing Heart Sutra, he didn't react fast enough. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mu strengthened the short sword with spirit chi wisps and waved his blade again, severing the heads of the 3 body tempering realm experts. Now there were only 4 attackers left, 3 chi cultivators and 1 measly body tempering realm expert. The first person to react was the masked man as he threw one of his daggers at an early stage chi cultivator and then slashed at another. The early stage chi cultivator could not dodge in time as the dagger was buried in his throat, killing him. This reduced the number of attacker to only 3, relieving most of the burden on the duo. The remaining mid-stage chi refining realm cultivator finally reacted and cut at Lin Mu with his own sword while shouting curses at him. Lin Mu dodged the sudden attack by using the first skill flicker and let the attack pass through him effortlessly. Spinning around, Lin Mu seamlessly withdrew a spear from his ring and impaled it into the one remaining body tempering realm expert. The masked man had also clashed with the early stage chi refining realm cultivator and was crossing his sword with him. They exchanged a few blows and seemed to be at nearly the same strength. Lin Mu was still fighting with the other cultivator and was dodging one cut after the other. Lin Mu's superior speed and agility were proving advantageous here. Flitting around in the warehouse, Lin Mu dodged each and every blow. He glanced at the masked man every few seconds to check how the fight was going. Seeing that the masked man would not be able to defeat his opponent quickly, Lin Mu decided to give him a little helping hand. The fierce look reappeared on Lin Mu's face and sent a chill down the spine of the mid-stage chi refining realm cultivator that was fighting him. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra again and targeted the early stage chi cultivator that was fighting the masked man. A dull look suddenly appeared on the face of the early stage chi cultivator as he faltered for a moment. Taking grasp of this opportunity, the masked man ended his life and accomplished his task. Having done this, he looked at Lin Mu and his opponent, but he was shocked as soon as he looked at them. The mid-stage chi cultivator was no longer alive. Lin Mu had used this short time period when the cultivator was distracted by his companion's death to split him in half. Lin Mu looked at the short sword in his hand and marveled at its effectiveness. Truly an excellent specimen of a blade, he praised. Unlike Lin Mu, who was marveling at his blade, the masked man was rather shocked and a little fearful at his display. He was surprised at Lin Mu's sudden disappearance at the start, but attributed to some kind of speed skill. But when he produced weapons out of thin air, he understood that the boy also had a spatial treasure. The masked man was no stranger to spatial treasures and had seen many of them, but in the case of Lin Mu, he was truly shocked. The first point was that how would he get a spatial treasure in such a backward place? Even in Wu Lim City, only influential or rich people had spatial treasures. The second point, which was more shocking, was that the spatial treasure was unlike anything he had seen. The speed at which Lin Mu was able to withdraw a weapon was instant. Even the best spatial treasure he knew of couldn't do a feat like this. And even if he had the highest quality of spatial treasure, just the cost to get one forged would be sky high. That's right, the highest quality spatial treasures couldn't just be bought. There was a big demand for it, but no supply. One could only commission an expert to forge a spatial treasure, and that 2 only top-grade spirit tool refiners could actually make spatial treasures. Even from them, only a master-grade spirit tool refiner could do it, thus making a high-quality spatial treasure no small feat and would require months if not years of work. Just the basic ingredients required to forge a spatial treasure would be worth a huge fortune and needed a long time to gather. This reduced the supply of spatial treasures in the Great Zhou Empire. Besides, there were only a handful of master spirit tool refiners currently in the entire Great Zhou Empire. This resulted in the highest quality spatial treasures being monopolized by the powerful sects and the nobles of the empire and the residing kingdoms. It was in fact considered a sign of authority and influence. If someone saw a person with a spatial tool of this quality anywhere, one would have to be careful with their words and had to avoid offending them. This entire thought train of the masked man led him to misunderstand Lin Mu's status and made him think that he was the disciple of a hidden expert or the heir of a noble clan. I need to inform the Lord quickly. I can't let him make a mistake and offend someone he can't afford to, the masked man thought. The masked man actually had a method of contacting his superiors rather quickly, but it was only meant for the most extreme of the extreme emergencies. Even the arrival and the attack of the culprits was not worth using it according to him, but this demonstration of strength that Lin Mu had just done completely turned his viewpoint and sent his caution reeling. Lin Mu was thinking that revealing his skills had put him at a disadvantage, but unknown to him, it had actually given him a huge advantage. After all the attackers were dead, Lin Mu used his spirit sense to scan their bodies for any hidden weapons and other dangers. Senior Zukong had informed him beforehand of certain tactics that cultivators used in order to eliminate their enemies even after their death. Lin Mu's caution turned out to be beneficial, as he did end up finding something dangerous. There were tiny packets of poison placed behind the face covers of the black-clothed men, which would burst and spread to the person trying to uncover them. A simple yet effective mechanism made it so that the packets of poison did not break from impact and only burst when the face covers were pulled apart. Even the masked man was shocked by this as he exclaimed, "These are no normal cultivators, they are death warriors." Lin Mu turned his head and looked at the masked man with a little confusion. "What are death warriors?" he asked. The masked man gulped before speaking. Death warriors are a special kind of warriors trained by certain clans and organizations for committing highly illegal acts. Just the mere existence of a death warrior is deemed forbidden in the Shuangqian kingdom, as they don't have true identities and only live to die for their owners. "Is this true, Senior Zukong?" Lin Mu asked in his mind. "It is indeed true. Death warriors are a unique breed of warriors in many of the worlds, though the standard may greatly vary. These dead men can barely even be considered cultivators, not to say about true death warriors." Zukong spoke with disdain in his voice. Lin Mu was rather surprised, as this was the first time he had heard Senior Zukong talk in such a disdainful tone. It was as if he felt offended by the mediocrity of these death warriors and did not deem them worthy of their title. Unwilling to question Senior Zukong, Lin Mu just accepted his words calmly. Lin Mu then carefully removed the packets of poison that were hidden in the face covers of the attackers. There was a small clasp hidden near the back of the neck, which when released would allow one to remove the face cover without breaking the poison packets. After removing the face covers of the 8 men, Lin Mu tried to identify them, but he did not find anyone familiar and could not find any common points between them either. They had no identification marks such as tattoos or brands either. Neither did they carry any piece of intelligence such as the letter Lin Mu obtained last time. The masked man also observed the faces of the culprits and did not find them familiar. His eyes then went towards the swords of the 8 culprits. He picked them and observed them closely. He then disassembled the handle of the sword and revealed the base of the sword. There were a few words carved on the base of the sword. They read, "Zhangwei Jin Armaments." Lin Mu curiously looked at what the masked man was doing and paid attention to it. After the words that were carved on the base of the sword were revealed, he was a little surprised. "What is that?" Lin Mu asked. "This should be the marking of the manufacturer." The marked man replied, "Zhangwei Jin Armaments." "Wait, are these from Zhangwei City?" Lin Mu questioned. "They are indeed. They are from one of the biggest armament producers of Zhangwei." The masked man answered. "Then does this mean that the culprits are from Zhangwei City?" Lin Mu wondered. "Not exactly. The Zhangwei Jin Armaments produce so many weapons that they can be found all over the Shuangqian kingdom. This won't help us much," the masked man replied while shaking his head. The masked man then stood up and spoke. "I need to immediately contact my superiors." "So you'll leave now?" Lin Mu asked. The masked man sighed before replying, "No, I have another method." "What?" Lin Mu asked curiously. The masked man did not answer, but instead removed his necklace from his neck and held it in his hand. The necklace looked like a small and thin tube that was hollow. Its thickness was about the same as a chopstick. The man gently lifted the back of his mask and revealed the bottom part of his face. He then brought the tube-shaped necklace up to his lips and blew on it. No sound was produced after the masked man blew on the tube, but a small disc-shaped hole opened on the tube and started spinning. The man kept on blowing on it for a few minutes without stopping. Only when he was completely out of breath did he stop. The masked man seemed completely out of breath, and it was as if this little task took him more effort than the entire battle that he had just gone through. The masked man could not bear it anymore and collapsed down onto the ground while breathing heavily. What happened to him? Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then extended his spirit sense and checked the condition of the masked man. When he saw the spirit chi of the masked man, he got shocked as it was completely depleted. Not a single wisp of it was left remaining inside his dantian. He's in a severe state of chi exhaustion, Zukong spoke. How did he deplete it all, though? It didn't look like he used much of it during the battle either. Lin Mu wondered. It seems like that small tube he's holding is not simple, Zukong replied. Was that perhaps his method of contacting his superiors? Lin Mu questioned. Hey, are you all right? Lin Mu asked with concern. The masked man did not reply and only continued to pant. It seems that the chi exhaustion was much severe than he thought. Why is he so severely affected by this senior? When I had chi exhaustion before I was tired, but not this bad. Lin Mu questioned. Of course you would not be tired. With how vastly that ring is modifying your constitution, it would be a feat to become that exhausted. Zukong thought but did not express it. You are at a higher stage of body tempering realm than him, and you practically also have a superior method of cultivating chi. Your standards are greatly different, so you can't really compare it. Zukong answered Lin Mu. Silently nodding to Senior Zukong, Lin Mu decided to wait for the man to rest a bit. You know, you can give the masked man one of your spirit apples. It will help him recover faster, and you will also be able to observe its effects on him. Zukong suggested after waiting a minute. Lin Mu had eaten a couple of spirit apples that grew on the spirit apple tree that was inside the Garden of Karma. It tasted good to him, and also helped him restore a small amount of spirit chi. The last time he ate a spirit apple, it restored about 25 wisps of spirit chi for him. Senior Zukong had told him that it would not be the same for another person as everyone's constitutions varied and even their metabolism was different. Lin Mu had wanted to try feeding a spirit apple to a normal beast, but Senior Zukong told him that it would not do much except for killing them, perhaps. Lin Mu would have to capture an 8th stage body tempering beast in order to be able to test it, but Senior Zukong then told him that, for him to analyze a beast's constitution would be difficult, as their physiologies were vastly different than humans. He would have to have a higher cultivation level as well as better spirit sense to even attempt that. Now that Lin Mu had this chance to test it on a different person, he wanted to take it. As for whether the masked man would suspect where he got a spirit apple from, that would be rather useless as he had already revealed much more shocking secrets. Something as simple as this would not matter at all. Besides, there was an entire orchard of spirit apples in the northern town. He may as well have bought it normally. He did have the sufficient capital for it. Having made up his mind, Lin Mu withdrew a spirit apple from his ring and put it towards the masked man. The masked man turned to look up and saw the spirit apple in Lin Mu's hand. Go on, take it. It will help you restore your spirit chi, Lin Mu spoke. The man slightly nodded while panting and took the spirit apple from Lin Mu's hand. His mask was already lifted from his mouth, thus he did not have to make the effort again. He placed the spirit apple at his mouth and took a bite. The sweet and tangy juices from the spirit apple spread in his mouth and gave him a little taste of heaven. He chewed for a little bit before swallowing it. As soon as the morsel of the spirit apple reached his stomach, it instantly started releasing the spirit chi stored within it. The wisps of spirit chi started being absorbed from the masked man's stomach and were being pulled into his meridians. The spirit chi wisps traveled through the man's meridians while nourishing his body and relieving his fatigue bit by bit. Feeling the effects of the spirit apple taking place, the masked man no longer hesitated and started devouring the rest of the spirit apple. Bite by bite, the entire spirit apple disappeared into the masked man's stomach. He did not even leave behind the core and ate it all without wasting anything. Soon the spirit chi wisps that were circulating inside the masked man's meridians started settling inside his dantian. A few minutes later the spirit chi had calmed down, and the man's dantian was replenished with spirit chi once again. While all this was happening, Lin Mu was closely observing the masked man's condition. Right from the moment when the masked man had taken the first bite of the spirit apple, Lin Mu had started studying it. His spirit sense was sensing every single wisp of spirit chi that spread inside the masked man's body. Lin Mu learned multiple things from this test. Firstly, he saw the difference between his own dantian and another person's dantian. The difference he found was extremely vast. He found out that the capacity of his dantian was nearly thrice that of the masked man's. The second thing he learned was the meridians of the masked man. He was able to learn the masked man's chi cycle pattern. Lin Mu knew that a cultivator's chi cycle pattern varied depending on the kind of the chi cultivation technique that cultivator was using. This meant that if Lin Mu was able to obtain the breathing technique of the masked man, he may be able to replicate his entire chi cultivation technique. The third thing he learned was the actual effect of the spirit apple itself. While a spirit apple was able to restore around 25 wisps of spirit chi for Lin Mu, it was much more different for the masked man. The spirit apple restored around 80 wisps of spirit chi for the masked man. This difference also surprised Lin Mu. Having learned all this, Lin Mu felt rather satisfied and did not think that he had wasted the spirit apple. The masked man also seemed to be a little surprised by the effect of the spirit apple. He sensed his dantian and found that his store of spirit chi had been replenished by 80 wisps. It had only been 10 minutes and he had restored such a large amount. If he cultivated normally, it would take him nearly 2 hours to replenish the same amount on his own. The effectiveness of this spirit apple was surprising to the masked man. He had eaten a spirit apple before and had experienced its effect. This does not seem like a normal spirit apple. It has more than double the amount of spirit chi in it, the masked man thought. The masked man then looked up at Lin Mu with a strange expression that was hidden beneath his mask. A person with such a distinguished identity as his was bound to be different. Even a normal spirit apple is so much more potent. The masked man spoke to himself. It's fine, the quicker you recover, the better it will be. We don't know if more of those men would come. Lin Mu replied. The masked man remembered the severity of the current situation and nodded. You're right, though we may not have to worry as much. My companions should be here soon. The masked man spoke while looking outside the warehouse. Lin Mu then looked at the strange tube-shaped necklace hanging in the masked man's neck and thought about it. Is that necklace a spirit tool that's used to contact your companions? Lin Mu curiously asked. The masked man turned around after hearing Lin Mu's question and sighed again. No, it's not a spirit tool. Well, not completely, but it does allow me to contact my companions. The masked man answered. Seeing that the masked man was unwilling to explain further, Lin Mu did not probe either. But he did ask Senior Zukong about it. It may be some kind of primitive spirit tool, seeing as it did consume his entire store of spirit chi, Zukong answered. Hearing about a new term, the curiosity within Lin Mu was ignited once again. Zukong instantly understood this and started explaining it before Lin Mu even had the chance to ask. Zukong was rather satisfied by the curiosity Lin Mu showed. It was good that he had a penchant for learning. Primitive spirit tool can simply be considered to be an incomplete spirit tool. While a primitive tool may have the structure of a spirit tool, it does not have the necessary formations and the chi circuits placed on it, Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded after hearing Senior Zukong's words and walked ahead to stand with the masked man. He joined the masked man and looking out of the door of the old warehouse. The night sky was lit up with the moon and the stars, spreading their luminance all across it. Lin Mu soon observed a group of masked figures running across the roofs of the buildings. 30 minutes ago, somewhere in a silent and decrepit alley located inside the northern town, an individual dressed in dark blue clothes and a featureless mask knocked on the door of a shop. The individual knocked in a certain pattern and on different places on the door. A minute later, the door silently opened, and the individual walked inside. The door immediately closed, revealing an old woman behind it. The old woman did not speak anything and just gestured for the masked individual to follow her. She brought him to another room inside the shop before closing down the door of that room as well. The old woman then looked at the masked individual and spoke, "Show me the crest." The masked individual then pulled out a small metallic plate that was hexagonal in shape from their pocket. The masked individual handed the hexagonal metal plate to the old woman, who quickly snatched it from him. After taking it, the old woman glanced at it for a second before inserting it into a small opening that was hidden in the seam of the wall behind her. As soon as she inserted the hexagonal plate, a clicking sound was heard, and then the sound of gears moving could be heard. Soon, a rectangular outline appeared on the wall. A wooden panel then shifted to reveal the passage behind it. The old woman then looked at the masked individual and spoke again. "They're waiting for you." The masked individual silently nodded before walking through the new opening in the wall. After the masked individual was gone, the wooden panel automatically shifted and closed the entrance of the passage. The masked individual walked for a few meters straight before reaching a staircase that descended deeper into the ground. The staircase was dark, unlike the dimly lit passage. Thus, the masked individual picked up a lamp that was hanging on the wall and walked downstairs. The masked individual must have walked for 5 minutes before reaching the end of the staircase. One could only imagine how deep the stairs went into the ground. At the end of the staircase, there was another door. The masked individual held the handle of the door and pushed it open, revealing the brightly lit room behind it. Quickly closing the door, the individual walked inside. "You're late," a voice spoke inside the brightly lit room. The masked individual turned towards the source of the voice and replied, "I found a few more clues of those people." The voice of the masked individual was feminine and cold, making one feel the chill on their skin. The masked individual then removed their mask, which revealed a beautiful face that was marred by a scar that extended from the left temple to the chin. The masked individual was actually a woman. "And what kind of clues did you notice?" the voice asked. "Whoever they are, they have been going to the northern forest every day. I also found a few traces of blood on the route towards the northern forest," the unmasked woman replied. "We'll investigate it then." The voice spoke as it got closer. Soon a man appeared in front of the woman. The man had short hair and was wearing dark blue clothes similar to that of the woman's. He had an average face that one did not find peculiar. "Any new information?" the woman asked. "Nothing in particular." Most of our companions are still out doing their task, while the rest returned an hour ago to report. You're the only one who was late. The man replied and took a pause. Well, not just you. Hai-Wen has not returned yet either. The man added. Why is he late? He's the most punctual of us all. The woman asked. Hai-Wen was assigned a tailing mission recently. He's been on it for a few days now. The man answered. Tailing mission. Did they find a potential suspect? The woman questioned. We do not know. He was directly informed by the leader. The man answered. We'll just have to wait for him then, I guess. The woman replied while walking towards a chair. Perhaps. The masked man spoke with an uneasy voice. The woman noticed the man's unease but did not question it, rather choosing to rest on the chair for a bit. The man also sat down on a chair nearby and closed his eyes. A few minutes passed until a very high-pitched sound could be heard in the room. The pair of man and woman abruptly stood up with their eyes wide open. 5 more people came out from a door that was to the left of the room. Someone has triggered the emergency signal. They all spoke in unison. The man then led the 6 people to a room that was situated across the hall. He pulled out a key from his pocket and opened the door. Inside this room, multiple tables were placed, and on these tables, tens of rectangular plates were kept. Currently, one of these rectangular plates seemed to be making the high-pitched sound. A disc-shaped opening had appeared on the rectangular plate, and the circular plate that was cut out from it was spinning rapidly. The circular plate spun for about 2 minutes before stopping. Tense expressions could be seen on the faces of each and every person in the room. Whose plate is it? One of the persons asked. The woman walked forward to check the name that was written below the rectangular plate. It's Hai-Wen. The woman exclaimed. His target. Hai-Wen is on a tailing mission. He must have been compromised. The short-haired man spoke. Quick, we can still save him if we reach there now. The woman spoke, but we don't have everyone here. Hai-Wen signaled the highest level of emergency. It rung for 2 whole minutes. He must have depleted all his spirit chi. One of the men spoke. No, if he's out of spirit chi, we need to be even more quick or he won't survive for long. The woman protested. That's it. We leave right this moment, the short-haired man declared. None of the people dared to question the short-haired man's words as they all got ready. A minute later, everyone was equipped with their featureless masks and had their swords at their backs. They started leaving the underground room one by one and reached the shop that was located at the top. The wooden panel in the wall opened, and all of the masked individuals walked out. The old woman that was sitting in the shop noticed this and came out to see them. An emergency, who? The old woman asked with a grim voice. Hai-Wen. The short-haired man replied. I'll inform the leader. The old woman said before walking aside and bringing out a cage that had a gray pigeon perched within. We'll leave first. The short-haired man uttered before leaving the shop along with the others. The old woman quickly wrote something on a small piece of paper before rolling it up and inserting it into a small tube that was tied to the pigeon's leg. She then picked up the pigeon and released it outside. The pigeon swiftly flew away to the south. The 7 masked individuals were running across the roofs of the buildings silently. From their speed, one could tell that they were all chi cultivators. The 7 masked individuals ran for about 5 minutes before they reached the residential district. His target was located in the residential district, so he should be nearby. The short-haired man spoke before taking out a small compass. The compass did not have any markings and only had a pointer. The masked man looked at the compass for a second before turning towards the eastern direction. They ran for 2 more minutes before an old warehouse appeared in front of them in the distance. There he is, the masked woman exclaimed. But who's that person with him? One of the masked men questioned. We'll know soon. Get your weapons ready. The short-haired man spoke. Lin Mu was looking at the masked individuals that were running on the roofs of the buildings and coming towards him. The masked man beside him noticed this as well and looked at them. They're finally here. The masked man spoke while sighing with relief. Lin Mu watched as the 7 masked individuals soon reached them with their weapons drawn. The masked individual that was standing at the front came forward and pointed at him with his sword. Get away from him. The short-haired man spoke. The masked man that was standing beside Lin Mu suddenly felt alarmed upon hearing the man's words and walked forward to stand in front of Lin Mu. Lower your sword, Captain. He means no harm. The masked man hurriedly informed. The short-haired man stared at him for a few seconds before speaking. Fine. Now tell me, why did you use the emergency signal when you are completely fine here? Come see. The masked man spoke shortly while gesturing to the other men. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes upon seeing the forceful attitude of the masked man's companions. He felt a little annoyed having swords pointed at him, but did not mind it as he understood their caution. He then watched them as they walked inside the old warehouse. The masked man's companions seemed visibly shocked upon seeing the many corpses that were lying around in the warehouse. At least that's what Lin Mu was able to perceive from whatever he got from the masked individuals. A minute later, the masked men seemed to have grasped the situation. Are they the culprits? The captain of the masked individuals asked. Yes, they are. The masked man that was accompanying Lin Mu informed. One of the masked man's companion was about to check one of the corpses when Lin Mu suddenly shouted, Careful, there's poison on their bodies. The captain of the masked individuals turned towards the masked man in question. They are death warriors, the masked man informed. An audible gasp could be heard coming from one of the masked individuals. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon hearing the gasp and could swear that it was a woman's. The masked man who had been accompanying Lin Mu sensed everyone's shock and then spoke. Let me explain from the start. Few minutes passed as the masked man explained the entire series of events that happened, from Lin Mu detecting him and fighting him, to them finding the two mercenary corpses in the old warehouse, and then the assault of the death warriors. During the entire explanation, all of the men kept silent and listened intently. A few more minutes passed and the explanation finally ended. After ending the explanation, the masked man gestured the captain of the masked individuals to come close to him. He then whispered something in his ears that made the captain's breathing audibly disturbed. This boy is now considered as our ally, the captain of the masked individuals declared. None of the people protested as they all nodded in acceptance. They all had heard the strength and the skills of the boy in front of them, thus they certainly did not want to fight him. Besides, having an additional ally that was this strong was only beneficial to them. Now that we have this at our back, can you please tell me your names? Getting confused at this point, Lin Mu asked in a friendly tone. Yes, I believe introductions are in order. My name is Hai Wen. The masked man who had been accompanying Lin Mu answered. My name is Hai Bao. The captain of masked individuals who had short hair answered. My name is Hai Shi. The masked woman replied. One by one, the rest of the masked men reported their names. Lin Mu was a little surprised upon hearing that all of their surnames were the same. Why do you all have the same surname? Lin Mu curiously asked. We all took up the surname when we joined our lord. Hai Wen spoke. We are called as the High Corps. Hai Bao added. Is this all of you or are there more? Lin Mu questioned. There are more of us, of course, but I can't tell you how many. Hai Bao answered. That's fine. Now, what do we do about this situation? Lin Mu replied while gesturing towards the multiple corpses. We will take them away and have them looked at. The higher-ups should be able to find some clues from them, hopefully. Hai Bao replied. A few of the masked men started gathering the corpses together. We still have a huge problem on our hands, though. The people from the neighborhood, they're not awakening. Hai Wen spoke. I think I know what happened to them. Hai Shi replied. You do? Lin Mu probed. I don't know the exact cause for this, but I know that they should wake up after a few hours. Hai Shi answered. How do you know this? Hai Wen and Lin Mu questioned together. I've seen it happen before in another town. Hai Shi answered with a cold voice. Hai Wen and Hai Bao instantly understood Hai Shi's tone and did not ask further. Lin Mu too saw the hint of anger in her voice, hence did not ask to clarify. Though, Captain, we have found a major piece of evidence. Hai Wen spoke with a little enthusiasm in his voice. Hai Bao nodded and gestured for Hai Wen to stop. Not here. We'll talk after getting to the safe house. Hai Bao spoke. We need to transport these bodies quickly before the guards come here. One of the other masked men spoke. Yes, we can't let them find out. The guards are involved in this too. Lin Mu suddenly spoke. Is this true? Hai Bao asked. Unfortunately it is, but it's better if we discuss it later. Hai Wen answered. I would be willing to show you the proof as well. Lin Mu added. Very well, we shall be leaving now then. Everyone grab a body, or whatever parts there are. Hai Bao ordered after looking at the dismembered and decapitated corpses. Lin Mu could have very well just stored all the corpses in his ring and made the work easier, but Senior Zukong advised him to wait and not reveal this yet. While the High Corps knew that he had a spatial storage treasure, they did not know the capacity of it. Lin Mu took up Senior Zukong's advice and decided against storing the corpses in the ring. Besides, for cultivators such as them, bearing the weight of a corpse would be no trouble. It indeed proved to be true as everyone picked up a corpse and started running without any restraint on them. Hai Bao guided them towards the safe house while keeping an eye out for guards or any other people. They did end up seeing some guards rushing towards the residential district. While it was Lin Mu who had chosen to go inform the guards before, he had met and fought Hai Wen. Hence he did not reach the barracks and did not have the chance to inform the guards. This is strange. I never informed the guards. Lin Mu spoke. It must have been your companions from the night vigil, probably. Hai Wen guessed. I hope so. Lin Mu replied with an unsure tone. 15 minutes later, Lin Mu and the rest of the High Corps reached the dark and decrepit alley in which their safe house was located. Hai Bao seemed to be a little nervous upon reaching the safe house and seemed to be looking around a lot while swiveling his neck. Looks like he hasn't refined his spirit sense yet either. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to probe the High Corps with his spirit sense to find out their cultivation bases, but did not do that as it could be considered to be an offense. Wanting to maintain his allied relations for now, he chooses to avoid that. Lin Mu then saw Hai Bao knocking on the door of a shop in a particular pattern. He himself had seen this shop before a long time ago, but had never bothered to go in and check what they sold. There was no signboard hanging over it either, thus it made it harder for one to know its purpose. After Hai Bao knocked on the door of the shop, it opened and the face of an old woman was revealed. She glanced at everyone carrying corpses on their backs for a second before finally settling on Lin Mu's face. She just threw a questioning gaze on to Hai Bao and did not speak. Hai Bao just nodded in response. The old woman then gestured for everyone to come inside. Lin Mu and the rest walked in with Hai Bao leading them. Lin Mu then saw the inside of the old shop. While it was not explicitly dusty or dirty, the items kept in the room did seem to be mottled due to age. There were mostly paper scrolls, brushes, inkstones, inkwells, parchment paper, sheepskin, silk scrolls, and a variety of other materials that may be used in writing and literary arts present in the shop. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this shop. He did not think a shop like this ever existed in the northern town. Literary supplies like these weren't really needed as much in a small town like the northern town. There were indeed other shops that sold writing materials in the town, but they did not sell them exclusively as this shop did instead. They sold them in addition to other sundries. Especially for high-end supplies such as the silk scrolls and the inkstones, there was a very small demand. People preferred to use normal paper scrolls and lamp black for writing instead. The old woman then took them to another room at the side and took out a hexagonal metal plate. She then inserted it into a small opening in the wall. Soon the wooden panel of the wall shifted, and an opening was revealed. The old woman went to another room and left them on their own. Hai Bao then picked a lamp with his free hand and took them to the actual safe house that was located at the bottom of the shop. Lin Mu and the rest of the High Corps were currently walking on the stairs that led to the entrance of the safe house. The stairs were dark, but the lamp that Hai Bao was holding helped to dispel the darkness, allowing them to watch their steps. We must be at least 50 meters deep underground, Zhukong spoke. We are. How much time must have been needed to build this passage? Lin Mu internally exclaimed. Use your spirit sense to check the walls. I'm finding them to be a little strange, Zhukong spoke. Yes, senior, Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu then used his spirit sense to probe the walls and found out the walls were a little hollow, and there was an empty pocket behind the plain wall. The brick walls of the passage seemed to have been added later to make it look much more smoother. The actual walls of the passage were hidden behind these walls and seemed to be made out of completely solid rocks. This place does not seem dug out, senior. It's actually a cave. Lin Mu reported his findings. Indeed, digging such a deep tunnel would have been immensely difficult, especially in a town. This cave should have existed here for a long time. Zhukong replied. Lin Mu nodded in response and continued following Hai Bao. Soon they reached the end of the staircase and came upon a door. The door was plain and did not seem to have a lock or a latch. Hai Bao pushed it open and walked inside. The others too walked in and then closed the door. The room was brightly lit up, and Lin Mu felt a little uncomfortable after traveling in dim light for a while. A minute later his eyes adjusted, and he no longer felt any discomfort. He looked around in the room and found that its walls were also made up of bricks. There were 3 doors in the room, with one being the one they came from. The other 2 were located to the left and right of the entrance door. The room was a little large and seemed more like a hallway than an actual room. Except for a few chairs and a table placed in the room, it was relatively empty. Let's go, we need to store these corpses in the storage or they will start decaying soon. Hai Bao spoke to everyone while gesturing them to follow. He then went towards the room that was at the left and swung open the door. Another room came into their sights, but this one was different. This room had weapons and other pieces of equipment set up on stands. In this room, he opened another door and showed them in. This was the room intended for storage. The room was much more colder than the other rooms and had stone walls, unlike the brick ones. There were a few miscellaneous items placed around the room, but nothing valuable. Hai Bao then placed down the corpse he was carrying to the side. The others too placed them down in a single file, allowing them to view them with ease. After everyone was done with this small task, Hai Bao looked at Lin Mu and spoke. So what's this evidence you were speaking about earlier? Hai Bao questioned. Lin Mu withdrew the small blood-stained letter he had obtained from his attackers and presented it to Hai Bao. This is what I was talking about. I obtained this from the men who attacked me earlier. Lin Mu answered. Hai Bao looked at the message written on the letter and read it out loud for everyone to hear. Strained expressions appeared on everyone's face except for Lin Mu after hearing the message that was written on the letter. So it seems there are more of these death warriors out there. Hai Wen spoke, not exactly. The ones that I found were not death warriors. Lin Mu replied. A complex expression could be seen on Hai Bao's face as he was lost in his thoughts for a minute. How did you reach the conclusion that the men that attacked you previously and the ones you fought today are the same? Hai Bao asked. It was because of the way they dealt with the corpse. They tied their wounds after their death. Lin Mu answered. Indeed, their target was Ganma the hunter before this, Hai Wen added. You mean one of the 2 hunters that are cultivators? Hai Shi asked. Yes, that Ganma. Let me just show you. Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu then withdrew Ganma's corpse from his ring and placed it on the ground for everyone to look at. Hai Bao nodded after looking at the corpse for a moment before speaking again. You also said that the guards were involved in this. What did you mean by that? Hai Bao questioned. Yes, the vice captain of the town's guards Han Su was one of the persons that attacked me. Lin Mu answered. Seeing that the people were still a little reluctant, Lin Mu decided to just show them all of the corpses of the attackers. If Lin Mu withdrawing the corpse of Ganma did not move the High Court at the start, him bringing out 6 more corpses definitely shocked them. Before this, only Hai Wen and Hai Bao knew about Lin Mu's spatial treasure, but now with him withdrawing the corpses, everyone here knew that he had a high-quality spatial treasure. Their looks towards him seemed to be filled with a mix of shock, awe, and fear. Lin Mu could understand the shock, but not the awe and fear. It seems they fear your status, Zukong spoke. My status? Lin Mu questioned. They probably developed a misunderstanding after seeing you have a spatial treasure. They should be pretty rare in a low-level world like this after all. Zukong answered. Use this misunderstanding to your advantage, Zukong added before going silent again. As you wish, senior. Lin Mu responded in his mind. Though after seeing the condition of the corpses, Lin Mu withdrew. The expressions of the people became more dreadful, especially after seeing the corpse that had a huge hole in his chest, which was caused by Lin Mu using the boulder collapsing fist. What did this kid do to inflict such a huge hole? It was as if it exploded from the inside, Hai Wen thought. The members of the High Court had seen a lot of gruesome sights, but even for them, the level of carnage Lin Mu inflicted was a little too much to digest. If what Hai Wen said is true, then this kid should already be at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm, Hai Bao thought as he swallowed his saliva. Forcibly calming himself down, Hai Bao spoke again. Okay, so what more do we know? Does anyone else have something to add? Hai Bao asked. Hai Shi then reported the clues that she had found outside the town, on the route towards the northern forest. I think that was caused by me. That's the place where I fought these men. Lin Mu spoke with an awkward tone. A fallen expression could be seen on Hai Shi's face as she sighed but did not speak anything. The other members also reported their findings, but none of them were considered to be significant or useful for Hai Bao. Though Lin Mu caught onto some words that one of the members of High Court had said, he had reported that a black market shipment that was being smuggled recently disappeared. He said that the contents of it were likely to be some kind of prohibited substances. Could it be the memory-confounding poison? Lin Mu muttered. Hai Shi, who was standing beside Lin Mu, heard his words and spoke. Wait, memory-confounding poison. Why do you think it is that? Oh, I found a vial on one of the attackers. Lin Mu replied casually while withdrawing the said vial from his ring. Everyone took a step back in sync upon seeing the vial in Lin Mu's hand. Of course, the disappearance of the mercenaries from their camp. They were affected by the memory-confounding poison. One of the men of the High Corps exclaimed. Well, that solves some part of the mystery for us at least. Hai Bao spoke with a slightly relieved tone. We should wait till the morning. The higher-ups should be coming soon, Hai Bao spoke. Yeah, they should be able to find something on these corpses, something that we missed, Wei Shi added. Seeing that everyone was agreeing, Lin Mu went with the flow. So what do I do now? I still want some answers from your superiors. Lin Mu spoke with a straight tone. I already know that. After the higher-ups come in the morning, I'll inform them of your request, Hai Bao replied, though I think the Lord will be personally interested in you now. Hai Bao spoke internally. Hai Bao then gestured for everyone to disperse. Hai Wen looked at Lin Mu and spoke. Lin Mu nodded and followed Hai Wen to another room. Seems like someone is targeting the cultivators in the town. Lin Mu casually spoke while walking with Hai Wen. We suspected that too initially, but seeing the evidence, I guess we confirmed it. Nearly all of the cultivators of Northern Town are gone now. Hai Wen replied. Oh no, not all. There's still old man Jingwei. Lin Mu subconsciously spoke. The surprised shout of Hai Wen attracted the attention of a few people, including Hai Bao, who was following from the back and was apparently heading towards the same location as them. What did you say? Hai Wen asked with a perplexed expression. Lin Mu had thought that the High Corps must have known about Old Man Jing as well, since they had information about all of the cultivators that were in the town. By now Hai Bao had also come close and seemed to be interested in their conversation. What happened here? Hai Bao questioned. Captain, I think we missed some intelligence about another cultivator that lives in the town and Lin Mu here knows about him. Hai Wen replied. Hai Wen was wondering if their intelligence collection ability had really fallen so far behind that even a kid knew more about things now. What cultivator are you talking about? Hai Bao asked again. Old Man Jing, Lin Mu stated. Hai Bao's expression suddenly fell upon hearing the name, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Hai Wen saw the changes on Hai Bao's face and wondered if something wrong had happened. Is there something wrong, Captain? Hai Wen asked with concern. No, nothing. As for the cultivator Lin Mu's talking about, I know about it. Hai Bao answered after taking a deep breath. You do? Hai Wen questioned in surprise. Yes, I've known about it, and so does the Lord as well. Hai Bao answered. Why did we not know about this then? Hai Wen asked curiously. Well, he's in the same category as Lin Mu. We were strictly warned not to be involved him. Hai Bao answered while wiping the sweat off his brow. We've been having so many difficult scenarios lately. Don't you think that we should have been informed? Who knows if this cultivator could have been involved in it? Hai Wen protested. I can guarantee that he's not, Lin Mu declared after hearing the conversation. So considering our current situation, I'll ask the leader to brief you about it in the morning when she comes. Hai Bao spoke. Hai Wen still seemed dissatisfied, but then looked at the unwilling faces of Hai Bao and Lin Mu. Even if he could protest against his captain's orders a bit, he couldn't do the same for a person like Lin Mu. Hai Wen took a deep breath and calmed down before thinking for himself. If this person called Old Man Jing is in the same category as Lin Mu, then his status must be nothing to scoff at. While we still don't know Lin Mu's exact background, it does not seem the same for Old Man Jing. Captain Hai Bao seemed rather alarmed, and he's unfazed by most things, Hai Wen thought. Lin Mu saw that Hai Wen had gone still for a few seconds, thus understood that he must be thinking. He let him be for a minute before interrupting him. Hai Wen, Lin Mu called out. Hai Wen then snapped out from his thoughts and looked at Lin Mu. Ah yes, let's go, Hai Wen replied. Hai Wen then guided Lin Mu to the room used for resting. The room was very simple and only had a few beds along with some chairs and tables. Lin Mu looked around the room and assessed it. The room had the same brick walls as before, but when Lin Mu used his spirit sense to probe them, he found that the walls were freestanding and did not have anything behind them. The back of the walls was completely hollow and was unlike the passage where there was a rock wall behind the brick wall. The brick walls themselves were only about a foot thick. Lin Mu could not gauge how far back the rock walls must be as his spirit sense was dampened after traveling through a foot of solid wall. Is this place a cave? Lin Mu muttered. Hai Wen was still a little involved in his thoughts, thus could not hear what Lin Mu said properly. Did you say something? Hai Wen asked. Oh no, nothing. Lin Mu answered, not wanting to bother with it for now. Hai Wen just nodded and gestured towards the beds. You can take whichever bed you want for resting. The leader should be here in the morning, or if we're lucky, before daybreak, Hai Wen answered. Lin Mu nodded and then thought for a second before asking, what more can you tell me about this leader of yours? Honestly, I don't know much other than that she's a woman and is the closest person to our lord. You can ask her yourself in the morning when she comes. Until then, just wait, Hai Wen asked while shrugging his shoulders. Lin Mu nodded and just picked a bed randomly to rest on. He did not choose to sleep, but instead just decided to cultivate till the morning. He sat down cross-legged on the bed and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Over the few weeks, Lin Mu's control over his spirit chi had increased, and now he could actually control it without the use of the Severing Heart Sutra. But even so, chanting the Severing Heart Sutra increased the efficiency by multiple times. By now, Lin Mu had also understood what kind of effect the Severing Heart Sutra had on other people. It would erase their emotions instantly, which caused them to enter a dazed state. People needed time to adapt to this emotionless state, thus they kind of shut down when they were targeted by the Severing Heart Sutra. Though Lin Mu still thought that there were more methods to use the Severing Heart Sutra than just this. He just had to figure them out. Lin Mu also thought that he needed to increase his proficiency with the sutras more. He had also seen the effect of the Calming Heart Sutra on other people and knew that it was not as useful to use it on other people for now. It was just that he could not think of many situations that would warrant the use of the Calming Heart Sutra. He knew what had happened to the town when he entered the enlightened state, hence knew what the full potential of the Calming Heart Sutra could be like. While Lin Mu was chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and cultivating, Hai Wen was observing him. He could hear some esoteric chants that were coming out of Lin Mu's lips and did not know what to make of it. The chants seemed mysterious to him, and he could not understand them at all. Instead, if he focused on the words that Lin Mu was chanting, Hai Wen himself started feeling very nervous. It was as if he was forbidden from hearing the chants and something bad would happen to him. But Hai Wen was curious and wanted to know more about Lin Mu. He wanted to provide his lord with as much information as he could. Thus decided to try anyway and started to listen to Lin Mu's chants with full focus while closing his eyes. At first, Hai Wen only felt uncomfortable, but soon the feeling started intensifying. 5 minutes later, he no longer just felt uncomfortable, but instead felt as if there were needles poking on his skin. He gritted his teeth and continued focusing on the chants while bearing the pain from the illusory needles. 15 minutes passed, and at this time, Hai Wen seemed to have lost himself in his mind. He was still feeling the needles on his skin, but could not open his eyes anymore. It was as if something had trapped him in his own mind. He tried to escape this state, but could not. 30 more minutes passed, and by now Hai Wen felt as if he was going insane. He wanted to end this state and was cursing himself for choosing to do this. The feeling of needles on his skin had long since disappeared, but now there was something much more worse. Hai Wen's vision suddenly returned, and he could see again. What is this? Hai Wen said as he looked around. Hai Wen could tell that his eyes were actually still physically closed, and he was just imagining this, though he was still hearing the esoteric chants in his ears as well. Hai Wen then saw a mystical fog appearing in front of him. The fog started moving in different ways, and then congealed to form innumerable swords. The swords danced in the air and moved to form various images. Hai Wen could see some vague figures in these images, but could not tell who they were. He tried to get closer so that he could see it clearly, but this seemed to have annoyed the swords. The swords danced and formed an image of a man with unrecognizable features. This man formed by the sword images seemed to have noticed him and became angry. He then pointed at Hai Wen and shouted, "Sever." The swords that were dancing suddenly stopped and pointed at Hai Wen. Hai Wen saw this and got terrified. "No, no, no, stop this," he shouted, but to no avail. The swords rushed towards him at the speed of light and split him into millions of pieces. These million pieces then were again split by the swords into billions of pieces. This kept on going till not even a single trace of Hai Wen was left behind. "Wake up, Hai Wen, wake up," multiple voices shouted. Hai Wen's eyes suddenly opened wide and he sat up straight. He looked around and saw all of his companions surrounding him, while Hai Bao had his hands on his shoulders and was shaking him. Hai Wen's eyes were bloodshot and his nose was bleeding. Lin Mu was woken up by the commotion that was happening in the room a while back. He had been cultivating the entire night and had been sitting in the same position. When he woke up, he saw one of the members of the High Court trying to wake up Hai Wen, who had apparently fallen asleep on the bed near him. Hai Wen was not responding and was bleeding from his nose as well. Lin Mu did not know what happened and guessed the worst. Was he perhaps affected by some kind of poison? Lin Mu thought to himself, that's difficult to say. Heavens know that you two came in contact with multiple poisons last night. It could have been one of them. Zukong replied. By now, the frantic shouting of Hai Wen's companion had attracted the attention of other people as well. Even Hai Bao had reached there and had taken over the duty to try and wake Hai Wen up. Seeing that Hai Wen was still not responding to Hai Bao's and other attempts, Lin Mu decided to tell them. He may be affected by some kind of poison, perhaps the same one that affected the town's residents. Lin Mu stated. Hai Bao and the others listened to his words and turned around. Yes, of course, they did tell us that before. Hai Shi spoke. It could indeed be the same poison that's affecting the residents, but still, why is he bleeding from his nose? Another member added. Whatever it may be, at least he's still breathing. Let's try a few other methods. Hai Fen, go and get some of the smelling salts. Hai Bao ordered one of his companions. The man named Hai Fen instantly left the room and rushed to get the smelling salts. He returned a minute later with a small vial of smelling salts in his hand. Hai Fen then handed the vial to Hai Bao, who popped its cork open and held it under the nose of Hai Wen while the others shouted. Suddenly Hai Wen shot up and sat upright. The others looked at his bloodshot eyes, which had a hint of madness mixed in them. Hai Shi gulped and looked at the distressed expression of Hai Wen. What happened to you, Hai Wen? Hai Bao asked. Hai Wen did not speak for a minute as it took him a while to return to his senses and determine where he was. I'm back, Hai Wen exclaimed in relief. At this point, Hai Bao was getting seriously worried about Hai Wen's condition. He was really starting to think that Lin Mu's suggestion that Hai Wen got poisoned was true. Hai Bao nudged Hai Wen, prompting him to speak. I was in a different place, a nightmare perhaps. Hai Wen spoke between his breaths. Hai Bao saw that Hai Wen was not in the right condition to talk, thus let him rest. Come talk to me later when you're fine, for now just rest, Hai Bao ordered. Hai Wen just nodded and did not speak anything. He laid down back on the bed and thought about what he had experienced. What was that? Was that just a dream? It certainly didn't feel like it. The pain, it was too real, Hai Wen thought. It only happened because I kept on listening to the esoteric chants that Lin Mu was uttering. I need to inform the captain and the leader about this. He is potentially much more dangerous than we think, Hai Wen determined. The other members of the High Court, except for Hai Shi, had left the room along with Hai Bao. Hai Shi was currently standing beside Lin Mu and was talking to him. This thing about Hai Wen, do you really think it was caused due to some kind of poison? Hai Shi asked. It seemed like it at first, but I don't know anymore. I thought he was also affected by the same kind of condition that the townsmen are suffering. Lin Mu replied, it is somewhat similar to it, but the bleeding that happened does not match and neither does him awakening because of the smelling salts. Hai Shi spoke. That's true. Oh yes, what's the time now? It should be nearly morning, I think, Lin Mu asked. Lin Mu actually could not tell the time, as he was rather lost in his cultivation. He had felt that he progressed a little in his comprehension of the Severing Heart Sutra somehow. He could feel that his sensitivity has been enhanced by a certain amount. It will be morning in an hour. The sun has not risen yet, Hai Shi answered. Has your leader not arrived yet? Lin Mu questioned. She should be arriving any time now, Hai Shi answered. While talking with Hai Shi, Lin Mu could not help but look at the scar on her face. When he originally came to the safe house, everyone was still wearing their masks, thus he had not seen anyone's faces then. Only when he was disturbed by the frantic shouting of the people and stopped his cultivation session did he see some of their faces, though even now, except for Hai Wen, Hai Bao, and Hai Shi, he still hadn't seen the others' faces. Hai Shi saw that Lin Mu kept on looking at her face and knew that it was because of the scar. She didn't mind it as she had already come to terms with it and was used to it, though wearing the mask still helped save her some time as she didn't have to explain it to people every time. I got it when I was around your age, Hai Shi spoke. Lin Mu snapped from his thought upon hearing Hai Shi speak. Got what? Lin Mu awkwardly spoke. The scar you've been looking at, Hai Shi spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Lin Mu felt a little embarrassed at being caught but did not deny it. How did you get it then? If you don't mind me asking, Lin Mu probed. My village was attacked by some unknown people a long time ago. I was the only survivor. Haishi replied with an emotionless tone. Oh, I'm sorry. Lin Mu apologized in sympathy. It doesn't matter now, it all happened a long time ago. Haishi replied while shaking her head. At least I met the Lord because of it. Haishi added with respect in her eyes. Speaking of your Lord, what kind of person is he? Lin Mu asked curiously, while his eyes flickered with a strange gleam and his lips moved inaudibly. Haishi was looking away from Lin Mu's face currently, thus did not notice the look in his eyes. She just felt strangely calm and relaxed, which made her wonder why. Our Lord is a benevolent person who helped us in our most desperate times. He pulled us from the depths of despair and gave us our current standing. He taught us to cultivate, and we pledged to join him in fulfilling his goals. We owe our lives to him. Haishi spoke in a deeply respectful tone that bordered on obsession. Haishi didn't even realize that what she was uttering in her current state. She just kept on uttering without stopping. Though most of what she spoke of was the praises of their Lord, she only stopped when she was called by one of her companions. She then nodded to Lin Mu absent-mindedly and went to attend to her companion. Only after she left the room did she suddenly think, why did I just say all that? That isn't like me, Haishi thought with alarm. After Haishi was gone from the room, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. You were right, senior. They seem abnormally obsessed with this Lord of theirs. At least your Calming Heart Sutra helped us in determining this, though I would say you should stay alert when meeting the leader of their group. Zukong replied. Indeed, Lin Mu had just used the Calming Heart Sutra to influence the mind of Haishi. Senior Zukong had just suggested him to try using it on people while asking them questions. Lin Mu had seen the effects of the Calming Heart Sutra before, but this was another addition method that Senior Zukong had come up with. Zukong had been analyzing the effects of the sutras every time Lin Mu used them, and had concluded that they could be used to influence the mind of a person. Zukong knew that it won't be 100% effective, but knew that if it was used in the right situation, while asking the right questions, it could be rather effective. The first attempt had proved that the Calming Heart Sutra could be used in this method as well. At a certain distance away from the northern town, a carriage was traveling at great speed. It was moving towards the town and seemed to be coming from the direction of Wu Lim City. The carriage was being pulled by 4 black stallions that looked robust and hardy. Every step of theirs made a loud clopping sound that traveled far. The carriage was lightly decorated, yet still looked elegant. A man dressed in the clothes of an official was sitting at its helm and was driving it. 4 more men dressed in black clothes and large straw hats were following the carriage from behind. They were riding similar-looking horses and seemed to be traveling at the same speed as the carriage so as to keep up with it. Inside the carriage, 4 more people were currently sitting. Except for one person, all of them seemed to be extremely alert, and they were wearing featureless masks. Out of the 4 persons, only one person was a woman, and she had a veil on her face that hid her features. This woman was currently sitting in a meditative posture and seemed to be cultivating. The carriage driver that was sitting at the front of the carriage turned to the back and knocked on the front window of the carriage. One of the masked men sitting inside the carriage opened the window and looked at the carriage driver. We're about to enter the town. The carriage driver said. Anything abnormal? The masked man asked. Fortunately, nothing. Except for the absence of the snow today, everything seems normal. The carriage driver answered. The masked man nodded and closed the front window. The closed eyes of the veiled woman trembled for a moment before returning to normal. The carriage soon reached the southern entrance of the northern town and was halted by the guards. The 4 men that were following behind it also stopped in tandem. The guard who stopped the carriage came forward and looked at the carriage. All the people that are inside the carriage, come out and show us your faces, the guard ordered. The man who was the carriage driver paid no heed to his words and simply withdrew a small bronze plate from his sleeves. He then held it out for the guards to see. The guard came close and used the lamp he was carrying to illuminate and observe the bronze plate. The instant the guard saw the bronze plate, he tensed up and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings to the high officials. This lowly one could not recognize your magnificence, thus made a mistake. Please forgive this lowly guard. The guard spoke with the utmost respect while bowing his head. The other guards that were standing around too joined him and greeted them with a salute. Greetings to the high officials. The guards shouted in unison. A single knock came from inside the carriage and the driver understood it. The carriage driver then just gestured with his hand for the guards to clear the road. The guards instantly understood this and opened the gate. They then moved to the side and bowed their head while saluting. The carriage driver flicked the reins and the carriage started moving again. The carriage moved at a slower speed than before after entering the town and continued on. While on their way, they saw multiple guards running around busily. The men inside the carriage seemed to have noticed the sound as they opened the windows to look outside. They saw the abnormal amount of guards and became conceited. Is this what we are here for? One of the masked spoke. The closed eyes of the woman sitting inside the carriage trembled once again as her lips gently moved. Don't bother and just hurry for now. The veiled woman spoke with an indifferent tone. All the masked men immediately nodded, and the driver seemed to have heard this as well. The driver then cracked the whip in his hand, urging the horses to run. The carriage picked up speed and rushed through the streets. A couple of minutes later, the carriage once again slowed down as it entered a narrow alley. The alley was just wide enough to let the carriage barely pass. The carriage then came to a halt in front of an old shop that did not have a signboard. The veiled woman sitting in the carriage opened her eyes and gestured to the masked men. The driver of the carriage jumped down from it and went to the side to open its door. One of the masked men first alighted from the carriage, looked around, and pointed with his hands to the exits of the alley. The other 4 black-robed men that were following the carriage instantly understood the orders and split into 2 pairs and stood at the 2 ends of the alley, preventing anyone from entering. Everyone then alighted from the carriage, with the veiled woman being the last person. They then walked up to the door of the shop and knocked on it in a certain pattern. Unlike before, there was no delay in opening the door, as it instantly opened. The old woman who was in charge of the shop greeted the visitors by saluting with cupped hands and stood at the side as they walked inside. She did not speak anything, and the men did not expect anything either. The veiled woman walked into the shop and looked around for a second before walking into the next room immediately. 2 of the masked men stayed in the shop, while the other 2 followed her. They smoothly opened the hidden entrance of the safe house and walked downstairs. They reached the bottom of the stairs soon and opened the door that was standing in their way. As soon as they opened it, a brightly lit room appeared in front of them. A few people were already waiting for them in 2 files. They were all standing as they looked at the woman and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the mistress." Haibao inwardly sighed with relief upon seeing the veiled woman who had just entered the safe house. Finally, she's here, Haibao thought. Haibao had been extremely stressed ever since last night's events. He had experienced one shock after the other and was becoming more and more worried. Their investigations were not bearing fruit for a while, but now that they actually had some leads, it just seemed like a mountain fell on his mind. It started with the emergency signal called by Hai Wen, then the appearance of the culprits' corpses. After was that the surprise of Lin Mu's status, and then finally the incident with Hai Wen this morning. Haibao felt that everything was occurring too fast and it was beyond his capacity to handle the alone. Haibao walked forward and greeted the veiled woman personally. "Greetings, leader. We have been waiting for your arrival." Haibao spoke. "So what was the emergency for which you have summoned me here?" The veiled woman coldly asked. Haibao took a deep breath before speaking again. "I'm afraid we have more than one issue that needs to be addressed, if you may please," Haibao added while gesturing towards the other room. The veiled woman did not speak anything, but simply followed Haibao's lead. Haibao brought her to the locked room, which he opened to let her inside. This was the same room where the plates which were used to send an emergency signal were kept in. These plates were very precious, thus were kept securely locked in this room, which also served as a meeting room for important matters. The room was 15 meters long and 10 meters wide in size. It had a tall ceiling from which multiple lamps were hanging. There were also some vents that were at top of the room, which supplied fresh air to it. On one side of the room, there were multiple tables on which the rectangular metal plates were kept. These plates hung from a stand each and had a circular cutout in it. This circular metal disc would start spinning whenever an emergency signal was triggered. The veiled woman looked towards the rectangular plates and quickly spotted the one plate whose inner disc was not in the right place. Haibao noticed this and quickly spoke. It was Hai Wen who used the distress whistle to trigger the emergency signal. The veiled woman looked towards Haibao and continued following him to the large table that was kept on the other end of the room. She then sat down at its helm on a large and comfortable chair before speaking. "So is Hai Wen fine now?" the veiled woman asked. "He was when we originally returned last night, but today in the morning there was an incident." Haibao answered. "What kind of an incident?" the veiled woman questioned. Haibao took a deep breath and thought about everything for a second before starting his explanation. He knew that it was going to be long and winded, thus wanted to get all his thoughts in order first. The veiled woman waited patiently in silence, for she trusted her subordinates. Haibao then started explaining all of the events of yesterday. His explanation lasted for a good 15 minutes, and he added every minor thing during it, as he didn't want to miss anything. He knew about his leader's capabilities, thus knew that the more thorough he was in his explanation, the more concise conclusion she would reach. After finishing his explanation, Haibao took another deep breath and stopped. The veiled woman also went silent and thought for 5 minutes before speaking again. "I would like to see the corpses of the culprits and also the evidence you had found." Haibao nodded and retrieved the blood-stained piece of paper from his pocket before passing it to the leader. She looked at the paper and read it quickly before analyzing its every inch. She even smelt it for a moment just to get an accurate judgment. "Let's go and see the corpses now," the veiled woman ordered. "Yes, leader," Haibao replied politely. Haibao then guided the veiled woman to the storage room where the dead bodies of the culprits were stored. As soon as they reached the cold room, the woman approached the bodies. Hai Bao suddenly felt a certain wave pass through and understood that it was just the spirit sense probe of the veiled woman. The veiled woman did not touch any of the bodies, but instead just scanned them with her spirit sense. She seemed to have frowned for a moment, but it wasn't visible under her veil. A minute later, she was done with the observations. They are death warriors, low-level ones, but death warriors indeed, the veiled woman concluded. We can also confirm that the town guards may be involved in this. From now on, all the town guards are to be closely investigated, the veiled woman added. Leader, the boy named Lin Mu also wants to meet you. Hai Bao spoke with bated breath. Yes, I want to meet this boy as well. The Lord is especially interested in him. The veiled woman replied with a little interest in her voice. Leader, I'm afraid that we may be going beyond our limits with that boy. I can tell with a great surety that he is a Category 4 party. Hai Bao seriously spoke. The veiled woman's pupils widened underneath her veil. That boy also knows about the other Category 4 party in the town, Old Man Jing. Hai Bao added. If the veiled woman's shock was hidden because of her veil at first, now it was completely revealed as even Hai Bao could hear her breath getting rough. He could swear that he even saw her tremble for a brief moment. Do you have an estimate about his cultivation base? The veiled woman questioned. I did not dare confirm it myself, but Hai Wen is sure that it should be at the peak of the qi refining realm as the boy has refined his spirit sense as well. We also witnessed the carnage he had caused. All the bodies that you see here are his handiwork. Hai Bao explained. He has skills that are rather strange and terrifying. Hai Wen seemed to have experienced it and has become very disturbed because of it, he added. 15 minutes before the arrival of the leader, Hai Wen had taken a brief rest and was now feeling a bit better. Even still, the thoughts of the nightmare that occurred before haunted him. He could even remember the pain of being cut to pieces by millions of swords clearly. Hai Wen wondered what kind of cultivation technique or skill Lin Mu practiced that even his mere presence caused him to experience this kind of a backlash. Just him hearing the esoteric chants was enough to defeat him. Though after experiencing this, Hai Wen did not completely regret it. At the very least, I'll be able to inform the Lord about this. That way he won't be at a disadvantage, Hai Wen thought. With this thought in mind, Hai Wen went to find Hai Bao. Hai Bao had already asked him to come to meet with him after resting, so this just met his purpose. Hai Wen soon found Hai Bao in his personal room. He saw that the door was already open, thus he just walked in. Hai Bao was currently sitting on his desk while reading a report from a scroll in his hand. Preparing for the arrival of the leader, I see, Hai Wen inwardly said. Hai Bao noticed Hai Wen's footsteps, thus looked up to see him enter. Are you feeling well now? Hai Bao questioned. Not completely, but better than before at least. Hai Wen replied. You should just rest more then. The leader won't mind your absence. I'll inform her of your condition. Hai Bao replied with concern. Yes, I'll do that. But I need to tell you about what happened to me before that. Hai Wen interrupted. Hai Bao nodded in response and spoke. Go on ahead then. Hai Wen then started to tell Hai Bao of what happened from the very start. How he saw Lin Mu speaking some esoteric chants and how he got curious and listened to them. He then told him what he felt after that, and then how he was trapped in his mind and experienced the nightmare of being chopped into innumerable pieces by 1,000,000 swords. Hai Wen also told Hai Bao how he had also heard Lin Mu speak similar chants during the battle with the culprits, and how those chants seemed to have immobilized the culprits until they were killed by Lin Mu. The more Hai Bao heard, the more shocked and concerned he got. Hai Bao knew that there were as many cultivation techniques in the world as there were drops of water in an ocean. There were common cultivation techniques that were similar to each other, and then there were cultivation techniques that were completely unique. Hai Bao had heard rumors, or more like legends, about forbidden cultivation techniques that only a chosen few could cultivate. These cultivation techniques were highly attuned to their user and would cause a backlash for others that tried using it. But even then, he had never heard of a cultivation technique that could harm another person if he was just in the presence of one. From the vivid descriptions and the expressions of Hai Wen, Hai Bao could tell that this was no mere exaggeration and was truly what he said it was. If just his presence is this dangerous, then what would it be like when he actually attacks someone with his full strength? Hai Bao thought. Hai Bao could tell that Lin Mu did not use his full strength during the previous battle either. He now understood how lucky they were that Lin Mu chose to join their side and was not their foe, well, at least not now. I can't let this happen though. Who knows what kind of background that boy has. For all we know, his history could all have been faked and he must have been trained by hidden experts. Hai Bao thought. After Hai Wen was done with his explanation, a slight expression of relief could be seen on his face, as if a burden was lifted off of his mind. Though what he didn't know was that this burden had not disappeared. Instead, it had just transferred over to Hai Bao and had even increased in size. Hai Wen simply nodded and left the room to go and rest again. The leader should be arriving soon. I better gather the others and wait at the entrance. Hai Bao muttered. Hai Bao stored the scroll that he was reading back into a drawer and then left the room as well. Gather at the main hall Hai Core. The leader should be arriving any minute, Hai Bao shouted out. Present time at the storage room inside the safe house. Hai Bao had just finished telling the veiled woman who was the leader of the High Corps about Lin Mu. After hearing his entire explanation, the veiled woman was fully shocked and could not help but praise their luck, though she still could not tell whether it would turn to misfortune in the future or not. We better take this one step at a time. The most basic thing would be to avoid conflict with this boy, Lin Mu, and to prevent any enmity. The veiled woman concluded, perhaps the Lord should personally meet this boy. The veiled woman thought. As you say, leader, Hai Bao responded. The veiled woman then nodded and spoke again. The others will go and try to gather more clues about the culprits. In the meantime, we should go and meet up with this Lin Mu. Hai Bao gestured for the veiled woman to follow and then led her to the room where Lin Mu was currently reciting in. They reached the room in a minute, and Hai Bao opened the door. He walked in first and looked for Lin Mu. He instantly spotted Lin Mu as he was still sitting in the same position on the bed. Lin Mu was not as focused on cultivating right now, thus was easily able to detect when the door of the room opened. His eyes snapped open, and he saw Hai Bao entering the room with another person in tow. This person had a veil on their face that hid their features, but Lin Mu could tell that it was a woman. The leader of the High Corps, Lin Mu softly muttered. Keep your spirit sense alert, she may try to probe you, Zhu Kong ordered. Yes, senior, Lin Mu replied in his mind. Following Senior Zhu Kong's words, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and kept it alert. In the next moment, Senior Zhu Kong's words came true as he sensed the collision of another spirit sense with his own. This was his first time experiencing the spirit sense of another person except for Senior Zhu Kong, Duan Qi, and Old Man Jing. Lin Mu saw the distance between them and estimated that the range of the spirit sense of the veiled woman should be a little less than 10 meters, most probably at 9 meters. Lin Mu could also observe the difference between the veiled woman's spirit sense and the other spirit senses he had experienced. It was much weaker than any of the other ones he had observed. Of the spirit senses he had experienced before, Senior Zhu Kong's was the strongest, while Duan Qi's was the weakest. But even still, the veiled woman's spirit sense was at least 10 times as weaker than that of Duan Qi's. Lin Mu even had the confidence that he would overtake the veiled woman in a few weeks' time. Similar to Lin Mu, the veiled woman had also thought of trying to estimate Lin Mu's cultivation base, but when she felt her spirit sense probe being blocked by Lin Mu's own, she instantly retracted it. She could feel the density of Lin Mu's spirit sense and did not want to probe further, as it could end up offending him. His spirit sense is already denser than mine, and his range should be wider than mine as well. He must just be restraining it, the veiled woman thought. He should be at the very peak of the qi refining realm, the same as me, but his cultivation technique should be much stronger and superior, the veiled woman pondered. Lin Mu could not have imagined that in the brief moment their spirit senses collided, the veiled woman would have thought of so many things, and even had overestimated his cultivation by a long shot. He didn't mind the spirit probe the veiled woman used and was fine with it as she instantly withdrew it after meeting his. The veiled woman came close and stood in front of him. Greetings, I'm Lin Mu. Lin Mu greeted the veiled woman with cupped hands, as was the proper etiquette. In a surprise to him, the veiled woman actually reciprocated his greeting. Greetings, fellow cultivator. My name is Hai Wan, the veiled woman replied respectfully. Hai Bao was also surprised by this, not because of how the veiled woman greeted Lin Mu respectfully, as it was already expected, but because of the tone of her voice. The leader, who was always cold and straight with her tone, had suddenly switched it for a mellow and genial tone that was bordering on the realm of sweet too. The veiled woman named Hai Wan gestured Lin Mu to take a seat. Please be at ease, we'll just talk casually. Hai Wan spoke. Lin Mu nodded and pulled a chair from the side to sit on. Hai Bao too slid a chair forward for Hai Wan to sit on, while he himself stood at the side. Lin Mu saw this and looked at Hai Bao, but he just shook his head. Understanding his intention, Lin Mu didn't question it. Hai Wan had many questions that she wanted to ask, but knew that she had to show some restraint and keep to herself, lest she ends up offending the cultivator in front of her. In her first non-verbal interaction with Lin Mu, she had already grasped a part of Lin Mu's personality and understood that he was rather mild and reserved. Compared to the other young and talented cultivators who were often arrogant and upturned, he was much more reasonable. Hai Wan could not help but think of the upbringing he must have received for him to be this humble. She had investigated and learned about the situation with Lin Mu's parents and knew that he was an orphan. She could only attribute Lin Mu's current standing to a hidden master. At this point, Hai Wan could only hope that whatever background Lin Mu had was either amicable or at the very least neutral with theirs. Hai Wan was already extremely wary when she heard that the boy in front of her knew about Old Man Jing. She could still remember when she and her lord had their first run-in with Old Man Jing a few years ago. A few years ago in Wu Lim City, a thin man who had a scholarly aura was sitting on a luxurious looking chair and was listening to a person speak. He was sitting in a room that looked like a study and was illuminated by softly glowing lights. There were 5 more people in the room, and all of them were dressed in dark blue robes. Of the 5 people, only one person was not wearing a mask and was instead wearing a veil. This person was none other than the leader of the High Court. Haiwan, and the scholarly man sitting on the luxurious chair was the lord that the High Court followed. If one could sense it, then they would find out that the 4 men who were wearing masks were all core condensation realm cultivators. Such a lineup wasn't something that could be seen every day. Currently, one of the masked core condensation realm experts was speaking. We have completed our initial reconnaissance of the Black Dawn Kingdom and the Eastern Ming Dynasty. Most of what we discovered was the same as before, but there were still some abnormalities that we detected, said the man who was standing in front of the Lord. We think that someone has been manipulating and hiding their involvement. The recent conflict between the royal family of the Black Dawn Kingdom also seems to be their doing. Another masked man that was standing to the right spoke. The Lord stroked his beard a couple of times before replying, "That's fine. It is indeed as I expected. We will just need to continue monitoring it further then. For now, just assign a few of the lower members to keep an eye on the situation, and if it gets more complicated only then will we interfere." The Lord then looked at the masked men and scanned them before speaking again. Anything else of importance? One of the masked men seemed to be hesitating, and this was hidden behind the mask, yet the Lord detected it. "Do you have something to say?" the Lord asked in a calm voice. "I do, but I don't want to waste my Lord's time," the masked man answered respectfully. The Lord then waved his hand and spoke, "Go on ahead, we still have some time left." The masked man then cupped his hands in respect before speaking. While returning from the northern frontier, this servant passed through the northern town and took a halt for a brief amount of time. There I sensed something different. I felt as if the flow of spirit chi in the air was abnormal and seemed to be gathering towards a certain area. Thus, to investigate this, I went forward towards the area, which was an unassuming and abandoned alley. The first strange thing I found out was that there was no one in the alley. All of the shops in the alley seemed to be old and run down. The masked man took a breath before continuing. I then sensed the second strange thing. My spirit sense was blocked when I tried to probe the alley. It was as if there was a barrier set up there that was surrounding it. No matter what direction I tried, my spirit sense was always blocked. This servant then decided to enter the alley himself to see what was the cause for this. As soon as I entered the alley, I could sense the concentrated spirit chi in the air. I looked around and concluded that there was an illusory formation placed on the area. Then suddenly, I felt as if I saw someone in the sky, but they then disappeared in the next second. And along with this, the formation that was covering the area also disappeared. A few seconds later, the concentration of spirit chi in the air also returned to normal. The expression on the Lord's face was getting sharper by the second. "How did you leave the alley?" the Lord asked with a cold tone. The other people in the room were currently a little shocked by the masked man's words, thus did not detect the faint aura that was rising from the Lord's body. The masked man who was speaking suddenly had a confused expression on his face after hearing his Lord's question. He was lost in his thoughts for a few seconds before speaking. I don't know how. "I can't remember when I left it either," the masked man uttered while stuttering. An enraged aura suddenly burst out of the scholarly man, an aura that was stronger than the auras of all of the people here combined together. "You fool, you've been under the effect of a confounding formation all this while and you did not realize it," the Lord shouted with fury bursting out of his eyes. The veiled woman who was standing to the side suddenly widened her eyes in realization. The area had a confounding formation placed on it. "What if you've been followed all this while?" Haiwan spoke out loud. It was at this time that the other members of the High Court realized the seriousness of their situation. Suddenly, as if to justify their fears, an imposing aura that was even stronger than the Lord's descended upon the room. "Whoo!" the Lord shouted as he struggled to bear the weight of the aura. The other people in the room were already unable to bear it as they all instantly collapsed onto their knees. Then in the next moment, the roof of the room was split apart as 2 people descended from the sky. The 2 people that descended into the room were an old man that looked ancient and had a long beard, along with a young woman that was wearing a green-colored Taoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in her hair that was in the shape of a poplar leaf. These 2 were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jingwei and Duan Qi. The pair looked at the people in the room and finally settled their gazes onto the Lord. "Humph, a group of measly core condensation realm cultivators," Duan Qi scoffed. "Seems like you were right, Care. I was overthinking this. They're not worth our time." Jingwei spoke. "Should I finish them off?" Duan Qi asked without moving her petrifying gaze from the Lord. Jingwei seemed to be thinking as he did not answer right away. Instead, a wave of imposing spirit chi emanated from him and spread around. A few seconds later, he seemed to have reached a conclusion as he spoke. "No, leave them for now." Jingwei spoke while looking at his granddaughter. He then turned back to the Lord and spoke in a grandiose tone. "This is your first and last warning. Do not interfere in our matters and don't intrude our territory either." Each and every person could feel these words being carved into their minds. They all then nodded their heads in acceptance, albeit with difficulty. "Let's go, grandfather." Duan-Ki spoke and then withdrew a spirit sword from her spatial treasure. The pair of grandfather and granddaughter were just about to jump on the spirit sword and leave when the Lord gritted his teeth and spoke out. "May I have the names of your excellencies?" the Lord asked while bowing his head. An annoyed look appeared on Duan-Ki's face after being interrupted. She was just about to speak when Jing Wei gestured to her and she settled down while letting out a harumph. "You can call me Old Man Jing," Jing Wei answered in his hoarse voice. "This junior will forever remember the grace that the senior has shown me." The Lord spoke with a tone that was overflowing with awe and respect. The members of the High Corps simply kowtowed on the ground without being prompted to do so. They could not speak anything due to the imposing pressure anyway. Jing Wei faintly nodded before mounting the spirit sword and flying away. But a moment after they left, Duan-Ki's voice echoed again. "You better keep this to yourself." She spoke in a cold and menacing tone. A few minutes after Jing Wei and Duan-Ki left, the people in the room were finally able to relax and take control of themselves. It was the same person who had reported about the abnormality and the same one who was also scolded by the Lord. The person in question was currently stuck in the kowtowing posture. Unlike others who had lifted themselves, he was still stuck there. One of the masked men dragged himself to the man who was still kowtowing and spoke. "Hey, are you fine?" he spoke. Suddenly the Lord, who was bowing all this time, plopped down onto his throne. "It's no use. He's already dead." The Lord spoke with a tired tone. "Wah, what?" everyone uttered in unison. The masked man who was near the kowtowing man shook him and saw him fall over onto the other side. The masked man who was kowtowing until now was bleeding from his eyes and mouth. His pupils had overturned into his skull and he was no longer breathing. The veiled woman gasped and looked over to the Lord and calculated her words before speaking. "My Lord, were they? I fear yes." The Lord shortly spoke while rubbing the bridge of his nose. The Lord could already feel the headache coming. He hadn't thought that a routine mission would end up causing such a huge mess. He had lost one of his core condensation realm cultivators and had also offended a hidden expert that was at the very least a Dao Shell realm cultivator. Other masked men were finally able to lift themselves off the ground. They stood up shakily and looked over to their Lord. What was their cultivation? One of the masked men asked. The other masked men also joined in on the question as they were curious too. They did not understand the meaning of the interaction between their leader and their Lord. The Lord heard the question and sighed with dissatisfaction. "It was good that I chose Haiwan to become the leader, even if she is weaker than them," the Lord thought. The old man was at least a Dao Shell realm cultivator, while the woman was probably a core condensation realm cultivator since she was able to fly using a spirit sword, though she could be stronger than that too. Haiwan answered for her Lord. Haiwan could sense the growing dissatisfaction in her Lord, thus answered for him. She also wondered how they were going to approach this matter in the future. Lin Mu was looking at Haiwan, trying to grasp her personality. The genial way she had talked to him had made him feel strange, thus he wanted to know a little more about her. "So you say these people have been abducting mercenaries?" Haiwan asked. "I don't exactly know, but it does seem like it. They even had memory-confounding poison with them," Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu then withdrew the small vial of memory-confounding poison that he had stored in the ring. He then passed it to Haiwan, who took it. She looked at it for a minute and seemed like she was using her spirit sense to determine its authenticity. "It is indeed memory-confounding poison," Haiwan concluded. "They also found some beast-inciting powder on a mercenary." Haibao spoke up. Haiwan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. "You found it on a mercenary and not on a culprit?" she asked to confirm. "Yes, I found it on one of the dead mercenaries' body. I actually wanted someone to look at it and find out where it came from." Lin Mu replied. "While I know a little about poisons, I'm not really an expert in this. I'll have to ask someone else." Haiwan spoke. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. He already knew that they would need an alchemist to take a look at it, as only the people capable of making it would be able to know what it was. But even then, we still need to investigate its source. Haiwan spoke and then turned towards Haibao. "Investigate the identity of the mercenary first and try to find out his associates," Haiwan ordered. "Yes, leader," Haibao answered. Haiwan and Lin Mu then talked about a multitude of topics. Lin Mu told her about his side of the story, and Haiwan intently listened. While she already knew most of this, she still wanted to hear a first-hand account. Haiwan could feel goosebumps on her body upon imagining the scenes of Lin Mu fighting against the culprits. Her curiosity about Lin Mu's background was increasing by the minute, but she knew that asking it outright might be troublesome, thus she decided to wait for an opportune moment. Haiwan and Lin Mu's conversation lasted for over an hour, and they only stopped when one of the masked men that came with Haiwan entered the room. Haiwan looked at him and gestured with her hand for him to speak. "It looks like the residents are finally waking up. The town head has also issued a warning." The masked man reported. Haiwan nodded her head in response and turned to Lin Mu. "Seems like our conversation ends here. You can leave for now. We'll inform you when we find more about things." Haiwan spoke. "Sure," Lin Mu answered. Haiwan then turned to Haibao and spoke. "Give him an identity badge as well." As you command, leader, Haibao replied and then gestured for Lin Mu to follow him. Lin Mu then exited the room along with Haibao and went to the room where the emergency signal plates were kept. After entering the room, his attention was instantly pulled towards the metal plates that were kept on stands. Haibao walked up to his desk and withdrew a hexagonal badge from it. He then handed it to Lin Mu and spoke. "This is an identity badge for our corps. You can use this to enter the safe house if you need to report something or if there's an emergency." "What are those?" Lin Mu asked. Haibao looked at where Lin Mu was pointing and saw that it was the emergency signal plates. He wondered if he should tell him about it or not, but then decided to tell him. He had seen how the leader was very respectful with Lin Mu and already knew that they would probably be allies in the future. They're used for emergencies. Whenever a member is in the most dire of emergencies, they can use the whistle to alarm us, Haibao answered. Lin Mu then remembered the small tube that was hanging on Hai Wen's necklace. He had blown on it and called for help. "How does it work, though?" Lin Mu questioned. Haibao had a confused look upon his face after hearing Lin Mu's question. "I actually don't know exactly how. Our Lord designed this, and the only thing I know is that it makes a noise when a whistle is blown," Haibao replied. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to observe the metal plates and found out that they were actually of different thicknesses. Although the plates looked the same, there was a difference in the thickness and size. This is rather innovative. Someone actually found a way to use earthen spirit metal without placing formations on it. Zukong suddenly spoke. "Earthen spirit metal?" Lin Mu asked. "It's a common type of spirit metal that's used in the manufacture of spirit tools and spirit weapons. Usually in order to use it, one needs to place formations on it, but the way these are designed, they don't need any formations to work. These can actually be called as primitive spirit tools," Zukong answered. Lin Mu's curiosity was ignited once again after hearing Senior Zukong's words. "So does this mean Senior knows how it works?" Lin Mu inquired. "Yes, I can. These plates work due to a phenomenon called as qi resonance. When air is blown into an emergency whistle, it is also charged with spirit qi. This qi is absorbed by the whistle and is then released in the form of a certain type of wave. As long as the person using it is in the range of the plate, the disc in the center of it will start resonating and will spin. And due to the difference in the dimensions of the plate, the emergency whistles can be made uniquely for each individual," Zukong explained. Lin Mu intently listened to Senior Zukong's words and felt amazed at learning this. Whoever this lord is, we can safely assume that he is very smart. He used such an ingenious method that it would actually be appreciated in some of the higher worlds as well, Zukong praised. After hearing Senior Zukong's praise about the lord, Lin Mu understood that he must be careful with him. A person as smart as the lord must be carefully dealt with. Haibao saw that Lin Mu was still staring at the metal plates, thus spoke out, "Are you fine?" Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly spoke, "Ah yes, let's go now." Haibao nodded and led Lin Mu out of the safe house. A few minutes later, they were standing in the shop upstairs. There, Haibao went to talk with the old woman and spoke to her about Lin Mu and their current situation. The old woman did not speak much and only nodded, before leaving the room to do her own tasks. Haibao showed Lin Mu off to the door and let him leave. Lin Mu stepped out of the door and saw the dim sunlight that was illuminating the town and the clouds that were trying to block it. There did not seem to be any snow today, and the previous day's snow had melted too. He let out a breath and saw it fog up. "Should I take a look around the town?" Lin Mu muttered to himself. "I think you should get an idea of what's actually happening. You may also need to talk with those people from the night vigil," Zukong advised. "Ah yes, the night vigil. I nearly forgot about them," Lin Mu replied. Having decided what he was gonna do, Lin Mu chose a path and started walking on it. He first decided to go check on the mercenary camp as it was close by. Safe House was located in the western part of the town, thus this was the most obvious choice. Lin Mu saw some people while walking and observed that they seemed to be unnerved and some seemed to even be scared. Lin Mu spotted some familiar faces, but they were not the residents of the eastern part. He continued on and reached the mercenary camp. As soon as he got close to the mercenary camp, he could hear the increase in the noise. He crossed the exit and saw the mercenaries gathered up in an area. They all seemed to be shouting about something, and a tall and muscled mercenary seemed to be directing them. Lin Mu went to the group to try and listen to what was happening. He glanced at the tall and muscled mercenary and could sense that he was different. He got even more closer and narrowed his eyes after hearing their shouts. "We won't stand this anymore. They did not listen to us when mercenaries disappeared, and now that it happened to their own townsmen, they're up in arms about it." The tall and muscled mercenary shouted. "Yes," the crowd shouted. "They did not give us answers first and now they suspect us. We won't bear this injustice." The tall and muscled mercenary shouted. "Yes, we won't," the crowd shouted again. Lin Mu was a little stunned after hearing the mercenaries' shouts. He would have never thought that instead of doing a proper investigation, they were instead trying to pin it on the mercenaries. Has the town head become senile? Lin Mu wondered. The machinations seem to be running deep. There's more to this than we think, but unless we look more into it, we won't know. Zukong replied, should we interfere in this though? Lin Mu questioned himself. You're not directly involved in this except for the part where you were attacked. I would say that you should just watch and wait, let these high core do their part, though the final decision is still up to you. Zukong advised. Lin Mu thought it over for a minute and then made up his mind. We'll wait and watch, only if push comes to shove will we act. Besides, I still need to cultivate. Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu then turned around and was just about to walk away when he suddenly felt something. Spirit sense. Lin Mu whispered and turned around. The instant Lin Mu turned around, his eyes met the eyes of the mercenary that was directing the crowd. Their gazes clashed and Lin Mu understood. He spread his spirit sense probe and started to observe everything more closely. Lin Mu found the source of spirit sense and determined it to be the mercenary. The leading mercenary showed momentary shock when Lin Mu did this. The leading mercenary then withdrew his spirit sense and nodded at Lin Mu before gesturing with his eyes. Lin Mu understood this and walked aside. It seems like he wants to meet you, Zukong spoke. Indeed, let's see what he has to say. Lin Mu replied and readied himself. While waiting for the mercenary, Lin Mu probed the other mercenaries in the crowd and discovered that there were 2 more cultivators in there. These cultivators were standing near the leading mercenary and did not detect anything when Lin Mu used his spirit sense to observe them. These 2 probably don't have spirit sense and haven't experienced it before either, I think. Lin Mu guessed. Or they're good at hiding their expression, Zukong spoke. It doesn't seem like it. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the Qi refining realm, unlike the other mercenary who is at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm. Lin Mu replied, you will have to be careful, he may already know your cultivation base as well, Zukong advised. Yes, senior, though I feel confident that I can deal with it if things go sideways. Lin Mu spoke with determination. Haha, at least his confidence is increasing well, Zukong thought with mirth. Lin Mu waited for the mercenary and kept on listening to the shouts of the crowd. My fellow mercenaries, even if we are from different companies, we need to unite. Our superiors are out there working hard and thus can't help us currently. We need to deal with this ourselves, the leading mercenary said before shouting one last time. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison. The leading mercenary then left the area, and the crowd dispersed into smaller groups. The shouting had stopped, yet the mercenaries were still discussing amongst themselves in the groups. The leading mercenary spoke to the 2 other cultivators and then started walking towards Lin Mu's location. Lin Mu was standing a little distance from the crowd and was leaning against a tree. He watched as the 3 cultivator mercenaries approached him. Their expressions seemed to be neutral and they were walking with an unhurried gait. The trio reached Lin Mu and stood in front of him. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The trio greeted with cupped hands. I should have guessed this beforehand. Lin Mu thought with a chuckle. Greetings, Lin Mu responded. The 3 men then lowered their hands and a neutral yet amicable expression appeared on their faces. I am Hong Luo from the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company. May I have the opportunity to know fellow cultivator's name? The leading mercenary spoke. I am Lin Mu. The 2 accompanying cultivators had an irked expression upon hearing Lin Mu introduce himself in this way, but then the leading mercenary seemed to have secretly tapped them, after which they abruptly changed it back. This happened in nearly an instant, yet Lin Mu was able to detect it. Why are you here, brother Lin Mu? Hong Luo asked. Oh, I was just passing by and heard some shouts, thus I came to look. Lin Mu spoke. Ah yes, we are, you see, in a rather complex predicament. Hong Luo replied. What's exactly happening though? I would like to know more. Lin Mu questioned. I'm sure brother Lin Mu must have heard about the recent incidents of mercenaries disappearing. Hong Luo spoke. I did indeed, and something happened in the town as well, I reckon. Lin Mu replied. Since you already know this, then it's more simple to explain. The town head basically suspects that someone from the mercenaries is to blame for the disappearances. They did not listen to us when the first incident happened, and now when the townsmen disappeared, they have the audacity to blame us. Hong Luo explained. That is rather wrong of the town head. Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu did actually feel that something was wrong with the town head. He seemed to be acting strangely and was taking absurd decisions. Brother Lin Mu is on the same page as us. That makes me delighted. Hong Luo spoke, while the other 2 cultivators nodded. Lin Mu then realized that the 2 cultivators had not spoken anything yet. And these 2 are, Lin Mu questioned. Forgive me, I forgot to introduce them. These 2 are the Ming brothers and they are both mute, thus they can't speak. They are part of the Crimson Fang Mercenary Company as well. Hong Luo answered. So what did you want from me? Lin Mu asked the actual question that he's been meaning to do. Upon hearing Lin Mu's question, Hong Lu's expression became serious. Hong Luo took a deep breath and thought for a moment before speaking. Brother Lin Mu, as you can see, we don't have many cultivators left here. While we have many mercenaries in the body tempering realm, there are only the 3 of us left here now. Hong Luo spoke. Only 3 of you. The last time I came here, there were at least 10 cultivators here. Where did everyone go? Lin Mu interrupted. While Lin Mu had known that a few mercenaries that were also cultivators had disappeared, there were still at least 10 cultivators remaining. Now that there were only 3 of them left here, it was a little surprising to him. Another elite team of mercenaries had to leave for the mission in the northern forest about a week ago. I was appointed to keep watch on the camp and to relay any message to the teams working in the forest, but as you can see, the incident happened. Hong Luo spoke and sighed. Then did you inform your superiors about this? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, I did, but the problem is that the elite teams are hunting spirit beasts deep in the forest. Just reaching their location would maybe take around 5 days, and if we were to add the time required to find them, it would be increased even more. I sent one of my junior cultivators to inform them about 3 days ago, but I fear that by the time they know about this, something worse could have happened, Hong Luo answered. Lin Mu was now starting to understand more about their current predicament. Then what you require from me is help, Lin Mu asked. Yes, we do, Hong Luo simply answered. But why me? Lin Mu curiously asked. Hong Luo and the other two sighed in helplessness upon hearing Lin Mu's words. We tried asking the other cultivators in town before. But the 2 hunters that are cultivators have disappeared, and the only other remaining cultivators are the captain and the 2 vice-captains of the town guards. Obviously, the latter are not going to help us, Hong Luo explained. Lin Mu thought over what Hong Luo had said until now and wondered how he should approach this. He didn't want to get involved as it would take up his time and will slow down his cultivation progress. Another reason was that with the conspiracy and machinations that were going on in the underbelly of the town, Lin Mu did not know what kind of powers he would face. While he had been able to fight against the culprits who were at the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm, and was confident that he would be able to hold himself against one at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm, he did not know if he will be able to do the same with a cultivator that was at the core condensation realm. I think you can try helping them if they offer you proper benefits. Don't forget that you are still lacking in resources. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu knew that while he was able to cultivate on his own with little problems, he still needed certain resources that could help him. Even if he were to ignore resources that could directly help him in increasing his cultivation speed such as spirit pills and spirit stones, he would still require certain life-saving items like restoration and healing pills. Lin Mu had learned from Senior Zukong that such healing and restoration pills were a big advantage that could turn the tide of a battle in the blink of an eye. While he did have the 4 vessels restoration pills, they were rather precious, and it would be a huge waste to use them for anything other than life-threatening injuries. Finally, after thinking for 5 minutes, Lin Mu had made up his mind. While Lin Mu was thinking about his decision, Hong Luo and the others waited patiently for him and did not disturb him. They knew that it was a big decision and one would not just straight away accept their request. I can help you, but I have a few conditions, Lin Mu said with a neutral tone. Of course, brother Lin Mu, you can speak your mind. Hong Luo responded amicably. First, I want to know in what way I would be helping, and second, I want some resources in exchange. Lin Mu stated, there are 3 things we want your help in, brother Lin Mu. We want you to keep an eye on the mercenaries in the camp during the night and also watch out for any news you may hear about the incidents. While we can get some information on our end, it's still a tad difficult to get it from the town officials and guards, as they have been told to ignore us, it seems. Hong Luo spoke and took a pause. As for the last thing, I don't know if this would be completely possible, but I need you to investigate this incident if you can. We have to manage the mercenaries here, thus we can't do it ourselves, and anyway we are not welcome in the town. Hong Luo added. And what about the resources? Lin Mu asked with raised brows. That would depend on what kind of resources brother Lin Mu requires. Though the thing is, you will only be able to get them after my superiors return, since we ourselves don't have them. Hong Luo replied. Lin Mu heard Hong Lu's words and started to think that perhaps he should reject his request. He didn't know when Hong Lu's companions would be returning, and if something happens to him before they returned, it would just defeat the main purpose in the first place. Still, Lin Mu thought he should at least put forward his demand, and perhaps they could come to some kind of compromise or decision. I would prefer it if you can give me healing and restorative pills, Lin Mu spoke. Hong Luo took a breath of relief after hearing what Lin Mu spoke. If it's just healing and restorative pill, then I can accept this. We do have some of those pills that I can give you, but if you want more, you will have to wait as I said. Hong Luo replied with a calm tone. You can accept this, I think. Remember, you can actually take the help of the high core and make it easier for yourself. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu thought about it and found it to be reasonable. It would align with his goals, and using the high core would be shooting 2 birds with 1 arrow. I accept. Lin Mu answered after deliberating. Then I look forward to our cooperation, Hong Luo said as he extended his right hand forward. Lin Mu shook hands with Hong Luo and confirmed their cooperation. Now then, let's go to my tent so that I can give you the pills that you require, Hong Luo said. Hong Luo then turned around and started walking towards the camp. The Ming brothers also walked along with him, while Lin Mu followed at the back. He's rather trusting, isn't he? Lin Mu inwardly spoke. No, it's more like he has no other option rather than to trust you. He seems to be at the end of his line. Zukong replied. Perhaps, Lin Mu muttered. They soon reached Hong Lu's tent. The tent was rather large and tall enough that anyone could stand and walk in without any obstruction. There were two mercenaries that were standing guard outside of the tent and kept an eye out for any person that passed by. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to probe their strength and discovered that they were actually at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. This was the second time Lin Mu was seeing a warrior that was at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm other than him. All the other people he had seen, even the ones who were chi cultivators, were only at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu tried observing closer and found out that while their two were at the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, they were barely at the border of it. Lin Mu probed even deeper and could sense that there seemed to be some abnormalities in the vital energy that permeated their body. This is rather strange. Why is their vital energy like this? Lin Mu inwardly spoke. It seems they have forcibly raised their strength to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm by certain means. Zukong guessed. They can do that. Doesn't a person need to train and consolidate vital energy properly in order to raise their strength? Lin Mu curiously asked. That is indeed true normally, but there are still certain methods by which they can raise it further. In the case of these two mercenaries, it's likely that their innate talent was not enough, and they stalled at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. They probably used some unorthodox technique or a resource to raise it in this way. Zukong answered. What method do you think is the most likely, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu questioned. In their case, seeing how unstable their vital energy is, I can conclude that it's a pill. This was new information to Lin Mu. He didn't think that a pill that could do something like this existed, but now that he knew this, he wondered how much it cost and what the side effects of such a pill could be. He had already seen the unstable vital energy of the mercenaries, thus knew that it was one of the side effects, but wanted to know if there were more. What kind of pill do you think it is, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. I can't exactly tell. There are far too many pills that would fit the description, and different worlds may have different names for the same kind of pill. Unless you see it with your own eyes, it will be impossible for me to tell for sure. Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded upon hearing Senior Zukong's words. It was reasonable that he couldn't know everything. He would just have to see it himself to know about it. Perhaps I can ask Hong Luo. Lin Mu thought. The four people then came to a halt in front of the tent. The two guards greeted Hong Luo before moving aside to let him enter the tent. Hong Luo lifted the curtain of the tent and entered inside while gesturing for the others to do the same. One by one, everyone lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Upon entering the tent, Lin Mu could see that while it looked big from the outside, the insides of it were rather cramped. There were far too many items kept in the tent to allow a person to move freely inside it without bumping into something. Lin Mu looked around and saw a multitude of items kept in the tent. He saw a bed that was kept on the other end of the tent, a little to the right side, and a set of table and chairs right next to it. Other than this, most of the tent was occupied by trunks, chests, and sacks, some of which were haphazardly strewn about. Hong Luo turned around with an embarrassed expression on his face. Forgive me, Brother Lin Mu, the tent is a bit untidy. After all the elite mercenaries went on the mission and the disappearances happened, I had to move all the precious items in the camp to here. Hong Luo explained. It's fine, I understand. Lin Mu spoke while nodding. Lin Mu had seen his fair share of messy places, thus he was not bothered by this much. Let me find the pills for you then. Hong Luo spoke. He then turned around and went up to a chest that was placed upon another trunk. The chest had a small lock placed on it and looked sturdy as it was made out of some kind of metal, probably steel. Hong Luo then took out a small key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock on the chest and turned it around. The lock on the chest opened with a snap, and Hong Luo lifted the lid of the chest. Inside the crate, 3 glass bottles were kept. One of them was opaque and could not be seen through, while the other 2 were transparent. Hong Luo picked up the 2 transparent bottles and showed them to Lin Mu, who was standing behind him. He placed them on the table to let Lin Mu check them out. Lin Mu looked closer and saw that while the pills in both of the bottles seemed to be of a white color, the pills in one bottle were smaller than the other. The bigger pills were 3 in number, while the smaller ones were 5 in number. Hong Luo pointed to the smaller pills and spoke. These are the lesser wound restoration pills and can be used to heal minor wounds such as cuts and flesh wounds. Hong Luo then pointed to the bigger pills and spoke. These are the internal replenishment pills. They can be used to heal minor internal injuries such as hemorrhage and shocks. Lin Mu then picked up the bottle with lesser wound restoration pills and opened its cap to smell them. There was no particular smell to the pills, and it seemed like they would only release their scent upon consuming them. He then picked up the bottle with the internal replenishment pills and opened its cap as well to smell them. This time he could smell a scent that was floral in nature while also having some hints of pungency. He placed the cap back onto the bottles and pretended to store them in his pouch while actually storing them into the ring. Lin Mu now started to wonder about the origin of these pills. He knew that pills such as these could only be made by an alchemist, who were usually part of sects and were seldom independent or with other organizations. The reason for this was that in order to raise an alchemist, a great amount of resources were needed, and if they wanted to progress their craft further, an even greater amount of precious materials and herbs would be needed. It also took a long time for a cultivator to become an alchemist, as they needed to learn a lot of knowledge which was often monopolized by the cultivation sects. Lin Mu wondered if these pills were from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect as well. Where are these pills from? Lin Mu questioned. I do not know that, brother. These pills are often given to us by the mercenary company for our use. They usually acquire these from the markets in Xianwei City, thus these pills could be manufactured by any of the sects or other organizations. Hong Luo answered. Lin Mu then looked at the last bottle of pills in the chest and spoke. What kind of pills are those? Hong Lu's brows furrowed upon hearing Lin Mu's question, and a complex expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be deliberating on whether to tell Lin Mu or not, but in the end, he decided to go ahead and speak. There are special kind of pills that can forcibly increase the strength of a person that is still in the body-tempering realm. Hong Luo spoke. As soon as Lin Mu heard Hong Lu's words, he knew he had hit the jackpot. What's their name? Lin Mu asked further. They are called as vital spring pills. Hong Luo answered. Is that how the two guards outside reached the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm? Lin Mu probed. Ah, so brother Lin Mu noticed. It seems that your attainments in spirit sense are higher than mine. Even I can't tell the difference between them and normal 10th stage body-tempering realm warriors. But of course, it was expected from a person of a standing such as yours, brother Lin Mu. Hong Luo replied. Lin Mu noticed the probing tone of Hong Luo but did not mind it and just let it pass. He did not want to put too much focus on it and just let the other party make assumptions of themselves. So far it had only helped him from what he could learn from his experience of meeting the High Core. Seeing that Lin Mu did not speak further and did not react to his words in any way, Hong Luo confirmed his thoughts. Well then, brother Lin Mu, I guess we'll see each other in the night, and if you're in the town, you now know what to do. Hong Luo said. That I do indeed. Lin Mu politely replied. Lin Mu then turned around and left the tent. A few mercenaries saw Lin Mu exit the tent and seemed to be shocked by this. They then walked away while speaking to each other in hushed voices. Well, now that I have this, I'll have more advantages in a battle. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. That you do indeed, but still it's better if you never get any injuries in the first place, Zukong replied. Lin Mu just nodded inwardly and re-entered the town. His next destination was the southern side of the town. He wanted to see what was happening with the guards, and also wanted to meet up with the members of the night vigil. Lin Mu reached the southern part of the town after 5 minutes and walked towards the barracks of the town guards. Upon reaching there, he saw a huge crowd of people gathered around the barracks. Lin Mu went closer and saw that these people were all the residents of the eastern part of the town. They were all the people who had been affected by the strange phenomena last night. Lin Mu saw that they seemed to have absolutely enraged expressions on their faces and were very close to exploding. They were gathered and were currently talking in whispers, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Mu stood at the very back and waited with them. He did not want to disturb them right now, and first wanted to see how the situation would progress. A minute later, he saw the doors of the guard barracks open, and out walked 3 people. Lin Mu craned his neck to look, and saw that it was actually the captain and vice-captain of the town guards themselves. Lin Mu had seen the captain of the town guards a few times before, thus knew what he looked like, but when looked at the vice-captain, he was surprised. This vice-captain was not the one that he knew. Of the 2 vice-captains, Lin Mu had killed one and the other was alive, but this person was not the same one. Who's this person? Lin Mu muttered. The captain and vice-captain seemed to be discussing amongst themselves when they were walking outside. When they finally came in front of the crowd, only did they stop. They scanned the crowd with their eyes and gauge it. Lin Mu knew that they may use spirit sense, thus he stood at a far enough distance such that it won't reach him, though he himself wanted to use his spirit sense to observe the cultivation base of the 2 people, residents of northern town. The captain spoke in a loud voice, which silenced the muttering crowd. We have heard your complaints and concerns. We have also done a preliminary investigation of last night's incident. The town head has also listened to it and has decided on a course of action. The captain spoke and was then interrupted by the crowd. What do you mean complaints and concerns? This is a threat to our life. People from the crowd shouted. Yeah, we had to make our own night vigil because the town head didn't agree to assign guards. You people only found out because of the night vigil. If they were not there, who knows what would have happened. The crowd could no longer keep silent and everyone started shouting. The captain could be seen getting more and more tense with each passing moment, but it was now that Lin Mu saw something that pulled his attention. The vice-captain that was standing beside the captain was not getting tense. Instead, he seemed to be getting annoyed instead. Silence, the vice-captain shouted. One more word and we shall arrest all who defy, the vice-captain declared. The crowd went silent for a moment from the vice-captain's shout and then erupted in an even greater uproar. You can't do that. We are not in the wrong here, you are. The people from the crowd hooted. Correct. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard as the vice captain disappeared from his position. Dialogue. MYARMMM, shouted the man who had protested. The vice captain was standing above him and had his leg placed on the man's arm. From the awkward angle it was bent at, one could tell that it was broken, if not from the painful shouts of the man. Anyone else? The vice captain spoke with a domineering voice. The people were stunned upon seeing this act. Soon fear replaced their stunned expressions, and they stepped back a few steps. Even the captain of the guards seems to be shocked by the vice captain's actions. He quickly came towards the vice captain and spoke to him. Why did you do this? This was too harsh, the captain said with concern. OHMMPH. These people will not understand unless we make an example. The vice captain spoke after harumphing loudly. The vice captain then lifted his leg from the injured man's arm and walked back. The captain too followed him. Now listen to this with all your attention because I'm only going to say it once. The vice captain spoke. The people in the crowd all gulped and listened with intent. The vice captain nodded with a little satisfaction and looked at the captain with a smug look. The captain did not speak anything and just sighed. From today onwards, no one is to leave their houses at night under any conditions. The guards will be patrolling at night, and if anyone is found wandering out at night, they will be arrested on the spot. The vice captain spoke. The vice captain then took a pause and looked around in the crowd. We suspect that the culprits of last night's incident may be one of the townspeople. Thus, if we find anyone wandering out in the night, they will be arrested without any excuses and sent to prison. The vice captain added. The people in the crowd became even more fearful after hearing the orders and gulped. After this, the captain came forward and placed his hand on the vice captain's shoulder. Fear not, though. As long as everyone follows the orders, they will all be safe. The captain spoke in an assuring tone. The crowd finally calmed down a little bit after hearing the captain, even though it wasn't as much because the injured man was still grunting in pain. Also, the town head has ordered to meet all the people who were part of the night vigil, so all those that are already in the crowd should come forward now, and the rest shall report here later as well. The captain informed. Now disperse. The vice captain ordered. The crowd quickly left, for the fear that the vice captain stuck had in their hearts was still fresh. Lin Mu was feeling incredibly suspicious of all the words that the captain and vice captain of the town guards spoke, though the most suspicion he had was on the vice captain. He did not know this person who had suddenly popped out of nowhere and had also become so domineering. The town guards had never behaved like this before. Sure, they were overbearing sometimes, but never as much as the vice captain. Lin Mu was standing a little distance away from the crowd, so the captains had not seen him yet. He then stopped a random person who was walking by and spoke to him. Brother, do you know who that vice captain is? Lin Mu asked the man. That's the new vice captain of the town guards. His name is Han Lei. The man answered. Han Lei, is he related to the Hansu somehow? Lin Mu thought. Why was the vice captain replaced though, and where is the other vice captain as well? Lin Mu asked curiously. Lin Mu wanted to know what the people knew about Hansu after he had killed him. He also wanted to know why the other vice captain was replaced, as he certainly seemed to be someone with a higher authority. Even the captain did not dare to stop him when he acted and just spoke a few measly words after he injured the man in the crowd. Oh, you didn't hear. Vice Captain Hansu disappeared after the spirit beast attack. Most people think that he was eaten. Because of this, the other vice captain went to investigate the matter and got injured in the process as well. He was then promptly sent to Wu Lim City for treatment. The man answered. Then where is this Han Lei from? Lin Mu asked. Oh, he is former Vice Captain Hansu's elder brother who came here from Wu Lim City as his replacement. The man spoke. Wait, doesn't this mean there should be an additional vice captain then? Lin Mu questioned. There is, but I don't know who it is. We haven't seen him yet. The man answered. Lin Mu nodded to the man's reply and thanked him before leaving. This is extremely strange. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Seems like the people behind the incident are making their move. The town head declaring a curfew like this is probably due to their intentions. Zukong speculated. That seems like it's senior. If they are able to order the town head, then this means that he is involved in it too. Han Lei being Hansu's brother leaves little doubts as well. Lin Mu replied, how should we approach this now? I'm supposed to help Hong Luo at night, and they have told all the members of Night Vigil to report as well. This seems extremely suspicious. Lin Mu asked, perhaps you should consult your new allies. The rest, I'll leave it up to you. You need to learn how to judge situations like these yourself and make your own decisions. Zukong spoke in a calm tone. Lin Mu did not mind Senior Zukong's words and took them in a good stride. He knew that he was only doing to help him learn and grow. Seems like I can't meet the Night Vigil members for now. It would only complicate things further. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu decided to walk back to the safe house of the High Court instead of his own, as there was a chance that some people may spot him in the residential district. He reached the safe house after 30 minutes and saw that the carriage was no longer there in the alley. Lin Mu knocked on the door and waited for it to open. It had been a little more than 2 hours since Lin Mu had left the safe house, Thus, the people in the safe house were not expecting him to return this fast. The door of the safe house was opened by the old woman who saw him and let him inside. Upon walking inside, Lin Mu saw that there was someone else sitting in the shop. The man was dressed in the clothes of a high official, and he had seen him before. It was one of the men that had come with the leader of the high corps, Hai Wan. Lin Mu nodded to him in greeting and saw him reciprocate as well. He then walked inside the other room under the guidance of the old woman. The old woman came to a stop in front of the wall and held out her hand. The badge. The old woman spoke. Lin Mu withdrew the badge from the ring while putting his hand inside the pouch and handed the badge to the old woman. She looked at it for a moment, before inserting it into a small slot that was hidden in the seam of the wall. The wooden panel of the wall shifted and Lin Mu walked inside it. After stepping in, the panel closed back, and he started walking down the passageway, into the stairwell. He reached the entrance of the safe house a couple of minutes later and opened the door. As soon as the door was open, he saw two people standing in front of the door. They seemed to be alert and ready to attack, but after seeing Lin Mu, they relaxed and sat back down on their chairs. "I need to report something." "Where's Hai Bao?" Lin Mu questioned. The man who was sitting in front of Lin Mu was one of the members of the High Corps that Lin Mu had not met yet. He's probably someone that came with Hai Wan. Lin Mu thought. "You can head on inside." "The captain is having a meeting with the rest of the High Corps." The man spoke. Lin Mu simply nodded and went to the room that was to the right. He opened the door and saw the 10 members of High Corps standing around Hai Bao and Hai Wan. They turned around to look and saw Lin Mu entering. "You're here already?" Hai Bao said. "I have a couple of things to report, and I also would be needing your help with something." Lin Mu replied. "Go ahead." Hai Wan spoke in affirmation. "The town head has declared a strict curfew at night. The captain and new vice captain of the town's guards declared to the residents." Lin Mu spoke. "We already know about the curfew." Hai Bao spoke. "That's not all, I learned a few more things. Apparently this new vice captain is named Han Lei. He's Han Su's brother. He's meant to be his replacement." Lin Mu spoke with a serious tone. "Then that means..." Hai Shi spoke before she was interrupted. "The culprits are making their move. They are probably controlling the town head as well." Hai Bao postulated. "This Han Lei is rather overbearing too. He broke the arm of a resident just to make an example out of it. The captain did not seem to stop him either, and there's another new vice captain that we don't know of." Lin Mu added. Hai Wan turned towards Hai Bao after hearing Lin Mu's report and spoke. "Forget my previous order. From now on, focus on the vice captains and the town head as well. It's no doubt that they are part of the culprits. This curfew only helps them in their acts. Now they can just abduct people and say that they were arrested for wandering outside." "Yes, leader," Hai Bao responded. Hai Wan then turned back to Lin Mu and spoke again. "Now, what kind of help did you need from us?" "I went to the mercenary camp an hour ago and met their current leader. He's named Hong Luo and is also a peak stage chi refining realm cultivator. He has asked me for help." Lin Mu answered. "And what does he need help in particular?" Hai Wan questioned. "It's with regard to the disappearance of the mercenaries. He wants me to help investigate the matter and also to help him keep a watch during the night. But now that the town head has declared a curfew, it would be difficult for me to go out, although that's not my main concern. The town head also wants to meet all the people who were part of the night vigil, thus one way or the other I'm gonna have to meet him." Lin Mu explained. Hai Wan went silent for a minute and seemed to be thinking about it. The other members of the High Corps also stayed silent so as to not disturb their leader. "It should be no problem. I'll dispatch some of our members to keep watch on the mercenaries at night. It aligns with our goals anyway. As for the investigation about the disappearance of mercenaries, we are already on it." Hai Wan spoke after thinking for a bit and then turned to face Hai Bao again. "I know what to do." Hai Bao spoke before Hai Wan could even speak. Hai Wan simply nodded in appreciation. "Now about this meeting with the town head, what are you going to do?" Hai Shi asked. "I'm going to meet him right now. Better get it done as soon as I can. Delaying it would be no use as they should already know about me because of the other people from the night vigil." Lin Mu replied. "That should be fine, but just in case have Hai Shi follow you. That should help avoid any untoward incidents." Hai Wan suggested. "I'm fine with that." Lin Mu answered. "Okay then. Now everyone knows what to do, so get going." Hai Wan ordered. "Yes, leader." All the members of the High Corps replied in unison. Nodding in understanding, Lin Mu turned back to leave. Hai Shi too followed behind him and left the room, while the other members dispersed as well and went to prepare for their missions. Before walking out the door of the safe house, Hai Shi picked up her mask and put it on. She also brought an additional mask with her and handed it to Lin Mu. "What's this for?" Lin Mu asked, although he knew why. "Have it just in case. You are an ally of the High Corps now anyway, so you have the right to use it," Hai Shi answered. Lin Mu nodded and took the mask. He then opened the door of the safe house and walked up to the shop above it. The old woman who was watching the shop handed him the badge back before he left. "I'll take another route and keep on following you. If you find anything suspicious, just signal me by putting your hand up with 3 fingers." Hai Shi informed. Lin Mu nodded in response but chuckled when he heard Senior Zukong speaking in his mind. "If you're the one who has trouble, I doubt she will be able to do much. You're already much stronger than her." Zukong spoke. "That is true." Lin Mu simply spoke before leaving the alley. Now then, it's time to go to the guard barracks, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu went to the southern district and reached there after 30 minutes. Along the way, he saw many people discussing and gossiping about the town head's order. They were also talking about the vice captain and how he had injured the innocent man. Seems like the people won't mind it if this vice captain disappears as well, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was just about to enter the guard barracks when someone called out to him. Lin Mu, a voice called. Lin Mu turned back to see and saw that it was Lu Zio who had called him. Where did you go last night? Lu Zio asked. Lin Mu was dreading this moment for a while now, but now that it had finally come, he had prepared his answer. I couldn't find the guards and thought it was dangerous to head on alone, so I headed back. But when I came back, I couldn't find any of you, so I went back to my house. Lin Mu spoke. While his excuse had multiple flaws that could be picked out, Lin Mu didn't think that it would be as troublesome. No one had seen him after he left, so no one could verify his claims either. Oh, okay then, Lu Zio simply replied. What happened with you guys last night? Lin Mu asked. We searched the houses as we had decided to and actually found a few more people that were awake. We informed them of the incident, but some of them disagreed with us and refused to leave their homes as they were scared. Lu Zio replied, that understandable. Most people would not think of leaving their homes after an unexplained incident like this. Lin Mu thought, what happened after that? I mean, someone informed the guards, right? Did you guys find a guard? Lin Mu questioned. Oh, we didn't just meet any guard, we met the new vice captain himself. Apparently he was out on his patrol and was heading towards the residential district himself, Lu Zio answered. Lin Mu was a little surprised upon hearing that it was Han Lei that the people from the night vigil met, but did not show it upon his face. Patrolling. As if we were right, he's most likely a part of the culprits. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. The circumstances do point towards it, but still you need more information. Zukong replied, but if he already met the people of the night vigil, why didn't he take them then and there? Lin Mu thought over for a moment. Who else was with you when you met the new vice captain last night? Lin Mu inquired. Oh, it was just me, Yuan Tu and Fu Lao, the old man who was leading the night vigil. The rest of the newly awakened people were out looking for other people. Lu Zio answered, that makes sense. If it was just the three of them, then he should have become cautious since there were others still spread out. Lin Mu thought, this Han Lei probably didn't want the news to be released in an uncontrolled manner. So he opted to instead release it by himself in the morning. Zukong spoke. Han Lei was going towards the residential district. This means that he was probably heading to that old warehouse as well, but we still don't know what's their purpose behind the dead mercenaries. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Lu Zio looked at Lin Mu, who was thinking and seemed to be lost in thought. He did not mind it for a minute, but then started to feel strange when Lin Mu just stood still for over a minute. Lin Mu, are you fine? Lu Zio asked. Ah yes, I am, Lin Mu hurriedly answered. You need to stop doing that as often. Make sure that you have a normal expression when taking with me with other people around. Zukong chided. Yes, senior, I'll take care not to. Lin Mu replied in an embarrassed tone. I think we should head inside now. Lu Zio suggested. Lin Mu simply nodded in affirmation and walked ahead towards the guard barracks. They were then stopped at the entrance of the barracks by two guards. What are you two here for? One of the guards questioned. We're here to report to the vice captain. We are the members of the night vigil, Lin Mu answered. You can go on inside. The vice captain has been waiting for you people, the guard replied. The guard then moved aside and allowed the two to enter the barracks. The second guard gestured for them to follow him inside. Under the guidance of the guard, the two swiftly reached the vice captain's chamber. They then came to a stop in front of the door of the chamber, and the guard knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice called from inside the chamber. I've brought the people from the night vigil. The guard answered. Come in. The voice said with an annoyed tone. The guard then opened the door and let the two inside. The guard then closed the door and returned back to his post. Lin Mu and Lu Zio entered the room and looked around. The first thing they saw was the desk that was located right across the room and a man sitting behind it in a guard's armor. I've been waiting for you, Han Lei spoke. Lin Mu went closer and gazed at the face of Han Lei. His facial features do match those of Han Su, Lin Mu thought. What did you want to talk to us about, Vice Captain? You didn't explain to us last night. Lu Zio spoke. The expression that Han Lei had on his face became even more annoyed after hearing Lu Zio's question. The town head will speak to you about that. You don't need to speak unless you are asked to. Han Lei spoke curtly. Lin Mu's brows furrowed upon listening to Han Lei's words, and he too started to feel annoyed. Now then, what are you two's names? Han Lei questioned. I'm Lu Zio. My name is Lin Mu, the two of them responded. Han Lei seemed fine upon hearing Lu Zio's name, but he seemed to become a little troubled after hearing Lin Mu speak his name. So you are the one who disappeared last night. Care to tell me where you went? Han Lei questioned. Lin Mu then gave Han Lei the same explanation he had given to Lu Zio. Huh, so you just got scared and ran away? Han Lei said with a demeaning tone. Yes, I did. Lin Mu replied, not minding the tone of Han Lei. Fine, let's go. The others should already be done reporting at the town center. You two are the only ones that are late, Han Lei ordered. Lu Zio felt a little strange upon hearing that the others were already done reporting at the town center before them, even though he had hurried here as soon as he heard about the orders. How did the others reach the town center before us? Lu Zio asked with a meek tone. Some of them were already here when we informed the residents, while the others were brought to the town centers by the guards. You two were the only ones that were at your homes. Han Lei spoke and glanced at Lin Mu for a second before looking away. He suspects something. Zukong spoke. I know. I also want to gauge his cultivation base, but it will be problematic if I do it right now. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Wait till you are in a crowded area and then use your spirit sense. Though it does not seem to me that this Han Lei has refined his spirit sense yet, Zukong replied. Lin Mu silently nodded and continued walking along with Han Lei and Lu Zio. They left the barracks and headed towards the town square. While on the way they passed many other people, but the crowd wasn't large enough for Lin Mu to use his spirit sense with little risk. They went past multiple people, but Lin Mu still could not find the right opportunity. Finally, when they were at the town square, Lin Mu got the chance to use his spirit sense. To his luck, the mercenaries had once again gathered in front of the town center, giving him the perfect opportunity. Lin Mu released his spirit sense probe and observed the cultivation base of Han Lei. To his surprise, he found out that Han Lei was at the late stage of the qi refining realm. He was even at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm and was probably at the very cusp of it. Han Lei had become the first cultivator Lin Mu had met until now that was at such a high level of the body tempering realm. He's stronger than his father, though it still should not matter as much. Lin Mu spoke inwardly. While Lin Mu was gauging Han Lei's cultivation base, he had suddenly become alert. Han Lei had felt the spirit sense probe and was now looking around, trying to find its source. But since he didn't have a spirit sense of his own, he could not pinpoint the location of the probe. Having the tens of mercenaries around didn't help him either. These damned mercenaries, meddling where they don't belong. Han Lei cursed under his breath. Lin Mu and Lu Zio too stopped after seeing Han Lei halt in his tracks. Lu Zio looked at Han Lei and then at Lin Mu. What's he doing? Lu Zio whispered. Lin Mu didn't answer but just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. After looking around for a bit, Han Lei's gaze finally settled onto Lu Zio and Lin Mu. He glanced at the expressionless Lin Mu and the lost Lu Zio and just grunted in response. Come on, don't waste my time, Han Lei uttered. The trio then passed by the mercenaries who were standing in front of the town center. The mercenaries gave way to them after seeing that it was the vice captain, but not before giving him mean looks. Soon they had entered the town center and were on their way towards the town head's office. They had to climb 2 floors before they reached the town head's office, which was located at the very top of the building. Lin Mu looked around and saw some luxurious vases and calligraphy scrolls hanging on the walls along the way, and even more in the office itself. After entering the office, they saw that the town head wasn't present in the office. This is rather decadent, Lin Mu thought with unease. These kinds of luxuries were rather uncommon in the northern town, so Lin Mu was a little surprised on seeing them here. Wherever the town had presented himself to the public, he was always in plain clothes, thus it gave a different impression to most of the people. But now that Lin Mu had seen this, he understood that there was more to the town head that was hidden to the eyes. This is a rather common thing which you will see in nearly all worlds. There is no lack of people that pretend to be something else in front of others. They obtain more benefits by appearing weak and meek than being opulent. They will take advantage of the weak and suppress them while fulfilling their desires. Zukong spoke in a sagely tone, but isn't this too much? Most of the town's residents can barely get by through the winter, and whenever they ask for aid from the town head, he just says he does not have the resources. Lin Mu spoke frustratingly. It is indeed as you say, but this is the true reality of this world. Zukong replied, This is wrong. Lin Mu muttered under his breath, but unlike before, Lin Mu's mutter was a little too loud and was heard by others as they turned around to look at him. Unknown to Lin Mu, something snapped in his mind, and the mysterious ring started humming.